New Zealand versus Australia on SEN Test Cricket.
Edge and he's gone. The introduction of Hazlewood into the attack brings success for Cummins. Here's Hazlewood bowling. It's caught at first slip. Ravindra so loose for a number 4. In the over before lunch, he's flashed at a ball from Hazlewood.
It's just Hazlewood and he's edged it. He's caught behind. He can't believe it looking at the pitch. Prodding at one he didn't need to. Hazlewood the setup. The full ball a fraction shorter than the tempter. Mitchell caught behind for 4. New Zealand in a spot of bother now. He's in again. Bowling to Williamson. Hits him on the pad. Shout for leg before. And it's given. Caught on the crease. Back off the seam. Hazlewood so good.
He's Stark it again from around the wicket. Bowl short appeal. Glove down the leg side. Phillips goes. He took on the hook stroke. Stark's going to go back over the wickets. He gets a Yorker. Big appeal for RBW. He's gone first ball this time.
We've seen a review for that, by the way. We're seeing here the spike. What a review that is. From an Australian perspective, Josh Hazlewood completes a 5-wicket bag, 5 for 31.
There's that little bit of nip there all day, a little bit of swing, so it's plenty there for the quicks for sure. I think we're ahead with the still amount of seam movement. I think, if we can get a lead of a triple figure lead, I think that'd be unreal.
A seaming masterclass led by Josh Hazlewood gives Australia first day honours, bowling out the home side for just 162. Can the visitors take full advantage with the bat? We'll find out across day 2.
He has Steve Smith hit in front, and he's got a wicket. Third ball at Test match cricket. He's tried to leave it alone, and it's thumped halfway into the pads, halfway up. Steve Smith looks up, utterly baffled, as we all do. Says may have got Smith. Smith's going to challenge. He's going to review.
Of course he is.
It's missing. It's missing. It's not. Slipping. Umpire's call. It's Steve Smith's got to go. Ta-ta, bye-bye now.
Henry bowls and Kawaj is bowled through him. He bends back the leg stump. Super stuff from Henry. He worked Kawaj over. New Zealand have removed both Australian openers in the space of about 20 minutes.
Henry moves in again and bowled. Top of off. Thank you, Matt Henry. Bang on time. What a celebration. He roars with anger and delight. Equal parts of.
Just one of those players who can get away on you. Here he is down the leg side. Dive and an appeal, and head has been given out. Shorter delivery. Head trying to pull the ball around the corner. He's got something on it, and Blundell takes a very good catch, diving away to his left. The New Zealanders are jubilant.
It was a matter of being accurate for a long period of time and creating pressure, and thankfully we managed to do that in periods tonight as well, and to get a few poles. So, yeah, it'll be a big morning tomorrow.
Matt Henry led the Black Caps fight back. His crucial top-order wickets helping New Zealand stay in the hunt. He'll need to continue his impressive form, with Marnus Labuschagne also showing signs of making a big score. This is day 2 of the second test, live from Christchurch on SEN and SENZ Test Cricket.
Live across the ditch and right around the world. New Zealand versus Australia on SEN and SENZ Test Cricket.
No, my huddy, my welcome one and all to Hagley Oval in Christchurch for the second and final test between New Zealand and Australia. It is day number 2. Jeremy Coney, Ian Smith alongside me, Daniel McHardy signing autographs with the Australians. They want what? And now I've heard everything. In front of a full house on day number 1, unfortunately the Kiwis did not produce, did they? A deflating performance with the bat, unable to deal with the deadly accuracy of the Australian attack. Spearheaded by the red-hot Josh Hazlewood, who's just been magnificent this summer. Yes, wickets late in the day in that final session did give New Zealand a little bit of energy, but they're behind the 8 ball. How much so, we'll find out. Great to have your company. This is our pre-game for Nilex, experts in watering. No watering from the sky. It's a beautiful day in Christchurch. High cloud about, plenty of sunshine. We're going to start on time at 11 o'clock. Smithy, New Zealand need to front, don't they? We're entering crucial period of game territory. Morning of day 2.
I like the way you come back and ask difficult questions the next morning. New Zealand
up yesterday too, didn't you?
New Zealand need to front. Well,
I know.
What's the comeback from that? Yes. Yes, they have to play better. They have to bat, man. When it's their turn again, they have to bat for a long period of time to take this game deep. Having said that, they have a really good morning with the ball this morning. who knows? They might cut down the possible lead from Australia to maybe 40 or 50.
Well, I said they've got to get him out by 210. That's 50 lead at that stage.
I think New Zealand, and I say New Zealand have to be batting by not long after lunch.
But they can't bat. That's what I mean. There's so much pressure on this bowling group in the next couple of hours, is there not?
Well, it's very hard for them, isn't it? Because normally we say day 3 is the moving day in a test match. It's now moved to day 2 because New Zealand can't bat long enough. They batted for 43 overs and 64 overs in the first test, and they're out here now in 45 overs in this match. So they've only had one player who could bat for over a session in the entire series so far, and that was Mitchell once the game was over.
Yeah.
So the signs and the background to all this isn't good. And so now we've got a situation where they must get one of these guys out quickly. Maybe it doesn't matter if it'd be lovely if it was Labuschagne, but if it's Lyon, that's great. But then we've got to confront, and it's an interesting session because Marsh and Carey are both attacking players, and they could well take the game away from New Zealand, or in playing the way that they do, we might claim a couple of wickets there. Then you've got Stark and Cummins, who are decent lower order players, and will bat with whoever's at the other end quite nicely. And then, of course, it's Hazelwood. So,
excuse me, Hazelwood?
Yeah,
Wellington.
I know.
Lion, night watchman in Wellington.
Yeah.
So will that, and they've got to bat for a long time. Will they happen? Chances? Very low.
Ian, let's talk about the good. The Australian attack were actually far better than good. That word does not give them justice.
Well, I'm lucky that in my other vocation I get to watch them throughout the Australian summer, so it doesn't surprise me that this level of accuracy and potency doesn't surprise me at all. I'm used to seeing it on a daily basis. The thing that has astounded me is that they've all stayed fit and played 7 consecutive test matches in a row as a unit, and that is their strength, because if it's not Pat Cummins' innings, it'll be Josh Hazelwood's innings. It'll be Mitchell Stark chiming in with 2 or 3. And then, of course, the first pick, Nathan Lyon. I mean, it is. The word relentless is used day after day over there when you commentate, and it should be here as well. They are relentless. They're continually at you, threatening you in their various methods. It's not surprising because, we talked about that South African series, and it wasn't even a warm-up, that attack that they faced. It wasn't really even a warm-up to this. Nothing. There's not one bowler on that South African side would go anywhere near the first 2 or 3 bowling lineups. I mean, goodness me, Boland and Neeser can't get a run. They can't even get a run because these 3 quick bowlers don't want to give them a run.
So you can't attack them.
No.
Not easily, and not to take them down. Look, you hear so often nowadays, we're going to turn and we're going to put the pressure back on the bowler. Well, I don't think against an attack like this, I don't think you can. I think you've got to be so selective about which balls you're going to attack. You've got to know exactly where your off stump is. Don't play at wide balls. Force them to come at you. And that might take an hour and a half. And then you start getting some lesser deliveries, not bad deliveries, lesser deliveries that you tuck away. It's going to take a long time. If you want to bat and get runs against this attack, you have to spend a long time at the crease because they are so accurate. And we have to say we need to move to proper test cricket. I kept saying that throughout the first test. These guys are going to make you play proper test cricket. And so far, New Zealand have been found wanting, I'm afraid. They're loose. That's why we're number 5. And so that's where we are at the moment. And we've got to start. I mean, the shot that Ravindra played, you cannot play an innings like that against a team like this. You get found out.
You do. The spell of Josh Hazelwood before and after lunch, 7 overs, 4 for 14.
Oh, terrific.
Oh, just magnificent. He's got a wonderful bowling action for a start, which makes it's tantamount to Hadley, Richard Hadley, because it is rhythmical, it is simple. He doesn't have stress on his body as such. He's more often than not available. And it appears he's bowling within himself. That's how good and complete his action is. He's a master in terms of accuracy. It's very hard to imagine there is another bowler in the world cricket at the moment can hit the handkerchief. We talk about the handkerchief. Well, you cut the
Not
handkerchief.
an area.
You cut
That sounds like a suburb.
You could hit a coin, couldn't
you cut the handkerchief in half and then cut it in half again and put it down
And move the handkerchief round.
and Hazel would have hit it because he just hones in on a target and finds it, which in New Zealand conditions makes him awkward because he's going to get assistance and off that awkward link. It's no fluke, it's no secret, it's no surprise. And then they compliment them with the other guys around them. So, they just... I know we're waxing lyrical about them, and they just are. But Jerry's quite right. New Zealand have got to be better. They just have to be better. They have to make it harder. When McGrath was at his peak, he used to get so many of his wickets caught keeper round a gully because people would continually play at that awkward link. But that awkward link was never hitting the stumps. So all of a sudden, New Zealand came up with a theory that let's not play him. Let's not play him into the area he wants us to play, because if we don't, he's not going to get us out, right? We leave it. He gets frustrated. He comes closer, opens up the onside. He comes closer to the body. You can pick him off through the onside. That worked very well in a series in Australia. It worked really, really well.
We got 400s.
We got 400s by doing that. 400s by doing that. It sounds a remarkably intense theory. It's not really. The same here. The same with these guys. Make them come to you, don't come after them. The Ravindra thing was very poor. And, he's just a kid developing, but I don't think at the moment I think he's got the game, but I don't think he's got the mind to bat at 4 against this attack. Yeah. I really don't. 6, yes. 6, developing at 6, yes. 4, no.
That's a big error. But yet Tom Latham, who probably looked the most comfortable of the New Zealand top four players, makes just a little error, and the Australians are good enough to maximise.
It's a hard game, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's a hard game. And of course, when the ball is seaming, you don't ever quite know, is it going to come back and threaten the stump? Yesterday, Green got a good ball from Henry, didn't he? That nipped back in between bat and pad, hit the back pad, and then went into the stumps.
Williamson got a pretty good similar delivery.
He did. So,
back. Yeah.
But they attend. I think we should be watching very closely. All the coaches should be watching someone like, Hazelwood very closely. What are the things that he tends to do all the time? His head is so still like Hagley. You just keep that going straight. Our guys, it wobbles around or it falls over at delivery, and that's why we're not as accurate as they are. He gets the seam coming right out of his hand properly, and the wrist is right and strong, and that's why he hits it so often, and that's why he gets a result at the other end.
Yeah, you see 14 wickets fall on day one, you think it's
over in 3 days, less than 3 days.
Due to the surface, not really when you compare it to Wellington. But it was really interesting. We were lucky to speak to Matt Henry at the end of the day's play yesterday, Smithy, and he said he watched Hazelwood, and Hazelwood showed him the plan of how to bowl. Matt Henry, again, to the fore.
Matt Henry, sensational. He really is. Yeah. He's the Lone Ranger at the moment. He's the one guy we know today will bowl well. We don't know about the other guys at this point. He is the one guy I'm trusting to come back this morning as accurate and as potent as he was yesterday. He's the key. And Australia will be talking about this. They'll be saying, we deny Henry. They have not got a lot else to come at us with.
They walk at him, don't they? They walk at him to try and disrupt his length. And so he is our one bowler. Which end would you like, Matt? You choose.
Yep.
He's bowled the most overs, 13 so far. Sears they've had to bring up to bowl 11 so far. Now, these are just guides about, I think, how the captain is, what he's seeing from the middle. And then there's the captain himself with 8, and then there's Kugelheim with 4. And so I think that kind of is the order that we should be using this morning, because New Zealand cannot allow now another session to go Australia's way. That's how poorly they've played. Everything has to be right from now on.
The lead is just 38. It's going to be a deficit. The question is, how big will that deficit be? Love to get your thoughts on Ben Sears.
Impressive. Yeah. I thought he was impressive. He ran in. He hits the bat hard. He's got bounce. He's got relatively good pace. I'm crystal ball gazing here, but would not be nice to see at some stage very shortly O'Rourke and Sears firing up together. I know, totally inexperienced, but raw, and pace, which we're crying out for. Because if we're not going to make spinners, if we're not going to make genuine spinners in this country, we better be making some quicks.
One takes it away, Sears, slightly. Just slightly
He's
away.
really added that to his pace, been more of an enforcer for Wellington over his first class career, but he seems to have added to that. Tom Blundell, who's kept a lot to him, who we'll hear from this morning, is explaining that.
Right, and O'Rourke comes in. So we've got a nice kind of balance there already. So that's quite exciting, but we've got to get them, in there fairly soon and consistently, because we can't have them sort of being injured as much as our fast bowlers are.
Marnus Labuschagne probably slept as well as he has in a long time last night, Ian.
He left the Basin Reserve in a state of flux, really, because that's what he thinks about his batting game. I mean, it worries him. Mentally, he is so focused on getting it done. I mean, he carries his bat round all the time because it's like his best friend, but it was letting him down in the last 5, 6, 7, 8 Test matches.
He needs better friends.
They were starting to fall out.
They were.
They'd shifted.
They were going different ways.
They'd shifted.
Sleeping different sides of the hotel room.
They were in bed. They were in different beds. They were in different beds.
Who was on the couch, you think?
The bat. The bat was on. Although the bat might have said, "You're not using me properly. You head on to the cat."
Go tap, 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 right on his head.
But he came here, he sees this beautiful ground, and all of a sudden he gets in the nets and tries to iron out a few things. And what he realises that the one thing that's going to fix it is time in the middle. And that's what he saw yesterday. And we could see how he grew with time in the middle, and he started to hit gaps, he started to play beautiful drives. And it looked as if New Zealand weren't going to get him out yesterday, doesn't matter what, and Henry inclusive. So, and we saw this, because of the quality of their players when they get it right, they can go big. We saw that in Wellington. Cam Green. They really have to get rid of Marnus this morning. They've got to use the ball, their energy really well. And the other factor is this horrible Nathan Lyon factor, which in half an hour could score 30 or 40 runs and take the stuffing out of your team talks and your build-ups and everything.
Yeah, well, he played aggressively in Wellington, didn't he? Which is exactly what you should do, I think, as a night watchman. Do your first job, which is to see the thing out the night before, then attack in the morning. And he did it extremely well in Wellington, and he'll try and do it here today.
Yep.
We've got to catch him. It's another area of New Zealand's game that there are question marks about.
The rest of the Australian top order performance, I think you can give Cam Green a pass. He got an absolute beauty after a wonderful over for Matt Henry, and he's fresh off a big 100. But again, lots of starts, no one going on. I just don't understand Steve Smith as an opener myself. That's my own supposition.
You can't let a ball go with it's hitting the stumps. That's the rule there. He doesn't know where he goes so far across to the offside. He's actually losing where his off stump is.
And I can't believe he's so good and his record is so fantastic. I mean, he's world class that he's letting himself do that. Every pundit, everyone can see that he is moving. It's so excessive. He's losing his bearings. He's really honestly losing his bearings. And he walks off shaking his head. He'll always use a review, Steve Smith. He can guarantee that. Always use a review. Yesterday was unsuccessful, but honestly, I'm not a batting coach. I'm not paid to be a batting coach, but even from this far away, I can see the movement is not normal for a top order player. It's just not. And you look at the really good top order players like Rohit Sharma, dead still at point of delivery. They're not on the move. I mean, he's just a target at the moment. His pads are in his outside area a target because he's making them that.
Khawaja v Henry. What a brilliant battle it has been, both here and in Wellington. Henry's just edging it, isn't he? And got him out when it looked like Khawaja was set.
Needed two good balls. The one that was quite a strange dismissal yesterday,
around
wasn't
the legs.
it? Yes. And you thought, when you looked at the line of the delivery, you thought, oh, that's missing the stumps. Somehow, from the body of Khawaja, some part of his body, some part of his equipment, we thought it might be as well. It changed direction and went onto that leg stump. But it's been a heck of a battle because he watches the ball so closely, he plays so late, he doesn't move too much. and he's tested Henry's, got a lot of overs at him. It took a hell of a good ball in Wellington, didn't it? Coming back the other way. In between bat and pad.
Ian Smith and Jeremy Coney are our experts for in-place living specialist disability accommodation designed for you. The New Zealanders are going through their warm-ups. The Australians have turned up, right? We have seen the Australians, actually.
I think you'll find they're in the nets.
They're in the nets.
But they won't be overdoing it.
No,
They'll just be doing what they have to do to prepare for cricket, and they're very professional in how they go about things. They know exactly what each individual needs to walk across the line and be ready.
When they are ready to start at 11 o'clock, they'll be 124 for the loss of 4, with Labuschagne 45 not out line, 1 not out. Trailing by 38 runs after New Zealand succumbing for just 162. So the players are completing their warm-up. Their Ream warm-up. Ream, Australia's favourite hot water, that's steady, hot and strong. Stay with us. Plenty more to come in our countdown to the first ball on day number 2. Lovely day in the Garden City of Christchurch. Our pre-gamers for Nilex, experts in watering. Stay with us. Back with plenty.
For Henley Homes, paying $1,000 a month off your home loan for 2 years. New Zealand versus Australia on SEN Test Cricket.
From country to city, Ringers Western takes you there. Doesn't matter where you are, you can stand out and make a statement. Because when you wear one of their iconic work shirts, durable boots or premium cowboy hats, you'll be an icon of the outback from head to toe, wherever you go. So, make a statement with Ringers Western, your one-stop shop for rugged style and unbeatable quality. Visit them today at ringerswestern.com or your nearest store.
For the toughest jobs, at home or on the job site, you need the toughest gear. For almost 50 years, Sherlock Wheelbarrows have been hard at work for the weekend warrior and tradie alike. They make moving mulch, bricks, concrete and waste around the home or job site easier because Sherlock lasts longer. Lighten your load with Sherlock. Visit the full range at sherlocklastslonger.com.au. Available at Bunnings Warehouse.
Whether you're a busy household looking for family-friendly options or love the feel and comfort of luxurious natural wool, or maybe it's a healthy choice asthma-friendly carpet, then Choices Flooring has the range, colours, textures and savings you've been looking for during our Carpet by Design sale event. Go online at choicesflooring.com.au and discover the carpet solution that's just right for you. With savings across the range, now is the time to visit your nearest Choices Flooring showroom.
The Sounding Board with Craig Hutchison and Damien Barrett. It's sport, it's the media, it's talking about the issues that matter.
Why, in 2024, are we still finding the need? Because both Tom Morris and Sam Edmund this week referred to, I'm not even going to mention the rumour, I don't get why mainstream journalists and mainstream media, I don't get why they need to do it.
That rumour was shooting down speculation around Simon Goodwin and his role in Melbourne. Now, 9 times out of 10, I would agree that that is unneeded. It only amplifies something that's not true, and people go, oh, there must be something that you've written that. I just wonder on that one, given how strong Simon Goodwin has been in quickly endeavouring to right wrongs and say it's not true and call things out, I wonder whether that was Melbourne-led. Whether Melbourne said, you'd be helping us out here. Simon's asked if you could clarify that's not true.
Sounds like you know what.
Hand on heart.
It sounds like you do.
Hand on heart.
Because you're right.
No.
The person who alerted us to it on our social media accounts noticed that the tweets came out within a split second of each other.
The Sounding Board podcast with Hutchie and Damo. Thanks to Drinkwise. If you're choosing to have a drink, choose to drink wise.
Sheen Panel Service. Calling all assistant managers and managers in the trade sector looking for a change. Sheen Panel Service might be exactly what you're looking for. Enjoy perks like great salary, RDOs, ongoing training and support, fully maintained car, employee assistance program, career growth, and so much more. You'll be working with the best because at Sheen Panel Service, we have them. Apply at Sheen Panel Service. Head to our careers page at sheengroup.com.au.
At Azito, we know for you it's about leaving your mark. It's a statement, making every task uniquely yours. Azito doesn't just have your back, we're right there with you, powering your DIY journey. With over 100 tools for your home and garden, all powered by one battery to make it happen. Because when it comes to getting things done, this is your moment. Do it yourself. Do it with Azito. Do you?
Summer's always hot when you ask your plumber to install a Rheem, building Aussie tough water heaters for over 80 years. But if you're looking to keep cool this summer, with these giveaways you can. Chill on the beach in your own Rheem-branded Cool Cabana or Rheem Budgie Smugglers. But hurry, there's just 10 Rheem-branded Cool Cabanas to give away. To register now for your chance to win, visit iCanWin.com.au. T's and C's apply.
For Henley Homes, paying $1,000 a month off your home loan for 2 years. New Zealand versus Australia on SEN Test Cricket. The pre-game show for Nylex. Water your garden with Nylex. Available at Bunnings Warehouse.
SEN and SENZ Test Cricket ahead of day number 2 in Christchurch. Our pre-gamers for Nylex, experts in watering. While the margin of error for the New Zealand bowlers today is minuscule due to the inadequate batting performance yesterday, all out for 162. Australia are 4 down for 124. They trail by just 38 runs. So let's head down and find out what the bowlers will be operating today. It is time for our pitch report, thanks to PGG Wrights and Turf, New Zealand's industry-leading turf experts. Due to popular demand, we're unleashing Jeremy Coney with Mr. Adam Collins again.
Adam Collins down in the middle with Jeremy Vernon Coney, former New Zealand captain, a man who loves doing the pitch report. But let's start with the weather conditions. The wind spun around. It was coming from that way yesterday, that way today. Tell us about it.
Nor'easter yesterday, and now over from the southwest, and of course later will come from the south. The forecast is telling me. So it is a little bit cool at the moment this morning. The breeze will come up throughout the day. So at the moment you think Southie would come from this end.
So as of last night, 14 wickets were taken in the Test match, 9 from that end. So there was a preference to bowl towards the Botanic Gardens end. Can you tell us what are they aiming at for here today, Jerry?
Well,
you take the microphone, run away.
All right, okay. The first thing is, I think, did you say only 40 overs from each end, so 81 overs in total. And you can see, come on, Loke, you can see here quite a lot of footmarks, really, and especially in the follow-through. This one here I'm particularly interested in there. It just shows you, after 40 overs, it was a tad soft, that's what I'm saying, yesterday, and there was a wee bit of moisture in the pitch, and that's why it actually seemed. You can see also the grass cover. Show them, Logan. The grass cover is nice and distributed right across. There's probably more grass actually than the Basin Reserve, I would say. Now we're getting into the business area here, Logan. Right, let's look around here. These areas here where you can see where the ball has been landing. I hope you can. Can you see it? Can you nod? Yeah. These areas here, and it's been bruising the pitch slightly. These sort of areas. This is where Hazelwood was concentrating yesterday morning and getting his wickets from. Brought the batsman forward, and the ball nipped away. So there is movement available, and I should think it should still be there today. It probably quickened up throughout the day. Still get runs here though, so it is possible to bat.
No more to add. Jeremy Coney, no one does it quite like you. A gorgeous day as well, barely a cloud in the sky. Cannot wait to get upstairs and follow all the action through the day. Thank you, Jeremy.
Cheers.
Thank you to Jeremy Coney and Adam Collins out there. I hope Jeremy has not, done a rotator cuff or hurt an arm. They were waving. They were going everywhere. I highly recommend you go to our social media accounts and actually watch the pitch report. Logan will slap that up, and you can see Jerry in all of his glory. That was our pitch report, thanks to PGG Wrights and Turf. Soon we will hear from New Zealand wicketkeeper Tom Blundell, but before that, let's check in on the Australian side of things. Has to be Josh Hazlewood. I know 2024 is the year of the Dragon. Maybe it is the year of Hazlewood. In 5 Test matches to date, he's taken 28 wickets in 2024 at 11 per wicket. Absolutely extraordinary. The fast bowler ripped New Zealand to shreds yesterday. Josh Hazlewood spoke to the media last night after his 12th 5-wicket haul in Test match cricket.
I guess we've probably avoided big days in the dirt or back-to-back days even a lot, so it's been quite well spaced out how we've bowled. Certainly helps having 2 all-round seamers in the team and even Heady to chip in, so there hasn't been that big day of 20, 22, 23 overs and then bowl again for half a day the day after, so we've managed to get those 10 wickets reasonably quickly from time to time, and it's been really well spaced out, which I no doubt has a huge impact on quicks getting through 7 test matches, and that's probably the main reason we've seen us three get through all the games. Certain times to certain players, I think the lengths are always different. To a number of their players, it's definitely fuller, and to the other half, it's probably still that hard, that good length, that 6 to 8 metres that brings in most of the dismissals. And they probably could say the same with us. So you just got to adapt, I think, to whoever you're bowling to. And those wickets come from different lengths, Yeah, I haven't done anything drastically different. Obviously had the side for a couple of years there in a row, but in saying that, out of the 52 weeks of the year, I felt like I probably missed 4 weeks of bowling, and those are just the wrong 4 weeks to miss. I missed 3 or 4 test matches both times, and it was pretty frustrating, but probably less is more with the side to a degree. We've had a few chats with different people and worked that one out. The Achilles is going really well. I mean, everyone's managing different things. The quicks are always got niggles here and there and doing their thing in and out of the game to try and be at their best they can be. And but I think the main point's the one I mentioned before, just workload really. We came in off the back of one-day cricket, which is a really good lead-in, and then we haven't had to really bury ourselves at all throughout the whole summer really. I feel like probably most of my wickets are top order wickets, so I've probably struggled to get the tail out from time to time over the years, and the good length's probably a nice length to slog there at the end, and we've got quicker bowlers in the team who can sort of unsettle the tail and end up getting the wickets. So I feel like most of my wickets are top 6, top 7, and that's just how it goes. I think we're ahead. Would have liked to be sort of 2 or 3 down the end of today, but with the still amount of seam movement, I think, if we can get a lead of a triple figure lead, I think that'd be unreal. If it continues to play like this, if it flattens out, I think we'll push and push for as many as we can get. But if the seam movement continues, I think 100 leads a pretty good position.
Josh Hazlewood, all hail Hazlewood on day number 1, it was for certain. Our pre-gamers for Nilex, experts in watering, Garth Galloway, Bharat, Sundaresan and Chris Harris with you next, and I'll catch up with New Zealand wicketkeeper Tom Blundell. Stay with us. Plenty more to come from a sun-drenched Hagley Oval.
For Henley Homes, paying $1,000 a month off your home loan for 2 years. New Zealand versus Australia on SEN Test Cricket.
Culverts, waste chutes, concealed downpipes, stacks, cooling tower pipework, fire services. If something flows through it or goes through it and it's cracked, broken or needs repairing, you can call the Drain Man to reline it. Yes, the Drain Man. We can reline almost anything from 100 mil up to 2 metres in diameter, round, square or any shape. It's a long-term solution to rehabilitate your assets. Call 1-800 843 372. That's 1-800 The Drain Man.
This is the finals. Epic clashes where every shot, every decision, and every second counts.
3, and he makes the three-pointer.
The NBL Final Series is heating up as we get close to crowning the NBL 24 season's champion.
Alley-oop, bang!
Don't miss a minute of the action.
Watch every moment live on ESPN via KO and Foxtel.
Hungry Jacks NBL Finals. Every moment matters.
If you love chasing, pacing and racing, we've got it all covered on SEN Track. With a stellar lineup of shows round the clock, we've got exactly what you need. Like Giddy Up with Gareth Hall.
Join me for Giddy Up with the biggest news and opinions every morning.
Saturday Trackside.
Here I come, baby. Let down.
And live shows every night.
I'm allergic to horses.
Listen live on SEN Track and the SEN app. SEN Track, your home of chasing, pacing and racing every day of the week.
Every day, 53 Australians hear the words, "You have blood cancer." But together, we can ensure that they don't go through it alone. If we all band together and sign up to shave, cut or colour our hair during the world's greatest shave, every dollar we raise for the Leukemia Foundation will help fund cutting-edge research in addition to providing support services to patients and families, which keeps them together when they need each other most. And that's bloody beautiful. Sign up today at worldsgreatestshave.com.
Summer's always hot when you ask your plumber to install a ream. Building Aussie tough water heaters for over 80 years. But if you're looking to keep cool this summer, with these giveaways you can. Chill on the beach in your own Ream-branded Cool Cabana or Ream Budgie Smugglers. But hurry, there's just 10 Ream-branded Cool Cabanas to give away. To register now for your chance to win, visit iCanWin.com.au. T's and C's apply.
Whether you're a busy household looking for family-friendly options or love the feel and comfort of luxurious natural wool, or maybe it's a healthy choice asthma-friendly carpet, then Choices Flooring has the range, colours, textures and savings you've been looking for during our Carpet by Design sale event. Go online at choicesflooring.com.au and discover the carpet solution that's just right for you. With savings across the range, now is the time to visit your nearest Choices Flooring showroom.
Steel Solutions, Houston speaking.
Houston, we have a problem.
Okay, settle down. What's happened?
My wife's mother is coming and she wants me to fix the carport, side gate and put a retaining wall across the backyard.
Relax, mate. We've got all the steel you need and we'll even cut the steel to the lengths you want. You don't have to pay any extra and you can have it delivered or pick it up.
Houston, we don't have a problem anymore.
That's kind of why they call us Steel Solutions.
Steel Solutions. The steel you need when you need it. Sunshine, Bayswater and Springvale. steelsolutions.com.au.
If you've been injured at work, you should seek legal advice. Arnold, Thomas and Becker can advise on all your compensation entitlements, which could be in the hundreds of thousands. The team have over 50 years' experience in securing compensation for injured workers. Talk directly to an Arnold, Thomas and Becker lawyer and start your claim today. And if there's no win, there's no fee. Call 1300 333 300.
For Henley Homes, paying $1,000 a month off your home loan for 2 years. New Zealand versus Australia on SEN Test Cricket.
And welcome to the coverage coming from the Hagley Oval on the SEN Cricket. Our pre-gamers for Nilex, experts in waitering. I'm Garth Galloway. With me is Bharat, Sundaresan and, of course, Chris Harris, and we'll be talking about the prospects and what might lie ahead. But what we can say is it's an absolutely beautiful day in Otatahi, Christchurch, New Zealand. A fantastic day, an interesting, absorbing day of cricket ahead. And now let's just have a listen to Daniel McHardy, who caught up with Tom Blundell.
Tom Blundell, kind enough to join us ahead of day number 2 of the second test between New Zealand and Australia. Tom, that was a rather eventful day number 1, 14 wickets. How did you judge the day's play overall?
Yeah, obviously, with 14 wickets in the day, it's it was a bit strange one, but obviously they bowl well, and then for us to come out last night and get 4 wickets was pretty good.
Matt Henry's in great touch, isn't he? He really is leading the way.
Yeah.
He'll need to do it again, I guess, this morning.
Yeah, he's in great form. He's used to bowling out there, and I think the lengths he sort of bowls, it's sort of made for him. But yeah, he's in great form.
Do you feel like we're heading to the dreaded C word, crucial session of this match?
Yeah, it is. I think, especially this morning, if we can get a couple of wickets and sort of hopefully go through them and then get back out there with the bat and put a good score on the board, it's a vital session.
Probably deflating when you reflect back on that batting performance. Is that a fair way to describe it?
Yeah, it wasn't ideal. Obviously we know we're not at our best with the bat in that innings, but it's a pretty good wicket. It's getting better and better. But we're going to come out with a positive attitude and sort of keep bringing them back. They haven't bowled a lot of overs in these test matches, so if we can keep bringing them back and put some good partnerships together.
You described the Basin wicket after day 1 as a naughty little pitch.
Yeah.
How do you describe that one? If it's 14 wickets, but it's not terribly behaved, is it?
No, it's not. I don't think it's a naughty wicket as the Basin was, but I think if you look at their bowling attack, it's pretty strong. You got Cam Green there, and then Mitch Marsh, and obviously the other seamers. They're a strong attack, but we've just got to be better with the bat.
Yeah, is the belief there though? Because it's been quite an extended run where the batting probably hasn't stood up enough.
Yeah, I think the belief's certainly there, but we've just got to find a way to, build those partnerships and keep bringing them back. And, like I say, the wicket is getting better. But, yeah, we've just got to have that belief when we get out there and put it to them, really. We've got to come hard at them and, hopefully we can put out a better performance in the second innings.
Your Wellington teammate Ben says on debut, getting Steve Smith with his third ball in Test cricket. What did you make of his first up effort?
Yeah, no, I'm pretty stoked for him. Ben's improved a lot in the last couple of years, and for him to get a Test call up and get Steve Smith in this was the first over, it was pretty cool. And he was pretty nervous coming into it, and I'm sure that sort of relieved those nerves early on.
Tom, appreciate your time. Big day here. Good luck.
Yeah, cheers, mate. Thank you.
That's Daniel McHardy talking with Tom Blundell, New Zealand wicketkeeper. Our pre-game is for Nilex, experts in waiting. And one of the joys about today as we look around with still 20 minutes to go and before the first ball will be bowled, already the crowd is pretty well full. Fantastic to see people coming in here and enjoying the atmosphere and really starting to settle in for what should be a wonderful day's cricket. And it's Dress Up Saturday. And beside me, and I think we should talk about, we've talked a lot about the cricket. We've had Coney and Smith doing a lovely job and bringing in Daniel McHardy and bringing people into what might happen in the game, what might happen in the crowd today with Dress Up Sunday. Now, I wasn't in Wellington, but I gather, Bharat, and if I could just describe what you're wearing, and that's going to be difficult, but let me try. The trousers are not made of velvet, but they have a slightly velvety texture, and you tell me that they breathe well, which is good. They are multi-wavy striped, if I can put it that way. Red, green, white, grey, bit of blue. Then there is a striped T-shirt, which is purple, red, yellow and blue, and on top is a green, yellow, pink short sleeve shirt. So you're dressed up for the day, and Chris Harris is in a brown jersey.
I've got a nice shirt underneath, Garth.
I think it's a nice shirt. It is a nice shirt.
A nice Hawaiian shirt underneath. A bit of colour.
All right, yeah. But you've got, I think you just looked up today and said, what am I going to wear today? I'm going to wear the brown.
No, you know what I honestly thought? It's not about me today. It's about others.
Right.
Oh, such a kind man.
Well, apparently, Bharat, and again, in Wellington, I understand that the commentators kindly put you into the competition. They enrolled you for the winner. And what happened?
It was rigged. I mean, firstly, the judges weren't fair to me purely because...
Who were the judges?
I'm not sure. I think I was hoping that they would play the game of cricket. I saw one of them. I thought if he was one of the judges, I'm going to bounce him. But it wasn't the case.
You're talking about the media game? Or?
Yeah, the media game, yeah. But, this introduced me as a celebrity. It never works for you in any competition if you are the celebrity entrant. And then they... my competition was an 8-year-old kid dressed like a fox. Great costume, did great job.
So it was just to serve you?
There were others. There were bananas and all sorts of other things. But that was... I looked at him and I was like, that's my main competition, the 8-year-old. Yeah. How do you compete with an 8-year-old child in front of so many people?
Well, you don't, because you didn't win.
Well, you pushed them out of the way.
Yeah, that is correct, actually. Yeah. So I just felt hard done by. So when Willie Nichols, the wonderful New Zealand media manager, put it in our media group that it's dress-up day for... I said, no, I'll be a judge. It's high time I grow out of being just this performer all the time.
The clown.
Performer, the clown. I wasn't going there. And be a judge. And just looking around, I can see some... an ode to Baywatch.
Good.
Coast Guard.
Well, a lot of water around here. They'll be busy.
Yep, very much so. Actually, are those Hulk Hogan shirts? Yeah, maybe.
There are quite a lot
bunny rabbits.
Yeah, lots of splashes of colour out there.
Yeah, some great colour, isn't there?
Isn't it wonderful for Test cricket that who would imagine 20, 30, 40 years ago you'd have dress up Saturday at a Test match in Christchurch? I think it's absolutely fantastic.
Oh, it's brilliant. And you think you wouldn't have got let in probably 20 or 30 years ago if you were dressed up too extravagantly.
Well, you would have been fine today. You'd be straight through. All right. Well, let's talk about the cricket. The Australians who were in big numbers, and it's nice to know that they're obviously, they bought more than one shirt, because yesterday they were all in gold.
Yes.
And today the shirts are green. And I saw a few of them walking in and said, "How are you going?" And they said, "Hoping for more good cricket today." And they're a great bunch of people, loving it over here with Merv Hughes. And it's a terrific rivalry, isn't it?
It is, and I learned earlier today from Ian Smith that the rivalry extends not just to other sport, but even horse racing and everything else as well. And last week we spoke a lot about the things that are originally Kiwi or originally from New Zealand that Australia have claimed. And just on those fans you mentioned, I spoke to a few of them. I met this couple who, I don't know whether they expect this game to go that deep or they want it to go that deep. They're expecting play on day 5. Now, I told them, well, something really miraculous has to happen for that. Marnus Labuschagne might have to make a 100, or maybe it'll be someone from the New Zealand side. Because you'll need someone to play a really long innings for this game to somehow sneak past, in my opinion, day 3, but then to get to day 5.
You don't often see 14 wickets on the first day and then it get to a 5th day, so no. I think they're probably going to be out of luck.
They will.
I just can't see it going to day 5, where we find ourselves.
What can you see happening today?
It's obviously every session is important, but this is the most important session for New Zealand, for me, in this test match. I mean, to keep themselves in it, we've obviously got to get Marnus Labuschagne out. He's looking way too comfortable and composed from a New Zealand perspective. He's due some big runs and he looks set for a big one, so he's the absolute key for me. And then Latham Nine, we saw what he did a great job getting through overnight, and then we saw what he did in Wellington, and that was a pretty important quick fire 41.
Yeah, it was.
New Zealand obviously can't afford that to happen, so they need, in this session, they need to pretty much bowl Australia out. I think we can give up a lead of 50 or 60. If we go much beyond that, it's becoming a very, very big ask. So effectively New Zealand have to pick up 6 wickets in this session to remain in a really good position to force a win in this test match.
I suppose the question you then have to ask is how they're going to do that.
Matt Henry is the key. And then the others have to step up. Tim Southey, he's due. So he has to step up and support Matt Henry. I like what I saw from Ben Sears. So we know that he's got the goods. First up, thought he looked pretty good, bowled with good pace, good direction, and tested a few of the Australian batsmen. So he's going to have to obviously contribute as well. So, I expect perfect world Matt Henry to get a 5 and be supported by the other seamers.
Bharat?
Well, I think the man standing in their way, and that was my piece in the Australian yesterday, was about Marnus Labuschagne. I spoke about him yesterday. The moment he walked out to bat, he just looked a lot more settled, and I've obviously been watching the nets as always. There's this point a couple of days before this test match where he hit this perfect cover drive, and he said, "Man, get out now, man, get out now, don't stay in there." But obviously it's Marnus Labuschagne, he wasn't getting out anywhere, so he stayed back and then mistimed a couple of shots, and I could hear him say to himself, where are we going with this, man, where are we going with this? And it's a question that a lot of people around Australian cricket have been asking, where are we going with this form, Marnus Labuschagne? Because we all know it's been well publicised, just 100 in around 38 innings, a crucial 100, albeit in Manchester last year. But it's not the runs. He's just not looked like he's going to score score runs. He's okay to stay in there. But yesterday I thought his focus was about scoring runs, which is what I've seen him doing in training sessions as well. And it's a very crucial 45, not just for Australia in this test match, but for his career. That average had just dipped under 50 for the first time in a long, long time. And I think he looks ready to go big. I did have a little chat with him last night about the long sleeves. It's the first time he's wearing long sleeves since England 2019.
Right.
I got a little message from him. "Are you loving it, brother?" I said, "I'm loving it, and also loving the way you're batting." So good signs from Marnus.
And the reason for the long sleeves, do you think it's a superstition, a change of fortune perhaps?
He's ready to try everything to get that form back, and that's when his career and life turned around, don't forget.
Yeah, that's fantastic. I thought the other thing that I enjoyed yesterday, and it's Australian focused while we've got you in the comment seat, is I thought Pat Cummins' captaincy was fantastic yesterday. It was really interesting when New Zealand were looking like they were batting in that first session. Young and Latham did pretty well, for that first hour. And he brought Lyon on and it didn't work. And then he just started to rotate the changes. I thought, it was subtle but a very telling part of what happened yesterday.
He's grown into his captaincy. He's thrown into the deep end, as we all know, 3 summers ago before the Ashes. And he hadn't really captained to any great extent at any level, any age group level, but he's really grown into it. We saw him really come of age during that tour of Pakistan in 2022. where he played the 15-day test and won it. And look, there is a luxury he has of having arguably the best all-round bowling attack Australia have ever had.
Still got to know how to use it, though.
And that's what he's gotten really good at. And it's not just about when he uses himself, but also how much he uses Stark and Hazelwood and when he brings them on.
There's a question that's coming, and we'll talk about it a bit later on. Chris Harris has put it in front of me. It's a provocative one and a good one about the coaching and the captaincy of the New Zealand team, and I'm sure that they're all topics that we will discuss as the day progresses. So our pre-game brought to you by Nilex, experts in watering. We're just 10 minutes away from the first ball being bowled on the second day. Australia resuming, looking to build a first innings lead and to play New Zealand out of the game. New Zealand desperately needing wickets. We'll be back soon, and in the chair it'll be Adam Smithy and Coney.
For Henley Homes, paying $1,000 a month off your home loan for 2 years. New Zealand versus Australia on SEN Test Cricket.
For the hottest of hot water you've ever seen. Ream comes on steady, hot and strong. It just keeps on and on.
Ream's been proudly manufacturing here in Australia for over 80 years.
Install a Ream. Install a Ream.
So ask your plumber for Ream, Australia's #1.
So I hear you guys have started to build your new home.
Yeah, that's right.
But I thought you were waiting until interest rates came down.
Don't need to. Henley have a fund to pay $1,000 a month off our home loan for 2 years.
What? Wow, that's 24 grand off your mortgage payments.
Yeah, and it includes all new builds. Wait a minute, where are you going?
To get Amy and visit Henley.
Henley's Mortgage Fund. $1,000 a month off your home loan for 2 years. All backed by Henley's $7 billion parent, Sumitomo Forestry Group.
Next time you're refueling your car, look out for Sonny the Kookaburra at your local Sunrise. That's how you know you're dealing with a trusted and independent local store. There's over 1,200 Sunrise stores Australia-wide. Visit newsunrise.com.au and do what the locals do.
Look out for the Sunrise. Enjoy local service delivered with a friendly smile. Look out for the Sunrise. Enjoy local choices, the best within a country mile.
Welcome to Officer Fields, your new home within a community built on the vision of enjoying life in balance in Melbourne's southeast. Officer Fields features natural open spaces while still being close and connected to all of life's conveniences. With 4 unique precincts coming soon, offering land from 350 square metres to 1,000 square metres, there's something for everyone. Officer Fields is currently selling land from $467,000. Officer Fields, life as it should be. Register your interest now at officerfields.com.
Is it a bird? Is it a plane? No, it's Crowell's Electrical and Solar Man. Living from roof to roof, he's keeping the residents of homes across Australia safe from rising energy costs with solar power systems from Crowell's Electrical and Solar. They're also the experts in battery storage technology and the installation of your system, protecting and caring for it with their ongoing maintenance programs. Call 03-876-16228 or visit crowlzelectrical.com. REC 22623.
For over 40 years, Kubota have worked the Australian landscape and faced its challenges. From first light to sunset, our agriculture and construction range works with power and versatility that you can rely on. From our mid-size to professional tractors, dependable mowers, zero tail swing or conventional excavators, and more. Kubota is building and shaping the future. Visit kubota.com.au or head to your nearest dealer to learn more.
Hi, it's Shelley Craft. For locally made gift ideas that shine like green and gold, check out Australian Made's top Aussie products, the go-to resource to find the very best Aussie-made goodies. From handcrafted homewares and accessories to innovative Aussie inventions, you'll find a top Aussie product for every occasion. Each one carries the trusted green and gold kangaroo logo, so you can be sure it's genuinely Aussie. Hop to australianmade.com.au/top Aussie and support local while you shop.
There's now a Macca's bundle for small families, big families, and extended families from just $24.95. Value means more at Macca's. Available 10:30am to midnight for a limited time at participating restaurants. Excludes McDelivery.
Tyre Power's Big Easter sale gives you the power to save on Toyo tyres. Hop in now and get a sweet deal on selected Toyo tyres for your car or SUV. Buy 3 and get 1 free. Visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local independent owner.
For Henley Homes, paying $1,000 a month off your home loan for 2 years. New Zealand versus Australia on SEN Test Cricket. The first session. Before you dig, lodge a free inquiry online.
Yes, the first session before you dig, lodge a free inquiry online. Our pre-match is with Nilex. Water your garden with Nilex, available at Bunnings Warehouse. The players have completed their warm-ups. That's for Ream manufacturing in Australia for over 80 years. Adam Collins jumping into the commentary chair for the first time today. Over to my left, I have the great Ian Smith and Jeremy Coney. Smithy, we've got Australia resuming at 4 for 124. They're 38 runs behind New Zealand's first innings tally of 162. Labuschagne, 45. As Bharat was talking about in the previous segment, it does feel like a massive innings for him, but he looked pretty organised yesterday compared to what we've seen across the last couple of months.
He looked Manus yesterday. Yeah. He looked his old self at the crease, and his old self at the crease is the one that has all these sort of idiosyncrasies and gesticulations after he's played a shot or after he's left. He accentuates those sorts of things. He was talking, you could see him talking to himself, trying to engage the players around him as well. That's when he feels comfortable at the crease, and he really did look as if he had found that formula back yesterday. So we haven't seen a lot of quality batting in this two-test series. Cameron Green, yes, but in terms of memorable innings and memorable test match performance with bat in hand, it's been pretty scarce.
There's a reason why he went to number 1 in the world and stayed there for a long stretch of time with an average in the 60s. Jeremy Coney, as I bring you in as well. We were there for his last Test 100. Brilliant innings to save a Test match at Old Trafford last July. I mean, he isn't that far away from that kind of form. It's just that through the home summer, he's not had the luck that he had previously, and he's been worked out a couple of times by some good fast bowling. But to go on with it today and to make a significant contribution would do the world of good for him, knowing there's this long stretch before Australia's next Test match in November.
Well, I agree with Ian about yesterday. He looked almost a Labuschagne of old, didn't he? Just sort of carried on as if he had a good vein of form going and seemed to time the ball quite nicely. He got some drives away. And at the end of the day, he was looking pretty secure. He wasn't torturing himself. That he seemed to be asking himself so many questions and obsessing about himself rather than watching the ball and what was going on at the other end or in between the bowler. And so you can actually do that sometimes, and I think that Labuschagne seems to be a kind of a person that could possibly do that. You've seen a lot more of him than I have, Adam, and so you'd be able to answer that question more to me. But he has a personality, I think, that can go that way.
Well, he looked busy, didn't he? Even that partnership before the close. I mean, he's put on 17 from 21 balls with Nathan Lyon when they're normally shutting things up. Maybe that speaks a little bit to the fact that New Zealand, with holding bowlers, they've got Matt Henry, but he's not really there as a holding bowler anymore, Smithy. He's the attack leader. He needs to go out and try and take wickets, and he did that splendidly yesterday. He's got 3 for 39 overnight, but in the absence of another holding bowler, the runs are flowing.
And as we see, you might have heard the ripple of applause in the background as the players make their way on. Good sign is that Matt Henry has taken the jersey off, given his cap to Nitin Menon, has got the ball in his hand already. So, and that's a good sign that he's keen. But he has to be, because he has been the spearhead. He has been the guy that has set the standard. But unfortunately, he hasn't had a huge amount of support at the other end. I've been honest, some of the bowlers, and you know, when you sit down and you look at the scores at the moment in this particular Test match, you're saying New Zealand aren't actually in that bad a shape. I mean, Australia are 124 for 4, a couple of early wickets this morning, 140 for 6, not so bad.
Well, I think that's the chat. By the way, the bell is ringing beneath us here, Jeremy, the 2-minute bell that they've got here in the Hagley Pavilion, I should say. Who was that ringing the bell?
Dale Hadley.
Oh, that was Dale Hadley.
The elder, yes.
Very good. He took a bunch of wickets in that test we were talking about yesterday.
He did in 74 in the second innings. He got 4 wickets. That's quite right.
Barry will be ringing it tomorrow.
Barry will be 12th man. He'll be, just because he's here. It's a geographic. That's right. That's what he said.
Yes.
No one had asked him a question at all, Smithy, right through the whole proceedings the other night at the cocktail evening. And finally someone said, well, Barry, you were 12th man. Said, yes, it was a geographic position. I was just happened to be there.
I was cheap and here.
That's right. Didn't cost the board anything at all.
So we're preparing for the first ball here, Jerry and Smithy, for Ream Manufacturing in Australia for over 80 years. The warm-up is complete. The game continues for Razine. The paid professionals use. And it's going to be Henry from our end, the southern end, with 3 slips in a gully. Labuschane's the man on strike on 45. Such an important session for New Zealand. Can they go through Australia's middle order? Henry, first ball of day 2. Labuschane leaves alone, moving away from his off stump. Quite a bit of the conversation last night in the post-match commentary across the board, and I'm guilty of this too. The sense that there's an inevitability about today, that if Labuschane gets in, that, well, Australia may be batting at stumps. You know, maybe that's an exaggeration, but you know the point I'm trying to make, that in these contests when there's been crucial moments over the years between Australia and New Zealand, Australia have found a way. That's what New Zealand are pushing against this morning, isn't it?
Yes, it is. It is. They are pushing against history, recent history.
Henry bowls, Labuschane shimmies forward and pushes to mid-wicket. No runners. We welcome new audiences joining us from Queensland for the first time today.
But in a way, I mean, I hope whilst they are out there and watching Labuschagne build a test innings here, I hope the New Zealand batsmen are taking note. I mean, we spoke to Matt Henry last night and he said he watched Hazelwood. He watched how to bowl on this pitch from Hazelwood. He learnt from watching Hazelwood. Well, I mean, New Zealand batsmen out there should be looking at Marnus Labuschagne and working out how to occupy the crease.
Henry delivers, Labuschagne defends into the onside again.
Often your best teachers are the people who are actually playing against you. You see what shots work, you see how to defend and to stay at the crease. It's exactly what New Zealand need to do. They need to observe and to tend and attend to what the opposition are doing. That's why Australia are there in the position they are, and New Zealand are fifth and look like fifth at the moment, to be honest, but they've got to move up and improve. That's one of the ways to do it.
This hour might dictate the test match. Henry bowls to Labuschagne, hit on the pad, shunt come a long way forward before it hit him, and thus umpire Menon keeps the finger down. But there is a conversation being had between bowler and keeper. It's Tim Southey coming in from third slip as well. 2 reviews remaining. Southey looked like he was going to make the T sign. It was deceptive. He just put his arm underneath his armpit, and look, we are going upstairs 1 second to go. So the first LBW shouts come within 3 balls. How's that get amongst it with Tinny's Craft Beer? Available at Liquorland. Choose to drink wise. And Michael Goff upstairs for IMAR Insurance.
We have a clear review for LBW. On-field decision is not out.
IMAR
check the
for
placement
insurance.
Of the feet. It's a fair delivery. Front on spin vision, please.
Call 13 IMAR. Watch the first replay, Jeremy. Talk us through it.
Well, I've got to say Matt Henry doesn't look convinced. It's because it's hit him so far down.
Yeah.
The height is okay.
There appears to be no bat involved.
But
Can we just confirm
to me
that
as if
with
it's hitting
Ultra Edge,
outside
please?
off, maybe.
From a TV perspective, Smithy, where you normally work, a little bit deceptive, the first replay. It's not front on, is it? It's over the right arm over. So it could be that this is more generous to New Zealand.
A long way down.
Please.
And the ball's got a long way to travel.
There's a
So
straight
no
on.
bat involved.
That won't
Ball
be
tracking when available, please.
The ball is a long, the front pad is a long way. I'm estimating 2 metres at least, maybe more.
Original decision
He's
is
outside
not
the
out.
line, miles outside the line.
Pitching outside off. Impact is outside the line, Nitin. So stay with your original decision of not out. I'll let you know when you're on screen.
So they lose their review.
You're on screen. Signal now, Nitin.
Confirmed as not out on the ground. Let's go to the IMAR jingle.
Never trade is a mate. That's
Got that pretty smooth during the Ashes, Jeremy. Didn't quite nail it there, but we'll work on it through the rest of the test match.
It was a poor review, wasn't it?
It is.
I mean, really, he's at least a stride and a half into the crease, so you're actually 3 metres by the time it's...
Henry to Labuschagne, forward again, then tucking. Just past the square leg umpire, and it's nicely timed out to the rope for 4. First runs of the day in front of the Canterbury Scorers and umpires hut. Labuschagne to 49, 4 for 128.
Backs up exactly what Jeremy was saying about watching and learning. He has found a way to negate Henry. His way is to come down the crease. He's not threatened by the pace. He doesn't feel he's in danger there. Therefore, he uses the length of the pitch as his friend. And by doing that, he makes any point of impact a long way from the stumps. And that makes it very hard. And that's why, Jeremy, are absolutely right again. It was a poor review.
A lot needed to go right from there. Henry to Labuschagne. He beats him on the outside edge, dragged the length back ever so slightly. Completes the over, a busy one. Henry 3 for 43. Australia 4 for 128. They trail by 34. That's on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts. Labuschagne 1 away from a half century. The strike goes back to Nathan Lyon.
I can't see why Blundell couldn't see that was outside the line.
Me neither.
They've got to be better than that. That's just such a loose review so early on in the day to just give that away.
It's a clutching at straws review
it's
in the first over.
Yes, it's hoping like mad that something is going to go their way. Yeah. And I'm afraid that was well out of it.
And they can't play naivety on this either. I mean, we all know how the DRS process works now, Smithy, and they get overturned so infrequently. I mean, occasionally they're given on the field, and it only needs to be touching the stump, and it's in the bowling team's favour. But ones like that...
Again, that's not what the system is there for. No. It's not there to try your luck. It's there to overturn a poor decision made by the umpire on the field of play. Now, that wasn't that.
Southey opening up from the Botanical Gardens end. The line, first ball of the day for him, swing and a miss, well wide of the off stump.
It was not a bad call by umpire Nitin Menon. He weighed up the possibilities. He's seen what yesterday that Labuschagne is batting out of the crease, a no ball from Southey to start. It's a little bit ragged here. But in all honesty, he knew, because he's been watching Labuschagne come down the crease, he's going to find it very, very difficult to give him out LBW. Very difficult.
And only one review left. Still 6 Australian wickets to get. That could be a factor. Southey towards line, bowls here, goes back and defends down the pitch, knows the call. So in a session and now where a lot needs to go right for New Zealand, blowing a review in the first over, bad energy.
Everything has to go right for New Zealand today to take this even through to the end of day 3. I'm afraid, 14 wickets in a day, that's less than 3 days, if you kind of extrapolate that out. So, New Zealand have got to be very wary today. This could turn to custard.
Southey delivers. Lyon edges. He's dropped it first slip. It flew to Mitchell high. Got a good look at it. Got both hands to it, but it went through the hands. They come back for a couple. The night watchman stays. He's 3. His first runs of the day, 4 for 131. Ian Smith.
Well, he's just sitting there nonplussed a wee bit, or perplexed, or whatever. I mean, this is just a straightforward catch. It's high, but he's just mistimed his jump. He's got everything wrong. I assume I wasn't completely watching. I assume they had a lot of catching practice this morning as a slip cordon. They go through that kind of thing, but I'm afraid that's got to stick. And that is a good start to the day. You pick up your night watchman, your nuisance factor, and they put him down in Wellington. They've put him down here. Look out.
Southey up again, bowls to Lyon, who drives uppishly over the top of Gully, down to the rope. It will go for 4. So salt in the wounds after having him drop the previous delivery. Second boundary of the day for Azito. Do it with Azito to you. Lyon to 7. He was a frustrating influence last week as night watchman, top scoring in the second dig with 41, Jeremy Coney.
Too many errors. Just too many errors. That is a basic slip catch. He made it look as if it was high because he moved late. And it was quite a decent height to take with the reverse cup just above your head. That's all it was. And he came late, so then he thought he had to jump, and the ball had passed him, and burst through his hands at that stage. It was just a case of not timing the jump.
Southey to the crease, bowls to Lyon, who leaves alone outside the off stump.
It is such a frustration to watch this for New Zealand because they struggle to get wickets anyway. And Southey particularly has looked for wickets. There in his first over, he's bowled a no ball, and it's a comfortable catch. You can't say it's miles away from him at all. I'm sorry. He's not a very fast bowler now, so it's not as if it should burst through your hands.
Boy, they've dropped some catches through this series, New Zealand. The very opposite of what the Black Caps needed in the first couple of overs. Lyon faces and leaves a ball that's just gentle. Way outside the off stump. What's the radar say? 125 kilometres an hour.
That's pretty gentle. You know, one of the things that, regardless of how the batting and bowling has been for New Zealand cricket teams in the last 20 to 30 years, they can field. You know, as a group out there, as a bunch of 11, they catch at a high percentage, they field, they get run-outs, they dive, they save. It's been one of the trademarks that has been respected about cricket. This is not that. This is far from that. Far from it.
Feels like New Zealand at their scrappiest best when they're a long way behind the game. Southey to finish the over. Lyon drives through the covers. Lovely shot out the middle of the bat towards the rope. It runs. It's another 4. 3 boundaries in the first 2 overs. A drop catch and a blown review as well. 4 for 139 Australia. They only trail by 23. Labuschagne 49, Lyon 11. That's on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts.
So I hear you guys have started to build your new home.
Yeah, that's right.
But I thought you were waiting until interest rates came down.
Don't need to. Henley have a fund to pay $1,000 a month off our home loan for 2 years.
What? Wow, that's 24 grand off your mortgage payments.
Yeah, and it includes all new builds. Wait a minute, where are you going?
To get Amy and visit Henley.
Henley's Mortgage Fund. $1,000 a month off your home loan for 2 years. All backed by Henley's $7 billion parent, Sumitomo Forestry Group.
First session for Before You Dig Australia. Our experts, as always, to begin our coverage in New Zealand. Jeremy Coney, Ian Smith for In-Place Living. Specialist disability accommodation designed for you. All eyes back on Matt Henry. He's been the dependable bowler for New Zealand through these 2 weeks so far. Up to Labuschagne, he's 49. He defends out towards mid-wicket. That's the line, that's the length. A little bit quicker than Southey as well.
Umpires coming together. Probably talk about the drop catch, I would imagine. I don't know what they're talking about actually. Why would they come together in the middle of the mid-wicket area? They're going to walk across.
Are they talking about the way he comes down the pitch?
They might be, Jeremy.
That's happened before, that you are therefore going into the danger area. If you continue to come down the wicket and try and negate, which is what they're trying to do, which it's a reasonable kind of tactic, I think, that against the bowler. But they're probably saying to Labuschagne, you can't do that. You're in the wrong area. You're setting up early on. You're setting in a long way from the stumps. You're ruling things out, but you're also getting in. It's going to affect the rest of the game, and New Zealand will be batting last.
This is quite a back and forth between Murray Erasmus and Labuschagne. Whatever he's being told, he's pushing back on at least a little bit, it would seem, from the body language.
This is what happened when we were in Pakistan once and playing in the second test. Martin Crowe was going down the wicket to the spinners to play them, and he was told he couldn't do that because he was getting too far and onto the pitch. And Martin, I remember, taking off virtually all his clothes and throwing them in different directions as he had to come and take his boots off with sprigs to put flat shoes on.
So after that delay, we are ready to go again. Henry up to Labuschagne, still batting out of his crease. The forward press out to Whitey Schmidt off no run.
And now he's turned around and gone to Murray Erasmus and asked for the thumbs up. And as if to say, is that okay? Look, is that okay with you? Thumbs up? Are
still
you happy with
waiting
that,
for
Murray? And Murray says, yeah, I'm happy, but I'm in my last test, son.
Yeah.
Don't play games with me. Look at that. Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
thumbs
up. All right, mate. Odd. You do your job, I do my job.
Well, you can see the white mark. See the dots?
Yeah. Henry delivers to Labuschagne on 49. He stays there with a push to mid-wicket from a middle stump line. Well bowled.
They are 5 feet from the stumps. Little dots either side of the pitch, and you draw a line between those, and beyond that, you're into the danger area. So I think he's around about those. There we are. They're showing it on the telly. But it's that's the area you can't go into. So he's marking out his crease in there. And he's certainly batting probably, I don't know, a foot outside his crease.
Yeah, foot and a bit, I'd say. Henry bowls here. Labuschagne drives down the ground and drives to a half-century. That's his best shot yet. And on drive, out of the screws. Labuschagne to 53 from 90 deliveries. He waves his bat to the pavilion. He's been hard-held throughout the course of the Australian summer. but he's halfway to what he really wants, 3 figures. He was such a machine across a couple of years there. Has been misfiring of late. That'll mean an awful lot to him. 4 for 143, Jeremy Coney.
Oh, he's batted really nicely, actually, in this innings. He's played some lovely shots. He used the full face of the bat all the time.
Henry up, Labuschagne shimmies and defends back to the bowler. Now, that's exactly what he had done earlier in the over that got him in trouble. Looks over at square leg again, although doesn't make eye contact with the umpire.
Yeah, Manus and are not getting on that well, I don't think.
No.
Because he's testing Mr. Murray Rasmus's patience here. He's just testing his patience somewhat. They've poked the bear. They've poked the bear in Manus.
Henry to Labuschagne, bumps him. First bouncer we've seen today. It completes the over as well, and Labuschagne dances off the square leg. All the theatre. 4 for 143. Labuschagne 53, line 11. They trail by 19 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts.
Next time you're refuelling your car, look out for Sonny the Kookaburra at your local Sunrise. That's how you know you're dealing with a trusted and independent local store. There's over 1,200 Sunrise stores Australia-wide. Visit newsunrise.com.au and do what the locals do.
Look out for the sunrise. Enjoy local service. Delivered with a friendly smile. Look out for the sunrise. Enjoy local choices. The best within a country mile.
Our coverage here at Hagley Oval is for Azine, the paid professionals. Use another beautiful day here. Tim Southey will continue at line, who's 11. There have been 2 mornings already in this series where New Zealand have been frustrated by night watchmen. Josh Hazlewood, 22 last week in that stunning 10th wicket partnership. Well, he wasn't a night watchman, he was just batting at 11. Here's Southey bowling to line. The night watchman driving through the covers again, bisecting 2 fielders. And out to the rope it goes. That's better than the one in the previous over. Lions in great nick. Well, up to 15, the night watchman. 4 for 147. The partnership is 40 from 41 balls.
The reason it is better is they took third slip out to bolster the covers and he smashed it past Kane Williamson in the covers. It is a gorgeous cover drive from Nathan Lyon. Superb. This is damaging stuff from New Zealand's point of view. This is exactly the opposite what they would have talked about, looking for positivity.
Up to 15, 3 boundaries for Azito. Southey to line. He plays in that direction again, but he plays and misses. Extra movement there from the New Zealand skipper.
See, they've had to move the third slip out, haven't they?
Yeah, and he beats him.
To Southey. And by the way, as far as the movement out of your crease beyond what the umpire's happy with, once you've had your warning, 5 penalty runs every time he does it.
Got the ball out as well. Busy morning for Murray Erasmus. He's going to get the little nail scissors out and trim the bit of the ball that's ragged.
Nice little manicure set he's got there.
So Southey's got it again. That previous delivery, watching it back on the Bunnings Trade replay screen, did really move through the air. Bowls to line again, and he beats the blade again. Similar trajectory from wide of the crease, so better bowling here from Southey.
It's a better length, isn't it? He just lost his length the first ball. 2 lovely drives from Lyon through the cover area. There's a wee bit of movement away for Southey, so you'd want that third slip in. You've got to have a third slip in, I'm afraid.
Well, he's been bowling.
Yeah.
He's bowled actually quite nicely this morning, and he shouldn't be bowling to line. No. He should not be bowling to line anymore. He got him driving. Yeah. He's bowling a nice drivable length, but it's getting movement, so it's a tough option to drive him.
Halfway through a good over so far. Southey to line. He drives him, but Bidoff's kind of sniffed a wider, so it's cut off before racing out to the rope, but out the middle of the bat. Good contest here between Southey and Lyon. Those 2 Southey deliveries, they were classic wicket-taking balls from him. No scramble seam from the veteran. He just has the seam up, trying to shape it away in the traditional form.
There's been no mirth in our commentary this morning. No. It's serious stuff. We're trying to, we'd like to start the day with even a Don Talon joke or something to start the day, but we can't because...
Well.
Cricket's too good. Southey bowls to line in the short sleeve jumper, leaves alone. That's far wider of the off stump. How was your night at the rock pool last night?
Rock pool was pretty cool actually. Went with Big Merv, which is great. Didn't have any trouble from the locals, not when Merv's around.
Is Merv here yet?
Nah.
Was he
fixed him up.
Too big a night with you?
Yeah. I doubt he's up yet, Merv. Put him to the sword.
Did you have the world's most beautiful man, Brendan Julian, with you as well?
We did.
Yeah.
We did.
What a treat. Rockpool looked quite busy when I dropped in there.
I wouldn't go that far, Colo.
Nothing I wouldn't say to his face. Southey finishes here to line. His shoulders, arms, a ball that's very, very gentle indeed. 4 for 147, Lions 15, Labuschagne 53. The deficit 15 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts.
Work ute ransacked overnight. Locks for force, doors left ajar. All your tools gone out of sight. Good thing you're with IMAR. The ones that aren't just by your side, but always have your back. They're the tradies, mate. That's IMAR. IMAR covers all you need. And tradies, yep, they all agree. They're the tradies, mate. They're the tradies, mate. That's IMAR.
We are right behind Merv Hughes' tour group, the AST, and I've been handed a phone with a text from MG Hughes. First of all, acknowledging the catch needed to be taken. Yep, fair enough, Merv. And by the way, you lot are wasting your time at the cricket. I've been making the most of my time this morning. Henry delivers here. Labuschagne turns into the onside. 2 men back at the deep backward square. Gets 154 for him, 4 for 184. What he's been doing this morning, he's been shopping, buying Crocs. So he's already been out doing his thing on a Saturday in Christchurch. Showing you the photo here. So you didn't put him to the sword quite so much, Smithy, at your session at the Rockpool.
Well,
he just isn't here. Got a better offer.
I find that unusual that one of Australia's meanest, angriest, spitting fast bowlers on a Saturday morning of a test match goes and buys Crocs. What the heck is going on with the world?
Flowery things, yeah.
Might be for dress-up day here today. I know that's part of the vibe on a Saturday now in New Zealand test matches.
Merv actually needs to dress down, especially when he goes out in public.
Here's Henry bowling to line. He works it through point, yet just squeezing it through. There was a gap there between fielders at gully and backward point. You hear Marnus Labuschagne's our expert there. Line asks for 2 and Labuschagne says, no, it's not. It's great fielding. Thanks, Marnus. Line 16, 4 for 149.
And that in itself is when Marnus is at his most lethal. When he's commentating, and he's just so into this now, he's back. That is Marnus back. When you can hear him in the background and the pitch microphones, the effects, look out. He's loving being out there.
Yeah.
Despite his relationship with Mr. Erasmus.
This has been a bit of a problem for Marnus, around 50-60 of late. Playing beautifully through the onside here, though. There's a sweeper in that direction at deep square leg. Ravindra, they get 2, but yes, out the middle of the bat once again. He's 56. He was out 3 times in the 60s during the Australian summer. The 150's up as well for Australia, 4 for 151. So only trailing by 11. They started the day 38 behind. There was the blown review in the first over, the drop catch in the second over, 3 boundaries for Nathan Lyon, Labuschagne passing 50, and what I said at the start about that nagging sense of inevitability, well, it's trending in that direction.
Certainly is, and it seems to be that Labuschagne's standing out of his crease, although it looks as though he's just gone back a little at the moment. Has worked really, because Henry has just lost his length a couple of times and he's been punched. Now he's back out of his crease.
Partnership's worth 44, bowling again to Labuschagne, who leaves late.
The options that Henry has is to actually bowl short at him. If you were a very nasty competitor, you would run past the crease and you would give him one straight at the batsman. But you'd have to be a pretty nasty competitor to do that. But I've known bowlers who would, if you keep doing that to me.
Maybe including that man Merv we were talking about before.
He's testing Mr. Erasmus too. He really is.
So 2 left in the over. Henry up, away from us. Sun's out. Defending at the middle of the bat, no run. And Henry, quite right, takes a ping at the stumps. Because Labuschagne had shuffled forward, albeit not as far as was the case before Ray Erasmus told him off.
Of course, Nathan Lyon's at the other end saying, keep doing it.
Yes.
On the offie.
He's very happy standing there. It's Henry who wants to be bowling at Nathan Lyon.
Well, Jerry, you were saying in the pitch report earlier that side's had far more traffic on it, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Footmarks.
Yep.
After just one day, Henry to complete the over. Labuschagne shuffles and tucks. Behind square, wants 2, asks for it and gets it. Finding the gap between the 2 sweepers. Well played, Labuschagne, up to 58. New Zealand in the black by just 9 runs now. It's 4 for 153 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts.
So I hear you guys have started to build your new home.
Yeah, that's right.
But I thought you were waiting until interest rates came down.
Don't need to. Henley have a fund to pay $1,000 a month off our home loan for 2 years.
What? Wow, that's 24 grand off your mortgage payments.
Yeah, and it includes all new builds. Wait a minute, where are you going?
To get Amy and visit Henley.
Henley's Mortgage Fund. $1,000 a month off your home loan for 2 years. All backed by Henley's $7 billion parent, Sumitomo Forestry Group.
All our correspondents from Australia, 0488 0433, make that, 98 11 16 in New Zealand, 8833. One in here from Mark as we start the new over from Southey. Bowls to line, who defends to cover. Saying that while we're in Christchurch, as we welcome Chris Harris, who knows his town well, we have to go to his local, the Harewood Tavern. Is that one you're familiar with? Good morning, Chris Harris.
Good sporting bar.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
You'd love it, Smithy.
Yep.
Sure, it's got a good TAB there.
Is it?
Yeah. Good food as well, good steak.
Oh, good, Harry. Let's go now.
Oh, Merv would be keen.
No.
I don't think you get in with Crocs.
No,
though.
he probably wouldn't.
I don't know about the Crocs. Odd. Southey bowls here. Line takes on the short ball, loves the short ball. Gets it down to fine leg, albeit trickles in that direction for one. Line 17, 4 for 154 the score. Chris Harris with us for in-place living specialist disability accommodation designed for you. Your assessment of the first 20 minutes or so?
Hasn't gone New Zealand way, really. I mean, Tim Southey did exactly what New Zealand would have asked, and that's to get rid of Nathan Lyon. And unfortunately, was let down in the field. And it's not just the wicket, it just brings the whole team down, the level down. You can hear the chatter trying to bring everyone back up. I mean, all the bowlers can do is create the opportunities. And unfortunately, throughout the series, really, I think you touched on it, Smithy, normally rely on the field in New Zealand. It just hasn't been good enough.
Southey up, bowls to Labuschagne, who defends. It's off the middle stump line, out to cover. Played with a diagonal bat. New Zealand fielders excited.
It's perplexing, really, how it's been so poor for so long. You can have a bad session, you can have a bad day. Unlikely you have a bad test match because your standards are so high, but you have a bad 3 or 4 weeks in the field. And, I mean, that was white ball cricket too, wasn't it,
Yep.
to be honest?
I've seen a lot of catches go down.
It's such an important test match for New Zealand to have to make the most of this week. Southey bowls and leaving alone is Labuschagne. I mean, we discussed it briefly yesterday, but if they go down here, it's going to be very difficult for New Zealand to make the top 2 for the World Test Championship. Because of these 2 test match series, there's so much weighting put into them. So to lose 2-0 at home, it's all part of that bigger puzzle, that wider context. Not to mention the chance to play Australia in New Zealand, rare as it is.
Well, we were talking about it, and alarmingly so at the base, and Lyons never got 50 in Test cricket.
No, 3 times in the 40s. Leaving alone here is Labuschagne from Southey into the gloves of Blundell. Just dives into them, 126 kilometres an hour. Bit of good length.
Yeah, because I think Nathan Lyon's a better player than we give him credit for. Some of those cover drives that he's played.
I think he's one of those rare breeds that's a willing night watchman as opposed to a reluctant night watchman. I think he's a willing one.
Started a lot.
Because he likes the fact that if he can get through, he's got this morning.
It's almost like a free licence this morning as well.
Yeah.
To play positively and to be aggressive. It's the best time to bat. So he knows if he gets through that night.
Southey to Labuschagne, who leaves alone again outside the line of the off stump. 4 for 154 the score. Labuschagne 58, line 17 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts.
Work ute ransacked overnight. Locks before doors left ajar. All your tools gone out of sight. Good thing you're with IMA. The ones that aren't just by your side, but always have your back. They're the tradies, mate. That's IMA. IMA covers all you need. And tradies, yep, they all agree. They're the tradies, mate. They're the tradies, mate. That's IMA.
By my quick count, the 17th time in Test cricket Nathan Lyon has walked in as night watchman. Nobody's made more Test runs in the history of the game without a 50.
Right, this over, it has to happen for New Zealand.
He's facing up to Henry. Started well. Down the leg side, isn't gloved by Blundell. Don't think there was any bat on it. No real commotion in the cordon. Either way, Lions off strike. Was it a leg by? Was there bat on it?
It's bat.
There was bat. That might have been a drop chance. We'll get a second look in a moment. Lions 18, 4 for 155. See on the Bunnings trade replay screen, did it carry? That's the question. So awkward from line off the hip.
I think it's like the jersey, isn't it?
It might have been overturned.
Ripple there. There was no real excitement from behind. I think it hit his jersey.
Yeah, it was put down either way. Henry again, short ball. Labuschagne lets it sail over his lid. So it might be one of those that was given out on the field and then would have been overturned on review if it was off the jumper. But a moot point because Blundell didn't quite get to the contest. No, he did actually. Left hand did get there. So nothing breaking New Zealand's way, and yeah, there was nothing on Snicko, so it's a moot point. Trailing by 7.
So bring Williamson out of third slip and put him into mid-wicket because he's looking to use the onside quite freely, Labuschagne.
Henry up to him here. Labuschagne plays to Williamson at mid-wicket, but just square of him, so they get through for 1. He's 59.
You can do that if you walk across to the offside, like he's been doing. Get outside off stump deliberately and down the crease, down the pitch a wee bit. That does give you a lot more ability to hit through the onside if you're a risky player, and he can be that.
So for Lyon, they're going to keep the 2 men back. We've seen Henry bowl a couple of short balls today, and Lyon loves to hook one of his shots, so maybe they'll test him out now.
I like what Labuschagne's done, though. You sort of feel as though he knows the dangerous ball is the one that's full, that's hitting the stumps. So he's walking at Henry, trying to get him to bring that length back.
Henry. And again, he's got 3 wickets. Bowls to Lyon. He does take on the short ball, but does keep it down. Out to square leg. Wants to Labuschagne, and they'll get through for a couple. Ravindra chucks it to the keeper's end, and that is also the 50-run stand between this pair. They've put on 51 from 62 deliveries, 17 of them last night, and 34 of them this morning. Super stuff from Nathan Lyon. He reaches 20 again, consecutive innings, 20 not out from 26 balls.
Well, it's becoming more than just nuisance factor now. It's becoming very damaging because in another scoring shot or 2, Australia will have a lead.
He should have been back in the hutch. 8 balls into the day's play. Dropped by Daryl Mitchell, if you're just joining our coverage. Henry bowls here. Lyon edges, and this time he's caught by Mitchell. What should have happened half an hour ago happens now. So the 50-run stand, and out next ball, Nathan Lyon, the first man to depart on morning 2, gone for 20, 5 for 158. New Zealand only leading by 4, but they have broken this nagging partnership. Daryl Mitchell taking it with his fingers up, and Matt Henry now has 4 for Ian Smith.
He'd be very grateful that he held on to that. It was a lot more comfortable catching height. He didn't have to jump for it. It was reverse cup. In other words, he took it with his fingers pointing to the sky. But damage done because of those quick runs this morning. And he's done his job again as night watchman, Nathan Lyon. That's a very handy 20. The partnership, as you say, over 50. And now, of real interest is the fact that Mitchell Marsh strides to the crease. Now, if he has a good hour or so, Australia's lead will increase very, very quickly. We're talking about the last winner of the Allen Border medal here.
Yeah, Mitchell Marsh had a gallop this morning out in the nets. Saw him out there. His last commitment for Australia before going over to the IPL. Only gets a few days at home. That's the nature of modern cricket, I suppose. But yeah, what a contribution he's made since returning to the Test side at Leeds last year, averaging over 50 since then. And a chance to leave a lasting mark here in New Zealand, having made 40 in the first dig last week.
Yes, for me it's not just about the amount of runs that he's got that has been excellent. It's just the way he's gone about it. He just scores so quickly. And this is such an important little period as we lead into the drinks and then the lunch break. Just Mitch Marsh, as you said, Smith, he just has the way he plays. He just scores so quickly. It's such a dangerous, it's such a big wicket for New Zealand.
He can destroy you. That's the problem. He can destroy you. So if he gives it a half chance, it has to be held on to.
Especially early. Got a golden duck in the second dig at Wellington. What they give to go bang, bang now, New Zealand. Henry bowls to Marsh, first ball defended into the onside. A successful over for the Black Caps. Henry has 4 for 57. Daniel McHardy jumping in for me with Australia. 4 for 158. Labuschagne 59, and that's on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts.
Work ute ransacked overnight. Locks before doors left ajar. All your tools gone out of sight. Good thing you're with IMAR. The ones that aren't just by your side, but always have your back. They're the tradies, mate. That's IMAR. IMAR covers all you need. And tradies, yep, they all agree. They're the tradies, mate. They're the tradies, mate. That's IMAR.
Test match cricket on SEN and SENZ with Rosine. The paints professionals use. 26 minutes away from 12 o'clock local time, Australia. In the opening 34 minutes, advancing from 124 for 4 through to 158 for the loss of 5. Nathan Lyon, the night watchman, dismissed in the previous over. Caught Mitchell bowled Henry for 20. A change of bowling from the Botanic Gardens end. It's going to be Scott Kugelheim into the attack. 4 overs, none for 13. Is going to be bowling to Labuschagne, who looks a nice touch on 59 not out. Thickening cloud above. Still a pleasant enough day. Kugelheim straight into the hip of the right hander, works down towards long leg, so you can attack the new batsman Marsh with a single. The Australians moved to 160 for 5 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Hello, Harry. Hello, Smithy. Again.
Oh, Daniel, yeah, you're back.
I thought we might have seen Ben Sears into the attack before Kugelheim.
I did too, because that was the plan of attack yesterday, wasn't it? And I thought Sears bowled quite nicely.
Oh, beautifully. I can only think that he's perhaps preferring the end that, which is the Port Hills end, the end that Henry's bowling at.
Yeah.
But he just looked the second most likely to get wickets for me.
Placing Southey, whose lack of production in 2024 continues to be a bit of a problem for New Zealand. Each wicket so far, some at the cost of about 91. Marsh waits as Kugelheim bowls onto the back foot. He goes and pushes into the offside, no run.
Got to bowl tightly here, really tightly to Mitch Marsh. Don't give him an opportunity to get away in a positive fashion, a quick fashion. Runs have come so quickly already this morning, courtesy really of Nathan Lyon, but Labuschagne has been in that kind of mood too. Really do have to zone in here, because any thought of keeping the lead to a minimum will disappear if Marsh bats for any length of time.
Pushing up into a bolshy southerly breeze, the odd gust upwards of 40k as Kugelheim strays in line once more, maybe bat into thigh pad, trickling down towards long leg. A single 160 for 5. Leg by, signalled by umpire Rasmus, so Marsh remains on naught.
Yeah, I think it's a great point about Mitch Marsh. You've got to be tight to him early, and you feel as though that will create a little bit of pressure and an opportunity where he quite often plays an aggressive shot to a ball that's not quite there. If you give him those opportunities early, he'll just put you away.
Kugelheim starts his approach, runs on the spot for a few seconds, then moves in. Hurls the ball forward towards an advancing Labuschagne, pushing straight back to the bowler. No run, 132.3k.
I like that length from Kugelheim, a little bit fuller. I know he's got protection, deep point, deep square leg, but that fuller length is the one that's causing the most problems and has throughout this test match. And I just think, based on what Matt Henry said, he learnt so much from Hazelwood because he bowled fuller. And I think all the New Zealanders need to be the same.
Kugelheim past umpire Erasmus. Short wide outside of off stump and punished. With the backward point boundary for 4. Guided expertly. Poor bowling. 164 for 5 and a Zito boundary.
Well, it's not good because he had him at deep backward point, brought him up inside the circle to bowl to Labuschagne to keep the pressure on there, and he bowls short and wide, gets dispatched to backward point, so now Ravindra goes back out to that area. So it's just not working in sync at the moment. The plan is not being exploited, it's not being implemented, I should say. It's being exploited by Australia.
What will his response be? Kugelin, none for 18. Last ball of his first over of the day. Once more leg side, tucked away neatly towards deep backward square for a single. Labuschagne will retain the strike. He moves to 65 at the end of the over. Australia now have a lead. They lead by 3. It's 165 for 5 on the Tyre Power scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts.
A true master of home design knows that the finishing touches are just as important as the first blueprint. Finish your homes outdoors with impeccable taste. Explore Tuscan Path's range of pavers, from understated to bold, from natural stone to porcelain. With such a wide variety of finishes and sizes, you will find the perfect paver to complete your space. Tuscan Path pavers are available at Bunnings Warehouse.
SENZ and SEN Test cricket with Resine. Quality painted colours perfect for your summer projects. It will be the highly impressive Matt Henry to continue from the Port Hills end. He goes full dug out on leg stump by Labuschagne, pushing into the mid-wicket region. And there'll be no run. Henry, the cusp of another 5-wicket haul in this series. 4 for 57 as he starts his 18th over.
Sensational. He has been a Trojan. Absolutely.
5 for 70 and 3 for 36 in Wellington. 42 in the first innings with the bat. Handy runs in this test match too as he goes a little bit wider of off stump, leaning forward, defending into the gully. There will be no run.
He's just looked the most likely throughout the series, hasn't he? Every time New Zealand's needed something to happen, they're throwing the ball to Matt Henry, and more often than not, he's delivered.
Well, he's got a golden chance now, and it's because of his own fine work to get another 5-wicket haul, even more. But they've got to get through this partnership and then Alex Carey.
Left alone wide of off stump, no stroke.
Have not seen the best of Alex Carey.
No.
Because Alex Carey is a fine player. A fine batter.
Can advance the game very quickly.
Well, he's just got the most glorious cover drive. Sometimes it can be his downfall, but in all honesty, he's punishing through the offside, Alex Carey. Such an attractive player to watch as well. Rate him very highly. Sears warming up at fine leg. Maybe the end of Henry's spell this over.
A very long one last night. Short, pulled away comfortably, just flicked off his hip. Horizontal bat by Labuschagne. Up to the boundary right at 66 to the number 3, 166 for 5.
I think Australia will be wary that this is perhaps Henry's last over, or perhaps one more. So, although they won't take a backward step, I'm sure it's in the back of their mind to just get through this spell.
Marsh looking to get underway. And he's hit into the pads. Very full. New Zealand go up. The finger stays down. Matt Henry immediately turns to the court and suggests, is that going down leg? Is that going down leg?
Last
10
review.
seconds.
Last review. Last review. It's what happens when you burn them.
They're going upstairs to have a look. Tim Southey stands with his hand on his chin. I think he's a little unconvinced.
TV umpire to director, we have a player review for LBW. On-field decision is not out. I've checked the placement of the feet. It's a fair delivery. Front on spin vision, please.
This is a big decision from Tim Southey to use his last review.
It's very full. Gentlemen, is it? Ooh, that looks pretty
the ball is
adjacent.
close to the bat. Can we confirm with ultra edge, please?
It has hit the knee roll of the front leg, just the bottom of it. Decent stride down. This looks very good to me, Smithy.
Well, let's bear in mind, given not out.
Okay, no bat involved.
Umpire's
so ball
call will be a
tracking when
factor
available,
here.
please.
Could be. It has to be hitting, not just glancing. Umpire's call works in Marsh's favour. Where is he
Original
hit?
decision is not out.
Impact in line.
Pitching outside off. Impact in line. And hitting the wickets. I recommend you change your decision, Nitin, from not out to out. I'll let you know you're on screen. You're on screen signal now.
Mitchell Marsh has to go. And the hometown hero, Matt Henry, has 5, and they roar around Hagley Oval. They're all on their feet, and why not? He has been simply brilliant in this series. 5 for 58, his third in Test match cricket.
Back-to-back ducks too for Mitchell Marsh. First bowler at the Basin, follows up with another cheap stay here in Christchurch. What a performance this is from Matt Henry. It is just awe-inspiring how he's carrying this New Zealand attack on his back and bowling them back into a semblance of a chance. Simply outstanding, Matt Henry.
It's been a magnificent spell, and I tell you what, Tim Southey only got that review in with a split second to go, to the point where the umpires might have said, possibly could have said, sorry, you're too late. He left it to the very last second and ended up being a brilliant review. Oh, magnificent spell from Matt Henry. 5 for 58, and I think it'll probably mean he'll get another over.
I was about to say, you were unsure a couple of balls ago.
Well, Ben Sears is warming up. I no question now, he's definitely got to get at least another over at the new man, Carey.
They need to find some support at the other end, and I know the wind is up today for 30-40 Ks. Kugelheim generally doesn't bowl as a holding bowler domestic first-class cricket. Tim Southey's making production. You don't want Sears to have to push up into the breeze. He's got to follow Henry with his genuine pace. Matt Henry acknowledges the crowd as it's announced another 5-wicket all for him. He wants another. Alex Carey, the left-hander, 2 slips and a gully from over the wickets, angling across, keeping low as it goes through to Blundell. The end of a successful over for Henry. Now 18 overs, 5 for 58. Australia lead by just 4. 166 for the loss of 6 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Big Easter sale. Back after this.
Whether you're a busy household looking for family-friendly options, or love the feel and comfort of luxurious natural wool, or maybe it's a healthy choice asthma-friendly carpet, then Choices Flooring has the range, colours, textures and savings you've been looking for during our Carpet by Design sale event. Go online at choicesflooring.com.au and discover the carpet solution that's just right for you. With savings across the range, now is the time to visit your nearest Choices Flooring showroom.
A round of applause you hear as Matt Henry taking his position at long leg and getting a look around. That's a pretty good ovation. That's a great ovation, isn't it, Smith? Smithy's departed. Bharat joins us for the first time today. Morning to you, sir.
Morning. The reception was as sumptuous as the pie I just had next door.
Nice. Here's Kugelheim as the sun breaks through. He rolls outside of off stump, short of length, and easing the ball back with a point for a single. They've now pushed Ravindra out at point, so on the boundary, just a single. 167 for the loss of 6. What pie did you go for?
Oh, there was only one option. It was a chunky beef pie. I'm always a chunky pie kind of guy. I like it chunky. Well, speaking of chunky, Manas's bat has looked very chunky this morning. He's been timing everything. Well, it's a pretty similar script to what we saw in the first innings in Wellington, didn't we?
Matt Henry now with the change from right to left-hander. Comes over in front of the pavilion, Hagley Pavilion, gets an acknowledgement there. One-man band, one-man wrecking crew.
Felt like a one-man band in that first innings in Wellington. At that point, it was Cameron Green who stood in Matt Henry's way. At the moment, it is Marnus Labuschagne.
It is. Kugelheim to the new player, Carey, waits. It's a lifting delivery around about elbow height. Drops it down into the offside. It's a little bit uncomfortable. Plays it well enough.
Yeah, Alex Carey, well, the team management has been very clear that he is the #1 test wicket keeper, and they're not really worried about where he sits in the pecking order. But he'll be feeling a bit of pressure. Made 1 half century, maybe one more score of note during the home summer. He needs some runs. He needs a crucial, even if it's 40-50 run.
He smashes one into the point region, a tumbling stop, taken cleanly by Young. Did well to get 2 hands to it. Spits away from him. They'll steal a run, 168 for 5.
Yeah, the average. Well, everybody goes back to that incident at Lord's with Johnny Bairstow, but
they're still talking about that.
They are, just because of, if you want to use that as a marker, I think his batting average has dropped to the early 20s in that period. And he just needs a chunky score. Let's put it that way.
A bit like your pie.
Yep.
Doesn't want a pie today. You'd like a couple of pies. That is a pie from Cougar Line into the hip of Labuschagne, who just works them neatly. Very fine down to the fence for steering in line too often. Both sides of the wicket, frustrating. With Henry doing so well at the other end, 172 for 6.
It just looks as though he's got so much time, doesn't he, Labuschagne, at the moment, which is a great sign from his point of view. Composed at the crease, just waiting it, playing it late. And when he's playing like this, it just makes the game look easy.
Yeah, and Scott Cougarline's not making Tim Southee's job any easy. He's been backed for the second test running, and Tim Southee told us, didn't he, Daniel, that, oh yeah, he did take 2 crucial wickets in that test. That's how he justified his selection, but he's really letting his team down at the moment. Matt Henry's doing all the hard work at the other end.
Moves past umpire Rasmus. This one is smacked away with disdain out to Ravindra in the deep. That's not going to threaten anyone. That's net bowling. Short wide of off stump, 173 for the loss of 6. Labuschagne moves to 71. And this is a guy, you talk about chunky performances. Cougar Line needs one himself.
Oh.
Isn't he just?
Yeah,
I'm just trying to remember the 2 crucial wickets.
It
certainly wasn't in the second
innings.
innings.
These 2 actually in the first innings.
We got none for 18 off 3, but
yeah,
you're right, he picked up 2 for 75 off 20 overs.
Yeah, Manas just after the lunch break, and then Alex Carey later on in that session just driving a full ball to cover. So yeah, maybe he earned Manas's wicket, but the other one was gifted to him.
And thud of the bat as Gary waits. Cougar Line's going to go around the wicket. Slings it as it's guided uppishly through about a 4th slip down to the fence for 4. Not in complete control, but well wide of those awaiting in the court. And the end of the over, another expensive one. Cougar Line's going at 5 and over through 6. 1 for 30. At the end of the over, Australia now lead by 15. It's 177 for the loss of 6 on the Tyre Power scoreboard.
For over 40 years, Kubota have worked the Australian landscape and faced its challenges. From first light to sunset, our agriculture and construction range works with power and versatility that you can rely on. From our mid-size to professional tractors, dependable mowers, zero tail sweep or conventional excavators, and more. Kubota is building and shaping the future. Visit kubota.com.au or head to your nearest dealer to learn more.
Henry away from us. Port Hills End starting a new over into the back pad of Labuschagne. Mate, hitting the gloves first. Again, demanding Matt Henry. He can beat the inside and outside edge. And it's a whole different ball game, Harry, from one end.
Oh, it's just that full of length again, where he's just getting them onto the front foot and just a little. There's still a little bit of nibble, even with Labuschagne looking as comfortable as he does. When he gets the length and the line right, it's still, there's enough there, even if there's a set batsman. And it's also the sign of the quality of how well Matt Henry's bowling.
Tucked away neatly, though, by Labuschagne as he moves towards Henry. Works it through square leg for a single, 178 for 6.
Matt Henry won't complain. I mean, he's bowling so well, he'd back himself to get anyone out. But once again, Alex Carey under a bit of pressure, like I said. He's just keen to see if he goes around the wicket straight to Carey. A lot of right-arm seamers do tend to do that. Cannot get him through that gap between bat and pad. He's been out a few times, but like we saw in the previous over, it's nervous poke outside off stump.
Henry, such a rhythmical approach, and goes short, and that's a good one, snarling as it goes past. Carey did well, drop the hands out of the way.
I think make a good point about the runs that he scored. I don't think, you talk to the selectors, I don't think his position in the side's under pressure from them, but it's just, it's his own pressure on his own game. He just wants some runs to feel more confident. So I know exactly what you mean. He just wants to contribute, and he'll feel as though he hasn't done that in the recent times with the bat.
He's up against the guys. Got to be full of confidence. Surely feeling the best he ever has in Test cricket. Gets a little bit too straight to Carey, can nudge him through a mid-wicket for a single. 19 wickets in now 7 innings this summer. New Zealand's first test coming after the turn of the year, and those wickets have come at 15.
As a wrestling fan, Matt Henry, I mean, it's a cool name, doesn't do it for me. Just how special he has been with the ball in the
hitman.
season.
Hitman Henry?
Maybe. Hitman's come up with something else.
At least to slick the hair back a little bit.
Pink
shades. Down at long leg between overs. He's into the pads once more, but a long way forward as Labuschagne getting outside of off stump to negating any chance of an LBW.
Yeah, maybe even add that little entrance music for him. Hey, it's Matt. And then, Adam Collins is a fellow wrestling fan. He'll be enjoying this. He needs a wrestling gimmick name, doesn't he, Adam Collins? He deserves it, Matt Henry. Matt Henry sounds like someone who...
It's a very Christchurch name, isn't it?
It is.
Matthew Henry.
Yeah, Matthew Henry.
Generally, I don't trust people with two first names. Trust him with the ball, though. He's been simply superb. Goes a little bit wider of off stump. No stroke from Labuschagne. It's the end of his 19th over, maybe his last in this spell. 5 for 60. Australia 179 for 6 at the end of the over. Our coverage with Razine, the paint professionals use.
Welcome to Officer Fields, your new home in Melbourne's southeast. Land now selling from $467,000. Officer Fields, life as it should be. Register your interest now at officerfields.com.au.
Power up your arsenal with Greenworks range of battery-powered garden equipment. With over 20 products available in the Greenworks 60V Pro range, they're all powered by an interchangeable 60V Ultra Power battery and backed by a 4-year tool warranty. Visit greenworksaustralia.com.
We'll change a bowler from the Botanic Gardens end, and then quite a vote of no confidence from the New Zealand captain. He's removed Scott Kugelite and brought him South back. Southey, none for 45 off 11, starting to Takiri, who he did dismiss. Sorry, he got rid of Labuschagne. My apologies. He starts right on the money on off stump, pushed back to the bowler, no run. But one spell already. I'm not sure this was in the thinking.
But also just Tim Southey recognizing how important this moment is. Alex Carey under pressure. If you can get him early, not let him start flowing, and he can get into the Cummins and start a bit of the Australian batting.
Southey beating the outside edge of Carey as he tries one of those flashing drives.
This is the one partnership I think New Zealand know if they can get through this partnership, they're a chance of running through Australia with what's to come, even though we know Cummings can bat and start.
Well, the heart of the order is at number 11.
Absolutely. But I don't mind this with Tim Southey. He's been swinging away from the right-hander. He's swinging back into the stumps of Carey, which forced them to play at balls that perhaps are a little bit wider because he's got that ability to swing it back into the left-handed stumps.
It was a cross-seam delivery, the last one, just angling across. I was very full and left alone. Carey just respects the New Zealand skipper, despite him bowling only 124k.
As the start of that Test summer in Australia, Alex Carey completely lost shape at the crease. He was batting all around himself. The bat was coming from almost gully. And even when he was driving, and which is his strength, driving through the covers, he was kind of slicing the ball and not driving it. And then you could see he worked on it, looked a lot better in the second innings in Melbourne, and then looked very good in Sydney.
Two slips of gully, a point cover, mid-off on the offside. Once more, leaving alone.
And he's always at his best. A bit like Tom Latham, actually, when he's driving, and there's that fluidity to the bat flow when he drives through cover, extra cover, or even through mid-off. It's when he tries to force the ball and the bat turns in his hand that you know he's A, desperate, and B, like the batting's not in order. But also, as you can see, as he did in the previous over, he's keen to get at the ball.
Square leg going back, that's Rachin Ravindra. So you've got long leg, square leg, mid-on the onside. Carey, left-hander, 2 balls remaining in the over. Gets an inside edge, that should be 4. Henry's going to sprint and dive.
Oh.
And unfortunately, he can't keep it in. It might have just actually caught his own leg and deflected back into the rope and the Zito boundary. Zito, do it with the Zito, do you? Australia advanced their total up to 183 for the loss of 6, but the Cougar line selection is getting more perplexing by the minute.
Oh, it's bizarre.
Described, bowls with good pace. That tells me you're not picking him to be a holding bowler.
No, you're not.
For which they have used him as in this series. They talked up his batting. He's lasted 3 balls in the first innings of both Test matches combined. It's puzzling. Carey leaves a lone hit on the pad. Big shout. I think this is going over the top. And Tim Southey just flicks his right hand up in the air, knowing full well it's going over the top. Well, lovely theatrics. They've got one review remaining. We'll just wait for the countdown just to be sure. End of the over. No review. 183 for the loss of 6.
Work youth ransacked overnight. Locks before doors left ajar. All your tools gone out of sight. Good thing you're with IMA. The ones that aren't just by your side, but always have your back. They're the tradies, mate. That's IMA. IMA covers all you need. And tradies, yep, they all agree. They're the tradies, mate. They're the tradies, mate. That's IMA.
SEN and SENZ Test cricket with Rosine, the paint professionals use. Australia started the day at 124 for 4. Labuschagne 45 not out, line on 1. Line was dropped on 1. They added then 50 runs from there on in. Before line gone, caught Mitchell, the man who did drop him at first slip off the bowling of Henry. Then Henry got rid of Mitch Marsh, LBW fourth ball without scoring. Henry 5-wicket haul, second in the series. Sears into the attack, replacing Matt Henry. And he starts full and straight on off stump, and there is no run. I know you've just checked the Bunnings Trade replay, but up for that LBW shout in the last over. What did you see?
Really high. Hit him on the top flap of his pad, and that too off the front foot was bent. There was swing though.
Swung back.
It would have hit the stumps if it hadn't hit him so high.
It was certainly a misjudgment from Carey, though, wasn't it?
Again, tells you, like, if you saw that front foot, it was on the move, wasn't it, Chris?
Like, it hit him on middle stump, didn't it? And it just climbed over middle.
Sears from over the wicket. Shorter of length, played nicely by Labuschagne. So, Sears impressive in his first day of Test cricket yesterday, picking up Steve Smith with his third ball in Test cricket, LBW. One thing I've enjoyed, looks like he's evolving as a bowler. Got pace and just adding a little bit of guile. It looks like he's just developing in the natural outswing, which I spoke to Tom Blunder before the day's playing. He said, Wellington teammate said, over the last few years he's been used as an enforcer for Wellington. He bowls short here and it's pulled away, slapped away towards deep square leg where Ravindra fields 184 for the loss of 6 wickets as Labuschagne goes to 74.
He's just feeling so much better about his batting, isn't he, Harry? He's just, you've been there. You've tried everything he can, even gone back to the long sleeves that he hasn't used in a long time. Finally, it seems to be clicking, just the way he played that pull shot.
Well, when you go through a bit of a lean trot and then you get in it and you bat like he is today, not that I've ever done this, but because he looks so comfortable and in command, and he's just thinking, why did I take so long just to go back to the basics? And generally it's, getting yourself in a good head position and just watching the ball really closely. And he's done all the hours of training, so his feet will go in the right position. It's just as you get anxious, you tend to go, as you put it, at the ball, and that's where you get in trouble.
Sears from over the wear to the left-hander now, into the front pad, but clearly down the leg side.
All those little things with Alex Carey as well. As soon as he's hit, he's just looking for the ball, trying to hit it back. He's just a little restless. Restless at the crease.
Everything looks more sort of Labuschagne first test-like, isn't it?
Yes, very good.
Labuschagne, the mannerisms, the body language, all positive, as Jeremy Coney and Ian Smith said in our pre-game that Sundaresan and his bat probably slept in the same bed again last night after one of them having been sent to the couch over the last few months. They seem a happy relationship as Carey's late as he pushes forward and defends to the onside.
And his wife and kid have arrived in New Zealand. I think they arrived 2 days before this test match. So,
and they were on the couch, were they?
They were on the couch.
They were on the couch. The bat was back.
Oh, obviously, yeah. After yesterday,
There is a pecking order.
There is. So. Honest, Steve Smith, the cricket bat plays a big role in their lives.
Dress-up day at the Test cricket again. I want to bring up that after the parade and Wellington controversy, short wide about outside of off stump. I'll just leave that with you, Bharat, as I will depart. The end of the SENZ over. Australia remain 184 for the loss of 6. It is time for a drinks break, an open country drinks break, delivering you a summer of New Zealand's best cricket with the Black Caps. We will take a break with Australia now. What's the lead? What's the lead up to it's taken the scoreboard off? About 20 to be exact. 184 for 6. Adam Collins with you after this short break.
Tyre Power's Big Easter sale gives you the power to save on Toyo tyres. Hop in now and get a sweet deal on selected Toyo tyres for your car or SUV. Buy 3 and get 1 free. Visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local independent owner.
Welcome to Officer Fields, your new home in Melbourne's southeast. Land now selling from $467,000. Officer Fields, life as it should be. Register your interest now at officerfields.com.au.
Here's another tyre safety message from Tyre Power. If you're serious about safety on the road for you and your family, then you need a free tyre safety check from Tyre Power. Visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local independent owner.
There's now a Macca's bundle for small families, big families and extended families from just $24.95. Value means more at Macca's. Available 10:30am to midnight for a limited time at participating restaurants. Excludes McDelivery.
St. Patrick's Day celebrations are happening all March at the Fiddler Rouse Hill with Guinness flowing in all bars. On St. Patrick's Day, there's Irish dancers and the biggest shindig of the year. Only at the Fiddler Rouse Hill.
WD-40 helps fix almost anything. That's why they're passionate about repairing, not replacing. Sign up to WD-40's Repair Challenge. Show off your repair project and you could share in $4,000 worth of prizes. Visit WD-40.com.au.
So Henry bowls here. Labuschagne drives down the ground and drives to a half century. That's his best shot yet. Henry bowls here. Line. Edges, and this time he's caught by Mitchell. 50-run stand. And out next ball, Nathan Lyon. He's
hit into the pads. Very full. New Zealand go up. The finger stays down. They're going upstairs to have a look.
Pitching outside off, impacting line, and hitting the wickets.
Mitchell Marsh has to go. And the hometown hero, Matt Henry, has 5.
SEN Test cricket for Razim. We're at the drinks break for Open Country. Jeremy Coney to my left. Bharat Sundaresan over there as well. Singing and dancing to Dave Dobbins' Slice of Heaven. The cricket ground DJ's having an absolute blinder today. Smashing Pumpkins tonight. Goo Goo Dolls Slide, and now a New Zealand anthem. Getting the crowd fired up. Slow drinks break. Not a lot going on. I saw a blow-up doll over to our right as well. It's dress up day
dancing
here,
as well.
So must have been dancing too. We're only missing the what's that song they play at Eden Park? The Exponents. Why Does Love Do This To Me? Yes. If we get that going later in the day, then we'll really fire up. Well, it's a session, or an hour rather, where Australia has advanced their position on the scoreboard as far as getting into the lead. They're ahead by 22. They did lose 2 wickets, though. Nathan Lyon, the night watchman, was eventually caught at first slip in the bowling of Henry. Mitchell was the man in the cordon for 20. Should have been out in single digits, but was put down by the same fielder in the second over of the morning. And then Mitchell Marsh got his second duck in a row, caught on the crease by Matt Henry, who has been absolutely sensational. 5 of the 6 wickets to fall have been from the bowling of the man who is playing on his home ground. Marsh gone for naught. It leaves Labuschagne 74. He was 45 overnight. He's batting beautifully along with Alex Carey. He's got off to a brisk start. 10 from 15 balls. Australia 6 for 184 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts. Running hot for Reem is Marnus, your man, Bharat, and he is going to have to bat fairly briskly with the lower order, you would think.
Yes, and he has been batting briskly ever since he walked out to bat yesterday. He did have a bit of a text exchange last night. Wanted to check if he was looking all right with the bat. I said, you are looking as good as you have been in a long time. And I called it very early yesterday. It just looked like that form was being... The upturn in form was happening. And then he also wanted to know whether he looked good with his long sleeves. And I said, yeah, he hasn't used the long sleeves this time.
I was wondering that. I reckon the last time he wore long sleeves was when he made that 100 at Old Trafford.
Yes, that's right. Yeah.
That's one for...
Oh, the superstition.
I don't know. I reckon that day, it was freezing cold Saturday up. We were all there. It was a match-saving century, and I think he was wearing long sleeves that day and not since. Anyway, he's out there now, about to face up on 74. Dave Dobbins stopped for now. I got a video of Jeremy singing before, Bharat. I'll post that later. Southey in from the Botanic Gardens end, leaving alone outside the line of the off stump. We're in the 50th over.
You're right. The two players in the first hour of today have been Henry, you mentioned, Adam and Labuschagne. They're the two that for their sides. Labuschagne has really, I think, probably found a way. You know, he's solved the problem of Henry in a way today. He's by standing out of his crease and moving around and changing the length. And, you know, Henry's gone leg side of it and he's tucked him away several times on that leg side because of that. So he's worked him out.
Southey in, 2 slips to gully, bowls to Labuschagne. He's past the edge, not far away. Bit of movement, bowling effectively into the breeze, 123 kilometres an hour, so no real speed on the ball, but in the right area.
But just on that, Jeremy, that's exactly the difference he's brought to his batting in this tour as compared to what he's been doing, where generally a Marnus Labuschagne next session so much about the bat, the head. It involved me about where his back foot's going, but what you're seeing him do against Matt Henry is exactly what he's been practicing in the lead up to this test. He's been focusing on the bowler. He's been focusing on how to combat what's happening at the other end.
Southey passes umpire, Erasmus, and bowls to Labuschagne, who leaves on length.
A much better thing to obsess about rather than himself.
Yep.
So he's looking, you know, very solid. He's playing proper cricket strokes, and he's causing the New Zealanders some concern. Southey got getting the ball to move away slightly, so there is still movement there for the Australians. They'll have noticed this. New Zealand really have to bowl Australia out by, you know, maybe 210, and that'd be 50 behind.
Can they get a third here? The captain bowls, Labuschagne works it off the hip. 2 men out in that direction. Deep square leg collects it. Labuschagne 75, 6 for 185. The lead's 23. Couple left in the over.
They have to make inroads at the other end. Alex Carey's got 10 runs, but he's not looked convincing at all. One boundary was of the inside edge. The other one just flashed at one, wasn't in control at all, flew through, awake in third or fourth slip region.
You're right about working at both ends. Like, how do they manage the use of Henry? I mean, Henry's just got to stay on as often as he can at the moment.
Well, I think probably you'll find Sears will come on now at this the Port Hills end.
Southey up to the left-handed Carey, who plays him out through cover point from the crease. Doesn't time it completely. They get 3 though. Carey up to 13. 6 for 188.
So Nichols on the field. That was him chasing then. So someone's off the park at the moment.
And you're right, Sears did bowl that last over before the drinks break. Jeremy, they had to make the change. They had to give Henry the break.
I suppose my point is, how long does the break need to be? Because when he's in the game, it's a different test match. With runs yesterday, 5 of the 6 wickets to fall. Has got a test match 7 for on this ground.
I did wonder whether Sears actually could be used at the Southey end at the moment, just for 2 or 3 overs.
Southey to finish the over. Back to Labuschagne, down the leg side, into the gloves of Blundell. It completes the over. 50 gone, 6 for 188 the score. They lead by 20. Scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts.
So I hear you guys have started to build your new home.
Yeah, that's right.
But I thought you were waiting until interest rates came down.
Don't need to. Henley have a fund to pay $1,000 a month off our home loan for 2 years.
What? Wow, that's 24 grand off your mortgage payments.
Yeah, and it includes all new builds. Wait a minute, where are you going?
To get Amy and visit Henley.
Henley's Mortgage Fund. $1,000 a month off your home loan for 2 years. All backed by Henley's $7 billion parent, Sumitomo Forestry Group.
Coverage for Azine, the paint professionals. You're just getting a text in here, not from the text line, but from in front of us here. They're bored about you talking about Marnus Labuschagne. Correspondent John Allen saying you bore him by talking about the guy who's on 75 right now for Australia. So take that on notice. 0433 98 11 16 or 8833 in New Zealand throughout the course of our test match. Experts for in-place living, specialist disability accommodation designed for you.
Speaking of Marnus, again, I think the last time he did wear long sleeves was the 2019 Ashes when he came back into the side.
Well, the umpires are chatting again. Might it be about the conversation they had earlier this morning where, because Labuschagne did shuffle forward a couple of times from our Port Hills end that over to greet the ball and push it through the leg side. But having a chat to Southey, can't quite pick up on it on the stump, Mike. They've done it over at square leg.
Not sure. They're pointing at not where Marnus is. They're pointing at the other end. But umpire Menon's just having a word with Marnus now.
Okay.
Oh. Looks like it's about something else. But pointed at his knee, did Nathan Menon.
All right, so it's Sears starting his 13th over. Picked up Smith yesterday, over the wicket to Carey. Defends from the crease, no run to mid-off. 139 kilometres an hour. But yes, Henry, I mean, really admire the way he's fought back against Australia. He started this series having played 3 tests against the Aussies, averaging 110 with the ball. Had some tough days out, one at Perth, one here in 2016, another in Australia in 1920. To be the best of the bowlers last week, a 5 for at Wellington, 5 already here in the first innings. He's entered the top 20 this week for the first time. Sears bowls, ducking his Carey. So he's up to number 18, and that kind of reflects, Jeremy, that he seldom played 4 or 5 tests in a row. Matt Henry never played more than 4 in a year until 2023.
No, I mean, he's just threatened the whole time, hasn't he? He's got slightly grassy wickets, let's be fair about that, but he does put the ball very much, draws the batsman into stroke, so he's bowling straight enough. And he then is able to get the ball to nip, and he's quick enough that, you know, that'll beat a stroke, and that's all you have to be, sort of in those sort of mid-130s. He doesn't have to do much more than that in these conditions. So he's testing all the batsmen.
Sears from that height. Bowls here to Carey, leaves on length, but you can hear that grunt. It's getting through.
And I guess with Matt Henry, those 3 test matches you mentioned, Adam, he was always played as an afterthought, wasn't he? Especially the last one in Sydney when Tim Southey was dropped. Yeah. Tim Southey wasn't happy with Gary Stead and the team management and the selectors with that call. But they've always turned to Matt Henry as, oh, okay, fine, we've tried everyone else. All right, Matt Henry, here's your one default test match against Australia.
Well, he's the first pick now.
He is.
Remember that test we did at Edgbaston a few years ago? He bowled England out. He was dropped for the World Test Championship final the next week, and that reflects the depth that New Zealand enjoyed at the time with Jameson, Bolt and all the rest. Sears bowls here, and Carey again is able to leave on length.
It reminds me of Kemar Roach. There was a period when Kemar Roach, around 2011-12, was much younger at that point compared to Matt Henry. Just couldn't break through. There was Fidel Edwards, and Darren Sammy was captain, so he obviously was the third seamer, regardless of who the second teamer was. They had the likes of Ravi Rampal and many others. And Kemar Roach went through a 3-4 year period when he wasn't playing regularly, and then he had to wait his turn, and once he did, you just look at his record now.
Keeps on keeping on Kemar Roach. So still 2 back for the short ball when it comes from Sears. 2 left in the over. Delivers here. Carey leaves alone. Again, a ball that's not quite full enough to make him play. Pretty length, you might say, Jeremy.
Yeah, 137. And, I mean, he's playing in his first test. We've got to remember that, guys.
Yeah,
that he's actually doing quite a reasonable job. Yes. He's into his 13th over. Henry's had 19, and really, if you start to look at, Southey's had 13, and then Kugelein's 6. So that actually says quite a lot, I think, about the way New Zealand feel about Kugelein in particular.
And that would have been a taxing day for Sears yesterday. First day in Test cricket, all the emotion that goes hand in hand with that. Bowling here to Carey to finish the over, tucks around the corner, gets 1. Just past the square leg umpire. So Carey's up to 14. Labuschagne down the other end on 75. Australia 6 for 1, 8-9, lead of 27 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts.
Sheen Panel Service.
Calling all assistant managers and managers in the trade sector looking for a change. Sheen Panel Service might be exactly what you're looking for. Enjoy perks like great salary, RDOs, ongoing training and support, fully maintained car, employee assistance program, career growth, and so much more. You'll be working with the best because at Sheen Panel Service, we have them. Apply at
Sheen Panel Service.
Head to our careers page at sheengroup.com.au.
We're here with Razine, the paint professionals use. Marnus Labuschagne is the leading run scorer for Australia with 75 for Magnus Benro. Get the leading brands like Fisher and Paykel. First session for. Before you dig, lodge a free inquiry online. Brief delay here. There's some gloves being changed.
Well, Phillips.
No, Glenn Phillips.
Phillips is coming on. I thought that was the Aussie batters, but no, it's the New Zealand fielders getting ready to go around the bat.
It's the problem, isn't it, for New Zealand, that they've got Kugelheim going at 5 runs and over, and they've got the captain Saudi going over 4 runs and over. And so the two main seamers that you really want to operate, I mean, it might work nicely, who knows, but really you should have seamers on right now, and really Sears and Henry, of course, having bowled most of the first hour, is having a break, and a deserved spell too.
Yeah, with the ball
and they've got no one else to bowl.
Yeah, and the ball that is moving around. You saw Tim Southee even in the previous over get it to move in the air.
Could be an important passage of play with Phillips. He's always in the game, giving it a rip. Took 5 for 45 in the second innings last week. He's taken 16 wickets at 16 this season for New Zealand. Lovely set of numbers. Starts with a silly point. They make that a catching cover. A slip and a short leg round the bat. So from the Botanic Gardens end, replacing his captain. Round the wicket to Carey. And the left-hander gets well forward to smother any spin. Out to mid-wicket, no run.
If it does turn, if we find out that he gets even a smidgen of turn, then Lyon becomes a real threat for the rest of the game.
Have to get another one here. This partnership frustrating New Zealand either side of drinks. Phillips bowls Carey. Up to mid-wicket, soft dismissal. Straight to mid-wicket, trying the sweep. Maybe off the bottom of the bat. And just when New Zealand needed another wicket, Glenn Phillips with the golden arm. Carey's gone for 14. Phillips gets a wicket with his second ball. Australia 7 for 189, and Carey will be mortified with that replay. Bharat Sundaresan.
Oh dear, Australia, we might have a problem here with Alex Carey. That was his go-to shot against spin. I was just going to talk about the fielder they had in the deep, a few inches in from the boundary, Rachin Ravindra, for a top-hit sweep. That makes for some ugly viewing for Alex Carey. Hit almost his glove. Got into the position very quickly, and you could see his mouth shock as that hit the gloves, just ballooned into mid-wicket's hand. A very, very soft dismissal for a batter under pressure.
Well. That's an unusual dismissal too, really. It wasn't as if the ball did anything unusual. It was just a sweep that went completely wrong for Alex Carey. And how he got it to mid-wicket, I wasn't quite so sure. I mean, you would have thought that at least it would have gone up in the air to someone sort of either just behind square, but to get it in front of square like that so far, well, let's New Zealand will obviously, they'll take it. They'll absolutely take it.
Let's see what it came off on our replay. Yeah, the Q end of the bat.
Q-ender.
Right on the Q end on the Bunnings Trade replay screen. So it was the easiest catch in the world for Tom Latham, ballooned up to him. So it ain't a Macca's catch of a summer, but nevertheless, cricket, I'm loving it.
And no wonder he reacted like that, Alex Carey. You see, he took a step after he played that shot. He thought he'd got a little more bat on it than just the bottom of the bat. Hey, Darryl Mitchell just covering his mouth. It's a embarrassing way to get out. For someone who prides himself with the sweep shot, it's a bonus wicket for New Zealand.
Glenn Phillips, 17 test wickets, in a real hurry, making his presence felt. First ball to Mitchell Stark. Around the wicket he goes, and he tucks him behind the square leg umpire, past the man at short leg to the sweeper Ravindra. Stark off the mark first ball with a couple. So 7 for 191, the lead up to 29 in a low-scoring game. That partnership of 23 with Carey and Labuschagne, add 20 or 30 to that. Different game of cricket, but New Zealand have got 3 this morning already.
Still just with their fingernails holding on here.
Stark waits for Phillips, his 4th ball. Bowls here, gets forward, plays it out to short cover on the bounce, no run.
You remember that those innings in the subcontinent, Adam, from Alex Carey, where he would just sweep and sweep.
Yes.
Those that innings had Gaul.
Yeah.
All 3 of us were there. I think his first 9 scoring shots were sweep shots. He's just lost confidence with it.
It's just started to fail him. Started in Nagpur last year. Around the wicket, bowling Phillips and driving his Stark to Wideshmid off for a single. 3 for him, 7 for 192, lead 30, 1 ball left in the over.
This is where Labuschagne is going to have to take control for the rest of the innings, isn't it? He just sort of manages his side through beyond the 210 lead, but into 230, 240. He can control this innings now. We saw Green do it last game at the Basin Reserve, how he managed the whole of the innings towards the end for Australia. Now Labuschagne's in the same position here.
He'll face Phillips for the first time. They had a deep point back, but Daryl Mitchell at first slip said, no, get him up. Get him up on the one. So a slip, a short leg who's just behind square, catching mid-wicket. Phillips. First ball at Marnus, Labuschagne. He's 75. Bowls here, Labuschagne. Pushes it out to mid-on where there won't be a single. Another successful over for New Zealand, though. 7 for 192. The lead's 30. Labuschagne 75. Starks on 3. That's on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts.
There's now a Macca's bundle for small families, big families and extended families from just $24.95. Value means more at Macca's. Available 10:30am to midnight for a limited time at participating restaurants. Excludes McDelivery.
At Ozito, we know for you it's about leaving your mark. With over 100 tools for your home and garden, all powered by one battery to make it happen. Because when it comes to getting things done, do it yourself. Do it with Ozito. Do you?
Carey falling when he did. Our Macca's I'm loving it moment of the session so far, delivering your Macca's favourite straight to your door. And they have to get the leading run scorer at Labuschagne. That's for Magnus Spenro. Get the leading brands like Fisher and Paykel. He becomes the key man now for New Zealand. 3 wickets left. Sears with the ball. Away from us. Stark on strike. 2 slips the gully. Delivers here. Leaves alone. Ian Smith jumps in. G'day, Smithy.
Colo, Jerry. Fascinating period of play.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say New Zealand have completely lost this session. It's... Again, I mean, if you compare the Basin Reserve bowling performance, they've had Australia 6 or 7 down for not many every single time. Largely due to Matt Henry, but they've fought back pretty well. They really have. Got to find some inspiration with the bat, but they're not lying down at this point. And that's the encouraging thing about it. They continue to just pick up wickets.
Sears in, bowls to Stark, who plays late under his eyes and sneaks it past point. Half a misfield, I suppose you have been critical, but Ravindra did take some pace off the ball. They add a couple. Starks 5, 7 for 194.
Shows the value, doesn't it, of changing the speed of the delivery to go from what has been all pace really throughout this game, medium fast perhaps for New Zealand, and then to bring a spinner in suddenly. That's really what caused the wicket and the mistake from Carey. Just really played the shot too early, didn't he? And the ball hadn't arrived, and he got a Q-ender.
He likes a sweep, Alex.
Yeah,
Carey.
he does.
He plays a reverse sweep
yes,
a lot
he does.
too.
He does.
Averaging in the low 20s this summer, Alex Carey. It was 25 before today, so it'll be somewhere around 23. Sears bowls here. Stark drives, finds a gap, square. Ravindra in the game again at point. They had 2 more. Oh, close for a moment, but no, the throw wasn't as penetrative as it needed to be for New Zealand. Stark 7 for 196. Lead creeps up to 34 now. Australia found a way to win ugly. Smithy, you're at the Test summer with that Melbourne win where they were 4 for 16 in the second dig, fought back, drop catch gave Marsh the opportunity to get Australia into a winning position on the 4th day. Sydney, first innings deficit, which no one saw coming.
No.
Huge 10th wicket stand, I think it was, on the first day for Pakistan. Of course, they lost to the Windies in the second Test.
Chasing.
They were behind the game on day 1 at Wellington last week. Sears bowls here. Stark pushing again to point. 3rd time in the over. Better timing there, but Ravindra's after it. He's been busy this morning. 9 for Stark with 2 more. 7 for 198, lead 36.
So the ideal is here that New Zealand wrap this up, bat a good deal better in the second innings and ask Australia to get a decent sort of total batting last, which they failed to do against the West Indies. When you've got them on the board and say go get them, it's sometimes a bit of a different attitude in the way that you play. So, I mean, if you write up the match plan in the dressing room on the whiteboard, that's what it basically says. But then again, you've got to find some batting form. You've got to find some endurance out there. Some Labuschagne.
Sears up. Bowls to Stark, who drives and doesn't beat mid-off. He's hitting the ball well, to be fair. Stark's only been out there for an over or two, but he's middling most balls. That's good work from Henry. He's already taken 5 wickets and he saved a couple of runs there to his left.
Leader's only 36. Another couple of wickets prior to lunch. Keep the lead down to 50 or 60 and then have a good opening stand. Negate that lead. Hello, game on. So, and New Zealand will be thinking that way. I mean, they've got to be thinking that way positively.
They have to seize this moment before lunch. 32 minutes until the long break. Sears bowls here. Stark plays straight. Sears falls over. Still collected at mid-on. End of the over. Tyre Power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts. We're still in our first session before you dig. Lodge a free inquiry online. 7 for $1.98.
For the toughest jobs, at home or on the job site, you need the toughest gear. For almost 50 years, Sherlock Wheelbarrows have been hard at work for the weekend warrior and tradie alike. They make moving mulch, bricks, concrete and waste around the home or job site easier because Sherlock lasts longer. Lighten your load with Sherlock. Visit the full range at sherlocklastslonger.com.au. Available at Bunnings Warehouse.
Our coverage at Hagley Oval on this Saturday morning is for Resine, the paint professionals use. I say Saturday morning, 12:30 local time. Morning session. Glenn Phillips again. Straight in the book, as he is so often. But Labuschagne now the main impediment. Lead of 36. Tweaking the field carefully. Slipping a short leg just behind square. Bowls here. Labuschagne reverse sweep. Doesn't get it past Mitchell. The balloon's up in the air. Well, he does get it past him eventually, but there was some pace taken off it, so they only get one rather than go again. They get 2 actually. They scampered back. Would have been 4 otherwise. Labuschagne 77. That's a 200 up as well for Australia. They've been hard held, losing 4 wickets yesterday and 3 today. But still ahead in the test match after bowling New Zealand out for 162 yesterday.
Slightly easier. I mean, it sounds a bit weird after, if you say, slightly easier to sweep because we've just seen Carey get out to a sweep. But because he's so flat, you know, the ball isn't up and down and then bouncing and you're judging length.
Phillips to Labuschagne. Bowls here. Labuschagne plays straight down to mid-off. Quick single. Can they ping down the stumps? In the end, they realise it's not on. The ball is held instead. 7 for 201. Labuschagne 78. Grass banks packed today. Great vibe around the ground behind us here on Hagley Oval number 2. There's a game being played right now. A couple of junior games on the AstroTurf pitches. Perfect place for it.
Terrific crowd, isn't it?
Yeah.
Terrific crowd.
And atmosphere too.
Oh,
into
good,
this.
yeah.
They really are.
Every day sold out. Phillips bowling here to Stark, who defends, coming forward. I mean, the crowd's waiting out the front. We're coming in before work. It's there are queues that are hundreds long to get the best vantage point on the hill as well. I went past them on my scooter. Quite like the scooters here in Christchurch.
Flat. Very flat.
Nice for it. Good value for money as well. Phillips bowls here and Stark leaves alone outside the off stump. At the turn.
Actually, Bharat will probably know. Is Christchurch and Adelaide quite similar in terms of the way are they sister cities? Yes, there you go. A man from Adelaide tells us.
And Adelaide's the other ground where you can scoot down over the bridge each day. Slipping a short leg for Stark as well. Stark plays up and over cover. That'll do enough to get to the boundary. Hits the rope now. And that's the way that Stark plays. Counter-attacking when he's at his best. He's 13 from just 12 balls. So that lead up to 43.
He's a dangerous player.
Smart.
Yeah, he is. Can't give him too much width outside that off stump, I don't think. He likes to swing, you know, the arms freely. And so you've got to keep it in much tighter than that. It was a tempter.
Last ball of Phillips over. They've got long off back now. Effectively a catching position. Stark plays defensively. Down to the bowler. End of the over. Changing commentary. Garth Galloway jumping in for me with the score. 7 for 205. Labuschagne 78. Stark 13. The lead 43 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts.
Steel Solutions, Houston speaking.
Houston, we have a problem.
Okay, settle down. What's going on?
Oh, my genius apprentice just backed a bobcat into a retaining wall. We've got to rebuild it by lunchtime.
tomorrow.
Relax, mate. We've got all the retaining wall steel you need, and we can cut the steel to the exact length you need. And we'll whip it round to you straight away.
Houston, we don't have a problem anymore.
That's kind of why they call us Steel Solutions.
Steel Solutions. The steel you need when you need it. Sunshine, Bayswater and Springvale. steelsolutions.com.au.
And welcome back to the cricket, being brought to you by Resene. Quality paint and colours, perfect for your summer projects. We're just watching as it's going to be Sears bowling from the Port Hills end. 205 for 7. So the lead for Australia is 43. It's Labuschagne on strike on 78. He plays this ball into the onside. They're going to look for a couple as he sees that the ball has been played away from Ravindra, fielding it square leg on the boundary. So 2 more runs to Labuschagne. He's into the 80s.
I haven't got a run chart available to me at this point, but I wouldn't mind betting that there's a very, very big
leg side mid-wicket
ratio for Marnus Labuschagne, who Jeremy said has found a way. Well, that is his way. And New Zealand have been unable to cut it off. In fact, they've only got 3 on the onside here, which is asking Sears to really bowl quite wide of off stump.
Yeah.
Because he'll just walk across and help himself.
He's done it very effectively as Labuschagne faces. He gets a short ball and it's smashed to the point area. 1 run on a misfield there by, just pick up who's out there.
Why do they do that, Jerry? Why do they run all from second slip?
Yeah.
To tap
him on the hand?
Tap him on the hand when he's misfielded. It's intriguing.
Can you answer that, Jerry? He's asked you a question.
Yeah, well, I was just thinking they probably... I have to put myself in the shoes of the man who ran over to him. That takes a while.
All right.
Got to get my own shoes off. And I guess they're saying, well stopped, because that was a boundary.
Right, okay.
Even though it went for 1.
So here's a fist pump. Well, it's Stark on strike now. Short ball from Sears. Just coming back to what you were talking about, Smithy, just that, I mean, Labuschagne, he's played through that mid-wicket area, but for many players it would bring the LBW into play, but it hasn't with him. He's really middled the ball beautifully.
Well, and he's also taken himself to the point of contact. They've already had one review unsuccessful.
Yeah.
So they haven't bothered again because he takes his point of contact with ball on pad outside off stump, playing a shot, safe.
Very clever, isn't it?
It's finding a way.
Yeah. Well, the New Zealanders need to find a way. At the moment, they're 46 runs ahead Australia. So the first thing for New Zealand is to get these next 3 wickets.
Sears can't bowl too far with the angle going across Stark. It will bring in the offside.
Yeah, well, they're asking a lot of him, aren't they, as he plays this ball just off a thick inside edge into the onside. It goes square of the wicket for another run. 209 for 7. So Stark is 14 and looking just a little bit dangerous. Stark averages 20 in Test cricket, so more than useful batsman. Sears now in his 15th over has 1 for 50. Gee, the crowd's been good, haven't they? I mean, coming in here again early this morning, just been fantastic. It's that dress-up day. There's lots of colour. But the big thing is you can just hear that buzz around the ground. People really enjoying just being here. It's a lovely day in Christchurch again. I did see an Australian fan bringing in a blow-up doll, which was an interesting thing. As here's this ball played into the onside. Lovely shot by Labuschagne, exactly just a repeat of what Ian Smith's been talking about, as he gets a full ball from Sears. It's fielded on the boundary at mid-wicket. Ravindra has to make a lot of ground to get there. He does more runs to the Australian total. Labuschagne 84.
Yep, two straight.
Blow-up doll.
Yeah, Australian fan bringing in a blow-up doll. Blown up too. I mean, it was and naked, really, I suppose. A very strange thing, I thought. Girlfriend, possibly.
Don't quite know what to make of that.
Well, I don't think it's not part of... it doesn't feel like part of dress-up day, but anyway, here's Stark. Head on the pads as it goes through the onside. In fact, it just drops in front of him. 212 for 7. End of the over, and you can just think about this as we take a break.
Roast chicken, maybe halal. Home loans from Hijaz Financial Services, definitely halal. HijazFS.com.au.
This information is provided by Hijaz Financial Advisors, Pty Ltd, AFSL 517686, and Hijaz Islamic Credit Solutions, Pty Ltd, ACL 480542, and does not take into account your objectives, financial situation, or needs.
Welcome to Officer Fields, your new home in Melbourne's southeast. Land now selling from $467,000. Officer Fields, life as it should be. Register your interest now at officerfields.com.au.
Cricket brought to you on SEN by Quality Paint by Resine. Quality paint and colours, perfect for your summer projects. We're going to see Phillips again from the Port Hills end. Easterly breeze, just drifting the ball into the right-handed Labuschagne.
How do you confuse dress-up day to bring a date day?
I don't know. And look, he was through the gate before I could interview him. I wanted to have a chat and just say, look, can we just explain what's going on? Because I will mention it on air, and I know that Smithy will have questions for me, and I feel unable to answer them as Labuschagne plays to mid-wicket, no run.
Come on, DP.
But there are a lot of good costumes. There's a few. I mean, look, there's a fellow in a yellow jumpsuit wandering around there. I think he's dressed as some sort of bird.
Yellow bird.
Looking for food.
Big bird. Is he yellow?
He was yellow. Here's a drive from Labuschagne. He really tees off here, and it's misfielded just a little bit in the cover area, but no shame in that. It's Latham there. Hit really hard. 2-1-3 for 7.
Some Chris Harris is out in the crowd, apparently.
Oh, a young Chris Harris, if you don't mind me saying.
Well, still no hair.
Same hairline, but a younger face. Isn't it great? Chris is a cult hero down here in Christchurch. They love him.
Is he really?
Yeah, they love Chris Harris.
Really?
He's... you may... Except you? No.
Perhaps it was a canary.
Oh, a parrot or a canary. Yeah. Well, he's gone...
Slightly large for a canary.
Moves quite well, though. As Phillips is bowling again onto the back foot of Stark, and he's beaten outside the off stump. That's the noise that you can hear.
He's walking back now.
Yeah.
Is there any chance he could be a banana?
No, that's not the same. I'm sorry, but that's a different yellow. There is a bird and a banana. That man is definitely a banana. And he's carrying lunch.
Looks like Ku Klux Klan, that sort of that pointed hat.
He's pushed into the offside. It's yellow. The costume is yellow, Jeremy.
Yeah, but the shape.
No, let's not get into that.
Is he holding a cross?
No, he's holding his lunch.
No fire anywhere?
He's holding his lunch. Beautiful day here in Christchurch. Don't think he'd get in dressed in the way that you're talking about. Phillips bowls a nice delivery. Stark plays back. The dust over on the western side comes up every now and then. We can see it. So it's blowing a bit out there, but still a lovely day for watching cricket.
I've been here, well, all day yesterday I was thinking that was smoke from a barbecue, but it's dust.
It's dust, yep.
Okay, fair enough.
In your eyes. Here's Phillips around the wicket again. Stark tees off and misses, and it's into the pads of Blundell, who doesn't take the ball cleanly. 56 overs have gone in the innings. It's 213 for 7. Labuschagne is 85. Stark is 14 as a wasp tries to enter the commentary box. Back soon while we get rid of it.
Hear from the biggest names in sport on SEN.
Drives the field goal right up the lane.
Catch up on all the latest scores and news in the time it takes to get from the car park to the office with SEN's The Day's Play.
Chris Coney, bang!
Our team of expert commentators go over the results, cover the big talking points, plus share the match highlights and big moments.
Bowls here to Robinson. Instant takedown!
SEN's The Day's Play. Thanks to Drinkwise. If you're choosing to have a drink, choose to Drinkwise.
Cricket on SEN brought to you by Resine. Quality paint and colours, perfect for your summer projects. And it's been an interesting and absorbing morning of cricket here. Again, you just feel Australia very much in the ascendancy. They lead by 51. And New Zealand desperate to pick up wickets if they can. They've picked up a few this morning, and we'll tell you about that in a moment, as it's New Zealand captain Tim Southee back into the attack, and Labuschagne is playing to mid-on. So Lyon was out, caught by Mitchell from Henry's bowling for 20. Mitchell, Marsh, LBWG, Henry without scoring, and Alex Carey out for 14. 2-1-3 for 7 the score. Southey none for 53. Henry has 5 for 60. Sears 1 for 53. Kugelai none for 30. And Phillips 1 for 11 from 3.
Please tell me, Garth, if Scott Kugelheim is out there, please. Could you tell me?
Yes, I'll have a look through the glasses. Here's Southey bowling, and this is through to the offside. Well, if you talk, I'll have a look. How's that?
He's had 6 overs.
Yeah, the reason why I think he's not bowling because he's not out there. I'm just glancing around. You've got the benefit of the binoculars, and
Henry Nichols is out there.
Yeah, he is.
He's out there for someone, and I think it's Kugelheim. So therefore he can't go to Kugelheim, and he won't be able to go to Kugelheim for quite some time.
Yep. He's been off for a while, actually. I think 3/4 of an hour. The Aussies are settled down in front of us, aren't they?
Connoisseurs
Any
of the
sign
game.
of move? They really are.
Connoisseurs of the game.
I know. They're fantastic. And telling Bharat to stop talking about Labuschagne. I like the advice that we get too. That's okay. Don't mind a bit of feedback. Here's just a pause as Blundell's going to come up. I like to see this.
Coming up to Southey.
Yeah, well, it's not. Yeah, 128. Here's Southey running in and bowling, and this is played to Gully.
At least it's a response to Labuschagne moving around and getting out of his crease and so on. Yeah,
it's good.
You give a little tick.
It's proactive cricket.
Yeah.
It's making things happen. It's
making him your bowler.
It's making him change his tactics.
That's right. Find another answer. Another answer.
Yep.
I really like it because Labuschagne loves to move around, doesn't he? And it's a thing. I think it's good. It forces him. But I thought he responded very well to the umpires today, because I thought that might pose some difficulty for him as he plays to Phillips in the gully again. You know, Labuschagne was warned earlier in the day in a threat about 5 penalty runs from walking down the pitch and getting into that area, but I thought he responded very well to it. I thought it might throw him a bit more than it did.
The only trouble about standing up sometimes is that on a pitch that is nipping about a bit, you get an edge. And you've got to balance. Is it worth the catch?
I think it is.
Or maybe putting it down because you're standing up?
I think it is today, at the moment with Labuschagne, because New Zealand haven't found a way to deal with him. He's found a way to deal with New Zealand as Southey bowls, and Labuschagne is again playing through the offside. This time he'll pick up one. They're going to come back for a second as the ball is played into the vacant cover point area, fielded by Young out there. 215 for 7. Labuschagne 87.
Like a bit of Hawke Cup cricket there? You'd love a bit of Hawke.
Absolutely love
Galloway
Hawke Cup cricket. We'd love. Well, it's real cricket, isn't it? First innings results.
It is. 4th defence this year for Hawke's Bay. 4th defence. South Canterbury rolled yesterday for 253. Hawke's Bay in reply 156 for 2 going into lunch.
In Napier?
At Nelson Park in Napier, yes.
Nelson Park in Napier. I don't know that.
Just right beside
McLean Park. Yes. This ball is into the offside, played nicely by Labuschagne and fielded well by Phillips. That's the applause that you can hear. We'll come back to that Hawke Up in a minute. 215 for 7. It is. The lead's 53.
There's now a Macca's bundle for small families, big families, and extended families from just $24.95. Value means more at Macca's. Available 10:30 a.m. to midnight for a limited time at participating restaurants. Excludes McDelivery.
Here's another top tyre tip from Tyre Power. Before you go on a road trip, make sure you run a few tyre safety checks. If in doubt, give the experts a shout at Tyre Power. Visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local independent owner.
And welcome back to the cricket at Hagley Oval. Lovely day here in Christchurch. Cricket being brought to you on SEN by Resene Quality Paint and Colours. Perfect for your summer projects. We're going to see Glenn Phillips again from the Botanic Gardens end. 14 minutes remaining until lunch. Australia 215 for 7. Labuschagne 87. Stark is 14. And it's Stark on strike, the left-hander facing the off-spinner. And as the ball is short and played into the offside, there was an easy run there. For some reason, they haven't taken it. Just back to the Hawke Cup, Smithy, with our Australian listeners. A minor provinces...
Minor association cricket, we call it over here, and without being rude, it is poor man's test cricket. That's the intensity of it.
Yeah.
It's played with a test cricket atmosphere amongst players who will never play test cricket, basically.
Here's Phillips again, pushed into the offside. Played over 2 days?
3 days.
3 days,
Yeah.
and you can win on the first innings,
That's
can't
correct,
you?
yeah.
So it really, that long periods of batting and so on. The eras I remember, the great Nelson era in the 80s, and of course Southland I always remember as being pretty formidable back in the day with the Alabasters, Robert Anderson and co.
Robert Anderson just down in front of us.
Jumbo is onto the back foot is Stark. He plays and misses again. And you played for Hawke's Bay?
Played for Hawke's Bay. Won it and lost it.
There you go.
It's intense cricket.
You enjoy it?
Loved it.
Yeah.
Really loved it. Club cricketers elevated to their own test match.
Playing for their association and batting for as long as they could. Here's a ball pushed into the onside. And the cry of catch it as it goes past mid-wicket. 2 more runs for Stark. These runs just adding up now, building the Australian lead. It's 55, Stark 16. Well, speaking of which, we got John right in the back of the commentary box, and we were just talking about how the modern players like to push their hands at the ball, and when the ball moves around a bit more.
Hawke Cup legend,
vulnerable.
John Wright.
Yeah.
A Hawke Cup legend.
There you go.
Challenged for counties. Counties Manukau.
Really?
Or counties, I think it's back in those days.
Yeah, it would have been. As onto the back foot is Stark, still no timing.
If you speak to him about it, he'll relay it. It'll probably cost you about $30 and 6 pints and a couple of smokes.
That's
but
right.
By the time he's finished, he'll convince you that it's a very tough form of the game.
Yes.
Particularly when you're in the field for 2 days in one session and they give you 2 sessions to get 680.
And that was the way, wasn't it? Outside the off stump, no shot from Stark. The end of the over, we're getting through them quickly. It's 217 for 7. Your Tyre Power scorecard. Big Easter sale. We'll just take a break and then come back to more.
If you love chasing, pacing and racing, we've got it all covered on SEN Track. With a stellar lineup of shows round the clock, we've got exactly what you need. Like Giddy Up with Garth Hall.
Join me for Giddy Up with the biggest news and opinions every morning.
Saturday Trackside.
Here I come, baby! Let down!
And live shows every night. Listen live on SEN Track and the SEN app. SEN Track, your home of chasing, pacing and racing every day of the week.
217 for 7 it is. Cricket being brought to you on SEN with Resine quality paint and colours, perfect for your summer projects. Yeah, well, we were just talking about, how the modern players, of course, I think they struggle more with movement than they used to, but than the older players is pushed into the offside, largely because they push their hands at the ball. There's so much white cricket and things. But I was just talking to Righty, and saying Slasher Mackay, the Australian. You remember he was called Slasher, and it was like a term of irony.
Slasher
Mackay, but he didn't slash it. He was one of the slowest batsmen, to play the game. But he used to practice in the net, just letting the ball go, let it go. And Righty says he did the same thing. And occasionally you get your off stump knocked out, but you knew where it was.
Interesting.
Not to watch. Here's Southey bowling, and this is a push into the offside. They're going to run this time. Stark's called Labuschagne through. They'll have to be quick, but they are. He's 88 now. 2-1-8 for 7.
One thing you'll notice about since Blundell's been standing up to the stumps, Labuschagne has not been able to collect through the onside.
No, interesting, isn't it?
Same line, he can't because he can't leave his crease and manipulate through the onside because Blundell was standing there, so they've forced a change of tactics and cut him off through the onside.
And he's looked through the offside.
Correct.
To Phillips a couple of times, and then he's found his run. And I like the fact that Stark called that one through.
Yeah. Well, Stark's a good player, dangerous player.
You bet. And I love the contrast between Stark and Hazelwood yesterday. Different types of bowlers causing all sorts of problems for New Zealand. Here's Southey bowling. Stark lets it go outside off stump. But I do that knowing where your off stump is as a batsman, very, very important. And again, we come back to the Smith dismissal, letting a ball go and being hit in the pads. You can hear the crowd enjoying themselves, warming up for lunch. Here are some orange uniforms coming around towards us. Again, they are some sort of vegetable, I think, very difficult to tell. Possibly a carrot, as this ball's played into the onside by Stark. He picks up a run. I mean, they're not readily identifiable as a carrot, but that's really what I think they must be, Chris. And lovely for you to see some people with photographs of you out there.
Yeah, it's a wee bit disturbing, isn't it?
It's very disturbing for us, but I thought even more so for you, I imagine.
Yeah, pictures on their shirts as well.
They are carrots. They've got little green, little green tops.
Right.
Yeah, there you go. So we've got carrots and bananas. Plenty to eat here as Southey on the Port Hills end bowls, and pushing forward is Labuschagne. Again, he plays it to Gully. You're absolutely right, Smithy. He's just having to stay there, hold his ground, and play the line.
So you've named one vegetable and one fruit. Isn't it 3 a day? There must be another one out there.
5 a day.
5 a day.
Like 3 in your house, but 5 and that's what they say. There's a lovely image on the TV screens as we see a couple of kayaks heading down the Avon River, which winds through Christchurch. Lovely city, one that's recovered after the earthquakes in 2011, and the rebuild has benefited the city so much. As onto the back foot is Labuschagne. Stark's going to look for a second again as it's out to Young on the boundary at point, but Young gets to the ball quickly and gets his throw in the air. Just one run, another over comes to an end. 220 for 7, the Tyre Ball Power scorecard, your trusted tyre experts. 220 for 7 with Labuschagne 89, Stark 17, and we've got 7 minutes before lunch.
At Azito, we know for you it's about leaving your mark. It's a statement, making every task uniquely yours. Azito doesn't just have your back, we're right there with you, powering your DIY journey. With over 100 tools for your home and garden, all powered by one battery to make it happen. Because when it comes to getting things done, this is your moment. Do it yourself. Do it with Azito. Do you?
220 for 7. Cricket being brought to you on Resine, quality paint and colours, perfect for your summer projects. It's been brought to you on SEN. Here's Phillips going to bowl to Labuschagne on 89, so just 2 overs remaining before lunch. It's been an absorbing morning. Just feel that Australia have had the better part of the session as Labuschagne is playing into the offside and getting a run down to backward point. Well, they've had the better part of the second part of the session. Labuschagne is 90.
Interesting previous over that Phillips bowled to Stark. Stark went to go down the ground over the top, and immediately Southey and Phillips have put both long on and long off back. They were up. I would he missed out. I would perhaps leave them there.
You bet.
Give them that option to try again, and he gets it wrong, his timing wrong, you're a big chance.
They were big swings. He was certainly having a go as he's onto the back foot and playing quite elegantly to Williamson at cover. Yeah, it's very defensive just before lunch, isn't it? You'd like to see them up and say, well, if you want to.
Well, it's the lead thing, isn't it? The lead now.
Yeah, it's worrying. It's that balance, isn't it? As here's Stark pushing back to the bowler.
He's such an aggressive player, isn't he, Stark? So if you give him that opportunity, he will take it on, even though it's 5 or 6 minutes before lunch. I think it's certainly worth the risk. Even bring one up and say, if you're good enough, go over that guy.
He's already made his way to 17. The last wicket falling at 189. It's now 221 for 7. Scoreboard with Tyre Power scoreboard as Stark plays another ball back to GP, Glenn Phillips. Stark is facing Phillips from the Botanic Gardens end, bowls flatter, faster outside the off stump, and it bounces into the gloves of Blundell behind the stumps. What are your thoughts about Blundell's keeping, Smithy?
I think he's been adequate.
Yeah.
He's had a lot of diving and leg side in the basin in here.
Yep.
It's been a lot of...
It's short stuff going up.
So I think he's been pretty cool.
Okay, as here's a drive from Stark. Nice shot, but Williamson dives to his left and makes a sprawling save in the covers. The end of another over, so one more remaining, we think, before the lunch break. It's 221 for 7.
Work ute ransacked overnight. Locks for force, doors left ajar. All your tools gone out of sight. Good thing you're with IMA. The ones that aren't just by your side, but always have your back. They're the tradies, mate. That's IMA. IMA covers all you need. And tradies, yep, they all agree. They're the tradies, mate. They're the tradies, mate. That's IMA.
And And welcome back to the cricket at Hagley Park, being brought to you on SEN by Resene. Quality paint and colours, perfect for your summer projects. As Southey begins the last over before lunch, and he bowls wide outside the off stump, and Labuschagne stands and throws his bat at it and is lucky not to get an edge.
I like the move that Blundell has made here, because it's not easy.
It's worked really well.
The good thing is that Southey has bowled a pretty consistent off stump or just outside line. That was quite wide, that one, but no fear of having to go down the leg side. He's in control, Southey, but Labuschagne, it's annoying Labuschagne, because his big collection area has been shut down somewhat.
And he's got that tension also as he's into the 90s. As Southey bowls to Labuschagne, he's playing away and brilliantly caught by Phillips at gully. Only Glenn Phillips could take a catch like that. Diving like a soccer goalkeeper to his right. Labuschagne looking to score. Brilliant catch. 2-2-1 for 8. And the plan against Labuschagne has worked.
Nice cricket. Really nice cricket. He couldn't get through the onside, so he started to have to look through the offside, and that is some catch. That is a sensational catch. It really is. A ripper. Labuschagne.
He's horizontal to the ground, full stretch to his right, took it in his fingertips.
But the ball, Chris, was almost behind him.
We're just, for some reason, we're just pending the decision. I'm not sure if it's front foot.
I think it's whether he's used the ball. As the ball hit the ground, it hasn't. At any stage hit the ground, no, it hasn't.
It's brilliant.
Just keep rolling through.
It's absolutely brilliant. This will be given out, and it was exactly what New Zealand wanted. It took some absolute brilliance from Glenn Phillips. An absolute sensational catch.
Yeah, well, you're hearing it all from Ian Smith and Chris Harris. I can't add anything to it. It was just an extraordinary. It's a bit of a shame that we had to go through this, because it was such a brilliant catch, and Labuschagne's not concerned. Here he is. He wasn't concerned about, I think, about the legality of it. Here he is leaving 90 underscore, and Joseph Parker has won his fight, having been floored in round 3. The news there is that Parker has won that fight. That is absolutely incredible recovery. But back to the cricket. Marnus Labuschagne, a fantastic innings, and let's not lose sight of that. 90 runs for him, 147 balls, 12 fours, and it took something very special indeed. But it took a very good New Zealand plan, and you've heard Ian Smith talking about how they dried up the runs through the onside by bringing Blundell up, forced him to play through the offside, and that's what's brought about his dismissal. So Australia started today with just looking at the scoreboard. They've lost 4 wickets. We've seen Lyon out, caught by Mitchell from Henry's bowling for 20. He was dropped on 1. So Acosti dropped when he was dropped at first slip by Daryl Mitchell. Marsh didn't make any runs. Carey was out for 14. And the last player out just before lunch, Labuschagne, caught so brilliantly in the gully by Phillips from Southey's bowling for 90. 221 for 8 it is at lunch. Australia lead by 59 runs. The other batsman out, the other batsman in, of course, is Mitchell Starc, who's made 17. Southey finally has a wicket, 1 for 58 from 15 overs and 2 balls. Henry 19 overs, 4 maidens, 5 for 60. Sears 15 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 53. Kugelheim 6 overs, none for 30, and Phillips 5 overs, 1 for 14. So the lead, as I say, is 59, and New Zealand's still in the game.
New Zealand are still in the game, but even now we know they've just got to simply get their act together with bat in hand, and they need a really solid start, a defiant start when they turn to bat, but they're still a long way away from doing that. Cummins can play, don't worry about that, and therefore they've got this opportunity to keep the lead down to around about 60 or 70 with some good cricket straight after lunch. But then the serious work has to begin again. So at the moment, advantage Australia quite clearly, just on what we've seen in the last 3 innings.
Harry?
Yeah, beautifully summed up by Smithy. Not much more to add, except huge job still to do straight after lunch. Now they've got both ends open, or they'll feel like they have with Starc and Cummins, but still 3 more wickets to get, which they've got to make sure that the tail doesn't wag. They've got to keep this lead down to sort of 70 or 80, and then they've just got to bat like their life depends on it.
Back soon with the score. Australia going to lunch at 221 for 8. Labuschagne caught by Phillips from Southeast bowling for a very fine 90. Stark is 17 not out. He'll be joined by Pat Cummins in 40 minutes time. And we'll just take a break now and join you again shortly.
Looking for a halal super fund? Talk to Hijaz Financial Services. Keeping halal super affordable. HijazFS.com.au. This information is provided by Hijaz Financial Advisors Proprietary Limited, AFSL 517686, and Hijaz Islamic Credit Solutions Proprietary Limited, ACL 480542, and does not take into account your objectives, financial situation, or needs.
There's now a Macca's bundle for small families, big families, and extended families from just $24.95. Value means more at Macca's. Available 10:30am to midnight for a limited time at participating restaurants. Excludes McDelivery.
For Henley Homes, paying $1,000 a month off your home loan for 2 years. New Zealand versus Australia on SEN Test Cricket.
Summer's always hot when you ask your plumber to install a Rheem, building Aussie tough water heaters for over 80 years. But if you're looking to keep cool this summer, with these giveaways you can. Chill on the beach in your own Rheem-branded Cool Cabana or Rheem Budgie Smugglers. But hurry, there's just 10 Rheem-branded Cool Cabanas to give away. To register now for your chance to win, visit iCanWin.com.au. T's and C's apply.
This is the finals. Epic clashes where every shot, every decision, and every second counts.
Three, and he makes the three-pointer.
The NBL Final Series is heating up as we get close to crowning the NBL 24 season's champion.
Alley-oop, bang!
Don't miss a minute of the action.
Watch every moment live on ESPN, via KO and Foxtel.
Hungry Jacks NBL Finals. Every moment matters.
The Sounding Board with Craig Hutchison and Damien Barrett. It's sport, it's the media, it's talking about the issues that matter.
Why, in 2024, are we still finding the need? Because both Tom Morris and Sam Edmund this week referred to, I'm not even going to mention the rumour, I don't get why mainstream journalists and mainstream media, I don't get why they need to do it.
That rumour was shooting down speculation around Simon Goodwin and his role in Melbourne. Now, 9 times out of 10, I would agree that that is unneeded. It only amplifies something that's not true, and people go, there must be something that needs to be written. I just wonder on that one, given how strong Simon Goodwin has been in quickly endeavouring to right wrongs and say it's not true and call things out, I wonder whether that was Melbourne-led. Whether Melbourne said, you'd be helping us out here. Simon's asked if you could clarify that's not true.
Sounds like you know what.
Hand on heart.
It sounds like you do.
Hand on heart.
Because you're right.
No.
The person who alerted us to it on our social media accounts noticed that the tweets came out within a split second of each other.
The Sounding Board podcast with Hutchie and Damo. Thanks to Drinkwise. If you're choosing to have a drink, choose to drink wise.
Roast chicken? Maybe halal. Affordable super from Hijaz Financial Services? Definitely halal. HijazFS.com.au. This information is provided by Hijaz Financial Advisors Proprietary Limited, AFSL 517686, and Hijaz Islamic Credit Solutions Proprietary Limited, ACL 480542, and does not take into account your objectives, financial situation, or needs.
Doing up Dad's Mustang? Now that's a WD-40 challenge. Sign up to WD-40's Repair Challenge. Document your repair project's progress, share it with WD-40, and you can share in $4,000 worth of prizes. Visit WD-40.com.au.
Do you manage drains in a commercial setting? Sick of constant blockages and other recurring problems with your sewer and stormwater drains? Talk to the experts with over 30 years experience in clearing and relining drains, the Drain Man. We'll diagnose your drain problems with our in-drain cameras, give you a status update complete with vision, and recommend long-term solutions that will fix your drain problems for good. Call the experts, the Drain Man. 1-800-843-372. That's 1-800
The Drain Man.
Ringers Western fans, footy is back. So whether you're on the field or in the field, they've got you covered with sportswear and apparel to get you decked out for the big game. Check out their exclusive range of boots and work shirts to suit your individual country style, along with all your sportwear including caps, t-shirts and so much more. Ringers Western has the perfect fit to suit your style from paddock to pub. Ringers Western, your partner in sport. Check out ringerswestern.com.
Welcome to Officer Fields, your new home within a community built on the vision of enjoying life in balance in Melbourne's southeast. Officer Fields features natural open spaces while still being close and connected to all of life's conveniences. With 4 unique precincts coming soon, offering land from 350 square metres to 1,000 square metres, there's something for everyone. Officer Fields is currently selling land from $467,000. Officer Fields, life as it should be. Register your interest now at officerfields.com.au.
For Henley Homes, paying $1,000 a month off your home loan for 2 years. New Zealand versus Australia on SEN Test Cricket.
That is a pie from Kugelheim into the hip of Labuschagne, who just works him neatly. Very fine down to the fence for Phillips bowls carry.
Up to mid-wicket, soft dismissal. Straight to mid-wicket, trying the sweep.
A short leg for Stark as well. Stark plays up and over cover. That'll do enough to get to the boundary. And that's the way that Stark plays.
And Savi bowls to Labuschagne. He's playing away and brilliantly caught by Phillips at gully. Only Glenn Phillips could take a catch like that. Diving like a soccer goalkeeper to his right.
The lunch break.
We are indeed in the lunch break on SEN and SENZ Test Cricket for Resene. Quality paint and colours perfect for your summer projects. Lots of highlights in the opening session as Australia progressed from their overnight score of 124 for the loss of 4, trailing by 38 runs. Now at lunch, 221, but they have lost 4 wickets, 8 down. The most spectacular, a quite magnificent catch by Glenn Phillips, who has taken 10 out of 10 catches this summer in the New Zealand Test summer. A couple against South Africa were hard to believe. That might be the best of the bunch, and the significance, getting rid of the key man, Marnus Labuschagne, who has the one big knock so far of this Test match, caught magnificently off the New Zealand captain, Tim Southee, for 90. Earlier, it was Nathan Lyon, the first to go. He was caught by Mitchell at first slip off the bowling of Henry for 20. Mitchell Marsh didn't get off the mark. He was LBW. Matt Henry, another 5-wicket all in the series, a third in Test match cricket. Matt Henry is bowling like a machine at the moment. Then it was Alex Carey trying to sweep, a disappointing end to his knock. He made 17. And then the aforementioned Labuschagne falling for 90. Phillips taking the wickets for New Zealand. 5 wickets to Matt Henry. 5 for 60, a wicket apiece to Southee, Sears and also Glenn Phillips. Play to resume in bang on half an hour here out of the middle right now. Not the fans. The fans normally get out to survey things, go stare at the 22 yards that the players play on. But today's dress-up day at Hagley Oval, and it's the parade of stars. No Bharat representing us, unlike in Wellington. But his Duff Man is about to surely get a great ovation in front of another full house. Wonderful turnout for this Test series. Our lunchtime interview is a man who has had an extraordinary career as a player and as a coach. Generally at the top of the order for New Zealand. When he walked away from Test cricket, no one had scored more Test runs, no one had scored more Test hundreds than the left-handed opening batsman for New Zealand, Mr. John Wright, who also went on to coach India, of course, and coach New Zealand as well. As a player, he was at the heart of a lot of success for New Zealand against their great rivals Australia, from his first victory in 1982 through to the last time New Zealand beat Australia in New Zealand, which of course was Eden Park 1993. That was the last time he played Australia and the last time New Zealand won. We spoke to John Wright just a short time ago, and let's listen back to our chat with the former New Zealand Test captain and coach. Time for our lunchtime chat, and thrilled to welcome in a legend of New Zealand cricket. He won't like hearing that. Mr. John Wright joins us. Lovely to see you, Wrighty. How you keeping? Have you had a wonderful couple of days catching up with friends?
Yeah, it's well, I think it's a fantastic venue. That in the basin, you know, you can get a great crowd in here, good atmosphere, fine weather, and I'd be a bit worried if I'd bought tickets for the 4th and 5th day, but you know, it's been interesting cricket, and you know, let's hope New Zealand can get a couple of early wickets. Well, they got early wickets, but they've got to sort of set the game up so that Australia have to chase, you something round about, 250 would be nice. So let's see how it plays out.
Yeah, the batting unfortunately hasn't left them with a lot of margin of error and some pressure on that bowling. But gee, Matt Henry's blossoming before our eyes.
Yeah, he's bowling really well. He's probably in the prime of his career. He's been a particularly good red ball bowler for some time. So he's bowled in good areas, and if you look at the way that the length and the line that both he and Hazelwood bowled, that's probably, particularly on the wicket that's doing a bit, you've got to understand exactly what length you've got to put the ball in, and both him and Hazelwood have been, they're bowling the right length. Most of the wickets, 75% of wickets are taken in 25% of the area of a cricket pitch, so you've got to work out that quite quickly, and that means conversation with your keeper, actually, because he's the guy that will let you know, along with your captain. You probably bring him in at one stage, but they let you know that combination's quite critical.
The Australians, we don't like to give them too much praise, but that bowling lineup, the balance, they are a wonderful group. I'm sure they probably would have kept you a few sleepless nights ahead of playing them if you're up against them. Yeah, they're world class, but it's really what attitude you take into a test match. That's the most important as a batsman, and you've got to give them respect. They're obviously an attack that they're going to examine you, and you've just got to try and stay at the wicket, and the longer you stay, the easier it's going to get. You've spent a life in cricket, and you've made lifelong friends, and seeing them here at Hagley Oval, how special is it catching up with your friends in these rare occasions, I guess? Well, to be honest, it's one of the first times that I've come to matches, and it is, I suppose, when you look back, because you can do too much looking back, but it is lovely to meet the players that you played with. We're going to have a little meal with some of the boys that I played with in '78 when I made my debut. They're here, so it's an opportune time to catch up with those players and share memories. But I suppose and enjoy the cricket. You reflect, and I reflect on how fortunate I was to play for my country. I grew up on a farm in Canterbury. Didn't get to see Lancaster Park much. It was a bit far away in those days, and listened a lot on the radio, and always dreamed of playing on big grounds and playing for New Zealand. And I suppose you look back and realise how lucky you were to experience that. And also from my point of view, I also had the opportunity to make a living, albeit quite minuscule, playing the game I loved in England and county cricket. You had a lot of experiences against Australia. Was it the benchmark at the time and forever will be, I guess, for New Zealand cricketers? I love playing against Australia. I used to listen to the shortwave on the radio, and Lindsay Hassett and Alan McGilvray and all those test matches, and I love the way they played. Australia are a team of great character, full of characters, and they play it real hard. But I always loved playing against Australia. It's great to beat them. I've been fortunate enough as a player and a coach to have many battles against them, and they take a particularly hard attitude into the contest, and more than anything you have to match that. You don't talk about competing with Australia. The build-up starts mentally well before the game, and you have to go in there with a ruthless approach and a must-win attitude. You had a lot of success, well, your sides did. I think you played in 5 test match victories against Australia. We've only had 8 in New Zealand test cricket's history. It's a really, really proud record, I'm sure you had. I've just looked through the numbers there. What sticks out is the collective. Of course, you need a team performance, but it seems in those wins you always had someone deliver a a world-class performance, whether it's Hagley's 15 wickets. But the first victory you had, your great mate, Bootsy Egger's 160 odd. It's sort of underappreciated in the history.
Yeah, I think that was at Eden Park, and we turned up on the fifth morning. The game was going nowhere. We got early wickets and we won in the afternoon. Yeah, I enjoyed every single victory against them. I think, you know, I think we had. I finished my last test against Australia was in '93, and we beat them at Eden Park, and I think I had six or so victories. The thing about playing Australia is that, and I always felt, I coached India, and we had 3 series against Australia. The big thing you've got to understand about Australia, is sort of alluded to before, is that it's the mental attitude that you take into that game, and you've got to. That starts well before the match, and how you practice and how you perceive them when you're beside the nets or walking to the ground. I always told the players, you know, you've got to look them in the eye, down if possible, and they fight hard, but the real trick is to get them under pressure. And any side, if you get under pressure, no matter how well and good their reputations are, if you can put them under pressure and get them to a stage where you can see how they react to that pressure of perhaps they facing, you know, the possibility that they may get beaten, they can react. They can be just as fallible as anyone else, and it takes a long while to get to that stage. And when you get there, you cannot take your foot off the throat, because they'll come back. They always fight, and if you look back in the last test in Wellington, I believe New Zealand had an opportunity, and then you see a 100-run partnership for the last wicket, and that's a good example of the way that they fight. So I think whether as a player we learnt when we first went to Australia in 80-81. I think we lost our first 2 tests in 3 days, and there was a big banner in the Boxing Day test. It's all I want for Christmas is a 5-day test. We learnt some hard lessons on that trip. You never forgot them. But we learned a lot. I learnt more in the Australian changing room from people like Rod Marsh, Dennis Lilly, about playing the game. I remember asking Dennis about what he looked at in a batsman, and he said the first thing he talked about was body language, was how you walk out to the wicket, and you know, little things like that, and you know, where the ball's going to go when you defend. So I've really enjoyed the battles, whether it be a player or a coach, against the Aussies.
The 117 not out at the Basin in 1990, was that particularly sweet for you to get New Zealand home in a 4th innings chase and to be there at the end?
Yeah, well, it didn't happen very often. Yeah, I enjoyed it was a great team effort. I think we put them in. I remember being very undecided about what to do if we won the toss, because I'd put them in Perth, I think, which was a disastrous decision, but we'd been saved by an absolutely magnificent rearguard action by Mark Greatbatch. Yes. So we drew that test, and it wasn't a series, although it could have been classed as a series. We only played 2 tests, and we cleaned them up in Wellington, and I remember being in the Indian nets thinking, if we win the toss, should I put them in again? And we did, and Danny rolled, we got into them, and then I think we chased something that was turning a bit, and it was one of those days where everything went right, and you walk off having beaten them, which it's a great feeling, that.
John Wright, legendary former New Zealand Test opener, of course, and went on to coach New Zealand, but had a long, successful stint as the Indian head coach, talking about his battles with Australia. He played them a lot in his very successful career, where he played 82 Test matches. 19 of them were against Australia, a fine record. He was the first New Zealander to go past 4,000 Test runs, then 5,000, 12 Test match hundreds, including hundreds against all the Test nations he played against, and you can hear he has the utmost respect to this very day about taking on Australia, not only for their quality but also their incredible fighting spirits. John Wright, not lost to cricket these days. Yes, he's here in Hagley Oval in Christchurch, catching up with some lifelong friends as well, but today he spends a lot of time scouting scouting for the Mumbai Indians. On the other side of the break, we'll talk to him about that specifically and what exactly he looks for in a up-and-coming cricketer. This is SEN and SENZ Test Cricket for Resene. Quality paint and colours, perfect for your summer projects. Back with more with John right after this short break.
For Henley Homes, paying $1,000 a month off your home loan for 2 years. New Zealand versus Australia on SEN Test Cricket.
Whether you're a busy household looking for family-friendly options or love the feel and comfort of luxurious natural wool, or maybe it's a healthy choice asthma-friendly carpet, then Choices Flooring has the range, colours, textures and savings you've been looking for during our Carpet by Design sale event. Go online at choicesflooring.com.au and discover the carpet solution that's just right for you. With savings across the range, now is the time to visit your nearest Choices Flooring showroom.
When it happens in sport, SEN has you covered, no matter where you are. Whether it's happening here.
Into English. Shot. Oh, that's a massive strike from English.
Here.
The Penrith Panthers three-peat. We've witnessed one of the most remarkable comeback games you'll ever see.
Or even over there.
It's chips in Vegas. Kickoff in Super Bowl 58.
All around the country and the world. SEN is right there for the big moments.
Collingwood are your premiers.
Expert commentary and analysis.
Could you imagine having Kalen Ponga wearing the 13 jersey and just having them both sitting out the back?
What?
On both sides.
Podcasts.
Every episode of The Rabbit Hole with myself and Tim Watson.
And the latest breaking news.
Sam Kerr ruptured her ACL on a training camp with Chelsea.
So whether it's epic victories in Victoria, crucial clashes in Queensland, or anything in between, remember, SEN has you covered everywhere. Find your channel on the SEN app today. SEN, your home of sport.
This is the finals. Epic clashes where every shot, every decision, and every second counts.
Three, and he makes the three-pointer.
The NBL Final Series is heating up as we get close to crowning the NBL 24 season's champion.
Alley-oop, bang!
Don't miss a minute of the action.
Watch every moment live on ESPN via KO and Foxtel.
Hungry Jacks NBL Finals. Every moment matters.
Celebrity chefs Gary Megan, Anna Polivu and Manu Fidel for Cure Cancer's barbecue.
What do you call a typical Aussie barbecue that helps cure cancer?
I will call that a barbecue.
I love the way that you say that, Manu.
Nothing brings people together like a barbecue.
One more time, say it.
Barbecue. Barbecue.com.au.
Find out how to make your next barbie a Cure Cancer barbecue at barbecue.com.au.
Sheen Panel Service. Calling all assistant managers and managers in the trade sector looking for a change. Sheen Panel Service might be exactly what you're looking for. Enjoy perks like great salary, RDOs, ongoing training and support, fully maintained car, employee assistance program, career growth, and so much more. You'll be working with the best because at Sheen Panel Service, we have them. Apply at Sheen Panel Service. Head to our careers page at sheengroup.com.au.
So I hear you guys have started to build your new home.
Yeah, that's right.
But I thought you were waiting until interest rates came down.
Don't need to. Henley have a fund to pay $1,000 a month off our home loan for 2 years.
What? Wow, that's 24 grand off your mortgage payments.
Yeah, and it includes all new builds. Wait a minute, where are you going?
To get Amy and visit Henley.
Henley's Mortgage Fund. $1,000 a month off your home loan for 2 years. All backed by Henley's $7 billion parent, Sumitomo Forestry Group.
Looking for a super fund that is halal and affordable? Get Halal Super from Hijaz Financial Services. We help Australians invest their super while your funds remain true to your values. Hijaz Financial Services, keeping halal super affordable. HijazFS.com.au. This information is provided by Hijaz Financial Advisors Proprietary Limited, AFSL 517686, and Hijaz Islamic Credit Solutions Proprietary Limited, ACL 480542, and does not take into account your objectives, financial situation, or needs.
For Henley Homes, paying $1,000 a month off your home loan for 2 years. New Zealand versus Australia on SEN Test Cricket.
SEN and SENZ Test Cricket for Resene. Quality paint and colours perfect for your summer projects. At lunch on day number 2, Australia have a lead of 59 runs. 221 for the loss of 8 wickets. The last to go, last ball of the session. Marnus Labuschagne caught by Glenn Phillips. Absolute screamer, full-length dive to his right. Plucks it out of the sky one-handed off the New Zealand captain, Tim Southey. Labuschagne gone for 90. Stark, 17 not out. Pat Cummins would join him when play resumes in 13 minutes' time. 221 for the loss of 8. During this lunch break, we've had the pleasure of playing our little chat we did a short time ago with former New Zealand captain and coach and former Indian coach, John Wright, who's here, part of a number of former players who have been invited. John Wright still keeps his eagle eye on the cricketing world, particularly with an eye working for the Mumbai Indians as a scout. I spoke to him about that phase of his career.
Your involvement in cricket today, you've been a scout with Mumbai Indians now for a long period of time.
Yeah.
You know, what are you looking for when you arrive at a park or a venue when you're trying to identify talent in 2024?
Well, I've been with the franchise for about a decade now, and I coached them for a couple of years, and so I know what we're looking for in terms of culture and the type of player that we want, because we play a particular way we play. We like to be aggressive, but the trick, I watch, we have trials, but preceding that, I watch most of the 50-over domestic cricket competition and the T20 competition. And I personally look for the way they walk is important. Balance is important. Sometimes it's just a shot. I remember seeing Hardik Pandya clip one off his legs when I first saw Hardik, and it went deep square, and I thought, gee, I haven't seen the timing since I was coaching Verinder Sehwag's in Boom. It was a little bit different because he bowled 2 overs of Yorkers. So I try and look for something that it may remind you of an ex-great player, or something that's a little bit special and a little bit different. And I think balance is very, very important in looking at a player. And then you've got to try and see where that player might end up in 3 or 4 years' time, because young cricketers, like any other sport, they take a little time to develop. But the real good ones normally stand out. It may be just the way they've thrown the ball in and fielded the ball, or it might be that extra zip that they're getting off the pitch that someone else is not, or just a little bit of timing. You go, well, for instance, I saw Jaiswal, who's doing so well,
yes.
And that the first time I saw him,
he looks remarkably special.
Yeah, well, I watched him 4 or 5 years ago, and he got 200 in a 50-over game. So
it wasn't just one shot.
No. He was pretty easy to spot, actually. The good ones are. So, you can think as clever as you like, but the good ones always stand out. It's sometimes you look, there's that much competition for players now that everyone knows who the good ones are. It goes through the Bush Telegraph. But the ones you sometimes that do hide are the ones that may be a little younger, or they do something that perhaps you can see something in 3 or 4 years' time, and then you just hope for a bit of luck, because if you don't get it right, well, you won't be doing the job.
Yeah, then you get a boomerang and everyone thinks you're a genius.
Well, to be honest, he's a great kid, and he had a great attitude, and really that was the thing. The boomerang didn't happen overnight. He took 3 years of Jasprit with some fantastic coaches. I mean, Shane Bond was involved with him. Lasset Malinga was involved, and now we've got... But in the end, as with any sport, there's a lot of talk about, he was coached by this or spotted by that. It's the player who decides their future, and the real good ones, they understand that they've got to enjoy the contest, and there's a lot of hard work if you want to be world class.
Yeah, hard work is always part of the calculus for any sport. It does seem fascinating. Insights from John Wright, who continues to keep his eagle eye on cricket with Mumbai Indians looking to scoop up the next big thing. Great to have a chance to speak to John Wright about his time playing against Australia in the latter phase of his career, as we've just heard. SEN and SENZ Test cricket for Resene. Quality paint and colours, perfect for your summer projects. About 7-8 minutes away from play resuming here on day number 2. Just a reminder of what has transpired in the opening 2 hours. Well, plenty, as we've hardly had a dull session. Hardly had one of those sessions where a team just accumulates, hardly a threat. Australia started 124 for the loss of 4. It was a frustrating start for New Zealand because they dropped Nathan Lyon on 1, but a 50-run partnership from there on in looked like it was going to be a real cause for concern. But Lyon was finally caught by Mitchell, atoning for his early area off the bowling of Matt Henry. Matt Henry soon after had Mitchell Marsh LBW without scoring, bringing out 5 wickets for Matt Henry, his second in this series. Also gone, Alex Carey was caught at mid-wicket trying to sweep. Q end of the bat taken by Latham off the bowling of Phillips. And then Marnus Labuschagne, spectacular catch from the spectacular Glenn Phillips. He really is outstanding in the gully off the bowling of Tim Southey. Labuschagne looked dead set to make 100. Wasn't to be today. Gone for 90. The bowling figure, Southey 1 for 58, 1 for 53 for Ben Sears, 1 for 14 for Glenn Phillips. But Matt Henry, by far the best and most effective of the New Zealand bowlers, 5 for 60 off 19. Australia lead at lunch by 59 runs. You are listening to SEN and SENZ Test Cricket. We will take a short break, and then on the other side, it will be Adam Collins, Jeremy Coney and Bharat Sundaresan for the start of the second session.
For Henley Homes, paying $1,000 a month off your home loan for 2 years. New Zealand versus Australia on SEN Test Cricket.
You wouldn't operate a chainsaw blindfolded. You wouldn't ride your dirt bike blindfolded. And you wouldn't walk on your roof blindfolded. Yet too many people dig without searching before you dig online first. Because if you don't search first, you're digging blind. Avoid high-pressure gas mains and high-voltage electricity cables every time. Search before you dig online every time. And never dig blind.
Work ute ransacked overnight. Locks before stores left ajar. All your tools gone out of sight. Good thing you're with IMA. The ones that aren't just by your side, but always have your back. They're the tradies, mate. That's IMA. IMA covers all you need. And tradies, yep, they all agree. They're the tradies, mate. They're the tradies, mate. That's IMA.
Celebrate St. Patrick's Day at the Fiddler, your ultimate Irish destination. Enjoy live music, Irish cuisine and Guinness flowing from all bars throughout March. On St. Patrick's Day, Sunday, March 17th, join us for Irish dances and the biggest shindig of the year. Dress in green, dance a jig and raise a pint at the Fiddler, the home of celebrations. St. Patrick's Day, celebrating all March, only at the Fiddler, Rouse Hill.
The Sounding Board with Craig Hutchison and Damien Barrett. It's sport, it's the media, it's talking about the issues that matter.
Well, they just did it perfectly. And I think one of his genius is his ability to unlock earned media that he doesn't pay for. It might be the best the country's ever seen. His ability to manipulate and to influence PR or no-cost media is world class. I'm sure that there was a lot of money put into a lot of people that may or may not have been needed to be there, but they made everyone feel part of it.
I'd argue too, and he reminded us this in one of the interviews during the coverage in Vegas on the weekend, how I said back on May 28 we'd return, and he was referring to that COVID year of 2020 when the world had stopped. He just nominated this date out of nowhere, and he said, no, we're resuming our competition on this date, and everyone laughed at him. He went and did it, and then guess what? The AFL somehow managed to get themselves going 2 weeks after it, but he went first again.
The Sounding Board podcast with Hutchie and Damo. Thanks to Drinkwise. If you're choosing to have a drink, choose to drink wise.
This is the finals. Epic clashes where every shot, every decision, and every second counts.
3, and he makes the three-pointer.
The NBL Final Series is heating up as we get close to crowning the NBL 24 season's champion.
Alley-oop, bang! Don't miss a minute of the action.
Watch every moment live on ESPN via KO and Foxtel.
Hungry Jacks NBL Finals. Every moment matters.
For the hottest of hot water you've ever seen. Ream comes on steady, hot and strong. It just keeps on and on.
Ream Ambi-Heat, the advanced energy-saving heat pump that's made in Australia.
Install the Ream.
Accept nothing less than Australia's best.
For over 40 years, Kubota have worked the Australian landscape and faced its challenges. From first light to sunset, our agriculture and construction range works with power and versatility that you can rely on. From our mid-size to professional tractors, dependable mowers, zero tail swing or conventional excavators, and more. Kubota is building and shaping the future. Visit kubota.com.au or head to your nearest dealer to learn more.
For Henley Homes, paying $1,000 a month off your home loan for 2 years. New Zealand versus Australia on SEN Test Cricket. The second session.
SENZ Test Cricket for Rosine. The Paint Kiwis Trust. The umpires are making their way out to the middle after a session where New Zealand picked up 4 wickets, 4 for 97 to be precise. Nathan Lyon, the night watchman, was out for 20 after a 51-run stand with Marnus Labuschagne from the bowling of Matt Henry, his 5th wicket. His 4th wicket, my apologies. Mitchell Marsh was his 5th, leg before wicket to Henry as well. Maybe that was his 6th. That was his 5th. Fifth, yeah. Let's get it right. Alex Carey was caught at mid-wicket, attempting to sweep. An ill-considered stroke came off the cue end of the bat, caught by Latham from the bowling of Phillips for 14, and Labuschagne on the stroke of lunch, caught at backward point, a Glenn Phillips screamer. Southey, the captain, gets himself in the book. So Labuschagne 10 short of what would have been a test century, but not to be for him. So Australia at the long break, lead by 59. They're 8 for 221. Mitchell Starc is still there on 17, and that's the wrap of the Australian team for Red Energy. Switched to 100% Aussie-owned Red Energy today. Adam Collins, Bharat Sundaresan, Jeremy Coney will be with us shortly as well for In-Place Living. Specialist disability accommodation designed for you. Baz, such an important mini-session this for New Zealand. They've got to finish it off straight away. They simply must.
Oh, they already are maybe 20 runs too far away from really being in the contest. That wicket was such a big wicket. Marnus Labuschagne looked like he was playing the Cam Green role, taking this game completely away from New Zealand. And Glenn Phillips with that party trick. But yeah, we go around the world, Adam, and we talk about moving days and moving sessions. It feels like this game just keeps moving. I was just thinking about it. How many players across these two teams and these two test matches have gone more than one day without having to bat?
It's been an extremely watchable test match so far. The middle session begins for Rosine, the Paint Kiwis Trust. Southey continues his successful over, and Pat Cummins, the captain, leaves alone outside the line of the off stump. So again, that leads 59 as I welcome Jeremy Coney. Yes, there's been a lot going on. There have already been 18 wickets in the test match across 4 sessions, and both sides have had periods of play where they've been on top, but New Zealand need one of them right now.
They do. The sooner they can wrap up these last two wickets, the better. Then just set their stall out if they can. They haven't really proven to anybody or to themselves that they can do that yet.
Southey in halfway through the over. Cummins plays late, tries to squeeze it through point off the back foot, but can't. He was out cheaply in the second innings last week, Cummins, when swinging from the hip. Overall in Test cricket, averages 17 with the bat.
And I agree with Jeremy completely. Purely based on current batting form, or what New Zealand have shown in the series, it is not inconceivable that this Test finishes today. And the only reason I say that is they've barely lasted over 40 overs, have they? Yeah, they batted for 60 overs in that second innings, but the innings is dragged on. The game was long dead.
Southey, in the Saturday afternoon sun, up and bowls, and Cummins leaves outside the line of the off stump. It's a fair point. I mean, based on what you're saying, there's a lot of cricket left today, 2 full sessions. Yeah. If they did only bat for as long as they have been batting, then I suppose with a lead of 59, Australia would have sufficient time to win the test match. But let's not be morbid. Let's think the other way. Let's go upside. Let's go upside for New Zealand. Let's talk about opening the batting in the second dig when you're behind, Jeremy. The job for Young and Latham when they get their opportunity.
Oh, bat. I mean, it's really a simple thing, isn't it, really? Watching the ball, knowing where your off stump is, and bat.
Southey to finish the over. Cummins plays late again, out to cover, defending from the crease. End of the over. An over where a wicket did fall. Brilliant catch from Phillips before lunch from the bowling of Southey, with the keeper up to the stumps. Labuschagne gone for 90 on the Macca's scoreboard. Cricket, I'm loving it. Jeremy Coney with me for in-place living, specialist disability accommodation designed for you. I suppose more the psychological side of things. If they've got a deficit of, say, 70 or 80, how you go about working with your partner to knock that off without getting daunted by the scoreboard pressure.
Yeah, well, I mean, you can't think of those things. You just push those things away and you just handle each ball. And you try to beat the opposition. It's kind of what we did when we played the West Indies. You try to kill the opposition by a million cuts. You know what you mean? I'm in for that ball. I'm still in. I'm in next ball. And you keep doing that and keep doing that until you get to a point where you slowly, the giant starts to just be lowered slightly.
Dare I say it, pretty much exactly what Glenn Turner said the other night at the function recognising the 50th anniversary of your win in Christchurch, where he said, well, how did you go about it against Australia?
Ball, yeah.
I just felt like I needed to concentrate for long enough to get through that ball and to the next ball, and, well, one thing rather leads to another, as it did for him that week with twin centuries. Matt Henry towards us, towards Stark. His first ball after lunch on 17. Henry's got 5 wickets. Won't get one here. A push out to cover from the crease, no run.
We should all just watch to see if there's still movement off the seam, because that's going to be a big thing. When has this pitch, because there is quite an even covering of grass and there is quite a lot of it on this surface as I look today, and if it's still nipping around, and this is an oldish ball now, isn't it? So if it is still nipping around with that, then that's a bit of a concern for the Kiwis.
That first ball's a genuine loosener. Second ball here, Stark swings through the line, down towards long on. It smacks into the rope. Stark reaches 21 with the stroke, with the boundary for Azito. Do it with Azito to you. The lead grows as well, and that gives a sign of the way Stark's going to bat with Cummins alongside him.
It's also a sign of what these two think of this pitch, Jeremy. They think that, I'm not saying they think that they have enough runs, but they don't mind bowling on this at the moment. And quick runs is the way to go.
Tell you what, no pace either. Low 120s, first 2 balls from Henry. Bowled a lot of overs. His 20th here, taken 5 wickets. That's outside the line of the off stump and left alone. Looking for that radar again if it comes up on our monitor. Because earlier, of course, Jeremy, it was Henry up in the mid 130s. Different proposition.
Yeah, that's interesting. You know, it was a good move from Blundell to come up to Labuschagne, wasn't it? He couldn't go through the leg, so he couldn't get out inside the line of the ball to hit it out to the leg side any longer.
Couldn't shuffle.
Nah.
Get it off. Short ball. Good short ball there from Henry. That's quicker. Stark sways out the way of it.
Is Henry bowling into the wind here?
Just a little bit. Yeah. So, Jeremy, to explain the wind change from it, we did a bad job. Well, I did a bad job before play today, forgetting we were on radio. I'm doing a video down there about the wind coming from one way, then coming from the other way. Anyway, it's coming from the southwest.
Yeah.
So, kind of, does that mean sort of blowing towards mid-on?
Yes. Yeah. Well, it means that Henry's actually running sort of up into it, doesn't it? And I would have thought after all his overs, is that the best idea?
Henry 2 slips the gully, delivers here. Stark swaying out the way of a less threatening short ball this time.
Maybe the idea is to give the ball to the quickest of the bowlers, Ben Sears, and get him to rattle these lower order batters.
I've worked out who Sears reminds me of. It's taken me 2 days. Steve Harmison. With the 2 arms going up in the air, both hands, both feet off the ground when landing in a real hurry.
Just that he jumps with both feet, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Like, Steve Harmison had the more conventional leap.
But it's the 2 arms in the air, I suppose, that is Harmison-esque.
2 arms in the air when you're bowling. It makes for good videos, as I have learned over the years.
Yes, indeed. Round the wicket, change of angle, last ball. Stark deals with it, out to cover off the front foot. Henry's bowled 20 overs, 5 for 64. Australia 8 for 225. They lead by 63. Cummins yet to score. Stark on 21 on the Macca's scoreboard. Cricket, I'm loving it.
At Ozito, we know for you it's about leaving your mark. With over 100 tools for your home and garden, all powered by one battery to make it happen. Because when it comes to getting things done, do it yourself. Do it with Ozito. Do you? There's now a Macca's bundle for small families, big families, and extended families from just $24.95. Value means more at Macca's. Available 10:30am to midnight for a limited time at participating restaurants. Excludes McDelivery.
Here with Rosine, the Paint Kiwis Trust, and, well, seemingly every session that starts, Tim Southey bowls Jeremy Coney. I mean, I know that the orthodoxy is to turn to your best bowler, but he probably isn't that anymore for New Zealand, to be charitable, but he always likes to start the session, this time down breeze.
Yeah, that's extraordinary, to have your best bowler in Henry bowling up into the wind.
Bowls here to Cummins. Hits him on something on the way through. Might have just missed through the effects mark. It might have been the spikes across the turf. Short ball. Hurried him up. Cummins smiles at the square leg umpire. Maria Erasmus will get a second look at this from front on. And yeah, that wasn't far away from kissing a glove on the way through on the Bunnings Trade replay screen. Good. Quicker.
Yeah, what Cummins has been practicing for throughout this tour, for the New Zealand fast bowlers to bomb him. Smile from Tim Southey as well, one fast bowling captain to the other.
Southey passes umpire Menon, bowls here to Cummins. Fuller, driven past back past him even. Takes some pace off it, collected by the man at mid-off. So 129 kilometres an hour is the reference point there for Southey.
Well, Jeremy, I guess Tim Southey's argument would be, I just took a wicket in the last over, so I need to continue bowling. But I completely agree with you. Matt Henry has looked a cut above everybody else in this New Zealand attack across 2 test matches. And New Zealand want to wrap this innings up very quickly. They can't afford even 15-20 more runs. The game will be too far gone by then.
Low scoring game. Lead 63. Southey bowls and Cummins defends from the leg stump line out to mid-wicket. No run.
Yeah, that's too easy, isn't it? For someone batting number 10, yes, Pat Cummins can bat. But to allow him to just settle in, defend very comfortably of a length, life has to be a little uneasier for Pat Cummins.
Yeah, it's a difficult equation now as the New Zealand sort of the bowling order and the bowlers that they have to operate with. There's only 2.
Crowd are silent. The Southey bowls. Another short ball. Cummins a little bit awkward, but gets the head and the gloves out the way through to Blundell.
There seems to be a definite sort of differential between the threat that lies between, say, Sears and Henry than there does between Southey and Kugelheim.
Yeah.
Is Kugelheim out there after lunch? That was the one thing I wanted to actually check, because I don't think he was just prior to lunch.
Let's have a squiz.
So it's just who bowls coming up into this breeze.
Haven't found him yet if he is out there. Bowling is Southey. Cummins expansive for the first time. Finds a gap at cover and beats 2 diving fielders. Gets a boundary as well. So the man at cover went one way, mid-off went the other, and he snuck it past both of them. Pat Cummins away with a boundary. 8 for 229. Leader 67. Our 4s for Azito. Do it with Azito. Do you?
Can't afford it, New Zealand. Just comfortably driving on the up, Pat Cummins. Didn't time it all that well. Look at that, just too easy at this pace.
Bit of smoke blowing across the ground, presumably from a barbecue out the back, behind the umbrellas. Southey bowls to Cummins in the short sleeve jumper, punching hard out the middle of the bat, this time straight to mid-off where there is a fielder. End of the over, 9 for 229. Cummins 4, Stark 21. The lead 67 on the Macca's scoreboard. Cricket, I'm loving it.
For the hottest of hot water you've ever seen. Ream comes on steady, hot and strong. It just keeps on and on.
Ream Ambi Heat Pump, winner of CanStar Blues Innovation Excellence Award 2023.
Install the Ream.
Accept nothing less than Australia's best.
SENZ Test cricket for Rosine, the Paint Kiwis Trust. We've located Scott Kugelheim, Baz. He's on the field.
He is. Right now he's at mid-on for Mitchell Stark on strike.
It won't be available to bowl. I wouldn't have thought immediately, though. He was off for a while just prior to lunch.
Ben Sears beneath us at fine leg. Just one slip for Henry. Round the wicket to Stark. He defends back down the pitch. So the field a little bit spread. Fine leg, as I mentioned before. Deep square. Catching mid-wicket. A mid-on, a mid-off, a cover, a point. Gully, a slip. So ringed around him to an extent. No sweeper on the offside, though.
At the risk of sounding a little rude, Jeremy, from a New Zealand perspective, they wouldn't want to reach a point where they want Kugeland bowling, though.
Yeah. 5 for 64, Henry. 5 for last week as well. Bowls to Stark, work to do, short ball. Stark sees it early and sways out the way with some ease.
It's a good point, Jeremy. The next bunch of tests New Zealand play will be in the subcontinent, India, Sri Lanka, Afghanistan. Do you take Tim Southee there as captain? I mean, that's one spot. Generally, in those conditions, you want to play 1 or 2 seamers at best. Can Tim Southee be one of your 2 best fast bowlers?
It's a question they're going to have to answer, isn't it? And certainly, think through very carefully indeed.
Henry passes umpire Erasmus round the wicket. Stark plays off the front foot defensively to the bowler. No run.
Because clearly, when he is captain, and he's going with, there seems to be a hierarchy in place. This going for seniority, where in terms of bringing himself on, like you said, at the start of every session, taking the new ball. But is it impeding him in some ways of reading the tea leaves and reading the game?
Here's Henry again on the angle. Round the wicket, gets the outside part of Stark's bat, but spills out to gully where there won't be a run. He's got a good record in Asia for what it's worth, Southee, but I'm not sure how much, 58 at 26, these numbers matter quite so much at the moment, given there's been this notable decline in pace.
Yeah, he's lost his nip. You talk about nip, don't you, when you talk about medium fast bowling. And if you can't beat the inside edge of the bat or and take the outside edge as well, it makes it very difficult to claim wickets.
Henry bowls to Stark, who plays and misses at one that does take off from the surface. There's that nip you've been talking about, Jeremy Coney.
That's the sort of thing that the New Zealand openers will be watching pretty closely. They'll say, gee, it is still actually happening here. That's moved away. It's angling back in from around the wicket and then straightening and beating Stark on the outside edge. So that's the nip we're talking about there. He's fast enough.
Won't be easy facing the Aussies in the second dig. Henry's last ball here. Stark swings across the line out to deep square. That's not where he intended for it to go, but does get a single, keeps the strike. He's 22, Cummins 4, leads 68 with Australia up to 8 for 230 on the Macca's scoreboard. Cricket, I'm loving it.
Is it a bird? Is it a plane? No, it's Crowell's Electrical and Solar Man. Living from roof to roof, he's keeping the residents of homes across Australia safe from rising energy costs with solar power systems from Crowell's Electrical and Solar. They're also the experts in battery storage technology and the installation of your system, protecting and caring for it with their ongoing maintenance programs. Call 03-876-16228 or visit crowlzelectrical.com. REC 22623.
Coverage for Resine, the Paint Kiwis Trust. To our listeners in Queensland, you'll be leaving the cricket shortly for NRL Crunch Time. To keep listening to the cricket, download the SEN app or switch to SEN Fanatic on your digital radio. Jeremy, you spotted something on the screen between overs.
We were just talking about the speeds of the various New Zealand bowlers last over.
It's new over starting with Southee bowling to Stark, who just missed cues to cover off the front foot, got big on him, no run.
And unsurprisingly, Sears is at the top of the list in terms of average speeds, 138. He's been up in the 140s as well, hasn't he? So that is an average. And then it's Henry at 132, Kugelheim 131, and Southee the slowest of the lot at 127.
That does stand out in the modern game, doesn't it? If you're going to bowl 127, you better have a big bag of tricks. Southee trying to find one here, bowls to Stark, defends it easily, has heaps of time out to cover.
Well, even when it's a new ball, I'm afraid at that pace it tends to come from the hand and from the arm, and so that you see it coming, and it's much easier to work out as a batsman where is it going to be when it arrives at my end, whereas you want enough pace where it goes straight and then moves once it's sort of halfway down. The closer it is to the batsman, the better, of course, where it moves. So he's lost that threat he's always had. It's that outswing. Everyone thinks of him as an outswing bowler.
Southee approaches with 2 slips, bowls to Stark and pulls hard out through mid-wicket where there is a gap. They'll get 2, might consider a third. Cummins, the captain, sends him back there happy with a couple. That takes Stark up to 24. Australia 8 for 232, lead of 70. So that's grown by 11 runs since lunch without further loss.
And it's also how it hits the keeper's gloves, isn't it, Jeremy? When you see Matt Henry in the previous over, it kind of hits the gloves. Here with Tim Southee, throughout this series, it just falls into his gloves, like loops into the wicketkeeper's gloves. That's a sign of that pace, or more of the nip or lack thereof.
Southee changes angle as well. Round the wicket to Stark. Stark across the line, through mid-wicket with more aggression. And this time it's out to the rope in exactly the same direction. It's like he was sizing him up with the first one and then found his groove, and with that angle from round the wicket was able to put it away back of the length. Stark 28 with the boundary for Azito. Do it with Azito to you. 8 for 236 the score.
Yeah, he just because again of the lack of pace, it doesn't worry these tail enders at all, and he's just teeing off, and that means off goes somebody else into the nether regions of the field, and so this slip cordon's now just one.
We're hitting that point again, as we have a couple of times, Jeremy, where they need a wicket right now. There's no latitude anymore with the lead up to 74. I wonder whether this might be Southee's final over. Got that wicket before lunch. What a great catch from Glenn Phillips it was. It'll be replayed around the world, but they need something. It's not coming. Bowls here to Stark, who again deals with it easily out to mid-wicket. It's off his hip.
My point about Blundell was that, as soon as, I think Smithy was talking about it beforehand, he had to move from going into the leg side. As soon as the keeper came up and stood behind the stumps, he started to play through that sort of gully backward point area, and that's really what drew the stroke and then the catch, therefore. So Blundell had something to do with that dismissal.
Speaking of Phillips, he's warming up for Ream. I suspect we're about to get some off-spin.
Yeah.
Last ball of Southee's 18th over. To Stark again, and he plays with soft hands to that man Phillips in the gully, diving to his left end of the over. 8 for 236 Australia. They lead by 74. Cummins 4. Stark 28 on the Macca's scoreboard. Cricket, I'm loving it. Let's take the chance to go around the world a little bit here. Over to Dharamshala, the 5th test match between England and India. England all out 218 on the first day. India have powered to 8 for 473 by the close on day 2, a lead of 255. Centuries for Rohit Sharma and Shubman Gill, 103 and 110 respectively. Half centuries for Jaiswal, Padikkal on debut, Sarfraz Khan, who we love so much, Bharat Sundaresan, and contributions down the list as well, including Kuldeep Yadav, who's still there on 27. So, yes, a test match which is going the direction you would think after India wrapped up the series 3-1 last week.
And Kuldeep and Ashwin getting the wickets on day one.
Cleaning up.
Yeah.
9 between them. All 10 wickets went to spin on day one, so it's only going to get harder for England.
Yeah, Jasprit Bumrah's faced over 50 balls. He's unbeaten.
Henry towards us, towards Cummins, plays late and doesn't quite get it past Ravindra at backward point. I think that a lot of the headlines have been when Ben Stokes, who hasn't bowled all series, was told by a surgeon if he bowls again in this series, his knee might fall out. First ball of the series, an absolute beauty to knock over Rohit Sharma at 103. Just grazed his off stump, the stuff you dream of. But anyway, there's been a lot of attention made of that overnight. But the real story there is England careering towards a 4-1 series loss.
Was it the first test they won as well, wasn't it?
It's a beauty. They came back from 190 runs behind at Hyderabad.
Oh, yes, that was Pope, wasn't it?
Yes, it was. Here's Henry on leg stump. Cummins helps himself to one to deep square. He's 5. 8 for 236 the score. Make that 37 the score. Lead 75.
What a great evening that was as well for Test cricket. Shamar Joseph had just blown away Australia at the Gabba. A couple of hours later, England came back to win that famous Test match, and Test cricket was on a high. Ever since, things have gone more to plan. India dominating that series or the rest of it. And so far in this series, this has gone to plan as well. New Zealand just not finding they haven't really taken the most of, or made the most of these positions they've found themselves in, have they? With ball and definitely with bat.
Henry, best of the bowlers, delivers here to Stark, leg stump full, pushed to mid-on. Yeah, we get those days or those finishes which just feel so euphoric. Nothing short of it when a test goes to the last wicket or handful of runs or the final half an hour or whatever it is. It's to be savoured, because most test cricket, by definition, when it's played over 5 days, will be won heavily by one team or the other. It's harder to get the close result compared to the shorter forms. And we get 2 in 1 day, 2 within 4 hours of each other. Bowling here, short ball from Henry. That bursts through the gloves of Blundell, but he keeps it down after Stark ducks and gets out the way. So the next test cricket for New Zealand after this. They've got a bit of a breather as well, don't they, Jeremy? They go to India later in the year.
Yes.
For three test matches starting. I'm told they're going to start the first week of October. Whether that pans out or not, time will tell. And they've got a series against Sri Lanka before that. Henry bowls here. Stark swings and misses and edges. He did edge it. He's gone. Henry's got a 6th. So Stark's done his job. He's made 28. He's helped push the lead to 75 for Australia, but they have lost their 9th wicket with the score on 237. And Matt Henry on his home ground, he's got a 6-fer.
Yep, looking to, just heave the ball to the leg side that was left open for him to go that way. And Henry, just the ball slightly away, not much, but it's enough just to take the edge of the bat as Stark, that flailing bat of Stark, looking to really attack. And so he goes for 28. It's been a handy innings from Mitchell Stark. He'll enjoy a bowl with this wind behind him, I would think. And of course, the man that caused so much trouble for New Zealand now in the Basin Reserve, Josh Hazlewood, and in the first innings here, I might add, is coming out as well. And he'll be quite determined. You find number 11's a bit like that.
Yes.
They just do not like to give it away.
That was his highest score in Test cricket last week for 8 years when he got to 22. So he's feeling in form. The 6 for 66 for Henry, I should add. Our Macca's I'm Loving It moment. Get your Macca's favourites delivered with McDelivery.
And Ben Sears is warming up. That's a good sign. I mean, hopefully New Zealand will think Matt Henry has a chance to finish this innings off and end with a 7-wicket haul. Into the wind, with the wind. Wherever you put Matt Henry, gives you wickets. It's been a special individual performance from Matt Henry across this series. And what Australia will look at with that delivery, Jeremy, was a slight away movement with such an old ball. Just a bit. It's enough in there. And what we'll also see is if Hazlewood does survive this ball, Pat Cummins will start throwing his bat around.
Yes, he will.
It's a big ball, this. Got to get greedy here, Henry. Can he get a 7-fer? First ball here to Hazlewood, the number 11. Hits him on the pad, but no appeal for leg before. End of the over. A successful one for the Black Caps. 9 for 237 the score. The lead 75. Cummins 5. Hazlewood yet to score on the Macca's scoreboard. Cricket, I'm loving it.
We love our Aussie summers. Nothing beats a day on the water. And with the Isuzu D-Max, you can really make the most of it. Be it a sunrise surf or fishing with the family. Summer goes further with the Isuzu D-Max. Plus, with stock available across the D-Max range, you can have your own before you know it. Visit your local Isuzu U dealer today.
SENZ Test cricket for Rosine. The Paint Kiwis trust. Credit to Matt Henry. Started the series with a bowling average against Australia of 110. It's down to 35 now. With back-to-back fifers. Might even be a smidgen better. I don't know whether that last wicket's gone in, but 5 last week at Wellington in the first innings, 6 for 66 this time around, and kept New Zealand in the Test match. As I welcome Ian Smith back to the expert chair for in-place living, specialist disability accommodation designed for you. G'day, Smithy.
And Sears back as well for a little bit of pace at the tail. Don't mind this.
Cummins will be swinging. Bowls here. Cummins' first ball goes under his bat through to the gloves of Blundell. So 75, the number on the scoreboard that matters most at the moment. 75 the lead.
It's getting to that little awkward part, isn't it, really, where even a good partnership, you could be 1 or 2 down. When you get there, depending on how things go, you could be more, could be less. Whatever happens, New Zealand have to bat and bat and bat and love it.
Well, do what they're paid to do.
Yeah.
They have to bat for about 100 overs at least, you'd think. Sears bowls here, going back and riding the bounce. Here's Cummins round the corner, but declines the single.
I don't understand that.
Interesting.
Hazlewood batted for a year at the Basin.
He won't be best pleased about that, Josh Hazlewood, being protected by his number 9. As I said, his highest score
number
since...
10 today.
Number 10, quite right. Since Perth 2016 was the last time that Hazlewood made it as far as 22. Until last week. Anyway, Cummins can put the foot down. That's been something we've seen in the last couple of years. When he decides to start swinging, going into T20 mode, he can do a little bit of damage. That'll be his goal here. Men back at deep square and deep fine. The rest up. Sears bowls and Cummins swings over the top of the bowler, 4 runs. Felt like he was going inside out over cover, but flat batted it. Moves to 9 with his second boundary for Azito. Do it with Azito to you. And that takes the lead up to 79.
I don't think Sears was ever in any danger of being hit, but he fell over on the pitch. It's almost like he overbalanced there, straight down.
Cool. Sort of threw himself off his feet.
He did. Not quite into the length. I don't think Saudi wants him to bowl in that sort of half volleyish range.
Especially when they know that Cummins is going to be swinging. He went leg side of that, gave him the stumps, but not full enough to really threaten, not short enough either. Sears again, short. Cummins swings out to deep square leg. And it's gone a long way. It's gone watching for the signal. No, it landed just inside the rope. Goes for 4. Lost it in the crowd. Ravindra didn't quite get to the contest either. Back-to-back 4s for Cummins and Australia. Lead of 83. There for Azito.
Dangerous now. Another 5 minutes of this and all of a sudden the lead's over 100.
So I wasn't in control there, I should add. It was just a swing and better than a top edge, but still, that's the power hitting we see. That's what they train for, Smithy.
Well, we've got a little conference between Henry and Southey and Sears, and the oldsters are telling the youngster exactly what to do here. So maybe they're going to persist with it, but he has shifted Rachin Ravindra squarer. Much more towards where that ball just landed.
Still the 2 slips. Cummins 2 left in the over. Goes leg side, swings top edge over the cordon. More runs, another boundary. 3 4s in a row. Vital runs, nagging runs. Lead up to 87. It was 75 a couple of moments ago. 9 for 249. Cummins 17 from 17. 4 4s for the skipper. How frustrating for New Zealand.
Well, this is very frustrating. Very, very frustrating.
And now they'll want the 1, won't they?
Now they put a fly slip down. It was Daryl Mitchell goes down to basically almost straight behind where first slip would be.
Well, they haven't brought up deep square, right? So he has got... And deep point. No, is that deep point back there as well? No, it's not. It's a sub-fielder. But still, the point is there are singles to be had if Cummins wants to get 1 and keep the strike. Let's see.
Acres of space there.
Yeah. Sears to finish. Cummins swings instead. Out to deep square leg. Gets all of that. He's hammered it over the fence. Nearly into the hut behind the hill. Cummins to 23 with a bullet to complete the over. 9 for 255. 4 boundaries in a row. That's all on the Macca's scoreboard. Cricket, I'm loving it. He's running hot for Ream.
For the hottest of hot water you've ever seen. Ream comes on steady, hot and strong. It just keeps on and on. Install a Ream. Install a Ream. Install a Ream. Install a Ream.
Ask your plumber for Ream, Australia's #1.
SEN Test cricket with Rosine the Paint Kiwis Trust. One explosion of runs in the last over off the bat of Pat Cummins. It's now Henry around the wicket to Hazelwood, who goes underneath the bouncer. 255 for 9. The lead is 93. Afternoon, Smithy. Coney.
G'day, Daniel.
Hi, Daniel.
Just looking at Tibby and Sears down here in front of us here, taking a few swigs of his Gatorade, or Powerade, I suppose they call it over here, and just contemplating the pounding he just took in that over.
Test cricket's not easy. Henry searching for another. He gets the inside edge of Hazelwood's bat as it trickles out back with a screw on the onside. Just leading for getting a run, getting off the mark. 2, 5, 6 for 9. Uncomfortable lead already?
Oh, it's very uncomfortable. On the strength of the batting so far. It's a very imposing lead now. I mean, you're talking about 2.5 hours of batting to eradicate that lead, and you don't want to lose a wicket in the process. Oof. So twice the start they had in the first innings and more.
Look, it could be 40 overs at the rate that New Zealand score against the Australian bowlers. So that's almost the length of the innings that they've had a couple of times.
Henry past the umpire, bowls very full coming forward. Cummins pushing forward, no run up to mid-off.
This will be interesting because Sears was told to bowl short by both Henry and Southey and copped a pounding from Pat Cummins because it was so predictable, I guess. But it'll be interesting to see what length Henry himself bowls to Cummins.
Bright sunshine. Strong southerly, though, which Henry's pushing up into, and he goes past the outside edge. Goes half forward. Slow through to Blundell.
So maybe Sears is better served to bowl that length if he gets another over.
Or very full. Go for a little Yorker if he can bowl one.
Bowling to number 10. And number 10, he's better than that, Cummins, but he is batting at number 10, so... And Henry's just trying to nick him out in a conventional manner.
Bowl short this time. Well recognised by Cummins. Goes underneath.
And the short ball becomes quite effective for Henry, doesn't it? Because he is beating him just from a length ball.
Henry 6 for 67, looking to become just the second time an individual has taken 7 wickets at Hagley. I was going to say the second person. The other person's Matt Henry. Or Henry Matt.
South Africa, was it? Against South Africa?
I think you're right. He's fashioning a very fine record now. 28 wickets and 23 at this ground. And fans have loved it. Hometown boy, bowls full into the pads. Big appeal for LBW. Umpire Rasmus just wanders off. Not even having a look. Tom Blundell is absolutely certain of this. And Tim Southey, that's a very quick review. New Zealand left it to 1 second for the Mitchell Marsh appeal. They've gone upstairs with 14 seconds remaining. So, not a lot of conversation, Jerry. Not a lot of conversation. He'd come down the wicket, hit him very low, if not on the full. Let's check the Bunnings trade replay.
It wasn't a knuckleball almost. It was a different type of delivery. On across his stumps. I think that's hitting.
So, gee whiz.
That's hit his back ankle.
Hitting middle and leg. I think
it is too.
There's a couple of batsmen starting to make their way towards the pavilion, and I'm not talking the Aussie ones here. I'm talking Will Young, Kane Williamson.
Josh Hazelwood too.
They're thinking this is out.
So DRS review with IMAR Insurance, Tradies Trust IMAR for insurance call.
Hazelwood's on his way off.
He's gone a long ways across the stump, then tried to get the bat back across, and he's actually hit into his pad and stopped it getting across.
This is 7 for Henry.
Yes,
this is remarkable. Remarkable stuff.
6 for 67. Now,
still building more.
Well, Hazelwood's 2/3 the way off the ground. Kane Williamson also.
Tom Latham now starting to mosey on off. I mean, that's got to be hitting. Got to be hitting.
Yeah. How could you walk away and not give that? How could you walk away to the leg side as an ump and miss that? That's hitting the inside of leg stump.
Well, I know he's walking away from the game. At the end of the series, he's got to stay in the game.
Yeah, but you need to watch it.
So it is a 7th for Matt Henry. Quite outstanding. 7 for 67. At times a lone wolf in the bowling lineup for New Zealand in this series. 5 in the first innings in Wellington. He's gone even better in front of his own fans as he get rid of Cummins. LBW. And what an ovation he should receive and will receive.
Getting one from Nathan Lyon there as he comes out to prepare. Michael Neeser, Australian coach, are both there as well, and even Alex Carey, who and Mitchell Marsh, they're all acknowledging what a sterling performance this has been from Matt Henry, as are the locals, everyone on their feet really who appreciates the excellence in the game. That is simply sensational, his contribution in this series.
In the last, an LBW shout. How's that? Get amongst it with Tinny's Craft Beer, available at Liquorland. Choose to drink wise. So, Pat Cummins goes. LBW bowled Henry for 23 in Australia, all out for 256, and they have a lead of 94 runs. So credit once more, Smithy, that New Zealand bowlers have put their hand up. Matt Henry in particular.
I mean, 256, it's not a massive score, is it, to be perfectly honest? So every time Australia have come out, the top 6 or 7 have been dismissed, bar one player. And that one player today was Marnus Labuschagne. It was Cameron Green, of course, in Wellington. They find one, and the tail have batted pretty well. Stark and Cummins and Lyon have made valid contributions to their batting effort on each occasion, which has made the difference, really. So Matt Henry is 23 overs, 4 maidens, 7 for 67, economy rate 2.91. That is in front of the Hadleys. Hadley-esque. It's been superb. So he will deserve a lot of accolades, and he'll take them, and good luck to him as well. But now the focus turns, Jeremy Coney, to the serious part of the game now.
It does. But just to Henry, it's just a lone performance, isn't it, really, when you look at the other 3 wickets and you see Phillips got a very false shot, really, from Carey, didn't he? A strange one. Getting the cue end of the bat and being caught from a sweep at mid-wicket. Southey, a great catch, actually, from your gully fields, and Phillips. And Sears, he deserved his one, I think, with an LBW that was close and a mistake by the opening batsman Smith. So, but the rest, I mean, Henry has just been outstanding. That New Zealand are now going to have to hunker down, aren't they? We don't mind how slow it is, really. Runs will come as they stay there. It's a question, can they do that? And that's the issue, really, against what will be some searching fast bowling from the 3 seamers that we will see in the first few overs. There's a breeze blowing now, so whether that will disrupt anything from the Botanic Gardens end for the Australians, we'll have to wait and see. But it will make it dangerous from this end. Will Lyon come into they have options, don't they, I think, the Australians.
Australia all out for 256. Smith made 11, Khawaja 16, Labuschagne 90, Green 25, Head 21, Lyon 20, Marsh without scoring 17 to Carey, 28 to Stark, 23 to Cummins, the last 2 go, and Hazelwood was 1 not out with 7 extras, 256. Southey 1 for 68. Matt Henry, though, 23 overs, 4 maidens, 7 for 67. Sears 16 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 71. Kugelheim just 6 overs, 1 maiden, none for 30. And Phillips 1 for 14 off 5 overs. We will take a break. Our coverage with Resine. Quality paint and colours, perfect for your summer projects, continues with New Zealand trailing Australia by 94 runs after the first innings. Both sides in this test match.
Culverts, waste chutes, concealed downpipes, stacks, cooling tower pipework, fire services. If something flows through it or goes through it and it's cracked, broken or needs repairing, you can call the Drain Man to reline it. Yes, the Drain Man. We can reline almost anything from 100 mil up to 2 metres in diameter. Round, square or any shape. It's a long-term solution to rehabilitate your assets. Call 1-800 843 372. That's 1-800 The Drain Man.
Work youth ransacked overnight. Locks before, stores left ajar. All your tools gone out of sight. Good thing you're with IMA. The ones that aren't just by your side, but always have your back. They're the tradies, mate. That's IMA. IMA covers all you need. And tradies, yep, they all agree. They're the tradies, mate. They're the tradies, mate. That's IMA.
With the 7-seat Isuzu MUX, you're sorted. Whether you're getting away from everybody or getting away with everybody, you can grab all your special ones, hitch up the caravan and head for the beach. Or just leave them all behind for a solo adventure. With the 7-seat Isuzu MUX, options galore. Visit your local Isuzu Ute dealer today.
At Ozito, we know for you it's about leaving your mark. It's a statement, making every task uniquely yours. Ozito doesn't just have your back, we're right there with you, powering your DIY journey. With over 100 tools for your home and garden, all powered by one battery to make it happen. Because when it comes to getting things done, this is your moment. Do it yourself. Do it with Ozito. Do you? At Ozito, we know for you it's about leaving your mark. With over 100 tools for your home and garden, all powered by one battery to make it happen. Because when it comes to getting things done, do it yourself. Do it with Ozito. Do you?
Stay on the ball while you're on the road. The SEN app is now available on Apple CarPlay, so you can keep up with all the big moments, expert commentary, and the latest news. When it happens in sport, SEN has you covered. Find the SEN app on Apple CarPlay.
Looking for a leading supplier of plumbing fittings? A company that is Australian owned and operated with over 30 years experience, providing local support that's second to none from facilities across Australia. Holman Plumbing is a full range supplier of PVC fittings to the trade market. They also pride themselves on bringing innovative products and solutions to the industry by designing and investing in new tooling and products for their customers. View the full range of PVC plumbing supplies at holmanplumbing.com.au.
Henry bowls here, stuck swings and misses and edges. He did edge it. He's gone. Henry's got a sixth. Here's to finish. Cummins swings instead. Out to deep square leg. Gets all of that. He's hammered it over the fence. Nearly into the hut behind the hill.
Town boy, bowls full. Into the pads. Big appeal for LBW. Umpire Rusford just wanders off. Tom Blundell is absolutely certain of this. And Tim Southey, that's a very quick review.
Tom Latham now starting to mosey on off. I mean, that's got to be hitting. Got to be hitting.
Yeah. So it is a seventh for Matt Henry. Quite outstanding. SENZ and SEN Test Cricket with Resine, quality paint and colours perfect for your summer projects. We're in the Open Country innings break. Open Country delivering you a summer of New Zealand's best cricket with the Black Caps, thanks to Open Country. Thanks to Matt Henry, New Zealand have a deficit of just 94 runs. Ian Smith and Jeremy Coney alongside me, Daniel McHardy in our commentary position. Glorious looking Hagley Oval, although that southerly breeze a little bit chilly in parts. Won't be a chilly reception for the New Zealand openers from the Australian attack. It's going to be hot out there. Our lunchtime guests in the first couple of days have been one Glenn Turner and John Wright. Do these two need to channel their inner Turner and Wright?
Would be nice. It would be nice. They're very good judges of when to play and when not to play. Abilities to bat for long periods of time. Turner, steely defensive setup. Both players selling their wickets very dearly. That's exactly the recipe this has to be. Forget about the runs, bat time, and the rest looks after itself, really. Bat time, if they can. Build from what they did in the first innings. There's a nice start in the first innings, but they should know and realise that a nice start isn't good enough, because what's coming afterwards hasn't been good enough. So much depends on this partnership, on Williamson and Mitchell. For mine, they're the tough guys. They're the tough four.
They are. Our experts with in-place living specialist disability accommodation designed for you. Chris Harris is going to join in Smith in just a moment. It will be Mitchell Stark who will be bowling downwind, quite a substantial southerly. Gusts of up to 40-50k at the moment. Still bright sunshine above, just a few light clouds. Full house in. I'm sure a bit of dread amongst a lot of those fans, because Stark's away from us. Moves past umpire Rasmus. First ball of the innings goes past the outside edge. Immediately a probing line and length. Just a little bit of movement away from the left-hander. Latham, who wanders down and does a bit of gardening.
Sets the tone, doesn't it? Angling in towards off stump and then leaves Tom Latham. Terrific start from radar. Perfect. Got to play that line initially. When you see it from the hand, you're drawn forward. Just hope that if it doesn't get the middle of the bat, it doesn't get the other part.
I was about to say, to be fair, he had to play that line. He was angling into off stump, and then just that shape away that Stark gets. Great start.
3 slips and a gully appointment off mid-on, mid-wicket, long leg. Stark just warming up. He bowls full and straight again. Very noticeable as Latham pushes up towards mid-on. Then he likes to err on the side of full early. Yeah, he does.
But when he gets... The thing about Mitchell Stark is he hasn't got that consistency that Hazelwood's got, or Cummins has got for that matter, but what he does bowl is the unplayable delivery that not many players in the world can handle. He just has that X factor about him. 3 or 4 times an innings, that's all you need.
Such a graceful long approach. Long stride as he drags the length back just a touch towards waist height. Turn to the onside, there's no run. And there's that wonderful combination, Harry, when he's at his best, of swinging the ball at great pace. Oh, I can see you sort of rocking back in your chair.
Oh, just especially for the left-handed. I mean, it's not nice for the right-handers because it's coming back at you, but it's always tough to start against as a left-hander. When Latham looks round, sees 3 slips in a gully, and the angle from over the wicket, sort of angling into his stumps, forcing you to play, but knowing that his general shape takes it away from you. He can take a little bit of time just to line up Stark.
Lining up Latham as Stark, wider of off stump, no stroke played.
I was just going to say, but the good news is I saw some really positive signs from Tom Latham in that first innings.
Yes.
I thought he knew exactly where his off stump was, and I thought particularly early on he left very well. So hopefully the confidence he gained from that first innings will hold him in good stead for this one.
Canterbury boy that you are, I'd love to get your thoughts on Matt Henry. 7 for.
Absolutely superb.
Not too many Kiwis have done that.
Oh, he just goes from strength to strength. I mean, he's just been absolutely key for this New Zealand bowling attack. He's the one that they've always gone to if they needed something to happen, and generally he's delivered.
Well, here's a man who's just gone past DK Lilly on the all-time Australian chart. That's a pretty good claim to fame, wider of off stump. 140k left alone.
Slightly more test than DK, I think. I think DK was 70.
But if you add in the
World
Series of Test matches there, he got a lot of wickets
70,
there
80,
very cheaply,
Yeah.
Dennis Lilly. And there is a big, strong argument for including that particular period of cricket into stats these days, more so perhaps than there was at the time.
He's a more serene character, Mitchell Stark, wouldn't you say, in comparison? Both very fine bowlers, though. The number 56 standing proudly on his back as he beats Latham with the ball that took off from a length. Latham very late at withdrawing the hands. Excellent start. Demanding from the first ball. New Zealand survived. Made an over bowled.
Right, OK, let's look at just how good Henry's performance was in the first innings. Best bowling figures for New Zealand against Australia. Richard Hagley, 9 for 52. Matt Henry, second best now, 7 for 67. Daniel Vittori, 7 for 87 in Eden Park back in 2000. Danny Morrison, I assume, not John. Danny Morrison, 7 for 89. Wellington, 1993. Richard Hadley, 7 for 116. Christchurch, 1986. Matt Henry rockets into second spot, 7 for 67.
Oh, that's a pretty proud position.
There you go.
To take. It's going to... I doubt 9 for 52 is under 3 at any time soon.
No, it's quite a nice list to be in near the top, though, isn't it, that one? It's a serious performance.
Speaking of serious performers, here's Hazelwood. His first ball to Will Young. Outside of off stump. Back of a length. Left alone. He looked at that 6 to 8 metre length. He talked about that. The end of the day's play yesterday. This guy's just humming along. What a summer he's had, and you've seen so much of it, Smith.
Yes, that's according to Laurie Colliver out of Adelaide. At midday, I think, in Adelaide.
Bear o'clock.
Nearly for Loz. Nearly.
From the Botanic Gardens end, it's Hazelwood pushing up into the southerly breeze past the umpire. Ball's full, and Young pushes into the cover region, and from mid-off, Labuschagne won't have a chance to threaten the New Zealand pair. They're off the mark. New Zealand won without loss.
And the other galling stat from Mr. Colliver is that, by his count, and it'll be accurate, drop catches in the series, T20s, New Zealand 6, Australia none. Tests, New Zealand 7, Australia 1. 13-1 overall.
That's quite a telling stat, isn't it?
Oh, it's a remarkably bad stat.
7-1 in the tests alone. Wow.
That's in 3 innings. 5 innings. 3 innings. Yeah, 3 innings.
generally something New Zealand has prided itself on over the last 20 years.
Harry and I talked about that in a previous commentary stint. It's the one thing they could rely on.
Hazelwood immediately round the wicket to Latham into the pads, flicked away to forward square leg where header's position, no run.
Not just rely on, but it's something that I think throughout the years, something New Zealand's been very proud of. Haven't always been able to deliver the world-class bowling attack, but it's always been backed up in the field. And dare I say it, when I go back to my Canterbury days, we saw the fielding group as like the sixth bowler, and it was their job to make up some runs and save some runs. So I think, for a long time, New Zealand's prided themselves on their fielding, so they'll be disappointed with those stats.
3 slips in a gully for Hazelwood 2. Oles and Latham drives beautifully through the covers. Should be 4. It's lent on it and shades of a couple of cover drives in the first innings as he got through to 38. The first boundary.
Nice feeling to hit that in the middle of the bat, and it was just beautifully timed. Wasn't overhit, no great follow through, no flourish. Just a glorious cover drive off a delivery which was almost a half volley. He got close enough to it to take the risk out of the shot.
5 without loss on the Macca's scoreboard. Cricket, I'm loving it. Hazelwood, doubt he'll find that length again. There you go, straight on where it needs to be, past the outside edge again. He is magic to watch.
Reasonably quick adjustment, that Smithy.
Let's get back to the top of the mark and just get the screwdriver out and
just come back half a metre.
Yeah.
Very similar line.
Robot.
Very similar line, but just back that half a metre, which just made it that awkward length and that lovely corridor to the left-hander. Had to play it again.
It's been the T1000 and this, the Terminator. Machine in again. He bowls. Left alone on length by Latham through to Kerry behind the wicket. The end of the second over. New Zealand are 5 without loss. Latham is on 4. Young on 1 on the Macca's scoreboard. Cricket, I'm loving it.
At Azito, we know for you it's about leaving your mark. It's a statement, making every task uniquely yours. Azito doesn't just have your back, we're right there with you, powering your DIY journey. With over 100 tools for your home and garden, all powered by one battery to make it happen. Because when it comes to getting things done, this is your moment. Do it yourself. Do it with Azito. Do you?
SENZ and SEN Test cricket with Rosine, the Paint Kiwis trust. Stark, his first attempt to bowl to the right-hander, Will Young. Gawadra at first slip, Smith at second, Marsh at third, Green in the gully, Pointer mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and a long leg. From over the wicket, here is the imposing figure of Stark. Bowls into the pads of Young, turns into the onside, he does the fielding.
I love this grandstand that we're in. It's not a traditional commentary position because it's at the moment we're sitting over a wide mid-on, but just to look out the window and the way they've set the grandstand up. We've got the Australian tour group led by Merv Hughes, who incidentally has made it to the ground, which is pretty good actually, quite early too, by his standards. And they're right down in front of us. And then there's a barrier, an artificial barrier, like a fence line being set up with a strap. It's dividing the Yellow Hats, the Australian tour group, from the AirTech Shirt Brigade with the Panama Hats, which of course is the Christ College Old Boys Association, otherwise known as the Members. And on the barrier, it plainly says, members area only, no tour group access.
Or translated, no yellow hats.
Yeah. In fact, you people down there
stay out.
who spend your thousands of dollars, it's not enough to join us. It's not enough. We, Christ College Old Boys Association, we sit here and please don't even talk to us, for goodness sake.
How very dare you. Don't even look at us. Here's Stark. And again, bowls angling wide of off stump, no stroke. Oh, in fact, wide called. Very wide. 141k, but lost it. 6 without loss.
So definitely says no tour groups access. Some people might even deem it nice to put up a sign, welcome to our Australian visitors. Yeah, welcome. We hope you have a pleasant stay here. Stop beating us so quickly so we can have more cricket. But no tour group access. None. Nil. Don't even think about crossing that line.
Do you think it's electrified?
It probably is electrified.
All right, here's Stark going past these. No, he's caught the edge and Young goes. The finger goes up. He hesitates, he waits. He's so despondent and disappointed, but he's got to go. He's not going to review. Stark bagging a hard length, sailing around about waist height. And Carey has another catch, I think 6 for the game. And New Zealand, well, the bleeding starts early. And Young's defeated by this magic fast bowler of Australia.
Well, line and length delivery. It started in close enough to interest Will Young in playing the shot. Problem was it was short. It was really, really short in that respect. So it is a bit of a sorry sight for Will Young, who's worked so hard on his game and waited for so many opportunities to come around. He's had 4 in this series and hasn't paid a dividend. So he departs 6 for 1. And right now, here is New Zealand's hope coming to the crease again.
In the third over. As has happened probably too many times over his career. New Zealand losing an early wicket. Young for 1.
It's just the length you don't have to play, isn't it? I mean, as tough as that is on Will Young, the line was good. I mean, it was probably a 4th stump, just outside off stump, but it's that length on the surface. They've watched it for a day and a half now, and you can leave that length with confidence because you know it's going well and truly over the stumps. And I guess when he analyses that, he'll think, I probably shouldn't have played at that.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think that was the type of ball that we saw Marnus Labuschagne leave a lot early on in his innings, just till he got used to it, especially that height.
Macca's delivery of the day, delivery. More cricket, less cooking, brought to you by McDelivery. Well, you can even throw Khawaja into that mix. I know he hasn't had a big score this series, but he's fought ever so hard and has left very, very well, both on length and line. And now Kane Williamson arrives. Norton 9 and 17 so far in this series. This is his 100th Test match for New Zealand. Extraordinary player, but down on runs against Australia, and he knows it. Everyone knows it. The Aussies will be reminding him as Stark in, full and forward. Perfect defensive stroke first up by Williamson, pushed into the covers. There'll be no run.
I think Will Young's argument to your Khawaja statement will be, well, he played and missed quite a few times. He said the first one I get that I should have played and missed, I've nicked. Yep. So it can be quite a cruel game this time, cricket. Yeah, look, there's no question Khawaja plays late, plays under his eyes, likes to play back from the crease, but we have gone past the outside and the inside edge of his bat on numerous occasions throughout the series. And when it's your day, you just got to make sure you make the most of it.
Stark has 1 for 1 in his second over. New Zealand 6 for the loss of 1 on the Macca's scoreboard cricket. I'm loving it. Past umpire Rasmus. Here's a lifting delivery, nasty one as theatrically Williamson gets the hands up high and out of the way as it thunders into the gloves behind the wicket. A little bit more zip. A little bit more zip.
It's almost, I'm looking around the crowd. Before, when New Zealand were bowling and Henry was on fire, the crowd they were on fire too. But I look around the crowd and I just see a nervous anxiety about this. It's no party time at the moment.
Is it matching the New Zealand batsman?
Well, it's yeah, it is. It's sort of, it's not dress-up party carnival time right now.
Last ball of the Stark over, angling well across Williamson, who is not interested. Yeah, understand that. Scars of 7 scores under 200 in their last 9 Test innings against Australia. A wicket taking over for Mitchell Stark. He's got rid of Young for just 1. New Zealand are 6 for the loss of 1. Our coverage continues after this break with Rosine, the Paint Kiwis Trust, with Garth Galloway.
Australia is a sports haven, and in any sports-mad nation, there's a whole swoop of iconic sports fields, stadiums, ovals and grounds. And our most iconic grounds are watered by Rainbird, like Optus Stadium, the crown of the West. Just 4 years in, and already it's played host to Australia's biggest events. Test cricket, the AFL Grand Final. Optus Stadium might be young, but how many champions will it raise? And its field is watered by Rainbird. Smarter irrigation, the intelligent use of water.
And welcome back to the Cricket on SEN. Cricket brought to you by Resene. Quality paint and colours, perfect for your summer projects. I'm Garth Galloway, and I've got Bharat and Chris with me. Afternoon, gentlemen. Welcome back, Bharat, in your lovely, colourful clothing. Now, just as we wait for the new over to start, Bharat's wife is coming. She's going to arrive tonight, and that means that he'll be dressed properly tomorrow, apparently.
Hence the big smile on Bharat's face.
Absolutely. He's been very, very excited. Around the wicket is Hazelwood. No shot from Latham outside the off stump. But I said to him, because we're looking at this clothing, he's trending on Twitter. He's all over the place.
I think I'm going to say it is his wife's clothing.
Well,
it is actually. We do shop for one.
Well,
cheaper that way.
We can expect something a little bit more ordered tomorrow, apparently.
So I feel better when I say, I love your wife's pants.
Yes, you can. Without it being politically incorrect.
Well, you also have to be very careful with that, Christopher. But yes, excellent. Well, we're looking forward to meeting her tomorrow. The woman behind the man. Here's Hazelwood running and outside the off stump. No shot from Latham.
I think Daniel was talking about a bit of a hush around the crowd.
Yeah.
And how it's just dropped a little bit. I think that's more to do with giving the batsman every chance of just being able to concentrate.
Well, people want to come back tomorrow. They're thinking about a weekend at the cricket. I've invited you lot up for dinner tomorrow night, and we're already thinking it might be a breakfast.
That's right.
Or lunch.
Have faith. We're definitely back tomorrow.
Absolutely, we are.
Come on, Chris Harris. We need to be back.
Sure do. It's so beautiful. Apart from New Zealand's batting, here's Latham driving down the ground. Gee, almost got squared up by a full one from Stark then. From Hazelwood, rather.
Yeah, almost got a leading edge, Tom Latham. You do not want to be doing that when you're getting beaten outside off stump to suddenly decide to, I'm going to walk across my stumps and whip Josh Hazelwood through mid-wicket is not a great idea.
He just looked as though he just lost his balance a bit, didn't he? Just tipped over to the offside. Which he didn't do in the first innings. I thought he looked very composed and compact.
Here's Hazelwood from the Botanic Gardens end. Bowls around the wicket. Latham lets it go through to Carey. He's just searching in around that off-stump area. Another great piece of exploration by Hazelwood. He really does test the New Zealand batsman. He's been fantastic in this match and in the series and in the season.
He never misses his areas by much, does he? And if he does, we just saw it in the previous over where he got slightly forward and got beautifully driven from Latham, made the adjustment, perfect length, and then went past the outside edge. So very quickly adjusts.
2 slips and 2 gullies for Australia. Hazelwood with the last ball of the over bowls. Latham is playing down to, or trying to play down to fine leg. It's quite a long way across the stumps there, and there's a thought of an LBW appeal. The end of the over, 6-1 New Zealand. They trail by 88.
At Ozito, we know for you it's about leaving your mark. With over 100 tools for your home and garden, all powered by one battery to make it happen. Because when it comes to getting things done, do it yourself. Do it with Ozito. Do you?
WD-40 helps fix almost anything. That's why they're passionate about repairing, not replacing. Sign up to WD-40's Repair Challenge. Show off your repair project and you could share in $4,000 worth of prizes. Visit WD40.com.au.
Cricket on SENZ brought to you by Resene. Quality paint and colours, perfect for your summer projects. The score is 6-1. The Macca's scoreboard. Cricket, I'm loving it. Here's Mitchell Stark from the Port Hills end. He bowls to Williamson outside the off stump. Do you know, already just watching the Australian bowlers, there's just a difference in the way that the ball carries through to the keeper. Do you see that? It just seems to be more pace, more bounce, just much more challenging than the New Zealand attack.
It's just generally that more pace.
Yeah.
And also don't forget this test match we've spoken about a lot. 7th out of 7 test matches for them in this extended home summer, if you want to call it that. Also kind of coming to an end of an 18-month-long period where they've just played a lot of cricket across formats. All 3 of them.
Stark bowling to 3 slips and a gully. Bowls to Williamson outside the off stump, and he's just squaring up, playing across a little bit, and just everything seems a bit awkward at the moment.
And they can just give it their all, can't they? They can just completely leave everything out there. Yes, some of them will go off to the IPL, but no test cricket to concern themselves with for the next 8 months.
Yeah.
So they can just unload on the New Zealanders if they haven't done that already.
The IPL will seem like a bit of a rest, though, after the run they've had and the amount of Test cricket they've played in recent times. Going out and having a week off and then bowling 4 overs would seem quite easy compared to what they've had to do in the Test arena. So I dare say that some of them will be very excited about the fact that they only have to bowl 4 overs.
Yeah.
Even though they might be very expensive. 6'1" it is. Stark to Williamson. He plays into the onside, turns the ball square of the wicket and picks up a single. He's off the mark. 7 for 1. Just having a chat off here. We had Louis Herman has just brought us some cookies in, which has been lovely. His partner made them, and you've had one.
Shannon, delightful cookies.
Yeah, and the commentators team has all been having them, and that got me, there was a suspicion that they might be laced with something, but everyone seems to be okay, which is good.
Don't judge the cookie looking at me. I'm always like this.
You've had a lot of cookies this afternoon, Bharat, haven't you? How many did you have?
I generally need just one. It gets me.
I'm very jealous of your hair, Bharat. You've been growing that for a long time?
Oh, it's been over 20 years now.
Wow.
Well, I've been growing mine for 60, but it's not working. Here's Stark bowling to Latham outside the off-stump, no shot. But Bharat told me a very good story about cookies.
Tragic end. I mean, when you live in the Adelaide Hills...
Probably a warning that an animal's going to die.
Yes,
All
yes,
right.
animals.
So if you don't like that, turn off.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, you hear interesting stories in the Adelaide Hills, Chris. I recently found out that one of our neighbours' dogs passed away, fortunately. It was...
What can we say, just to paint the picture, what sort of dog was it?
Oh, it was a Labrador. Oh. So, you know
that
how
is
Labradors
sad.
are. Yeah,
Beautiful dogs.
Beautiful dogs.
Now you've got me. That is very sad.
Yeah.
Australian Terrier, I might not be quite so upset. Here's Stark bowling to Latham outside the off-stump, no shot.
Well, all I'll say is it was third time unlucky for this
Labrador.
Dear dog, Labrador. Yeah, got to apparently one of the younger members of the household to hide certain cookies under his bed. The dog got to it once, twice, survived. Third time wasn't so lucky. Now, the interesting bit of the story that got Garth is those cookies were baked regularly by the 83-year-old grandmother in the house. So, she's known for her baking skills, clearly.
For her grandchildren.
Yeah.
And Labrador, who unfortunately passed away as a result of consuming one. Here's this one, a beautiful delivery, and it's past the outside edge of Latham, through to Carey at a lovely height. Great bowling from Stark. 7 for 1 after 5 overs.
There's now a Macca's bundle for small families, big families, and extended families from just $24.95. Value means more at Macca's. Available 10:30am to midnight for a limited time at participating restaurants. Excludes McDelivery.
At Ozito, we know for you it's about leaving your mark. With over 100 tools for your home and garden, all powered by one battery to make it happen. Because when it comes to getting things done, do it yourself. Do it with Ozito. Do you?
And it's back at the Hagley Oval. Josh Hazelwood is at the Botanic Gardens end. Cricket being brought to you on SEN with Resine. Quality painting colours, perfect for your summer projects. Well, that reminds me of a story when you start talking about pets and demise as Hazelwood bowls. Williamson is caught on the pads and it nips back a little bit to him, and again Williamson is just struggling with the movement.
That was just the length. I think it was such a good length and line. He just wasn't sure whether to go forward or back, and he tried to play it under his eyes, but it's just nipped back.
It's come back into him a bit though, and it's hit him just in that awkward area of the hip bone around the... Oh, nasty. Anyway, I had a wonderful Indian solicitor who worked for me, and they were heading away from Christchurch to honour the late grandmother as his ball pushed into the offside by Williamson, and they were heading to put her ashes into the Ganges.
Oh, right.
And they left Christchurch, and just when they were heading out the door and heading to the taxi to the airport, the father realised that they hadn't got the urn of the ashes. So the whole purpose of the trip was to head over there and have this ceremony. So he said to the brother, look, can you go and get your grandmother? So he went inside and up into the attic, got the urn, went out to the taxi and off they flew as Hazelwood bowls. This is just played into the gully region, pushed by Williamson, a little bit more confident. And they got over to India and then headed out on a boat on the Ganges.
As you do.
As you do. And they had this very solemn ceremony where the father tipped the urn into the Ganges, but it was, as he was doing it, he looked at the name on the urn and he realised it was the pet Chihuahua. So they'd gone all the way to India for the ceremony. Here's Hazelwood bowling, no shot from Williamson outside the off stump, and he had to say he didn't tell anyone.
I was going to say, surely he didn't tell anyone.
No, he told the daughter, who worked with wonderful people. He said, look, don't tell your mother, but unfortunately this is the Chihuahua that we're honouring.
That's when you accidentally throw the whole urn in as well. Oh no.
Wonderful. Anyway, I think all has been restored and they've been back subsequently and redone it, and it's all out there now because I've told it on air. So
what an honour for the Chihuahua, though.
fantastic. Yeah, absolutely wonderful. Isn't it funny? I mean,
Gone to Hindu heaven, yeah.
Absolutely. 7 4. I hope that Labrador did too. As here's Hazelwood outside the off stump and it's through, and again no shot from Williamson. He's just looking to get himself established.
Absolutely no give is there when you face Josh Hazlewood, and just going back to the delivery that hit him just under his hip, played the wrong length, and that's exactly how he got out in the first inning. On that occasion he thought it was shorter than it was, played in his crease and got trapped in front. So it's not easy at all, and Kane Williamson somehow has to find a way of getting past Josh Hazlewood.
Slips look really expectant behind the stumps for Australia. They're imposing, and here's a ball which almost brings them into play outside the off stump. Williamson pushes forward and misses the ball, and geez, lucky to survive that. 7 for 1. It's slow and very engaging.
This is the finals. Epic clashes where every shot, every decision, and every second counts.
Three, and he makes the three-pointer.
The NBL Final Series is heating up as we get close to crowning the NBL 24 Seasons champion.
Alley-oop, bang!
Don't miss a minute of the action.
Watch every moment live on ESPN via KO and Foxtel.
Hungry Jacks NBL Finals. Every moment matters.
Welcome back to the Hagley Oval. It's Mitchell Stark with a lovely new red kookaburra ball in his left hand. He's running away from us. Cricket being brought to you with Resine. Quality paint and colours, perfect for your summer projects. Here is Stark bowling to Latham. He plays uppishly, turning a ball off his hip behind square. For 1, they come back for a second. So it is 9 for 1. And Latham is 6 rather. Gee, runs are hard to come by.
Yeah, and as Mitchell Stark was running in, I just saw the big board right there in the background. We can see it from here. It says get discounted tickets. The rate at which these test matches have been going, you better start selling them on a discount.
They'll be very discounted.
Yeah.
Well, if it ends early, you think, gee, can we come back and have a 50 over game or something?
Well, if there's no cricket, they'll do a tour of the ground.
That's okay, a big signing tour. Here is Stark bowling, and Latham is he's playing, and he's got a big thick outside edge. It runs past a line at point again. Latham not in control of the shot at all. Beautiful bowling from Stark. He's looking to play through the onside and getting that thick edge. 10 for 1.
Looked as though it was just early, wasn't it?
Living dangerously here, Tom Latham. This is Ken, so far back ahead of his body the bat was.
That's it. Well, it's an interesting contrast when we think about how Labuschagne played through the onside a lot, but he got across and he got his head and bat into a much better position than Latham did there.
Yeah, didn't lose his shape that way there. Latham's just falling to the offside a little bit. Just got to keep your balance. I was going to say earlier, with 3 slips in a gully and quite an orthodox field, there's lots of gaps. We know how fast the outfield is. Unfortunately, though, the bowlers don't bowl many loose deliveries. You've got to work very hard to get yourself in.
Here's Stark bowling to Williamson. He's back and across and playing comfortably. The ball runs to Green in the gully.
And he looked so solid yesterday morning, Tom Latham. Like, he had a bad test match in Wellington, yes, but I thought he looked very compact. He looked like the Tom Latham of old. He's been short of runs.
Yeah. In the second innings at Hamilton against South Africa, it started to look.
There was signs.
Yeah, there were. And then, as you say, Wellington not so good. But this first innings, the first hour,
I thought he played superbly, and he got a brilliant delivery. I mean, he didn't follow it. He just had to play it, and he just got a feather through the keeper. I mean, that can happen.
It's Williamson who's facing Stark, bowling from the Port Hills end, and he plays the ball square of the wicket to just in front of square where Travis Head is fielding.
It's interesting for me how Williamson, to me anyway, appears so much more comfortable against Stark, even though he's a bit quicker and it's coming back. And most right-handers don't like the left armour coming back at them, but his real trouble for me is Hazelwood, when he's just able to bowl that nagging line and length, and when he gets full and it just nibbles a little bit either away or in, that's the one that's causing Williamson the most problems.
Kawaja at first, Smith at second, Marsh is at third, and Green in the gully. Williamson comes forward, drives. That's a good shot. It's Labuschagne who has the chase from mid-off, and he can give it away. Lovely shot from Williamson, just over-pitched a little bit by Stark on that occasion, and the footwork was confident, the shot was good, and Williamson has his first boundary. He's 5, it's 14 for 1.
Well, that's how he's played in the last 99 Test matches, hasn't he? That's a trademark Kane Williamson shot. Beautiful high left elbow. It was a full delivery. His timing, placement, all perfection.
Well, you think, Stark's just looking for a little bit of swing, isn't he? You pull it back a little bit now. Don't think he'll get another half volley for a while.
Just no fuss, in a wonderful position.
Yeah.
Great head, nice and still. Doesn't overhit it, just hits it hard enough to go for 4.
Here he is bowling again. This is shorter, and it's played with off the face of the bat to Green at gully. Yeah, it was a terrific shot. When you think that Williamson has been looking, as you say, I think Chris quite rightly, he looks much happier against Stark. But even in the over before, he looked to struggle a wee bit. That's just the sort of thing that can turn, isn't it? Turn the mind, the feet go, but Hazelwood's got to be the challenge.
Absolutely, and I guess part of the reason I said that, I mean, obviously the longer Kane can be out there and get used to the conditions again, the more dangerous he's going to be for Australia. So I quite like him being at Stark's end, particularly early on in his innings. Just think Hazelwood's been such a threat to the New Zealand top order, and throughout the innings, in that first innings, he just bowled so well.
Yeah, incredibly impressive, and Cummins to follow him, no doubt. Gee, it's a formidable bowling lineup as Hazelwood's around the wicket now. Latham lets that ball pass outside the off stump.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, as challenging as it already has been for New Zealand, there's Pat Cummins on the Test average of 21 to come, and then Nathan Lyon. We saw Glenn Phillips get a couple of balls to grip. It wasn't as dramatic as last week in Wellington, but still there was some turn for him. That's all Nathan Lyon needs, with a bit of bounce.
And then a bit of Cam Green.
Yep. A bit of Mitch Marsh.
But, the batting conditions should be the best of the match. We're halfway through the second day as this ball is played into the onside, and it's Head who chases. It's another run for Latham.
Yeah, to be fair, for me, I don't think there's an issue with the pitch. It's just the quality of the bowling.
Yeah, it's like a constant examination, right? It's like having parents who with no give, and you can't get away with it. You can't get away with anything.
Discipline.
I mean, it's easy in hindsight because you got 7 wickets, but if you looked at, for me, Matt Henry was probably bowled the closest to what we saw from, say, Hazelwood, with his lines and his lengths, didn't miss much. The rest of the New Zealand bowlers, for me, struggled a little bit with their consistency, and therefore probably got hurt a little bit.
Well, I think that also, doesn't it help you put Henry's effort into context? I mean, what an effort by him as Hazelwood loses his run-up. We're just welcoming audiences joining the coverage for the first time today across Australia. You'll be with us for the next couple of hours before the AFL match between the Gold Coast and Richmond. So we'll just reintroduce ourselves. Garth Galloway, and we've got Bharat, Sundaresan and Chris Harris. This ball is outside the off stump, and Williamson plays and misses. And to those listeners who are just joining us, New Zealand are 79 runs behind. They're 15 for 1. Williamson is 5 not out, and Latham is on 6. Young, the batsman, out, and he was dismissed, caught by Carey from Stark's bowling. Stark has 1 for 9, Hazelwood none for 5.
As if to just highlight what I was talking about before with the problems that Williamson has for me lining up Hazelwood is just around that off stump where he feels though he has to play. He's not sure whether to get forward or back. Just get stuck on the crease a little bit.
Slips are waiting expectantly outside the off stump, and this time Williamson is just across and letting the ball go, raising his bat high.
But one of his real strengths is his ability to forget the previous ball. You see a lot of other players still thinking about their feet and they should have moved more. He's like, that's gone. Okay, got it wrong. And then obviously makes the perfect adjustment, gets a little bit further forward, lets it go. And that's, for me, one of his real strengths.
But you don't see him practice, when he plays and misses, you don't then see him obsessively practicing the shot again. He just flushes it, doesn't he?
Yep.
He gets rid of it.
Not an easy thing to do.
No, I agree. Great mental strength as Hazelwood bowls to Williamson. He's playing that time again into the pads. Gee, he's been hit a few times, hasn't he? It's awkward for him. The ball ends up with Green in the gully. And now Williamson's just walking down and having a prod. Latham's come to have a chat to him.
Yeah, it's a good point you bring up, though, about Ken Williamson. As you just see a replay, that inside edge.
Same place.
Actually, missed the inside edge.
Top of the inside thigh.
Yeah. You see a lot of great batters in the nets in practice sessions. Pretty much all of them admonish themselves a lot. Generally with their full names. Stephen.
Yeah.
Joseph.
Williamson is playing into the onside this time. He picks it up.
No.
This will be close if he hits, and he doesn't. Gee whiz, it was Latham who called the run, I think, from the non-striker's end, and Head was running through. He underarmed the throw, missed the stumps, but a real communication breakdown between the two New Zealand batsmen. They're both on 6. It's 16 for 1 after 8 overs. Slow progress.
Here's another powerful reason to choose Tyre Power. We're the four-wheel drive tyre, wheel and suspension experts with a great range of four-wheel drive tyre brands to suit any off-roader. Visit tyrepower.com.au or call 1321 91 for your local independent owner.
There's now a Macca's bundle for small families, big families and extended families from just $24.95. Value means more at Macca's. Available 10:30am to midnight for a limited time at participating restaurants. Excludes McDelivery.
Kane Williamson is just taking his guard from Marae Erasmus, umpiring in his last test. Williamson, who played that cover drive off Stark in Stark's last over. Beautiful shot. Here's Stark now bowling again from the Port Hills end. Beautiful conditions here in Christchurch, and he bowls to Williamson, playing away from his body and past the outside edge through to Carey. That's a loose shot from New Zealand's premier batsman.
On cue, Ken Williamson admonishes himself there. He was very cross with himself. That was really a nothing shot. All he could have achieved there is getting an outside edge. Would not have made for good viewing. Just seen Ken Williamson and Tom Latham have that misunderstanding, almost resulted in a run out. So much nerves out there. They just tentative, both these batters, with their batting, with their footwork, with their running in between wickets. Australia all over them.
Williamson outside the off stump this time from Stark, and no shot from Williamson. Australia dismissed for 256. Labuschagne the top scorer, scoring 90, and useful contributions at the end from Stark, 28, Cummins 23. And of course for New Zealand, the bowling figures spearheaded by Matt Henry. He's picked up 15 wickets in the series in 3 innings, 23 overs, 4 maidens, 7 for 61. Saudi picked up 1 for 68. Sears on debut, 1 for 71, and Phillips, the off-spinner, 1 for 14. 16 for 1 it is now, and the difference between the sides is 78. So it's Stark bowling, Williamson back and across and playing back into the mid-wicket area. Jerry, welcome in this afternoon. You're enjoying an absorbing battle here.
Well, it's going to be,
bowling, isn't it?
Yes, it is. It's testing bowling with decent pace. Some movement from the surface and a little bit of variable bounce too, I think. Whether that's the new ball exacerbating that and making it worse, I don't know, but it's a very testing time for the New Zealanders. If they can get through to tea at 1 down, no further loss, they'll be happy with that, of course.
Well, they desperately need Williamson to fire and make a big contribution. He comes forward and drives through the covers again for 4. The second time he's done that from Stark's bowling. Labuschagne just turns and collects the ball from the boundary. Another Lovely shot from Kane Williamson, and hopefully from New Zealand's point of view, that'll give us some confidence. He's on 10. It's 20 for 1.
Lovely shot from Kane Williamson again, like we saw on the previous over. This time it wasn't as full, hit on the up, but very interested to see Pat Cummins' reaction to that shot. He was at mid-on. As soon as it beat the infield, he started clapping it. I'm sure he wasn't clapping the shot. Just the fact that Stark got Williamson playing away from his body and on the up.
And you're absolutely right. It was a little bit shorter than the one in the last over. So more risk with the shot from Williamson. But he executed it beautifully. He faces Stark again and he plays defensively.
Pat Cummins is warming up himself. I guess you'd see him replacing perhaps Josh Hazlewood, Jeremy?
Against the breeze. Depends how long he wants to bowl Stark, doesn't it? If he wants to give him a break, then he'll replace him or swap Hazlewood around perhaps. It was this end that Hazlewood got all the wickets in the first innings. So whether he, sometimes bowlers do get a sort of a sense of this is the end I feel more comfortable from.
Stark bowls to Williamson, plays away from his body again, 4 more through the covers. Stark goes wider this time and fuller, and Williamson is equal to the challenge. He plays with a slightly squarer bat. 24 for 1, Williamson 14, the end of the over.
Every day, 53 Australians hear the words, "You have blood cancer." But together, we can ensure that they don't go through it alone. If we all band together and sign up to shave, cut or colour our hair during the world's greatest shave, every dollar we raise for the Leukemia Foundation will help fund cutting-edge research in addition to providing support services to patients and families, which keeps them together when they need each other most. And that's bloody beautiful. Sign up today at worldsgreatestshave.com.
Welcome back to the cricket from the Hagley Oval in Christchurch, Otatahi. Being brought to you by SENZ Test Cricket for Resine. Quality paint and colours, perfect for your summer projects. It's going to be the commanding figure of Josh Hazlewood running and bowling to Latham. And Latham is playing through the onside. Good shot this time as he has head chasing the ball out to the boundary at mid-wicket. They've run a couple and they'll come back for 3. Nice shot from Latham, just waiting and getting his head over the ball, playing through the onside. He's 9 and it's 27 for 1.
Yeah, it might seem obvious, but this is what New Zealand need. Yes, the boundaries are great from Williamson at the other end, but they have to keep rotating the strike. They can't be sitting ducks when Josh Hazlewood is bowling this well, Jeremy.
Yeah, he just works you over, doesn't he? And draws you outside the stumps just a little bit and then nips one back at you. So he's very awkward bowler, very accurate bowler, metronomic almost. When he gets it right, as he did in the first innings.
Well, he's a bit like a bowling machine, isn't he?
Yeah, well...
just put it in the same place. Jeez, he's an extraordinarily accurate bowler. Bowling to 3 slips and a gully. He bowls and Williamson lets that one fly through. I'm interested in the slip cordon here. They're wide, aren't they? You've got Khawaja at first, Smith at second, and Marsh at third, and they're really covering about 5 slips really between them, aren't they?
But the angle is good, isn't it? You can see that they're not as shallow perhaps as some of the New Zealanders. They get up on a good angle, and they then there's no one else in your line of sight. Even you can see the area that's going to be yours for the catch. It's kind of almost 4 slips, isn't it?
Yeah, Green is in the gully. Yeah, well, he is, or a fine gully is. This is outside the off stump. Beats Williamson on that occasion. A little bit of movement away from the bat. Hazlewood continues the examination.
Like I said earlier, this is just strict parenting. Hazlewood is about to become a father for the first time in a couple of months' time, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, wow.
And he can picture how he'll be with his kids.
That'll change his line. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Listen, this is what I expect from you.
Yeah. No late nights, you'll be found out.
That's right.
You just get that arm up a bit higher and get through your action a bit.
No, I want it there on the handkerchief.
Yes.
Here he is bowling again, and he bowls to Williamson. An appeal for LBW. It's a confident one, and they look at umpire Menton. And are we going to have a review or not? 13 seconds remaining.
Pat Cummins, his hands are out. That generally means they'll go for it. His hands are out. His hands are out. Have a look, says one of them. No.
4 seconds. 3.
No.
It's gone. All right. the New Zealand a round of applause of relief that Australia are not going to review.
Yes,
that tells you a sign.
I thought I saw Latham clapping.
That gives you a sign. Here it is. Height might have been the factor, I think.
But just exactly what illustrates how difficult it is to face Josh Hazelwood right now. He's been beating Kane Williamson's outside edge over and over again. And this one came back in.
I don't think Hazelwood, it was an enthusiastic appeal, but he just didn't look that certain about it afterwards.
He just wanted, it's on high, doesn't it? He just wanted the umpire to rule in his favour and then hope that he got it clipping the top of them. Here's Hazelwood bowling to Williamson. He drives. Hazelwood fields very well on the follow through. Labuschagne picks up. That's well done by Hazelwood. That was heading down to the boundary for 4. He threw his hand up. It ended up with Labuschagne, and any thought of a run was done away.
Yeah, I think height. Looking at the replay now, it's just over the stumps.
Yeah, and you were right about the bowling change as well, Jeremy. I think Cummins will come from this end, bowl with the wind.
So from the Port Hills end, he'll have a little southerly at his back. That's the cold wind that brings rain in Christchurch. Not today, but it's beautiful here, just to reassure you. The weather is lovely. But the wind is coming from the south as Hazelwood bowls and Williamson plays again tentatively and into the onside. Time for a break here. 27 for 1. Adam Collins coming in to commentate.
Do you manage drains in a commercial setting? Sick of constant blockages and other recurring problems with your sewer and stormwater drains? Talk to the experts with over 30 years experience in clearing and relining drains, the Drain Man. We'll diagnose your drain problems with our in-drain cameras, give you a status update complete with vision, and recommend long-term solutions that will fix your drain problems for good. Call the experts, the Drain Man. 1800 843 372. That's 1800
The Drain Man.
We're here with Rosine, the Paint Kiwis Trust. It's about 27 minutes until tea on the second day. New Zealand have lost an early wicket in their second innings. That was Young, who's caught behind from the bowling of Stark for 1. They were 1 for 6. They're now 1 for 27. Latham's 9. Williamson is 14. I've got Jeremy Coney and Bharat Sundaresan with me. And out the window, I can see Patrick Cummins is coming into the attack for the first time today. Hello, Jeremy.
Hello, Adam. Thank you for that photo you sent me.
Well, I was going to come to that. We're getting there. Let's not blow it all in the first 30 seconds.
Oh, no. Absolutely.
Cummins has got 3 slips and a gully.
Not that important.
Bowls to Latham. Round the wickets, his angle to begin, but he works it down to fine leg. Nice bit of batsmanship to 10, as Jeremy says. If you play that shot on a Saturday, it can get you to 15. 1 for 28.
And I was just thinking Lion before tea. Just an over or so, just to check from the Botanic Gardens end. Or will they keep going with, because Hazelwood has got such a lovely rhythm going at the moment. I mean, that's an interesting one, that.
I'd be surprised if they don't go Lion at least an over. He hasn't started warming up with Nathan Lyon. It takes him 5-6 overs to start warming up, or to be warmed up, I should say.
I said it in an altogether blasé way. I don't think Lyon will bowl in the second innings, but we're through that.
Oh, I see.
I was being a bit daft. Cummins, second ball here to Williamson, leaving on length through to the gloves of Carey. Yes, we're seeing on the screen here. What's his pace up to straight away? Whenever you want it, 137 kilometres. That's on our screen for Bunnings, the replay screen.
He is bowling with the breeze, though, just like Mitchell Stark did.
Yes, it's quite notable. I was out there before. I was sitting in the press tent where it is freezing cold. They're not benefiting from the sun in there, so it's a really warm, delightful day in here, but they've got the wind swirling through and they've got no natural light, and there's no press facility here in the traditional sense. They're in a little marquee over to our left at long off. The direction Cummins is running from here, bowling to Williamson, outside edge, lands just in front of third slip. Doesn't reach Marsh. Soft hands from Williamson, a feature of his 100 test matches, his ability to keep the ball down when it hits the outside edge.
Yeah, Mitchell Marsh looks to be in a bit of pain there. And once again, it's that tentative look. Yes, he played it with soft hands, but that front foot just staying laden-footed right now, Kane Williamson. Very unsure of whether he should really come forward or not.
Williamson averages 68 at home here in New Zealand. What they would give for some of that today. Short ball clears his lid comfortably after he ducks. The challenge has been against Australia, against whom he averages 18 since his centuries in 2015. Over in Australia, but across the last few series he's really struggled, with the exception of 97 out here in 2016, bowled by Jackson Bird, 3 runs short of the ton, if I recall correctly.
Only half century, right? Since those 2 centuries back-to-back in 2015. Just 3 times he's gone past 30 in that period against Australia. No better time than this to get rid of that hoodoo.
Quiet here at Hagley. All eyes on Cummins, bowling to Williamson. Driving through the covers. Beautiful shot. Out towards the rope it goes, and it will not be stopped. That brings the crowd to their feet. They're feeling it with Kane Williamson. He's 18 with the boundary, 1 for 32. They trail by 62.
Yeah, 4th lovely drive he's played in the last 10 or so minutes. 3 of Stark. Now Cummins. And that's nice footwork. That front, that time the front foot was right outside, met the ball right under his nose. That's beautiful batting.
Yep, good transfer of a weight from the back foot through to the front foot, which supplies the power.
Cummins up again. Williamson 3 slips behind him, steering it through the cordon for 4. It'll look like that's an outside edge, but that's complete control by Williamson. Back-to-back boundaries to complete the 11th over. He's 22. The score's 1 for 36 on the Macca's scoreboard. Cricket, I'm loving it.
Welcome to Officer Fields, your new home within a community built on the vision of enjoying life in balance in Melbourne's southeast. Officer Fields features natural open spaces while still being close and connected to all of life's conveniences. With 4 unique precincts coming soon, offering land from 350 square metres to 1,000 square metres, there's something for everyone. Officer Fields is currently selling land from $467,000. Officer Fields, life as it should be. Register your interest now at officerfields.com.au.
Gosh, that makes for a beautiful replay on the Bunnings Trade replay screen. Williamson opening the face, hitting the middle of the bat, going through 5th slip for 4. Back-to-back boundaries, back to Hazelwood, bowls to Latham, using the pace of the ball as well, but only as far as backward point. Jeremy, the shot from the previous ball of the last over, we've seen him play that, since he started.
Yeah, he allows the ball to actually come to the bat, doesn't he? He doesn't move the bat at all, really, towards the ball, and it's on an angle. And I don't know whether he can actually work out exactly the angle it's going to come off. Depends on the width of the ball, I guess. But that one, he just found the gap between gully and the slip cordon, and it ran away very quickly. But it is a shot that he plays a lot. You're dead right.
Hazelwood round the wicket. Latham playing it late under his eyes from back of a length again to backward point. No run.
And it's just harnessing the power of the bowler. Basically, the faster the bowlers go, the faster the ball runs through, you know. So it's a clever stroke. It's a clever stroke. He also can play it off the back foot. So it's an annoying shot, I would have thought, for a bowler.
He didn't do a lot wrong there, Cummins, did he? Driven on the up for 4 through the covers, and the next ball deflected for the same result, Baz.
Classic 1-2 from Kane Williamson, right? The cover drive and that dab.
Job here for Latham as well. Waiting for Hazelwood, bowls here, leaves alone. No one's got more runs at this ground at test level than Tom Latham. Over 1,000 as of yesterday. Big 100 against Sri Lanka here in 2018 and 252 against Bangladesh 2 summers ago. The highest ever test score here. So he knows what it takes to make runs here. Of course, his home ground in domestic cricket as well.
And those scores against 2 teams he has dominated historically, Sri Lanka and Bangladesh. But it's against Australia that he needs a big score. Looked good yesterday. Seems to be getting into his groove.
Average in the mid-20s against Australia. Hazelwood to Latham, who leaves alone in the channel, just over the top of the off stump as well.
Well, if it's not going to be Nathan Lyon, then maybe Cam Green, because I can see that he's just doing a few stretches at the moment. He might be the one to replace, perhaps, Hazelwood at the Botanic Gardens end. He gets good bounce. You might find also just a little bit of variation and variability, which makes it difficult. You don't find it easy to get forward to him.
4 catching men behind Latham. Hazelwood to him with a bumper. He's underneath it fairly comfortably. So there's 2 back for the short ball. Travis Head at deep backward square. And Mitchell Stark, who we can almost touch at our commentary box window. No more than 15 yards away from us here, or thereabouts.
I'm surprised Mitchell Starc hasn't turned around and asked for the score in the Dharamshala test.
Yes.
He seemed very keen, didn't he, Adam, last evening?
We can yell out now. England are under the pump.
Just put a smile on.
They're going to get beaten in 3 days.
Yeah. Love that.
They do have
What are they? What are they in the second innings?
India are 8 for lots, nearly 500.
Okay, yeah.
Hazelwood bowls again and Latham leaves again, that time on the 5th stump line in that corridor that Hazelwood so adores.
Can they survive one more ball? Looks certain that this will be the last ball of this Hazelwood spell. And it's like a one small tick, isn't it, Jan?
Yeah, a different type of bowler for Green, I think. Looking to exploit a different part of the pitch. It looks. Is he a bouncer Yorker man? He does go short, doesn't he? Does he also get it well uppers?
He can.
Okay.
Green always starts with a bumper. I can tell you that much.
Yeah.
Hazelwood to finish his 6th over here, and Latham leaves again. Good batting from the opener. 1 for 37 at the end of the over. There's still 57 in arrears. Latham 10, Williamson 22. On the Macca's scoreboard, cricket, I'm loving it.
Steel Solutions, Houston speaking.
Houston, we have a problem.
Okay, what's happened?
I'm doing a reno and my bricklayer needs some galvanised steel lintels in different lengths and sizes. Who would do that?
Relax, mate. We've got all the steel you'll need and we'll cut it to the lengths you want. You only pay for what you need and you can get it delivered or pick it up.
Houston, we don't have a problem anymore.
That's kind of why they call us Steel Solutions.
Steel Solutions. The steel you need when you need it. Sunshine, Bayswater and Springvale. steelsolutions.com.au.
Back to Cummins up against Williamson, who's on 22. He's the leading run scorer in the second dig for Magnus Benroe. Get the leading brands like Fisher and Peichel. That's all on the Macca's scoreboard. Cricket, I'm loving it. Ian Smith jumping in. 3 slips and a gully. Williamson. He started well. Can he go on with it? Facing up here, Cummins bowls. He plays late, under his eyes, out to point, no run. It's dress-up day today, of course, around Hagley Oval, a new thing that Cricket New Zealand have brought into place. Now, Bharat wasn't part of the conversation today, probably for the best. He got a little bit too much airtime last week. But I did see a guy out on the hill before, Smithy. I'm not sure if he was in dress-up or not, but he was wearing a Jeremy Coney shirt. And one of those beige numbers that you got around in the...
That's not a dress-up. That man sleeps in that. He is a genuine Jeremy Coney fan.
You don't find many of those around.
No, you do. They're like wide-mouthed frogs.
Yeah.
Cummins up away from us. Bowls to Williamson. Plays with both feet in the air to cover. Out for 1. He moves to 23, 1 for 38.
The other great
56 behind.
thing about this, Colo, is that you get visitors into the commentary box from time to time. Now, a gentleman, just very dapper-looking Cantab here, has just come into the back. A fellow by the name of Brian Andrews.
And then a fellow who bowled in-swingers.
And Brian Andrews went to Australia and New Zealand sides when Australia really didn't want to play us at Test cricket. He went and played at the Gillette Cup.
Yes, he did.
Yes.
So there you go. There's history in the back of the commentary box here.
He also went on the 73 tour. Wickets in the second test. I got his first test wicket, I think.
Caught Coney, bowled Andrews.
Yes. Gee, that Jagger was unlucky. You couldn't get worse than that.
Cummins round the wicket. Latham's turn. Plays it to point as well. 2 singles in the over, breaking up the field. 11 for him. Paul Sheehan, Shagger.
Beg your pardon?
Sorry?
His nickname.
You
Paul
can't
Sheehan.
say that on air.
Yes, you can. It's a nickname. It's fine.
Okay.
It's no problem at all.
And then how many balls later? 3 balls later, he tells me. Caught Coney, bowled Sheehan, bowled
Andrews.
Andrews.
Yes.
Who?
Who was out?
Yeah. Number 3.
Ian Chappell.
No.
Stackpole, no.
No, who was after Ian Chappell?
Greg
Chappell.
Yes.
Oh, my God.
2 good ones to start.
That's a scalp.
Yeah.
Let's go through what else. We can do that now.
Yeah. At the Sydney Test.
Was that your first
second
one?
test?
Were you on debut there, Jeremy?
Yes, I was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Facing what? Tomo played that game, didn't he?
No.
No? Which other quicks were there? Cummins bowls over the wicket and driving through the offsides Williamson, but wide of mid-off. He won't get one.
I've got a feeling he took a catch. You take a catch as well. That
Ian Davis, the wizard.
Ian Davis.
The wizard.
Was the young man of Australian cricket. And it was kind of straight up, really. And I think he went to play a hook shot, and Andy found himself under it and suddenly lost his footing. And he actually almost made a meal of it. So he took it on his back in the end.
I like this. Both dismissals in Test cricket were caught Coney.
Yeah.
Rolling again is Cummins, and it's a little inside edge onto the pad of Williamson. No run. So, yes, he a best of 2 for 40, which, of course, therefore must have been in that innings at Sydney, and that was all she wrote at Test level.
And then he got a catch, too, of Davis. Have you got that there?
I can find it.
Yeah.
I can find
Surely
it.
That was he actually skidded under the ground. There was a big marks out the back. There was he was going grass marks down his back. Ridiculous. Took it on his stomach.
I believe how young he still looks.
He does look young.
What were you drinking in the water back in those days?
Nice.
Well, perhaps you weren't drinking any water.
Cummins the finish, and inside edge again onto Williamson's pad that spills out into the offside. End of the over, 1 for 39. They trail by 55. Latham's 11. Williamson 23 on the Macca's scoreboard. Cricket, I'm loving it.
Welcome to Officer Fields, your new home within a community built on the vision of enjoying life in balance in Melbourne's southeast. Officer Fields features natural open spaces while still being close and connected to all of life's conveniences. With 4 unique precincts coming soon, offering land from 350 square metres to 1,000 square metres, there's something for everyone. Officer Fields is currently selling land from $467,000. Officer Fields, life as it should be. Register your interest now at officerfields.com.au.
Our delivery of the day, more cricket, less cooking, brought to you by McDelivery. Well, take your pick. Matt Henry, 7 for 67, the second best figures ever for New Zealand against Australia. The best, of course, Hadley's 9 for 52, which these two gentlemen to my left were playing that day. Jeremy Coney, Ian Smith.
Yes, I was. 9 for 52.
Brisbane 80.
I was playing.
I hope you're playing. Jerry was captain. Green is in the attack. First ball is a short ball. It's always a short ball.
You wouldn't know if you looked at the scorecard.
What?
DMB.
9.52.
Yeah.
9 for 52 didn't register. Got 1 catch and 2 innings of
really?
Chats. Good old Chats. Was fine, mate.
So let's go back to that test you're referring to before. January 74.
Yes.
JVC's debut.
Ryan Andrews also made 17. Caught Marshbowl Gilmore 17.
Oh, okay.
Valuable runs.
Yep.
So we've got Jeremy down at number 6 in his first test match. Green bowling here, and Latham leaving on length. Got 45. He batted for over 2 hours against the Australian.
I think John Parker might have got runs in that first innings
He got 100.
Yeah.
Daggy Boy got 100.
Yeah, he did. Played well. Played well.
Shane Shagger.
Yes.
Called John Parker.
Dag. Yes, Dag.
So 312 for New Zealand, with Doug Walters taking 4 for 39, the golden arm.
Yeah, that was where Snippet.
Shrimpo.
Yeah, well, yeah. Mike Shrimpton, his name was, and he was batting number 3, was he, or something like, or 4?
Yes, got bowled for a duck by Walters.
Yeah.
He's Green in again to Latham leaving.
He was determined that Walters was an in-swinger. Poor old Snippet. He was Snippet because every night he had to order all the papers in, for all the press, all the papers into his room, and then he would cut out, and that's why he was called Snippet, was because he was using the scissors, and he had cut out every little article that was about our tour, and he had pasted it into a scrapbook. And that became the record of the tour that he took back to New Zealand.
Wow.
That was for the New Zealand Cricket Council.
Let's get hold of that.
That's why he was Snippet.
I never knew that.
Yeah.
Green bowls leaving again.
There's also a myth about that tour that this could be confirmed or denied right here and now. That said JV Coney was called in as a replacement. And, of course, when he got there, he didn't have the team number 1s like everyone else.
Of course I didn't.
In fact, he was quite ragged in appearance. Student from Wellington, a ragged fellow. So the manager at the time gave him some money to go and get some proper clothing to at least look respectable amongst the group. What did he come back with, Colo? A guitar.
Wasn't a bad one either.
Green bowls, Latham plays off his thigh.
A guitar, Colo.
No run.
Team funds to go and get some decent clothes. He bought
I
a
had
guitar.
a strange shaped foot.
You're outrageous.
Where is the guitar now?
At home.
You've still got it?
Oh, yeah.
73, you've still got 51 years ago. Yeah.
Is that the guitar you use in your cover band?
No.
Different one.
No, okay. Different one now. But it was, Bob Vance was the manager on that tour. And he did say to me, your boots are not good. And I said, but they're my brothers.
Green to finish the over. It's into the onside. They'll get a run. We're definitely coming back to this. Latham keeps the strike. He's 12. They trail by 54. It's 1 for 40. New Zealand on the Macca's scoreboard. Cricket, I'm loving it.
If you're a driver, rider, pedestrian or bystander and been injured in a road accident, you could be entitled to compensation. Arnold, Thomas and Becker can advise on all your entitlements, which could be in the hundreds of thousands of dollars and is in addition to what is provided by the TAC. Talk directly to an Arnold, Thomas and Becker lawyer and start your claim today. Arnold, Thomas and Becker Lawyers, securing compensation for Victorians for over 50 years. And if there's no win, there's no fee. Call 1300 333 300.
Catch in New Zealand's second innings. That was Alex Carey for Macca's. Macca's' catch of the summer. Cricket, I'm loving it. We've got Jeremy and Smithy talking about a test match. It was over 50 years ago now, but it's that kind of week and it's drifting and we're allowed to do these types of things on the radio. New Zealand 3-1-2. Australia all out 162 in reply. Cummins bowls round the wicket, leaving alone is Latham, as he's done very well so far today. Top scoring Chappelli with 45, and with the ball, predictably, Paddles 4 for 33, leading the attack for New Zealand. And his brother Dale took 3.
But that's quite early, Paddles. Yep. That was the first
Galloway.
kind of iteration, yes, exactly, of him. And much longer run up, different kind of wind up and so on as well. I mean, just trying to be an out-and-out express fast bowler, not quite the accuracy that he got and gained later.
You took a catch off Dale Hadley, and you took plenty off Richard later, but 3 catches all up. I assume they were in the cordon?
Yeah, they were.
Round the wicket, Cummins bowls, Latham leaves on length again. Super stuff.
We digress away from the guitar.
Oh, sorry, we did the guitar.
Yeah, well, no, Bob came and said, look, you can't look like that. You're not playing for Onslow now. It was my club side back in Wellington, and but I had, these were special Garfield Sobers boots. Okay, there was minor cracking on them, so there were holes, which were handy actually in the heat. But never mind. That aside, they were nice and white, and I was told to go and get some boots. There was also the issue about a cricket bat, because I had got my favourite cricket bat came out of the Onslow kit. And so it naturally...
Cummins to Latham, leaving.
It had Onslow on the back, written in indelible red ink.
Onslow CC.
And number 10. So it was the 10th bat that they had purchased that year for the club. And it happened to be my favourite. Well, I wasn't going to pass that opportunity up. I had to ask the club and had to go through the meeting and be accepted that I could use that for New Zealand.
Close vote, apparently.
Close.
But like a Rory Park, a win down to the wire. Special vote.
Another vote. That's another issue altogether. He's talking about
not the only vote you're involved in.
No, that's right.
If Cummins bowls and leaving again is Latham, doing it well today.
But anyway, so I had, and it was mildly embarrassing, I would have to say, when I was batting in my first game against Queensland, when all you could hear was laughing behind the stumps, because I had Onslow 10 on the back of my bat, and the Queenslanders were giggling away at that once they'd sort of sighted it. Anyway, so I headed into town with Dale Hadley, and I was a young boy, and just getting out of my shorts, and school uniform.
Cummins delivers, and Latham down the leg side doesn't catch up with it.
And so, and I just wanted to be accepted in the team, and it was quite a hierarchical team. And so I thought, here we go, here's the chance. I'll go on with Dale. He'll show me what sort of boots I need and that sort of thing. And so we went to the only sports shop we could find on this one sort of road of shops and so on, and nothing would actually fit me. There's no point in cramming my feet into just size 5s and those sort of things. So the next shop along happened to be a music shop.
Permission structure. Cummins to finish. We're going to return to this after the break. It's a maiden 1 for 40. They trail by 54. Latham's 12. Williamson 23 on the Macca's scoreboard. Cricket, I'm loving it.
Celebrity chefs Gary Megan, Anna Polivu and Manu Fidel for Cure Cancer's barbecue.
What do you call a typical Aussie barbecue that helps cure cancer?
I will call that a barbecue.
I love the way that you say that, Manu.
Nothing brings people together like a barbecue.
One more time, say it.
Barbecue. Barbecue.com.au.
Find out how to make your next barbie a Cure Cancer barbecue at barbecue.com.au.
Story time with Jeremy Coney on our Bunnings Trade replay screen. We can see that New Zealand are 54 runs behind. Jerry, keep going.
Yeah, there's no more than that, because Dale also, the good thing about Dale particularly was that he played the guitar as well, and the ukulele and a few other. He's still in the band. He still plays.
Green second over starts from the Botanic Gardens end, and it's Williamson leading on this.
And so we were playing and testing out various guitar. What do you think of this one, Dale? And does that feel right to you? How's the action? That's the distance between the fretboard and the string. You don't have to push it too far. And so we were talking away. We thought, how much is this one? And they said, it's only $50. And it was the exact amount that Bob Vance had given me. It just seemed made for it. And so I bought it.
Green bowls and driving is Williamson. First time they've used their bat in a while. Straight to mid-off, no run.
Bob never forgave me. Never forgave me. I was not a favourite of Bob from then on. And he became in charge of the council too, if you remember. It's the Bob Vance stand, Vance stand.
Did Bob take your team to England in 86 as well?
He was not well at that time.
And he had to go back home,
But Jeremy was captain of that. So did he pay you your full allowance?
No.
He didn't trust you, did he?
No.
No, he did not pay you your full allowance.
No.
What did you wear in the absence of the ones you were meant to buy?
I wore my own boots.
Or your own boots, okay.
Yeah.
Green here, leaving alone Williamson, watching the ball into the gloves of Carey.
But a guy from Grey Nichols came and saw me and
Swan
said...
Richards?
Yeah, Swan.
Ah, yes, great
Swan
man.
came and had some leg ham sandwiches, Jeremy. And I'll show you some bats. And it was nicely set up by a guy called Brian Hastings as well, who used the same brand. And so I got rid of the Onslow 10 bat. I found it as kindling, actually. Someone else got it. And it was out on Vulture Street. Little sale.
Vulture Street.
Nice segue to Hastings here. Green bowls and leaving is Williamson. So Hastings made 83 in the second dig.
Yeah, he did.
After a ton from Morrison.
Yes.
Which meant that you were way ahead in the test match. 9 for 305 declared. You chipped in with 11 down the list, and you set Australia 456, but owing to the fact that there was no play available on day 3 or day 5 due to rain.
Correct.
You missed the chance to win the test. They were 2 for 30, and that was that. That should have been New Zealand's first win over Australia.
That's the thing, though. People don't realise that we were slowly getting closer, and only they were isolated games, but we were getting closer. We had 5 draws against the West Indies.
Green bowls. Williamson drives and finds the gap through the covers as he did a couple of overs ago. Didn't hit that with much force. More timed for 2 out towards the Canterbury Historians and Scorers Association hut. 1 for 42 the score. Williamson 25, trailed by 52.
So they lost 5. Congo was hopeless. Bevan Congdon, our captain, was hopeless at winning the toss. So 5 lost tosses in the West Indies in those days, and they had 5 draws. Then they went to England. New Zealand nearly chased down 470. In the first test, they got 440.
Green, Williamson, 2 slips a gully, bouncer left.
And then in the second test, they were 300.
My apologies, Jeremy. It's the final ball of the over. We'll get one more over in before tea. On the Macca scoreboard, cricket, I'm loving it. 1 for 42.
Work you've ransacked overnight. Locks before, doors left ajar. All your tools gone out of sight. Good thing you're with IMAR. The ones that aren't just by your side, but always have your back. They're the tradies, mate. That's IMAR. IMAR covers all you need. And tradies, yep, they all agree. They're the tradies, mate. They're the tradies, mate. That's IMAR.
Kane Williamson, the leading run scorer for New Zealand, is on 25. That's for Magnus Benroe. Get the leading brands like Fisher and Peichel. Cummins last over before tee. Bowls to Latham here. Plays with soft hands out to point, no run. There have been no league before shouts in the inning so far. There'll be how's that? Get amongst it with Tinny's Craft Beer. Available at Liquorland, choose to drink wise. Jeremy, so the test match in London, they nearly won.
Yeah, well, they were, I think England batted first, and then New Zealand had a lead, I think, of 300. And, I mean, I know Congo must have got 170 something.
Yep, 175.
Yeah, well, he had a weakness in the 170s because he got 170 in the test before as well. Not a bad weakness to have. I think also Burgess might have got 100.
I'll go through it. So England at 253.
Yeah.
Is in 1973 at Lords. Cummins bowls, Latham leaves, and best of the bowl, well, 3 men took 3. Richard Collins, Dale Hadley, and Headley Howarth.
Yes.
And then New Zealand responded with 551 for 9 declared. So, the captain, Congdon, 175. Mark Burgess, 105. Vic Pollard, 105, not out.
Yeah.
And
501.
551.
551, wow.
And then couldn't get the England side out.
England were 463 for 9 when stumps were drawn. And Keith Fletcher made 100, Boycott 92. And, yes, wickets for Howarth again, but a lot of overs.
What I'm saying, there are signs that New Zealand were coming right.
Cummins, cloud cover back here at Hagley. Bowls to Latham using bat, which has been rare in the last half an hour. 1 to cover, he's 13, 1 for 43.
I was just going to say, you mentioned the scorecard where Hastings and Morrison did well. And we should say neither of those two gentlemen are that well at the moment. And they might well be listening to us. So if they are,
so hello to them.
Hasto and Mystery.
Yeah.
If you are listening to us, we're thinking of you and reminiscing about you and wishing you all the best.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
Special era in New Zealand cricket from mid-70s and what you went on to achieve in the 80s. It all starts there.
It does.
Success started there.
Yep.
Participation and endeavour started a good deal earlier than that.
Yes.
But success started to come at that time, yes.
Took us 45 years to get our first victory.
Wow.
Consider what was achieved in the mid-80s. I think that's lost in the Australia piece in all of this. We get fixated on the mental edge. Between the mid-80s and 1993, New Zealand had the edge over Australia more often than not. Here's Cummins bowling to Williamson, defends out towards cover. No quick single there. Latham sent back from it by the former captain. Cummins was herring after it. He would have taken a ping at the stumps.
100% certain about Kane's running at the moment. Because I'm giving me the jitters and I'm not even out. Yeah. I'm also just a little bit surprised coming back to this match. They haven't given Nathan Lyon a little role at Williamson prior to tee and with the leg trap and just to work away at Kane Williamson to see if he has fixed that little issue that he had there in Wellington. But they haven't, and this will be tee collar, will it?
It will be, yeah. We've passed the scheduled tea break time. 2 balls to come. Williamson's face 48 for 25. Leg slip in. Cummins bowls. He rides the bounce out to mid-wicket, no run. So 1 more delivery to get through the session. Important.
That's what I mentioned. 1 down at tee. That's what they had to be if they're going to do anything at all in this game. And maybe 2 down at the end of play.
Well, that would be, that sets up an interesting scenario then.
Yeah. It starts to give some belief to the others. This is possible, actually. It is possible to stay in. It is possible to score if you're out there a long time.
2 down and credit would be good going into tomorrow.
Yeah.
2 down and credit.
And this pitch gets better to bat on through the 5 days. That's what the scorecards of Test cricket in the past look like. Cummins bowls and Williamson, last ball before tees, knocked on the head, out to cover. Jeremy Coney pumps his fists. They've done exactly what he asked. 1 for 43 at the short break, 17 overs in that hour and a bit of play. So they trailed by 51 after Australia were eventually dismissed for 256. Pat Cummins, some lusty blows down the list, making 23. Matt Henry, 7 for 67. So from that deficit of 94, New Zealand have lost 1 wicket. Young was out, caught behind in Stark's second over, 4-1. At that stage, it was 1 for 6, but this pair have put on 37. Williamson, 25 of them. Latham, 13. Ian Smith, just as Jeremy said before, they're laying something of a foundation. They have to restart after tea. In reality, these two need to bat the majority of the next 2 hours as well.
Well, they got those players in the middle and those that are waiting to bat got a lesson in how it can be done. They gave themselves a lesson. Williamson and Latham. Latham has had a pretty good test match, actually. He's only made... even half a mistake to get out in the first innings. He looked good there. He looked organised. He's looked very much the same in this innings. And Kane Williamson, who has had a pretty poor run in the first part of this series, is now 25 from 50. Still won't say that he's in there looking of great certainty, but they're looking as solid as New Zealand has, I think, at the top of the order throughout this series. So 43 for 1 is the score. And Jeremy, Australia have been threatening but not quite as successful.
Yeah, Hazelwood once again really challenged the outside edge of the right-handers and the left-hander, of course. So 6 overs and just for 11 runs for him, he was really miserly. Stark, of course, picked up the early wicket, and it's been an interesting time for the New Zealanders, because that's what they are doing right now. They're establishing a little bit of belief that things can happen for them.
On the Bunnings Trade replay screen, we can see that the analysis of the game sees New Zealand 51 runs behind. But yes, on that Macca's scoreboard cricket, I'm loving it. 1 for 43, so something to work with, and Williamson finding some rhythm. We will go to tea, and we'll note that you can keep cool this summer with a Ream-branded Cool Cabana or Ream Budgie Smugglers. To register now for your chance to win, visit iCanWin.com.au. Gentlemen, thoroughly enjoyed the last half an hour or so chatting about the history of New Zealand cricket, or a bit of it, with the both of you. We'll be back after the break for our conversation throughout the course thereof with New Zealand at 1 for 43 in their second innings.
This is the finals. Epic clashes where every shot, every decision, and every second counts.
3, and he makes the three-pointer.
The NBL Final Series is heating up as we get close to crowning the NBL 24 season's champion.
Alley-oop, bang!
Don't miss a minute of the action.
Watch every moment live on ESPN, via KO and Foxtel.
Hungry Jacks NBL Finals. Every moment matters.
For Henley Homes, paying $1,000 a month off your home loan for 2 years. New Zealand versus Australia on SEN Test Cricket.
So I hear you guys have started to build your new home.
Yeah, that's right.
But I thought you were waiting until interest rates came down.
Don't need to. Henley have a fund to pay $1,000 a month off our home loan for 2 years.
What? Wow, that's 24 grand off your mortgage payments.
Yeah, and it includes all new builds. Wait a minute, where are you going?
To get Amy and visit Henley.
Henley's Mortgage Fund. $1,000 a month off your home loan for 2 years. All backed by Henley's $7 billion parent, Sumitomo Forestry Group.
For over half a century, there's one name that Aussie gardeners have come to trust. Holman offer a range of quality watering equipment with an affordable price tag. For the past 55 years, this family-owned business has been helping gardeners save time, money and water. And now, with Holman Smart Watering products, you can water from anywhere, anytime, all from your smartphone. So, protect your garden from the heat this summer with the name you trust. Holman, for the smart gardener.
Next time you're refuelling your car, look out for Sonny the Kookaburra at your local Sunrise. That's how you know you're dealing with a trusted and independent local store. There's over 1,200 Sunrise stores Australia-wide. Visit newsunrise.com.au and do what the locals do.
Look out for the sunrise. Enjoy local service. Delivered with a friendly smile. Look out for the sunrise. Enjoy local choices. The best within a country mile.
For the hottest of hot party you've ever seen. Ream comes on steady, hot and strong. It just keeps on and on.
Want the assurance of an Aussie family-sized electric water heater with a 12-year cylinder warranty?
Install a Ream. Install a Ream.
Then accept nothing less than Australia's best.
Liquorland is a proud gold sponsor of Cricket Australia. This season, the best delivery isn't just on the field, it's at your place. Get drinks delivered to you or pick up via click and collect in just 30 minutes. You'll be raising your glass in no time. Whatever the reason, Liquorland will bring the drinks to the cricket. Cheers. Liquorland. Choose to drink wise.
You wouldn't operate a chainsaw blindfolded. You wouldn't ride your dirt bike blindfolded. And you wouldn't walk on your roof blindfolded. Yet too many people dig without searching before you dig online first. Because if you don't search first, you're digging blind. Avoid high-pressure gas mains and high-voltage electricity cables every time. Search before you dig online every time. And never dig blind.
For over 40 years, Kubota have worked the Australian landscape and faced its challenges. From first light to sunset, our agriculture and construction range works with power and versatility that you can rely on. From our mid-size to professional tractors, dependable mowers, zero tail swing or conventional excavators, and more. Kubota is building and shaping the future. Visit kubota.com.au or head to your nearest dealer to learn more.
At Ozito, we know for you it's about leaving your mark. It's a statement, making every task uniquely yours. Ozito doesn't just have your back, we're right there with you, powering your DIY journey. With over 100 tools for your home and garden, all powered by one battery to make it happen. Because when it comes to getting things done, this is your moment. Do it yourself. Do it with Ozito. Do you?
For Henley Homes, paying $1,000 a month off your home loan for 2 years. New Zealand versus Australia on SEN Test Cricket.
Here's Stark going past these. No, he's caught the edge and Young goes. The finger goes up. He hesitates, he waits. He's so despondent and disappointed.
Williamson comes forward, drives. That's a good shot. It's Labuschagne who has the chase from mid-off and he can give it away. Stark bowls to Williamson. Plays away from his body again. 4 more through the covers. Stark goes wider this time and fuller. And Williamson is equal to the challenge.
Cummins bowling to Williamson. Driving through the covers. Beautiful shot. Out towards the rope it goes and it will not be stopped. That brings the crowd to their feet.
The tea break.
And welcome back to the cricket being brought to you on SEN Test Cricket with Resine. Quality paint and colours, perfect for your summer projects. I'm Garth Galloway and I've got with me Chris Harris. We've got the nonsense going on at tea out in the middle of the ground, all sorts of silly competitions for the crowd, but they seem to be enjoying it. It's dress-up day or colour day or whatever they call it here in Christchurch. There are lots of people in various uniforms and so on having an awful lot of fun. We're in the tea break and not too much longer to go. Latham is 13 not out, Williamson 25 not out. Young, the batsman, out, caught by Keary from Starks bowling for 143 for 1, meaning that the difference between the two sides is now 51 runs. And earlier in the day, Australia dismissed for 256. Labuschagne made 90, Stark 28, Cummins 23. And Lyon, the night watchman, making 20, and for New Zealand, Southey 1 for 68, Sears 1 for 71, Phillips 1 for 14, and the figures of the innings, of course, Matt Henry 15 wickets in the series so far in just 3 innings. He bowled 23 overs, 4 maiden, 7 for 67, so a sterling effort by Matt Henry. And since then we saw Young getting out early in New Zealand's reply as they try to get these runs chipped off and to set a total. But since then we've seen a partnership of 37 between Latham and Williamson. Latham is on 13, Williamson 25. The bowling figures: Stark 5 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 15. Hazelwood 6 overs, 2 maidens, none for 11. Cummins 4 overs, 1 maiden, none for 12. And Green 2 overs, no maidens, none for 3. Chris Harris, your thoughts on what might lie ahead. We did see some glimpses of fight and a little bit of battle from New Zealand, but trailing by 51 runs, they've got an awful long way to go to get back into the game still, it feels.
Yes, well, we'll certainly cover off throughout the rest of this Test match the tremendous spell from Matt Henry, 7 to 67. I think it's the second best figures by a New Zealander against Australia. Of course, Hadley's 9 for 52. So that's how incredible that feat was, and I'm sure we'll talk more about it. But not quite the perfect start for New Zealand in the second innings, but obviously the loss of Young takes a little bit of a gloss of it, but a wonderful partnership forming between Latham and Williamson. Williamson looking a lot more composed at the crease, back to his old self, and I thought we saw that from Latham in the first innings, and we're seeing more of that resistance in the second innings. So this is the pair for me, which is an absolute key for this partnership to continue, to at least knock off the deficit, get ahead. I mean, just imagine coming tomorrow and even perhaps into Monday, where Australia need maybe 230, 240 in the last innings. So there's still plenty of time in this Test match, which could end up being a brilliant Test match. But obviously a lot more work to do for New Zealand, still 51 behind. But the signs are good.
But the incentive for New Zealand must be that they've managed to bowl Australia out 3 times in the series. So 3 goes, and they bowled them out 3 times. 256 this time. Again, one major contributor, Labuschagne 90. And if you look back in the first innings in Wellington, it was Green, 174 not out. The Australian batting lineup must be questioning things a little bit in terms of their confidence and so on. They've struggled in many respects as well.
I think our bowling lineup's got to take some credit for that. I think we've bowled really well throughout this series, and it's again, it was a phenomenal effort here from the bowling unit, and particularly Matt Henry. So if you compare, it's been talked a lot, if you take out Cam Green's innings in that Test match in Wellington, I think that would have been a tremendous Test match. Obviously he played a phenomenal innings and cemented a number 4 spot, which a lot of Australians have been saying that has now become his spot. But obviously so much to play in this Test match. I think the bowling unit's reasonably close. Australia, obviously the experience, but both batting units need to bat better.
Those thoughts are from Chris Harris. We'll take a break now, and then we'll join the commentary with New Zealand at 43 for 1, trailing by 51 runs. Latham is on 13, Williamson is on 25, and after the break it will be Daniel McHardy.
For Henley Homes, paying $1,000 a month off your home loan for 2 years. New Zealand versus Australia on SEN Test Cricket.
A true master of home design knows that the finishing touches are just as important as the first blueprint. Finish your homes outdoors with impeccable taste. Explore Tuscan Path's range of pavers, from understated to bold, from natural stone to porcelain. With such a wide variety of finishes and sizes, you will find the perfect paver to complete your space. Tuscan Path pavers are available at Bunnings Warehouse.
Is it a bird? Is it a plane? No, it's Crowell's Electrical and Solar Man. Leaping from roof to roof, he's keeping the residents of homes across Australia safe from rising energy costs with solar power systems from Crowell's Electrical and Solar. They're also the experts in battery storage technology and the installation of your system, protecting and caring for it with their ongoing maintenance programs. Call 03-876-16228 or visit crowlzelectrical.com. REC22623.
Summer's always hot when you ask your plumber to install a ream, building Aussie tough water heaters for over 80 years. But if you're looking to keep cool this summer, with these giveaways you can. Chill on the beach in your own Ream-branded Cool Cabana or Ream Budgie Smugglers. But hurry, there's just 10 Ream-branded Cool Cabanas to give away. To register now for your chance to win, visit iCanWin.com.au. T's and C's apply.
So I hear you guys have started to build your new home.
Yeah, that's right.
But I thought you were waiting until interest rates came down.
Don't need to. Henley have a fund to pay $1,000 a month off our home loan for 2 years.
What? Wow, that's 24 grand off your mortgage payments.
Yeah, and it includes all new builds. Wait a minute, where are you going?
To get Amy and visit Henley.
Henley's Mortgage Fund, $1,000 a month off your home loan for 2 years. All backed by Henley's $7 billion parent, Sumitomo Forestry Group.
Welcome to Officer Fields, your new home within a community built on the vision of enjoying life in balance in Melbourne's southeast. Officer Fields features natural open spaces while still being close and connected to all of life's conveniences. With 4 unique precincts coming soon, offering land from 350 square metres to 1,000 square metres, there's something for everyone. Officer Fields is currently selling land from $467,000. Officer Fields, life as it should be. Register your interest now at officerfields.com.
Celebrity chefs Gary Megan, Anna Polivu and Manu Fidel for Cure Cancer's barbecue.
What do you call a typical Aussie barbecue that helps cure cancer?
I will call that a barbecue.
I love the way that you say that, Manu.
Nothing brings people together like a barbecue.
One more time, say it.
Barbecue. Barbecue.com.au.
Find out how to make your next barbie a Cure Cancer barbecue at barbecue.com.au.
That roast chicken? Maybe halal? That snack pack? Yep, halal. Dad's investment portfolio? How on earth would you tell? Talk to Hijaz Financial Services, helping Muslim Australians secure halal super, home loans and investments. Hijaz Financial Services. Definitely halal. hijazfs.com.au. This information is provided by Hijaz Financial Advisors, Pty Ltd, AFSL 517686 and Hijaz Islamic Credit Solutions, Pty Ltd, ACL 480542 and does not take into account your objectives, financial situation or needs.
Next time you're refueling your car, look out for Sunny the Kookaburra at your local Sunrise. That's how you know you're dealing with a trusted and independent local store. There's over 1,200 Sunrise stores Australia-wide. Visit newsunrise.com.au and do what the locals do.
Look out for the sunrise. Enjoy local service. Delivered with a friendly smile. Look out for the sunrise. Enjoy local choices. The best within a country mile.
For Henley Homes, paying $1,000 a month off your home loan for 2 years. New Zealand versus Australia on SEN Test Cricket. The third session for Liquorland. To the cricket. Cheers. Liquorland. Choose to drink wise.
Kia ora, good afternoon from Hagley Oval in Christchurch. The Gardens, which has really been a picture over the last few days, although as the two teams reappear by the Australian side and the two New Zealand batsmen after the tea adjournment. A little bit overcast now. Southerly breeze quite strong as I'm getting a warm embrace from Bharat Sundaresan alongside me and Chris Harrison commentary. Where New Zealand will resume 43 for the loss of 1, the 51 runs behind. Our coverage with Resine, quality painted colours, perfect for your summer projects. Great to have your company no matter where you're listening, and I know you're listening from all corners of the globe, so check the Australian text line. Don't get me to say the number, I always stuff it up, Bharat. Enjoying the cricket call, fellas, while waiting for my flight in Dallas. Go the Aussies, writes Callan from Perth. Nice switch on over to the New Zealand text line. Listening avidly while on holiday in Rarotonga. Wanting Williamson to do well. Kaipara Flats, CC, die hard. Thank you for your messages. Keep them coming in. We absolutely do love them. Well, most of them.
The nice ones.
the nice one. Selective viewing.
We love the ones that say we're doing a nice job.
A little dented egos. All right. We wondered why he didn't bowl before tea. Nathan Lyon. Right, it's going to have a crack.
He was walking in, warming up, Nathan Lyon, so he must have spent some time just before the start of the session warming up as well. Yeah, this is the peak of Pat Cummins having many luxuries in life as a captain. This is the ultimate luxury.
He's also bowling from the same end that Glenn Phillips bowled, the Botanic Gardens end, where Phillips had success.
He did, yeah, and there were a couple of balls that gripped and turned in there.
He was helped by a poor shot from
the wicket he did not deserve, yeah.
I don't know why we're all on our feet in the commentary position around the wicket as Lyon starts the last session. So we've got 38.5 overs theoretically remaining in the day as the first ball is played sedately from the back foot.
I need to assure our listeners as well, because you mentioned about the cloud and the southerly and stuff, there's no chance of rain, so just putting that out there. So we're going to get a full day's play in.
They get a little bit defensive here in Christchurch. Bharat is Latham once more onto the back foot, turning to the onside, and be no run. So a slip. Sorry.
I did see yesterday the text line. You weren't on air at that point, and you were getting a lot of criticism for your take on the Christchurch weather, Daniel?
How so? It's complimentary, wasn't I? As Latham goes back, punches to point. I was not complimentary enough, I show.
Yep, yeah.
Right,
go back to...
Damn
it was one of
facts.
those go back to the North Island
Right,
kind of
damn
messages.
facts. It was a lovely day yesterday. Well, that wind did get up. A bit more consistent from the south. This Wellingtonian does enjoy talking about the wind, as Latham now can defend from the front foot.
It's another beautiful day today, isn't it? But that wind, it's just got a bit of a chill in the air. Just when you go out, like from here, it looks like a beautiful day. You go outside and it's going, it's a bit fresh, that breeze. And it's a lot stronger than I think you'd thought.
I must admit, I got an indication of how maybe I was misreading conditions yesterday as far as the comfort levels. As Lyons sees Latham come down the wicket and nicely working through the wicket. That's a really good stroke. And Mitchell Stark just has a long chase from deep square leg to go fetch the ball as it reaches the boundary through mid-wicket. A glorious Zito boundary to start proceedings after tea. Zito, do it with a Zito, do you?
That's how you should use feet against spin, right, Chris Harris? Just the timing of when he left his crease and just head over the ball, beautiful timing.
Because his feet did all the work, he didn't have to hit the ball hard. He literally had to drop the bat on with the full face and just raced away for 4. And that's a big boundary.
Latham goes back and plays straight. The end of the line over, conceding 4 runs off it. But yeah, about this time yesterday, I wandered from my commentary position, which is quite sheltered from the breeze, and wandered out to the media tent.
Ooh.
Wandered in. Everyone had thick jackets on, beanies. The sun at that stage was blocked by the tent they're in. It felt Antarctic, according to the Australian journos.
Did you say it was warmer in our box?
Oh, no, I'm overheating. I said I'm overheating in our box. I need to come over and have some of your water if that's okay.
Yeah, I mean...
Because all the drinks are over there.
Now that I've moved on from them, the print lot are a bit soft, yeah?
And when you're back with the print lot, what do you say about the radio bunch?
No, you have no idea about these broadcasters.
Yeah,
It's so full of themselves, yeah.
I know.
I mean, no wonder the room is warm. It's just like warmed by all the egos in there.
Here's Pat Cummins from the Port Hills end. His first ball of the session, short and pulled away. Great power. Now towards long leg by Williamson, who moves up to 26. Latham is 17. It's 48 for the loss of 1 on the Kubota scoreboard, shaping New Zealand and Australia.
I mean, if you're a New Zealand fan, and the fact that you're feeling already a little comforted by this partnership, in particular Williamson and Latham, also tells you how poor they have been with the bat overall in this series. It's the last chance they get. And these are great signs. We saw good signs from Latham yesterday. Got a beautiful delivery from Josh Hazelwood just before the lunch break. And Cummins is coming around the wicket to him, just like Hazelwood did yesterday from this end.
2 slips in a gully and a leg slip. Sort of leg gully more than anything as Latham pushes half press forward into the coverage and there's no run.
I think the thing we've got to remind ourselves of a little bit as well, if you take out probably Labuschame's 90 and Cam Green's 174, that the Australian batting lineup hasn't been that much better than New Zealand's.
There's question marks there for sure.
Absolutely.
Yeah. You know, they've got a massive series next summer. Stern examination coming there over 5 tests.
So I think Wellington very much favoured the bowlers more that surface. This one, I think, certainly there's runs to be scored out there, but it's still a challenge. I mean, the ball is still doing a little bit.
We've seen some excellent bowling though in this test match thus far. Into the pads from Cummins around the wicket, tickled around the corner by Latham. He moves to 18. It's 49 for the loss of 1.
And I guess what I'm saying is, my reason for saying that is it's, you know, when the bowlers are getting it right out there, it's pretty tough for the batters, no matter what team you're on.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those, yes, there are runs to be scored out there, but it'll still take a lot of skill for you to score those runs. Whereas at the basin after a point, you felt like, you know, the way Australia batted in the second innings as well, once they went past like 300 ahead, they knew that was enough, or maybe even 250.
There was always a ball with your name on it.
Yeah.
That's where you need the Blackadder theory of signing your own ball and keeping it. Here's Cummins back over the wicket. Into the pad, stifled appeal. It was good on height. Maybe going down. There has been a challenge for Williamson over the 52 balls he's been out there for his 26. Beautiful opening spell, I thought, by Hazelwood. Really unlucky. Went past the inside edge, outside edge. This one nips back a long way.
It just always felt as though it was going to go down leg with the way that Williamson played it, he sort of stood tall and looked as though he was trying to get it to fine leg. When you know he's in trouble is when he misses with the full face. Then you know it's straight. That one definitely just looked leg side.
Little bit of excitement, though, for the Australians to start the final session of the day. Williamson comes forward, guides into the gully. There weren't too many moments over the last half an hour where they looked threatening. LBW shout, how's that? Get amongst it with Tinnie's Craft Beer, available at Liquorland. Choose to drink wise.
And even Williamson in the first innings looked solid enough before the lunch break, and just got that one delivery which he misjudged the length off and was struck. LBW.
You can read that one for all those critics of mine.
Can confirm a couple of jackets now.
Yeah.
Oh, well.
Can confirm a couple of jackets now on in the media tent. See?
Yeah.
I'm not alone critiquing Christchurch weather, Harry.
You might be soon if you keep talking.
I will be chopping out of the city later tonight as Williamson sturdy in defence right in behind as he leans forward and pushes to the onside. The end of the over, New Zealand are 49 for the loss of 1 on the Tyre Power scoreboard.
Australia is a sports haven, and in any sports-mad nation, there's a whole swoop of iconic sports fields, stadiums, ovals and grounds. And our most iconic grounds are watered by Rainbird, like the MCG, Australia's hallowed turf, home of Aussie rules, the grand final, Boxing Day. Heroes are born on that emerald field, with the bat, with the ball, or 50 out from the posts. And its field is watered by Rainbird. Smarter irrigation, the intelligent use of water.
Test cricket with Rosine, the paint professionals use. Nathan Lyon twirling the ball at the top of his mark. The off spinner holding in the shades around the wicket to Latham, who goes back and steers the ball nicely forward of point into a gap. Geez, time that sweetly. That's just going to gather momentum and go all the way to the rope. It will bring up New Zealand's 50. They'll go to 53 for the loss of 1. And Latham goes to 18. 22, in fact.
Well, he got out playing the square cut in the second innings, didn't he? This time he waited on the ball. It wasn't terribly short, but short enough, and the ball kind of held up and just punched it away.
Seems quite comfortable on the back foot to off spinners. Again goes back, but quicker through the air, late on the stroke as he punches to green in the covers.
Yeah, Nathan Lyon had some interest there. The hand went up. He just felt that was a little bit quicker and a little bit fuller, not quite short enough, hoping to just squeeze it through the gate. And you just notice on that shot, Latham was hurried. You feel as though that's an area that Lyon's going to target against Latham.
Comes forward this time, Latham, and defends to the onside. There'll be no run. Latham was bowled by Dane Pete in the second innings. A Hamilton for 40 going back. It was just late defending. Really frustrating way for him to get out because he got a start. It's been a difficult summer for him. 2 starts here. Can he go on again, hovering on the back foot? He's dicing with danger there. Nearly got through, and there's a nod. Little nod from Tom Latham back to the bowler going, yeah, I think you got me there. Well bowled.
Yeah, perhaps should have come forward to that. Well done, but still managed to watch it onto the full face.
Line with a slip and a short leg. Latham plays in front of his front pad on the front foot, sedately nudging it back to Lyon.
Come on, Nate. It's gone quiet, hasn't it, this crowd? They sense it.
Well, they're nervous.
Yeah.
Because New Zealand are batting. Don't know if you've been paying attention. They haven't scored too many runs against Australia recently. Yes, Lyon in again. And it's pushed into the cover region. There will be no run. The end of the over. Pretty tidy one. That lovely shot by Latham. New Zealand 53 for the loss of 1 on the Kubota scoreboard, shaping Australia and New Zealand.
Steel Solutions, Houston speaking.
Houston, we have a problem.
Okay, settle down. What's happened?
My wife's mother is coming and she wants me to fix the carport, side gate and put a retaining wall across the backyard.
Relax, mate. We've got all the steel you need and we'll even cut the steel to the lengths you want. You don't have to pay any extra and you can have it delivered or pick it up.
Houston, we don't have a problem anymore.
That's kind of why they call us Steel Solutions.
Steel Solutions. The steel you need when you need it. Sunshine, Bayswater and Springvale. steelsolutions.com.au.
Test match cricket on SEN and SENZ with Rosine, the paint professionals use. The Australian skipper Cummins starting the new over to Williamson, who plays very late, taps the ball towards the gully behind the wicket. Here he comes up and collects. So his partnership now worth 47. Only 3 partnerships in the series from New Zealanders, 50 or more. Blundell and Phillips, Wellington. Ravindra and Mitchell, the second innings.
Henry and Southey.
Well done, Christopher
57.
Harris. Well done, Harry.
Wouldn't have picked that. That's a good little quiz question. Let's hope there's more in this innings to make it a better question.
Yeah, and so
let's start with 4.
Yeah.
New Zealanders would like to see at least 4.
And the only 100 partnership.
Well, yeah. Actually, that partnership is now even more impressive. On the front foot, Williamson pushes into the offside. There is no run putt. I wouldn't want to be anywhere else in the world today, Harry. Alongside you and Bharat calling cricket here in Christchurch.
You have bought another jacket, though.
Yeah, I have.
Yeah, good. Okay.
A few jerseys too. On a day where the Crusaders slipped to a 3rd straight loss to start Super Rugby. I wouldn't want to be anywhere else in the world.
That's good signs, because normally when they start that poorly, they bounce back with a vengeance.
Losing to the Drua, 20 points to 10 in Fiji.
How good's that for Fiji rugby, though?
Oh, there we go. I was wondering when you get the patronising Canterbury take on it. Here's Cummins into the hip of Williamson, steered into the square leg region. There's no run. So Chris Harris wins with 5 seconds. It was, Louis. It's good for Fijian rugby call. Came straight out.
Not so good for Rob Penny, though. It's under a little bit of pressure.
He is. They quite like their Crusaders down here. They have won about 13. They've won about 13 titles. About? Is it there or thereabouts? Give or take a few. See, they've lost count down here. Despite the oversupply of fingers, they struggle to keep up. Cummins past the umpire. Bouncer underneath. Williamson goes.
Interesting field. A couple of slips of gully, a leg slip. Obviously, there's going to be a little bit of short pitch bowling. It's just to put that thought into Williamson's head. They feel as though he's now got used to the conditions. He's feeling comfortable. So that's one thing that Australia is so good at. If as soon as they feel a batsman feels comfortable, they'll try something new. And generally that's to go short, and then they set a field just to let the batsman know you might feel comfortable, but we're going to still come hard at you. Something they're very good at.
Captain in again, that little hitch in his run up, third the way in. Arrives, gathers, good pace, good accuracy, but good cricketers. Williamson plays with very soft hands, just forward of square on the offside and calls Latham through. And a single will see New Zealand go to 54 for 1 on the Kubota scoreboard.
Nathan Lyon just a little bit slow to react there, just probably thinking about how he's going to bowl his next over, and just slow to react at point, which just allowed the New Zealanders to scamper through for a quick single, which I think is important in this partnership with the left-right-hand combination. That's one way New Zealand can make it slightly more challenging for this Australian attack, changing the strike.
It makes you feel better as well, doesn't it?
All the scoreboard's ticking over, and all of a sudden all the fielders have to adjust, and you feel like they're working as well. Always made me feel good about it.
Now Cummins to the left-hander. Latham back close to pad as he leans forward, pushing up to mid-off. That is the end of the over. 54 for the loss of 1.
St. Patrick's Day celebrations are happening all March at the Fiddler Rouse Hill, with Guinness flowing in all bars. On St. Patrick's Day, there's Irish dancers and the biggest shindig of the year. Only at the Fiddler Rouse Hill.
Now presenting the King of Clean, Jenny King.
For 30 years, Jenny King has offered comprehensive, tailored cleaning services for commercial offices, retail, healthcare, education spaces and more.
Jenny King, the King of Clean.
Visit jennyking.com.au.
New Zealand trail by 40 runs. They are 54 for the loss of 1. Australia all out earlier today. If you're just tuning into our coverage, thanks to Resine Quality Painted Colours, perfect for your summer projects. All out for 256. Labuschagne top scoring with 90. Matt Henry 7 for 67. Second best bowling figures by New Zealander in tests against Australia. Line continuing from the Botanic Gardens end to Williamson. From over the wicket, Williamson just works the ball from on-off stump through mid-on, who's quite far back, so very easy single. Williamson to 28. It's 55 for 1.
I don't like that long on. There's still 40 runs and we're now 39 ahead, but I would much rather Williamson have to go over mid-on to earn the right to just get an easy one like that.
Back to the line, Latham battle. Latham down the wicket, almost predetermined. Quick at 88k, has to defend.
But that's what Nathan Lyon prefers, especially at the start of his spell. He likes to have the long on back. Not really as a cushion. It's not really a defensive position. Just to help him get into the spell, something the late great Shane Warne used to say a lot.
Oh, the other thing is that he may want to prefer to bowl to Latham as well. So give Williamson his 1.
I can understand that. Round the wicket once more. Latham leans forward, catches the outside part of the bat, trickles to point, no run.
Yeah, Lyon has his hand up. Not really an appeal, but just letting Tom Latham know that you got the better of him.
The sweep is a shot that he normally goes to a lot, Tom Latham. It just looks as today he's going to put that away.
Lyon drags the length back a touch off the back foot, comfortably played by Latham into the covers.
Because they've left basically the whole outfield on the leg side open. There's a 45 where Stark's fielding a short leg, a mid-wicket and mid-on. And I think they're saying, well, if you want to play that shot, I think Lyon rates himself from around the wicket to bowl wicket to wicket and just skid one through on Latham.
He delivers. That is a good length and hitting high on the bat as Latham comes forward, defends to the offside.
That's always a good sign for Nathan Lyon. You can see he's getting into his rhythm, hitting the batter high on the bat.
Yeah.
I mean, he's getting that bite from the surface.
And that bounce. It's not spitting, alarming spin. He's always going to threaten with the bounce. Probing again around off stump. Back goes Latham, pushing into the offside. No run. The end of the over. New Zealand 55 for the loss of 1 on the Kubota scoreboard, shaping New Zealand and Australia.
This is the finals. Epic clashes where every shot, every decision, and every second counts.
3, and he makes the three-pointer.
The NBL Final Series is heating up as we get close to crowning the NBL 24 season's champion.
Alley-oop, bang!
Don't miss a minute of the action.
Watch every moment live on ESPN via KO and Foxtel.
Hungry Jacks NBL Finals. Every moment matters.
Test match cricket on SENZ and SEN with Resine, the paint professionals use. 55 for the loss of 1. Latham's 22. Williamson is 28. New Zealand lost Young, caught behind off the bowling of Stark for 1 with the score at 6 in the third over. Cummins continuing his spell after tea. Bowling to Williamson, who drops the ball onto the onside. Just backward a square, thought about taking the single, decides against.
It just feels like a holding pattern, doesn't it? Even the crowd we're just waiting for whatever happens, hoping for a 4 so they can go into applause. But it's just so quiet.
Yeah, just the length that Pat Cummins has bowled to Kane Williamson after the break. You go back to the start, he was very slightly fuller. Williamson did drive him for a boundary and then just played that classical dab for 4. Just pulled it back a little, intentionally, just to make him work a little harder.
2 slips in a gully and around the corner too. As Williamson onto the front foot, trying to drive, drags it to the onside and to Stark at mid-on.
This is what this very experienced bowling attack do so well as well, right, Harry, where if the wicket's not coming, they make life so difficult for you. They suffocate you. And with the leg slip in and just the field he set for himself, exactly what Pat Cummins is trying to do.
Oh, they're so accurate as well and so efficient. Like you said, he's pulled his length back a little bit, but every once in a while he'll still go a little bit fuller, searching for that outside edge or trying to get the LBW or through the gate bowl. Always keeping you on your toes. They don't give you many soft deliveries.
Cummins goes short again, whistling high over Williamson, who dropped at the knee.
Well, that expression Australians love to use, hardy yakka. That's what this is about. This bowling attack is, for as effective and as world-class and as penetrative as they are, they don't mind the old hard yakka at times. It's not hard yakka yet. I mean, just 23 overs we're talking about. And New Zealand looked so solid in the first innings for an hour and R plus. And then came the collapse. So
it was 10 from bowling after that, wasn't it? Pins falling everywhere. Cummins goes short. Williamson pulls uppishly down towards long leg. Couple of bounces before Hazelwood gets there. Spins, turns and throws. Not in control, you have to say. 2 runs to Williamson. He moves to 30. It's 57 for 1, but that surely will encourage Cummins.
Yeah, where he's played that above his head, and it's very hard to keep control. Hence the reason Australia have got that leg slip. But it's still good pace. It's an effort ball. It's 140 Ks. It's well above his head. That's normally a ball that Williamson was just happy to let see go over the top into the keeper's gloves, but he's taken that on, and even Cummins hands to his face because he knows that that's out of control.
Yeah, and Ken Williams, it was almost a late decision to play that ball. He had started to duck, and then maybe he thought he could get some bat on it.
Sort of turned into a volley at the net.
Yeah, yeah. Very swatty shot.
Above the head. And he's on right-hander. Now right and behind. And off stump, push back to the bowler. No run, 141.5k. There's also that too. Not only are they accurate and get the ball to move around,
quite fast.
They're all quick. They're all quick.
Yeah, and I guess, like we saw with Matt Henry throughout the New Zealand innings, the game just changes when whether it's Henry or Hazelwood, they have that ball in their hand.
Cummins past the umpire. In back of a length and turned to mid-on by Williamson. The end of the over. Latham 22, Williamson 30, 57 for 1 on the Kubota scoreboard.
Welcome to Officer Fields, your new home within a community built on the vision of enjoying life in balance in Melbourne's southeast. Officer Fields features natural open spaces while still being close and connected to all of life's conveniences. With 4 unique precincts coming soon, offering land from 350 square metres to 1,000 square metres, there's something for everyone. Officer Fields is currently selling land from $467,000. Officer Fields, life as it should be. Register your interest now at officerfields.com.au.
Lions starting a new over, bowling around the wicket to Tom Latham. Plays to the onside, very full of length, getting forward. Turning to mid-wicket, there's no run. Welcome back, Smithy.
Daniel, Bharat.
Hello, Smithy. Feels like I'm seeing you for the first time today.
Yeah, it is. It's been good. Well, cut down the sweep. Cut down the Tom Latham sweep.
Latham again comes forward and plays back along the pitch.
You'll get all the affection you need when you get back to your hotel. Bed and breakfast, that's all you need. Any friendly stuff from us. Bharat, Sundaresan. But they have cut out the sweep. Tom Latham likes the sweep shot, particularly on a pitch which is not turning, and this isn't greatly compared to, say, the Basin Reserve, so less risk in the shot, but they've got Mitchell Stark cutting that option off.
Lyon, and again coming down the wicket, flicking to the mid-wicket region. Didn't quite get there, but the placement's nice between mid-on and mid-wicket. A single takes the score to 58 for the loss of 1.
Looks good actually when he comes down the wicket. Played beautiful shot, one of the best shots I've seen played off line for quite some time through the onside. His only danger is when he tries to work the ball square off a very tight line to off stump, which he got in trouble with the Basin Reserve. So that is as big and tends to really want to hover on the back foot. But when he comes forward and plays on the front foot and uses his feet, he looks as good as anyone.
All right. Williamson v Lyon. Apparently Lyon has figured out Kane Williamson. See if you can identify the ploy. This is full on off stump, pushed up towards cover, no run.
Yeah, but he's starting over the wicket, no leg slip. And the plan to him in the first innings was around the wicket, cramp him and kind of close him up in his stance and get him caught leg slip, which worked. Took him 3 balls to do that. But he's starting over the wicket. He is in Williamson's head.
Lyon bowls to Williamson, goes back, playing with the spin to Cam Green on the onside, no run.
We must have spent nearly half an hour with Leo Kroenke on the eve of this test. Williamson just working on Nathan Lyon and what strategy and what tactics he might use to him. The decision seemed to be, if it's even slightly short of length, the ball he got out to, he said, I'm going to pull it. We'll see if he does that today.
Last ball of the Lyon over. Williamson looking good. Half press forward, goes back, nudges to cover, no run. Lyon has none for 10 off 4 overs. New Zealand are 58 for the loss of 1. They trail by 36 on the Kubota scoreboard.
At Ozito, we know for you it's about leaving your mark. It's a statement, making every task uniquely yours. Ozito doesn't just have your back, we're right there with you, powering your DIY journey. With over 100 tools for your home and garden, all powered by one battery to make it happen. Because when it comes to getting things done, this is your moment. Do it yourself. Do it with Ozito. Do you?
SENZ Test Cricket with Resine. Quality paint and colours perfect for your summer projects. Bharat, Sundaresan and Ian Smith. And the experts chair alongside me, Daniel McHardy, our experts with in-place living specialist disability accommodation design for you.
Pat Cummins has just gone off the field after his spell, so Steve Smith is in charge. And the first move, I'm not saying this is a Steve Smith call purely, but it's Josh Hazelwood back in the attack.
And if those fans were a little bit nervous in the opening half, 29 minutes of the season, I think they're just going to lean a little bit further in or cover their eyes because Hazelwood has been so good. He's going to start around the wicket to Latham. Bang on the money. Right on off stump. Pushed up to mid-off and there's no run.
Interesting field there. Mitchell Marsh very tight in at a catching shot mid-wicket. Just as if they expect Tom Latham to just clip or flick the ball uppishly. Just 2 slips in a gully. He's in very close, isn't he?
He is.
He's stationary catcher, yeah, so he's looking to play well through the onside.
The equivalent of 3 pitches away from the playing surface itself. Hazelwood a little bit fuller this time. Latham leaning forward, can't find a run at point. Labuschagne in quickly.
They have had a desire, these two, haven't they, to push and run throughout this partnership, and I like that because it's rotating strike, and that even for a bowler of Hazelwood's capacity is frustrating to go right hand left hand combination. So Australia trying to shut them down. Williamson, Latham trying to rotate the strike. Nice little battle within a battle.
Hazelwood away from us again. Powerfully built right arm quick bowler. Around the wicket, very full. There is a dab into the covers. That will please Ian Smith. It will not please Josh Hazelwood. Well judged single. It's 59 for the loss of 1.
Exactly what he was trying to do with the previous delivery. This time he hit it far enough to the left of Marnus Labuschagne. Matt Renshaw was also coming in, not the quickest fielder. Well judged. And Josh Hazelwood to Kane Williamson was quite riveting before the break.
There were a few moral victories for Hazelwood.
You would say, though. Yeah, Kane Williamson did pick off boundaries of Stark and Cummins. Not so much of Hazelwood. I don't think he's scored a run of him today.
Yeah, Hazelwood going past the inside and outside edge. He's away. The Port Hills end. Past the umpire. Rolling around about 4th stump line. Leaning forward. Williamson defends, no run.
One thing you will see is even if it is for 1 over, that Steve Smith is in charge, be very animated. Last year captained Australia and last 2 test matches of the India tour, won the indoor test, and he spoke about how captaining in India anyway is like playing chess, but he loves playing chess with his captaincy. Even the fields he'll set, there were times on that tour he was moving fielders around for each ball.
Hazelwood over the wicket, left alone by Williamson. I'm about to depart. Maybe Colo can pick this up with our tune as he's coming in. But what's the natural order of the world with regards to succession planning? I'm sure that's well in thinking. So Cummins, back to
Travis Head, I guess, Travis Head has been given his vice captaincy back. Got that out finally. So, and he's been touted as a leader from a very young age. Right. Captain South Australia when he was 21. No longer South Australian captain, Travis, but that's the
last ball of the Hazelwood over. Going past Williamson, his head rocks back, sort of in frustration, going, gee, this guy's good. In my nightmares later tonight, the way he's bowling. The end of the over, 59 for the loss of 1 on the Kubota scoreboard, shaping New Zealand and Australia. Adam Collins after this break.
So I hear you guys have started to build your new home.
Yeah, that's right.
But I thought you were waiting until interest rates came down.
Don't need to. Henley have a fund to pay $1,000 a month off our home loan for 2 years.
What? Wow, that's 24 grand off your mortgage payments.
Yeah, and it includes all new builds. Wait a minute, where are you going?
To get Amy and visit Henley.
Henley's Mortgage Fund. $1,000 a month off your home loan for 2 years. All backed by Henley's $7 billion parent, Sumitomo Forestry Group.
A good half an hour for New Zealand. They needed it. We're here for Rosine, the paint professionals use. They've advanced from 1 for 43 to 1 for 59. A quiet, boring half an hour of cricket is precisely what Kane Williamson and Tom Latham needed just to take some sting out of this second afternoon. They trailed by 35. Creeping up towards parity. Nathan Lyon to continue. Botanical Gardens end. 2 catching men in close for Latham. Around the wicket he goes, dancing and playing nicely out to mid-on, where there will not be a single. Got Ian Smith, Bharat Sundaresan with me in his 3rd session for Liquorland. Cheers, choose to drink wise.
Pat Cummins back on the field, so just 1 over off.
Yep.
And Steve Smith can relax a little.
Line bowling in the short sleeve jumper. Bounces up and bowls, and defending is Latham. I noted overnight some sad news. Duncan Fernley passed away.
Oh, really?
Yeah, passed away this morning.
I had no idea. What an identity in cricket.
Huge. Worcestershire County Cricket Club, of course, where he played in their first ever county championship victory in the mid-60s, and the bats, which iconic. Line bowls, and Latham deflects out to backward point. Did you ever use a Duncan Fernley, Smithy?
I dreamt of. In fact, I did. I did it as one appeared under the Christmas tree one year. Galloway.
Brilliant.
Because that's what I asked for, and that's because they were, at the time, they were just beautiful bats. And they, if you had a Duncan Fernley bat, you felt like a batsman back then.
Line delivers. Latham beats the bat. A shout from Slip. Stephen Smith wants the caught behind looked at, but Lyon thinks better of it and just says, no, there's nothing doing there. Just a nice piece of bowling past the edge.
Interesting to see if there was any turn here. Nice revolution on the ball, and just a little bit of turn. Not base and reserve turn, or bounce for that matter.
Might have just kissed the back flat, thus the noise from Stephen Smith at Slip. 2 left in the over. Line bowls. Wide on the crease. Latham plays out to cover, no run. May not be a bad 0433 98 11 16 in Australia, 8833 in New Zealand. Who used the Duncan Fernley bat so you loved watching through the 60s, 70s, 80s and 90s?
Border.
Both
of them. Crow. Anyone that played for Worcester.
Yes. Line again to Latham, who deflects out to backward point. No single there. 1 for 59 remains the score. Latham 24, Williamson 30 on the Kubota scoreboard, shaping New Zealand and Australia.
Hear from the biggest names in sport on SEN.
Drives the field goal right up the lane.
Catch up on all the latest scores and news in the time it takes to get from the car park to the office with SEN's The Day's Play.
Chris Golding, bang!
Our team of expert commentators go over the results, cover the big talking points, plus share the match highlights and big moments.
Bowls here to Robinson. Edge to taken!
SEN's The Day's Play. Thanks to Drinkwise. If you're choosing to have a drink, choose to Drinkwise.
3rd session for Liquorland. Cheers, choose to drink wise. And we're here with Rosine, the paint professionals use. So Duncan Fernley, that connection was what got both them to Worcester when he left Somerset.
Yeah.
That sort of drama, mid-80s. Here's Hazelwood bowling away from us. Williamson driving straight and cut off at mid-off. Diving stop from Cummins. Otherwise, that was a boundary. Beautifully played by Williamson. Only 6 runs since tee, but looking very organised. 1 for 60 the score. Trail by 34.
Most of his drives before the break were through the covers. This one down the ground, beautifully played. Nice work from Tom Latham. Just did the split at the right time to let the ball go through.
Adam from Southbank. I had the Duncan Fernley Alan Border 5-star.
Oh, bliss.
There must have been a lot of Christmas, as you were describing there, a lot of people who got that bat under their Christmas tree, or a version thereof.
Yeah, speak to Indian cricketers from that era. They spoke of Duncan Fernley the same way other Indians spoke of Ovaltine. It was very difficult to import things into India back in that day.
Around the wicket, Hazelwood bowls here. Latham, bouncer, ducks it early, ducks it well.
So for the general mass, Ovaltine just, even when I speak to my parents about it in the 60s, 70s, was if you could get Ovaltine into the country, means you had arrived in life. And it was the same with, speak to the Gavaskars of that era, they speak the same way about the Duncan Fernleys. Very foreign.
I guess it would have been those who played a bit of county cricket who had the chance to source themselves the best blade going.
Ovaltine.
Yeah.
Here's Hazelwood up past umpire Erasmus and bowls, and Latham leaves comfortably. And I think that's been a sign of Latham's 82 balls so far, Smithy. He's been happy to leave early and not be too troubled by balls outside the off stump.
I don't want to curse him because his dad's just sitting up not far away from us, but he has looked very good. We've challenged Tom Latham to score runs against very tough bowling attacks. He has really knuckled down in this test match. He hasn't produced the big numbers as yet, but certainly his application, his technique, his concentration have been right up there to do that, to achieve that.
Hazelwood up and bowls, and Latham pulls and does it well out towards square leg for one where there is a man set back. He's 25, 1 for 61. You would have played a bit of cricket with Rod Latham, I assume, Smithy, across the journey?
Yeah. 92 World Cup.
Yep.
Roddy Latham. Yes, bunker. They called him bunker. I don't know why they called him bunker. I'll work on that. No, he Harry might know. He's standing right behind us. A Canterbury teammate, of course. Terrific all-round sportsman, Rod Latham. Played rugby for Canterbury.
Oh, right.
And also cricket, of course, for Canterbury as well, back in the days when you could play both.
2 slips in the gully. Hazelwood delivers and Williamson defends, deflects out to point as he does so often.
Good tourist, good team man.
Is there a tradition of, just displaying my ignorance about rugby here to an extent, but a tradition of players that reach the top flight of both sports?
Well, there was. It used to be called double All Blacks back in the day. Probably the most famous was Brian McKechnie, of course, who was on the receiving end of the underarm delivery. Never played a cricket test, but played one-day internationals, but All Blacks as well. Kicked important goals for the All Blacks.
Hazelwood. Last ball here to Williamson. Gets down low and pushes it to mid-wicket off the inside portion of the blade. 1 for 61 at the end of the over. The Black Caps trail by 33. Latham 25. Williamson 31 on the Kubota scoreboard, shaping New Zealand and Australia.
Celebrity chefs Gary Megan, Anna Polivu and Manu Fidel for Cure Cancer's Barbecue.
What do you call a typical Aussie barbecue that helps cure cancer?
I will call that a barbecue.
I love the way that you say that, Manu.
Nothing brings people together like a barbecue.
One more time, say it.
Barbecue. Barbecue.com.au.
Find out how to make your next barbie a Cure Cancer barbecue at barbecue.com.au.
SENZ Test cricket for Rosine. The paint professionals use. Got Smithy with me for in-place living specialist disability accommodation designed for you. And on this beautiful Saturday afternoon, Nathan Lyon will bowl. The wind blowing across Tom Latham to the leg stump line, and that's where the ball's directed. He defends it into the onside.
When we were talking with Jeremy about prior to tea with the Tour of England and the big score that they posted at Lord's, two of the players got hundreds there with Mark Burgess and Victor Pollard. Mark Burgess, Victor Pollard, both got hundreds. Both double New Zealand representatives.
Latham goes back and defends line.
Both played football or soccer for New Zealand, and cricket for New Zealand, Test cricket for New Zealand. So there's a couple.
Fabulous. My first thought was Martin Donnelly, but I was just a little bit off there. He played for Oxford, got a blue.
Oxford blue, yeah.
Didn't play for the All Blacks, but there's 2 sports there. Lyon bowls and using his feet, Latham, before defending. Back down the pitch, no run. Yeah, we have that with a lot of Aussie rules players who've done both.
Yes.
From my part of Australia have been able to sort of combine a football career and a cricket career. Very difficult now, of course, with professionalism and all the rest. Lyon bowling in the sunglasses, as always, to Latham. He goes back to cut a ball that's there to be cut. Gets it past the man at point for 4. Had to wait, had to show patience throughout his stay so far, Latham. But advances to 29, and every boundary and every run's being cheered because they know that they're getting close to parity. 29 runs away from level pegging. New Zealand 1 for 65. Our boundaries for Azito. Do it with Azito to you.
And that's born of actually good use of the feet from Latham. The fact that he can go forward and comfortably get down to the wicket and not necessarily hit him anywhere, but just play him comfortably, means he's got to mix up his line and length a wee bit.
Line to Latham, who's forward defending. 1 ball left in the over. So welcome Jeremy Coney back as well. He might jump in the next over. There's 1 ball left here from Lyon.
So when you do that, even against the very best, they're searching. If you look comfortable against them, they try variations. They get it wrong, you put them away. Latham did that well, really well.
Line to finish. Bowles and Latham into the onside towards mid-wicket. Knows the call. Good call as well. Williamson was keen. Latham was not. He's 29. Williamson's 31. Partnership up to 59. They trail by 29. They're all the numbers on the Kubota scoreboard, shaping New Zealand and Australia.
Sheen Panel Service. Calling all assistant managers and managers in the trade sector looking for a change. Sheen Panel Service might be exactly what you're looking for. Enjoy perks like great salary, RDOs, ongoing training and support, fully maintained car, employee assistance program, career growth, and so much more. You'll be working with the best because at Sheen Panel Service, we have them. Apply at sheenpanelservice.com.au. Head to our careers page at sheengroup.com.au.
With Rosine, the paint professionals use, we're getting a lot of messages in about Duncan Fernley here. Mark, first bat was Ian Botham's Duncan Fernley attack. And from Ben in Footscray, first bat was the Duncan Fernley. Graham Hick, 405, a wonderful bat. I still have it. Oh, that's good. Hazelwood bowls and Williamson leaves. And yes, Jeremy just told you in the ad that he passed away today.
Yeah,
Duncan Fernley, age 83.
I didn't know that. Yeah. That's very sad.
Well, he was
a character,
huge identity.
Yes,
I remember the last time I probably saw him might have been 86. Don't think it was 90. I think it was 86. We played against Worcestershire at New Road. Was the ground there. Yeah. And he was driving a Rolls Royce at the time.
Always got one new one each year.
A Rolls Royce, yeah.
Blue one.
Yep.
Did well. Out of the bat trade, clearly.
Yeah, it's
Hazelwood, excellent but wicketless. Bowls here. Williamson leaves so late that it rears up off the stickers of the blade, ends up at second slip on the bounce. But yes, a pleave. Neither here nor there.
Yeah, I remember John Parker was just a young player going over from New Zealand. Glenn Turner was the first one reminds me as soon as I think of Duncan Fernley. That was his brand of bat. And then, of course, Martin Crowe used to use it as well. But, so he went over, of course, Glenn.
Hazelwood bowls, Williamson defends right under his eyes.
And thought he was going to get a trial at, I think Edgbaston for Warwickshire. Yeah. And they pulled out of it, and he never forgave them for that, and that's why he used to try and smash any time that he played. And he'd attack Willis particularly, who was bowling and playing for them at that time. That's what he got his 300 against in a day.
Hazelwood bowls, bounces Williamson, who ducks.
And his coach from Dunedin, who was on the telly,
Billy Abdallah.
brought a drink out on a tray with it was a gin and tonic.
100.
Yeah, and he smashed it all day. And
we smashed the gin and tonic.
No, the ball.
Oh, sorry.
No, he drank the gin and tonic very, very, very voraciously. And but I remember Parker telling me as he went over there to play for Worcestershire as well as a young pro.
Williamson facing Hazelwood away from us, and he defends under his eyes.
And Parker used to bowl horrible flighted filth, basically, didn't he?
Yeah.
Sort of leg spinners.
Crap.
And,
some people would say crap.
Yeah. Well, he got a test wicket. British Patel caught Morrison bowled Parker.
Got a test stumping as well. We don't want to dive into that.
No. So anyway, and it was the habit of Duncan to come in very early on in the season, get changed into his whites, get the latest pads put on, get a new bat, gloves and things, and arrive and announce to the squad, I am ready to go to the nets.
We're going to come back to this after the break. Last ball here, same result. Hazelwood back of a length. Williamson defending from the crease. 1 for 65. That's on the Kubota scoreboard, shaping New Zealand and Australia. New Zealand trail by 29.
A true master of home design knows that the finishing touches are just as important as the first blueprint. Finish your homes outdoors with impeccable taste. Explore Tuscan Path's range of pavers, from understated to bold, from natural stone to porcelain. With such a wide variety of finishes and sizes, you will find the perfect paver to complete your space. Tuscan Path pavers are available at Bunnings Warehouse.
Final session for Liquorland Cheers, Choose to Drink Wise. Your suspicion, as always, is bang on, Jeremy. Turner made 11 centuries against Warwickshire, averaged 76 against them, including the 311 not out in a day.
Yeah, that's it. That's the one.
They poked the bear. They poked the little Dunedin bear.
So Duncan would arrive, and with all the players there pre-season, and it's time for my net, and so out they would go. And bowl to Duncan, who was basically in charge.
Green's back replacing line. First ball to Latham, defended into the offside.
And you didn't have Duncan on in those days, not really. And you didn't want to embarrass him and those sorts of things. So they'd roll up some nice little deliveries to him, and he'd hit them into the side of the, oh, that's a lovely shot, and he'd commentate at the same time as he was playing. And anyway, so it came Parker's turn to bowl to him, and Daggy rolled up a few of these horrible leggies, and Duncan had a terrible job picking him, and they were pretty basic. But anyway, he was having this terrible trouble timing them and missing them.
Green round the wicket, Latham leaves.
Wrongen bowled him. And he was being embarrassed in front of all the players, you see. And so they pulled him off in the end. The players pulled him off. He said, you won't get picked, boy, if you keep doing this. So anyway, they go back into the changing room eventually, and it takes a while for Duncan to come over, and he stands in the door and he says, "Crap is hard to play." And he was looking straight at Parker.
Sun's back out for Green. Bowling here, Latham defending competently out to mid-on.
The other person, of course, I think of straight away as Bevan Congdon, who used a Duncan Fern. He used the ones actually that had the little holes drilled through it. Drilled through from the back to the front.
Did not Bob Willis have one of those too?
Oh, he might have. I don't think his would be quite so well used.
No. Basil D'Oliveira, of course.
Oh, yes, definitely.
And also Clive Lloyd, when he made 100 in the 1975 World Cup final. Used the Duncan Fernley bat.
Did he?
That would have had a long blade and a very long
very
hand.
wide. Yeah, very wide.
Thick grips.
Yeah.
One of the great one-day innings. Green bowls and Latham leaves outside the line of the off stump.
So there.
So the Worcestershire set all got a Duncan Fernley.
Oh, yes.
The gist of it.
And yeah, you had to use them.
Oh, heck. Imagine using something else, sitting in that dressing room and using something else. Graham Hick, he was prolific for Worcester, wasn't he?
Yes, he was.
Made that quadruple 100, the 405 against Somerset down at Taunton in 1988.
100 hundreds.
100 hundreds as well. Only 25 people did it. No one will do it again. Being told from Baz behind me here that Shastri used one as well. Used the Duncan Fernley. Our SEN cricket colleague. 2 left in the over. Green delivers and leaving is Latham. Just outside the line, a bit closer to the off stump. Thought about playing Latham and then pulled out. 1 ball left.
Shastri just used anything that was fashionable until he started to set his own fashions.
It's kind of sad we're going through those 100 hundreds and talking about Turner and all the rest of it. That's just not possible anymore. It's like, I think Cook finished with 70 odd, and he had the higher watermark playing for 6 years after his Test career ended. But our Ramprakash will be, in all probability, the 25th and last to reach that milestone. But about the greats that did that, and anyone else who was a Kiwi apart from Turner, do you know, Jeremy?
Well, Congo.
Last ball here, bumping him is Green, and Latham's ducking. We'll come back to it. 1 for 65 at the end of the over. Kubota scoreboard shaping New Zealand and Australia. Williamson 31, Latham 29. They trail by 29 as well.
From country to city, Ringers Western takes you there. Doesn't matter where you are, you can stand out and make a statement. Because when you wear one of their iconic work shirts, durable boots or premium cowboy hats, you'll be an icon of the outback from head to toe, wherever you go. So, make a statement with Ringers Western, your one-stop shop for rugged style and unbeatable quality. Visit them today at ringerswestern.com or your nearest store.
SEN, SENZ Test cricket for Rosine, the paint professionals use. So yes, Glenn Turner, who finished with 103 first-class tons across an epic 22-year career, finishing in 1983.
Yeah. Bevan Congdon, John Morrison played a few Test matches. He used it, and in fact, he made the bats too at Greytown.
It's going to be Hazelwood to continue. 9 overs for 14 so far, giving them absolutely nothing. But maybe not quite the same lateral movement as yesterday, Jeremy.
No, it does get better here as it dries, and there's enough pace in the pitch, I think, with the grass on it, as that sort of dies.
On the approach, bowls here, Williamson defends, takes the quick single to cover, takes on Labuschagne, which is typically not the sort of thing you want to be doing, but he didn't collect it cleanly, so it's a moot point. 1 for 66, takes Williamson to 32.
Again, a good example of rotating the strike. And I think that's one of the ways New Zealand are trying to counter Hazelwood's consistency of line and length, is to make him bowl to right and left hand different bat players as often as they can. So if they can rotate the strike twice and over, he's got to rethink rather than just settle in on a plan and not have to alter it. And that's been one of the trademarks. It's not been all that comfortable at times. There's been a bit of a heart flutter or two, but that's the intent.
Latham's been leaving so well. Hazelwood round the wicket to affect that. Plays and misses here, as soon as I say it. A ball that he, on that angle, you can sense that's why Hazelwood's come round the wicket. Wants him playing at balls on the fourth stump line in the event that they come back towards the woodwork. But seeing this one back on our replay screen, that went the other way. Beautiful bowling, seeing it on the Bunnings trade screen. So Hazelwood in the scrap here. Latham, who made 38 yesterday, feels like a long time ago, that first innings. A lot's happened since. 29 today. Hazelwood delivers to him, and Latham drives through the covers. Beautiful shot. Check the drive at the middle of the bat towards the pavilion it runs. With work to do is Cummins. He'll get there. They'll return for 3. He joins Williamson on that score of 32. 1 for 69, New Zealand trail by 25. Nudging closer and closer. Feels like a significant hour of play. They get through this unscathed, they can dare to dream a little bit.
Well, yes, they can dare to dream a little bit, but it's hard work. I mean, it's testing your ability as a player. It's testing your concentration. And at the same time you get through it, it's very, very rewarding. And both as individuals, but particularly for Williamson, there's a feeling he's got a bit of a score to settle here against this attack.
Williamson's the man facing. Thuds his bat into the turf. Leg slip back for Hazelwood. Over the wicket, past the edge. So twice in the over, Hazelwood's done that. Once to either player.
Great bowler.
It's very good bowling, isn't it?
It's incredibly good bowling. I mean, that's nigh on perfect without the desired result. You've got to play that line because it's angling into off stump. You really do. You're committed to that. Williamson conscious of the fact he was out LBW in the first innings, so he doesn't want to get trapped in front again. He looks down at the pitch as if to say, and then he looks ruefully back at Hazelwood as if to say, come on, mate. Come on. Hey.
Because it's angling back into you. You think it's going to threaten your stumps.
Hazelwood to Williamson. Plays it through the onside. Just straight of mid-wicket. There'll be a couple on offer there. Nicely played. Nicely worked. Hazelwood looking to get it closer to the woodwork. He's 34. 1 for 70. They trail by 23. So with Hazelwood on the replay from the previous ball, he's a wobble seamer, which has become very fashionable over the last sort of 10 to 15 years. Kyle Jamieson, who enjoyed a lot of success for New Zealand, or has enjoyed a lot of success. I'm sure he'll be back at some stage. Made that a massive weapon for him through his brief career so far. Tall men who can get the ball to go both ways. Gee, wouldn't he be handy here, Smithy? Jamieson.
Well, we were talking about it before, the possibility of the not too distant future of the bounce of Jamieson if fully fit, and that's a question mark, of course. O'Rourke and a bit of Sears as well.
Yeah.
3 relatively young bounce bowlers.
Future's bright. Hazelwood last ball. Williamson out through cover point. He played it with both feet in the air and punch. Happy with a couple. Busy over for New Zealand. Williamson 36, Latham 32. 1 for 73, trailing by just 21 on the Kubota scoreboard, shaping New Zealand and Australia.
Work ute ransacked overnight. Locks before, doors left ajar. All your tools gone out of sight. Good thing you're with IMA. The ones that aren't just by your side, but always have your back. They're the tradies, mate. That's IMA. IMA covers all you need. And tradies, yep, they all agree. They're the tradies, mate. They're the tradies, mate. That's IMA.
Our coverage at Hagley Oval for Razine, the paint professionals use. Some markets in Australia are about to leave us for the AFL coverage. To continue to listen to the cricket, download the SEN app or flick on SEN Fanatic on your digital radio. Green's new over starts here. Latham driving through cover as well. Just as Williamson did in the previous over, timed out to the rope. Classy batting. Latham joins Williamson on 36. They're building here. They trail by 17, 1 for 77. Boundaries for Azito. Do it with Azito. Do you?
Yeah, it's a good stroke, isn't it? He's nice and in close to him. He's got the classical elbow up as well, and the good transfer of weight. That's where the power comes from, and Cummins chasing that. He had to chase one last over down this way. He didn't want to get to that one.
Green to Latham, short, pulls it. Gap at mid-wicket, doesn't get all of it. Stark with the chase ahead of him. 2 more for New Zealand. 36 for Latham, trailed by 15. We talked at the start of the day, fellas, about the looming sense of inevitability about what Australia might do throughout the course of a day where the going looked good for batting. Well, New Zealand are stepping up here. They're making the most of the conditions.
Well, I suggest you get back on the phone to your travel agent and make changes again.
Yes.
He
was,
wasn't he?
Yeah,
I'm not. I am staying till the end.
Come on. To be fair.
Should I go BOAC or should I go? Yeah, I know.
Business class.
Treat yourself. Green here, Latham leaves. I guarantee you, no matter what, I'll be staying through until my schedule. If I'm not leaving Christchurch early, why would I do that? Beautiful place. Even if this test ended prematurely, and let's hope it doesn't. Although we are fairly advanced, let's be honest. 21 wickets so far, final session, day 2. So Green getting a second spell. Kind of thought might be line set and forget for the rest of the day.
Well, that's a little win for New Zealand. It could be. You could look at it that way, couldn't you?
It's a win for Latham. I thought he played him extremely well.
Facing Green here around the wicket. One to cut out the deep backward point. The sweeper there half an hour ago. Another single. He's faced 101 balls for his 39. 1 for 81 the score.
They're still having to work hard, though. Let's not forget that. I mean, just last over we saw, both batsmen being beaten on the outside edge. So it is still doing enough.
Bit going on at the back of the box with Garth Galloway. It's going to replace me at the end of the over. Always plenty of visitors.
You okay, you guys? Are happy?
Garth, the local.
Bit of back banter there, backroom banter.
Yeah.
Knows everybody here, I've detected.
Happens in Christchurch, so that kind of thing. Just take things over as they like.
Green to Williamson, who plays again with both feet in the air through backward point, in complete control, down towards the pavilion it runs, and it will reach the rope again. 3 boundaries in 2 overs, and that deficit is down to 10. Williamson up to 40. 1 for 84 boundaries for Azito. Do it with Azito to you.
It's a good stroke again because, as you say, to get on top of the bounce, he has to get off his feet, but he's still able to hold his position.
He's been able to do that throughout his career.
Yeah,
that's trademark Williamson, actually. Both feet off the ground, playing with control through the offside. It's a special quality. It's not easy to do, but he's mastered that.
Makes for a nice photo for the snappers out there as well. Green into Williamson to finish, who steers down towards Gully. In control on the bounce. End of the over. Garth in for me after the break. 1 for 84, trailed by 10. Latham 39. Williamson 40 on the Kubota scoreboard, shaping New Zealand and Australia.
Celebrate St. Patrick's Day at the Fiddler, your ultimate Irish destination. Enjoy live music, Irish cuisine and Guinness flowing from all bars throughout March. On St. Patrick's Day, Sunday, March 17th, join us for Irish dances and the biggest shindig of the year. Dress in green, dance a jig and raise a pint at the Fiddler, the home of celebrations. St. Patrick's Day, celebrating all March, only at the Fiddler, Rouse Hill.
And welcome back to the cricket here in Christchurch, where it's a beautiful evening starting to develop. 5 o'clock, and it's Stark coming into the attack. Cricket brought to you here with Resine, the paint that the professionals use. And Stark coming into the attack from the Port Hills end, as we see Merv Hughes walking out below us.
He's got his Crocs on.
He's got new Crocs on.
Grey ones, dark grey, I think. I think they are, or are they his feet?
Could be his feet.
Do you know, I was given a pair in the, those silly Christmas things that you do, the Secret Santas.
Oh, yes.
And I got a pair because the people know that I wouldn't really like Crocs. Here's Latham facing, and he drives this time. It's through the onside. Not timed with any real precision by Latham, but he picks up another run. But I was given sulphur yellow, that sort of really bright. Anyway, I tell you, they are very comfortable.
Are they?
Have you got a pair?
No, I haven't.
I wear them at home. I don't wear them out. And I haven't ever been seen by the public in them, but I really like them.
That's interesting because you're not really prone to wearing coloured shirts or colourful attire at all,
are you? Not at all. Look at you in your blue. You dressed up for Colour Day.
It's my Fijian Drua colours.
Yes. Well, it's a low blow.
What, doesn't
20 points to 10?
I followed the Highlanders.
Gosh, you're used to losses then.
I'm from Dunedin. I don't know anything about the Crusaders, not anymore. I'm ditching them. Jeez, what happened, eh? And the Warriors. Here's Stark bowling to Williamson. Onto the back foot, pulling at a delivery. It's through to the keeper. Lucky not to get a bit of glove on that.
Yeah, I hate that. That's a strangle after all this hard work.
But he's kind of getting underneath it too. It doesn't look like a great shot at all.
They play it on the move. When you play it on the move, you really haven't got all that much control. You line yourself to get hit as opposed to hit the ball. When you're actually trying to catch up with it, that's when you get something fine off the glove or toe end of the bat.
Yeah, just looking at it on the Bunnings trade replay screen, and he certainly was on the move, not in control of the shot at all, as he is with just a cloud coming in now. Still a bit of sunlight as Williamson plays defensively to that next delivery. Yeah, well, it'll be a pretty sombre Canterbury crowd. There was the announcement made, and you could things just drop down a little bit more. They love their rugby here. And their precious Crusaders. 2 losses from 2?
3.
Three now. Yeah,
lost to the Chiefs, fresh up. Waratahs.
Yeah, there you are. See, I don't even follow. Don't even know. But the Highlanders had a good win against the Waratahs. You happy with that, buddy? No, you don't
Very
care.
happy. Very happy. I want the Highlanders to be a good team. It's good for New Zealand rugby.
It sure is.
Mark Ellis is involved there, isn't he?
There's a group of them, didn't they? Bought into it.
Yeah, Tane Randall has got involved too, hasn't he? As Stark bowls and Williamson plays back and across again into the offside.
Very successful, actually. Not only a good bunch of rugby players with a fine side, but professionally, and a lot of those players have done very well for themselves.
Sure have, yeah. And they had, in those days in Dunedin, when the Highlanders were set up, and before that with the Otago side, I always felt that they developed that sort of family feeling that the Crusaders have taken to the next level.
I think that's what they're trying to bring back.
Yeah.
And from the boardroom or the ownership, the family.
It was great following Otago in the 80s and early 90s. They were fantastic sides, played great rugby. As this ball is played into the onside by Williamson, he's turned it. It's Head who has a chase. He's getting those legs wound up and throws himself down on the ground. Makes sure that there's just 1 run score. 86 for 1. They trail by 8. Yeah, but there was some great characters. Look back and think about Cronfield and Mark Ellis, who you've talked about.
The Bear, Stewie Forster, the Bear.
Oh, he was a character,
wasn't he?
He used to.
He still is. I mean, he's still live.
Do you see him at all?
No, I haven't seen the Bear for quite some time. Every now and then he pops back to Hawke's Bay, of course. Hawke's Bay lad.
Lovely man. Well, they were all Hawke's Bay lads, actually. A lot of them. They all came
stole
down.
them.
Paul Cook.
You stole them.
Yeah, they did. Yeah, they did. They stole them. As here's Latham playing across his off stump, and he turns this ball into the onside. Picked up there by Cummins, and his throw is good, right over the top of the stumps. The end of the over. It's 87 for 1. Latham is 41. Williamson's the same.
Next time you're refueling your car, look out for Sonny the Kookaburra at your local Sunrise. That's how you know you're dealing with a trusted and independent local store. There's over 1,200 Sunrise stores Australia-wide. Visit newsunrise.com.au and do what the locals do.
Look out for the Sunrise. Enjoy local service delivered with a friendly smile. Look out for the Sunrise. Enjoy local choices, the best within a country mile.
Jeremy Coney, as we come back to the cricket, has just reminded me about a Ranfurly Shield challenge in 1984. David Latter, you mentioned. And
yes.
David Crazy Latter, he was called. Was he? Never seemed crazy to me.
Change of bats here for Tom Latham, so obviously you found a little kink in that one, or may have just lost a little bit of wood off it, so he's decided that he has to change.
I always laughed when I went back to Dunedin to practice law, and I used to see a bit of Stu Forster. And they always used to say, he was quite careful with his money, and he would, when he got a taxi home, he would go inside and get one of his T-shirts and sign it and hand it over to the taxi driver. That was payment. I'm sure they're worth a lot of money now.
Aaron Penne.
Yeah.
Jamie Joseph.
Yeah. Oh, good players. Penne was a very good player.
Downtown Tony Brown after that.
Brendan Timmins is onto the back foot is Latham playing.
Blakey's.
Josh.
Duncan, Blakey was
Duncan,
Blakey.
Yeah.
Hoft, of course. Muse and Hoft.
Hoft.
Yeah.
Yeah,
good
Oliver,
front row
good
men.
Oliver.
sides and good
And one of the really nice guys, JL, John Leslie.
lovely man. John Timu as well.
Johnny Timu, Paul Cook.
Yeah. Or you're just thinking of Hawke's Bay people, aren't you? Well, yeah, apart from JL was Wellington, of course, John Leslie. Now they did. There was a huge move from Hawke's Bay down to Otago, and Otago benefited. Here's green pull shot from Latham. Got it as it's Head who fields on the boundary at deep backward square leg. 2 more runs to Latham. Runs are coming well. The difference between the sides is now 5.
Interesting though, it's not without an element of danger because of the field set. They're going to have a crack at Green's going to have a crack at Latham round the wicket here. He's got 3 men basically in case he gets it wrong, Tom Latham. Travis Head has just moved in front of square. Marnus Labuschagne, his best outfielder, is behind square, and down in front of us Mitchell Stark. So, and of course Cummins himself has hopped into mid-wicket, and even mid-on's gone a bit wider. So it's a real leg side trap for Latham if he wants to take it on.
He's Green from the Botanic Gardens end, and he does want to take it on, but he plays it along the ground nicely. Labuschagne picks up the ball beautifully, just swoops on it and throws.
Yeah.
We've just got a text in here, someone just saying chainsaw.
Chainsaw Laney. Christchurch man now.
Brendan Laney. Yeah, has an apparel.
Struggle to meet a nicer guy in life than Brendan Laney. What a wonderful chap.
Fantastic.
Chainsaw Laney.
There you go. All right, well, it's Williamson, so the plan is different, needless to say, for Williamson. We've got Head about 25 metres in from the boundary at a wide third man. There's a gully, it's Marsh, and Smith is at second slip. And then we've got, well, in fact, 2 men behind square on the leg side, so it looks like a similar plan.
Yes, they've just gone all out. They've got a real change of policy here, using Green as the weapon for that.
Well, and that's a victory for New Zealand, as Williamson's underneath the ball and not playing a shot. I mean, that's a win to New Zealand, so that they need to make sure that they don't get carried away and throw it away. It's classic sort of stuff, isn't it? Don't forget Paul Henderson.
Ginge. Romy Ropati.
Oh, yeah.
The kick, the high kick when he scored the try.
Yeah. You like the Otago rugby team.
Jeff Goldie Wilson.
Yes, he was good.
I think one of the best All Blacks, because a great defensive player as well as attacking, Jeff.
It's just the angles he ran.
Oh, but he could tackle too. He was one of those ones as Williamson's onto the back foot and pulling the ball into the onside. It's 90 for 1. Wilson was one of those players when there was an overlap and there were 2 players coming towards him. Somehow he could shut it down at times. He was a wonderful player.
Always
your
been
neighbour, did he play? Did your neighbour play rugby?
Gregan.
always been the tackle in the corner.
Oh, I remember that.
Very knowledgeable crowd, this. And in about 3 runs' time, there'll be a decent old cheer here.
Yeah, there will.
Because they'll realise New Zealand.
Not from the yellow in front of us. The green and golds have gone a bit quiet.
And
as
now
Latham's onto the back foot and pulling that delivery. That's a shot. Beautiful shot from Tom Latham, and he just looks like a different player as he moves to 48, and the deficit has now become positive. It's wiped. New Zealand lead by 1. It's 95 for 1, the end of the over.
Steel Solutions, Houston speaking.
Houston, we have a problem.
Okay, settle down. What's going on?
Oh, my genius apprentice just backed a bobcat into a retaining wall. We've got to rebuild it by lunchtime tomorrow.
Relax, mate. We've got all the retaining wall steel you need, and we can cut the steel to the exact length you need. And we'll whip it round to you straight away.
Houston, we don't have a problem anymore.
That's kind of why they call us Steel Solutions.
Steel Solutions. The steel you need when you need it. Sunshine, Bayswater and Springvale. steelsolutions.com.au.
95 for 1 it is. Stark will bowl from the pavilion end. 95 for 1 the score with your Kubota scoreboard, shaping New Zealand and Australia in cricket, coming to you with Resine quality paint and colours, perfect for your summer project. Stark is bowling to Williamson. Lovely conditions, just quiet, and the wind's dropped away. He pushes this one to gully, and we've just heard that Latham has gone past 10,000 international runs in all forms of the game. So another wonderful achievement for Tom Latham.
And the good thing from New Zealand's point of view here is quite recognisable. The spells from the bowlers are getting shorter. The bowling changes are becoming more frequent, as Pat Cummins is, for the first time in this mini-series, is being tested as a skipper with ideas.
And Lyon is not a factor at the moment.
Not yet, no real turn. Only the second day, unbelievably.
Yeah, it feels like we've been here for a month.
Well, yes, it does, sitting next to you.
We've seen enough wickets.
You were very rude to Bharat too. I was out.
Yeah,
I heard you talking as he paid you a nice compliment. Here's a shot from Williamson through the offside, out to the boundary to point. 2 more runs for Williamson. He's 44, 97 for 1. The lead is 3. Well, you mentioned my neighbour Bruce before about whether he played.
He was a nuggety little guy, wasn't he?
He was.
Yeah.
And it's interesting because I thought about him today and mentioned this to you. So he's 92, my neighbour Bruce Alexander, who died last year, Smithy.
Oh, really? Okay.
That lovely man. And I took Jeremy Coney down to meet him. I got him down. He drove down. He was a neighbour. He lived just right beside me, but he drove down. Didn't like the steep driveway. And he came in and saw Coney, and his eyes just, Jeremy Coney. He was so pleased to meet him. As this is into the offside and played by Williamson to gully. But he was a surveyor, and he surveyed Antarctica in the 1950s and Tonga. He had a fascinating life.
Surveyed Antarctica?
Yeah, incredible.
How did he do that?
Well, he went down there with a survey peg or something, and he took a few of them down, and they were all mountaineers, and they climbed the mountains down there. They used it as an opportunity to do all. Bruce would look at a mountain. We'll climb that tomorrow, he would say. And off they would go.
I mean, you'll climb it tomorrow, and I'll survey you climbing it.
Oh, no, he liked the climbing.
You hold the pole. You hold the pole on the top.
Yeah, we'll go up.
Yeah.
Here's Stark bowling, and Williamson's onto the back foot, and this is the risk and reward approach as it flies through to Carey. He's trying to pull it. Again, fortunate not to get an edge. But Bruce, he said to me when I first got to know him, living up in Kashmir, he said, Garth, he said, I owned a number of properties, and he said one of the tenants must have been involved in a burglary because I've got a cricket cup. He spoke like this. I've got a cup, and he said, I wonder if you know cricket, he said, I wonder if you could return it to the Canterbury Cricket Association. And I said, what? And he said, I think it must have been stolen. And when the tenants moved out, I found it. He said, could you take it back to Canterbury Cricket? And I said, Bruce, that shouldn't be a problem. Here is Stark bowling, and Williamson's onto the back foot, and he plays a better shot this time, turning it off his hip. They're going to look for 2, and they'll pick it up as it's Green fielding down there, Hazelwood rather, who returns 2 more runs. 99 for 1, and an overthrow? No. Coney, you're getting excited. 99 for 1. Latham is 48. Williamson's 46. So I said, Bruce, I'll take it back. That's fine. He said, I don't want to be implicated in any way. And I said, look, Bruce, I'll make sure that you're not mentioned. I don't want to be implicated. I said, how long have you had it for? He said, 3 or 4 years. Just 3 or 4 years. This is 2 years ago. I got the cup. It was last awarded in 1986. Just 3 or 4 years, Garth. He said, he then moved into a rest home. I'll tell this story after the ads as we see Williamson going into the onside with another run. It's 100 up for New Zealand, 100 for 1. Williamson 46, the end of the over, and I'll come back and tell another story. We've got drinks coming onto the field, actually. Will we finish another Bruce story quickly? So he moved into a rest home as he came close to the end, really, at 92, Bruce, and he said, I went in to see him, and he was lying in his bed, and he had his wife beside him and his daughter, and he said, they're looking after me so well, Garth. He said, I just love it here. I've never been looked after so well. And I thought, your poor wife, who is sitting beside you with 60 years of marriage, Bruce, you miserable git, you've never been looked after so. he said, it's amazing. They're so kind to me and so good to me. And here's my friend, as a woman came in. And the woman came in and he said, Garth, I want you to meet my very good friend. And in walked this beautiful Filipino woman, and she was the nurse there. And he said, this is my very good friend, Lemon. And I said, I said, hello, Lemon, lovely to meet you. And she said, it's nice to meet you. My name is Apple. It's time for a drinks break. It's open country drinks break, delivering you a summer of New Zealand's best cricket with the Black Caps.
Now presenting the King of Clean, Jenny King. For 30 years, Jenny King has offered fantastic commercial cleaning franchise opportunities, helping hundreds of Aussies become the king of their own careers. Jenny King, the King of Clean. Visit jennyking.com.au.
Roast chicken, maybe halal. Home loans from Hijaz Financial Services, definitely halal. HijazFS.com.au. This information is provided by Hijaz Financial Advisors, Pty Ltd, AFSL 517686, and Hijaz Islamic Credit Solutions, Pty Ltd, ACL 480542, and does not take into account your objectives, financial situation, or needs.
There's now a Macca's bundle for small families, big families, and extended families from just $24.95. Value means more at Macca's. Available 10:30am to midnight for a limited time at participating restaurants. Excludes McDelivery.
St. Patrick's Day celebrations are happening all March at the Fiddler Rouse Hill, with Guinness flowing in all bars. On St. Patrick's Day, there's Irish dancers and the biggest shindig of the year. Only at the Fiddler Rouse Hill.
In the shades around the wicket to Latham. Goes back and steers the ball nicely forward to point into a gap. Geez, time that sweetly. That's just going to gather momentum and go all the way to the rope.
Line bowling in the sunglasses, as always, to Latham. He goes back to cut a ball that's there to be cut. Gets it past the man at point for 4. Had to wait, had to show patience throughout his stay so far, Latham. Green's new over starts here. Latham driving through cover as well. Just as Williamson did in the previous over. Timed out to the rope. Classy batting, Green to Williamson, who plays again with both feet in the air through backward points, and it will reach the rope again.
And welcome back to the cricket, being brought to you by Resine, the paint that everyone trusts and loves using. The drinks break, thanks to Open Country. We're very grateful for their support. Gee, Bharat, here's a statistic that's come through from around the grounds. Jimmy Anderson has just brought up his 700th Test wicket. What an extraordinary achievement, removing Kuldeep Yadav for 30, caught by folks in the 5th Test to Durham Masala. And you can listen to our call of the match on the SEN app. That's amazing. Jimmy Anderson, 700 wickets. Here's Green bowling, and Williamson's on to the back foot, pulling the ball behind square. It's Smith, who is, in fact, Labuschagne, Smith who's fielding there at backward square leg.
Yeah, we'll come to Jimmy Anderson in a sec, but looks like Australia have gone to that tactic that a lot of teams tend to use these days. As soon as they realize that there's no movement, nothing on offer from the pitch or in the air, go the bounce apply. And Kane Williamson has shown the keenness to take on every short ball that has been bowled to him from Stark and from Green. But yeah, just on Jimmy Anderson, no better place to do it than the foothills of the Himalayas.
Yeah, amazing. Hey,
beautiful spot.
Yeah, what an achievement. Here is Latham facing Green. I was saying, and he ducks underneath that one, to Jerry and Smithy, New Zealand should feel very pleased that Australia have resorted to this attack. And the key then for me, I felt, in that England test at the Basin where Wagner picked up, I thought quite soft wickets with the strategy. Not being critical of Wagner, but he just wasn't as quick. But there's this sort of, this muscular, macho sort of thing where if the people are bowling short to you, they want to take it on.
Yeah.
And New Zealand have to be careful.
It's almost like they're listening to you, Garth, because they've changed the field. They had 3 out on the leg side for Latham. They've brought 1 up from deep backward square leg, moved him into cover, taken the lid man out, and it's almost like they're going a bit more orthodox with the odd bouncer because they've still got 2 men out, so it's more the surprise one.
Yeah, so head's just on about square and Stark is at long leg, and here's Latham calling the pads and appeal for LBW, but not with any venom, and Latham hobbles back to his crease.
I think he was a little nervous there because he was late getting forward, and it was just the way that he looked for a run that wasn't there is always an indication that the batsman thinks, this is a little bit closer than I'm thinking, so I'm just going to get down the wicket. But it was always high and heading into the leg side, but a little bit of a nervous moment for Latham.
Yeah, they still have the leg slip in, so they're trying to just play with his mind right now, making him second guess himself.
Kawaja at leg slip. Smith is at first. Here's Green bowling onto the back foot as Latham. He plays down to third man for 4. It's vacant. He has a boundary. He's 50. Well done, Tom Latham. 52 not out. And, gee, it'll be a relief for Tom Latham, and his Canterbury crowd acknowledge a very good achievement. He looked good in the first innings, scoring 38. He's looked better today, scoring 52 not out. 105 for 1 New Zealand. They lead by 11.
And you can see his father's on his feet as well, not too far away from us. Rod, Smithy said he's been there, watching intently.
He always is. Very big supporter of Tom. It's great to see him here.
We always enjoyed him in the commentary box when he was working with us occasionally, and then Tom just, became a bit too much of an international player. And there was a conflict as Latham drives the ball into the offside. But he's a good guy, Rod.
Absolutely. Well, I thought you put the nail on the head with Tom Latham. He just looked as though he'd got his game back in order in that first innings. And it's wonderful to see that hard work paying off in the second innings. Although, from New Zealand's point of view, he's very much less than halfway where they'd like him to end up. But the other point that you brought about Australia changing their tactics, these two in the middle must see that as a victory. Get through that initial period, make them do something different, which they're doing.
Here's Green as the sun disappears now. Really, it's just overcast, and again, Latham is watchful as he pushes into the offside. So at the end of the over, it's 105 for 1. Williamson, 48. Latham, 52. Green, 6 overs, none for 27.
Prepare for a winning season by purchasing Matino Complete by Bayer, and you could be driving off in one of 6 Polaris Rangers or taking home one of over 150 amazing prizes. Every $20,000 of crop protection products purchased through Elders in February and March will grab you a ticket in the draw. And for every additional $5,000 you spend, you'll get another ticket. Visit your local Elders branch or elders.com.au for details today. Terms and conditions apply.
And welcome back to the cricket on SEN. Cricket coming to you with Resine, the paint that the professionals use. 105 for 1 it is. We're going to see Stark, who's deep in conversation with his captain, Pat Cummins, at the top of Stark's run-up.
Speaking of father-son combinations, just got a message from Jason Gillespie a while back. His son, Jackson, has just been selected for the first time in the first grade men's squad for the Adelaide Cricket Club. So
fantastic.
I just saw a picture.
See a bowler as well?
A bowler looks like a very similar load up to Jason.
If he bowls like him, he's in good shape. He's a wonderful bowler, Jason Gillespie.
Yeah. Great competitor.
Not a bad night watchman either.
Williamson faces and Stark is bowling. He comes forward and pushes. Well, that's a happier story than Louis Harris, who's playing just over here for Sydenham against St Bede's. Run out.
Yeah, just in the prime. 19 off 17. Going good.
Right.
Yeah.
Not too far from here?
No, just over there. Harry was disappeared. We allowed him. We gave him half an hour's leave, thinking it probably wouldn't take long.
Typical Harris innings.
Look, you've got 2 overs. That should do it.
Louis, I'm watching. Play some shots.
Yeah, play some shots and get run out. No one likes that. As Stark bowls and Williamson's down the leg side and missing. Kerry takes it. You'll just still feel like there's a chance of him feathering one of those.
All I want to know is, has Jeremy been coaching your son as well?
No, he hasn't.
Oh, does it?
Oh, but he would. I've used some of Jerry's tips.
On the pull shot, the video? Have you shown
No,
him
not
that?
the pull shot. No, the big one about the chin on the front shoulder.
Right.
The piece of string.
Yeah. That's a good one.
Does the full-length training video also involve running between the wickets? Maybe Louis can pick up a couple of clues from Jeremy.
I don't think I've ever watched the full video.
Fell asleep with it. Yeah, I know. It's 3.5 hours long on the pull shot. It's very technical. Here's a shot played to mid-wicket by Williamson. Good piece of fielding there. Just diving away. Who have we got there? Manus, is it?
Oh, you mentioned that story about Jason Gillespie and his son obviously being picked for Adelaide. That was a great story about his 201 in Bangladesh. And he changed his email address.
Yep.
And he used to keep having Steve Waugh on, asking what his highest test score was.
Totally.
Because at the time, he had a higher test score than Steve Waugh.
He still does, yeah.
Is that Matt Renshaw?
Yeah,
on
it
the
is
field?
Matt Renshaw on the field.
Can you identify for me who's left, please, Bharat, while I describe this ball? You've got 60 seconds as Stark runs in and bowls to Williamson onto the back foot, plays a cut shot, and it's square of the wicket. Williamson will look for 106 for 1. 100-run partnership between Latham and Williamson, and how New Zealand have needed it. They lead by 12. There's a lot of work to do, but finally we're seeing a partnership by a couple of New Zealand batsmen.
Well, last time I was on, I think there have been 350 partnerships in this Test series for New Zealand, and we were saying how desperately keen they were for another one and hoping that they'd convert that to a bigger one, and they have so far, but more work to be done by these two. It's been an excellent start, though.
It is Mitchell Marsh who's off the field and is ready to come back on. But you're right. I mean, nobody spends more time with each other talking cricket, talking batting than these two. You see them at training all the time, Williamson and Latham. So good to see them do that and transfer that into the middle.
It is, and the crowd are all staying. You know, it is a very nice atmosphere, and I feel like the New Zealand fans deserve this as Latham picks up another run, turning the ball behind square, and it all seems rather nice. It's Lyon who's fielding down there. It's 107 for 1.
It's funny you talk about these two chatting about cricket. I was talking to Tom Latham saying quite often he's chatting to Kane Williamson and not quite understanding where he's coming from. There was that test match, the first test in South Africa in Tauranga, where he said it was a bit slow and bouncing, so Kane Williams saying, so I try and get inside the line of the ball and hit it through the offside because it suits that wicket. And Tom Latham saying, I just try and see the ball, I just try and hit it.
Yeah, I mean, you can't... Williamson works in a different way, doesn't he? At a different level than most. Here he is tapping his bat and facing Mitchell Stark onto the back foot, pulling the ball behind square. And Williamson is 50 with that single. 105 balls for Kane Williamson. He raises his bat, the second New Zealand batsman to reach 50. He joins Latham on 53, and at the end of the 37th over, New Zealand are 108 for 1. They lead by 14.
So I hear you guys have started to build your new home.
Yeah, that's right.
But I thought you were waiting until interest rates came down.
Don't need to. Henley have a fund to pay $1,000 a month off our home loan for 2 years.
What? Wow, that's 24 grand off your mortgage payments.
Yeah, and it includes all new builds. Wait a minute, where are you going?
To get Amy and visit Henley.
Henley's Mortgage Fund. $1,000 a month off your home loan for 2 years. All backed by Henley's $7 billion parent, Sumitomo Forestry Group.
Welcome back to the cricket, brought to you from the Hagley Oval in beautiful Christchurch. It's also brought to you by Resine, the paint that professionals use. We're listening to Test Cricket on SEN. And it's New Zealand. Hello, Chris.
I was just about to say, I bet the reason Mitch Marsh went off the field before was to maybe put his bowling boots on.
Yep.
And we saw Renshaw come on for 1 over, and we found out it was Mitch Marsh, and it was exactly that reason, to put his bowling boots on.
There you go. So he's going to bowl. We were talking off here. He's a big man, isn't he, Mitchell Marsh?
He's a big unit.
Coney was saying it's apt that he's got number 8 on his back, because that's the sort of position you would see him in a rugby field, I think. Was he a rugby player, Bharat?
Sure, he played a bit of Aussie rules football. He comes from that part of the country.
All right, here he is bowling to Williamson, who's down the leg side. He picks up this fine. He's just going to have 1. So Williamson is 51, 109 for 1.
I was going to say AFL.
Oh, yeah, they'll shun you if you talk about rugby in Western Australia.
Yeah.
But yeah, Mitchell Marsh, look, he's got his swing back. We haven't seen the ball to do too much in this innings for Australia, not in the air anyway. And Pat Cummins had mentioned, Matt Renshaw is still on the field. Looks like one of the big fast bowlers is off.
Took the opportunity when Mitch Marsh came on to just run off, change their shirt, freshen up.
2 slips in a gully as Marsh bowls to Latham outside the off stump, no shot.
Yeah, but Pat Cummins spoke about it before the series, that he might go to Marsh before he does to Green, just because he just seems more suited as a bowler to these conditions. But he had 1 wicket in India, Will Young.
Yeah.
And it's a strangle down the leg side in that first innings in Wellington.
It's funny, I just feel like, the New Zealanders look composed and in control. The thing I just worry about a little bit is a strangle down the leg side. The way
something like that.
Or, an indiscreet pull shot. But it's been a good performance as Marsh bowls. Latham does not play again outside the off stump, so Marsh just looking and trying to zero in and find his line and length.
He's got a bit of a golden arm too, Mitch Marsh, and I'm sure these two will be aware of it. Certainly can't relax. He's a lot better bowler than I think he's given credit. He hits the ball, comes in and plenty behind it. Well, he's a strong guy. He's a good shoulder bowler. He can mix his pace. He can, he operates around sort of low to mid 120s, but can easily hit 130 and above.
Latham faces Marsh, comes forward, drives nicely to cover. No change to the score.
Yeah,
I mean, the Australians are tall, aren't they? Green.
The Western Australians in particular,
well,
yeah.
There's no respite, really.
Yeah, I'm just going to say about Kane Williamson, seeing him raise his bat. The last time he raised his bat in a test match against Australia, I think his beard wasn't as thick, and I don't think he'd experienced fatherhood yet. 8 years ago.
There you are.
A lot has changed in his life.
Yes, indeed.
For the good. For the good.
You bet.
The beard's looking much better. Suits him.
Not to mention fatherhood. One of the great things in life is Latham is turning the ball behind square. Renshaw is at long leg, and he has to get those legs warmed up. Not easy for him. They run 2. So 1 ball remaining in the over, and then Daniel McHardy will be in. I've been in far too long. Sorry, Daniel. I got a bit excited talking to these two. Williamson 51, Latham 55. What, you want me to stay on for another half hour? No. I'll go. I've got listeners shutting off all around the country and Australia. Terrible. Some action in the crowd you can hear. Not quite sure which part of the ground that's coming from, but it's been a long day in warm conditions, and it's a dress-up day as well, so plenty of excitement and possibly a little bit of bad behaviour outside the off-stump, and Latham is just letting that ball fly through. So the end of a pretty tame over from Marsh. 3 runs coming from it. It's 111. Nelson is up 1-1-1 for 1, and the lead is 17. Latham 55, Williamson 51. Daniel McHardy after this break.
The hottest of hot water you've ever seen. Ream comes on steady, hot and strong. It just keeps on and on.
Ream's been proudly manufacturing here in Australia for over 80 years.
Install a Ream. Install a Ream.
So ask your plumber for Ream, Australia's #1.
SEN and SENZ Test Cricket with Resine, the paint professionals use. Lovely looking scorecard, considering where we were at the start of the day. Sorry, I just butted my head on a chair, Bharat.
Oh.
That's why I'm holding my head in a bit of discomfort. Trying to get my head around the Kubota scoreboard shaping New Zealand and Australia. It's 1-1-1 for 1. Latham's 55, Williamson 51. Not a good idea, Harry, to headbutt a chair. I just dropped Garth's device too.
And you tried to catch it to save it.
Yeah, and leant over.
We've all done that.
It's the type of guy I am, Harry. Here's starting, and you... Top of off stump. He's gone through Kane Williamson. He goes for 51. There is the breakthrough Australia's been searching for. And just when New Zealand, just when they started to believe, a hammer blow as Williamson departs. Bowled Cummins for 51. 111 for 2.
The ultimate party pooper in world cricket. If you are a neutral cricket fan or you support the opposition, Kane Williamson can't believe it. Just about to say, we've seen this all summer long. Every time you think the opposition are in a decent position, Pat Cummins brings himself back on. It's taken him just one delivery. Wobble seam, Kane Williamson just a little loose outside his off stump. Big inside edge. Top of off. Williamson can't believe it. He's taken his gloves off. He's still shaking his head. And the big breakthrough has come. And who else but Pat Cummins?
Yeah, Macca's delivery of the day. Delivering your Macca's favourite straight to your door. That's a bit of a collector's item. Kane Williamson getting to 50 and not going on. First time he's been dismissed in Test cricket. Between 50 and 100 since February 2020.
Yeah, it's a pretty good effort, that, isn't it? It just didn't look there as though it was there to drive. That wobble seam got the inside edge back onto middle and off. I think that wobbled seam maybe just holding the surface a little bit more than he expected, and he was through his shot. Huge breakthrough for Australia.
Just a little bit of movement back on the Bunnings Trade replay screen. Inside edge, and the reaction of Kane Williamson tells you everything. The head goes back. Huge frustration. Yeah, prior to this, he'd gone past 50 12 times, Bharat. Made 11 hundreds and 4 double hundreds. And the only time he didn't make 100, he was 52 not out in a World Test Championship finals. That is a huge moment.
Oof. What a moment. And you could just see the whole energy around Hagley Oval just go oof. That's what he does though, Pat Cummins.
Rachin Ravindra, who was loose in the first innings, only made 4. Left-hander sees Cummins bowling around the wicket into his hip, and he flicks this one away nice and fine. Should get off the mark, but only 1 because long leg is very fine. We look to umpire Rasmus, who's unmoved. So a run to Ravindra immediately off the mark. And the Kubota scoreboard shaping New Zealand and Australia.
I was just going to say it did. I know we've got tinted windows, so it just seems a little bit gloomy, but then all of a sudden the lights came on, so I wasn't being completely mad. And just wonder how it is for the batters just to get used to that artificial light. Just generally does take a little bit of time.
Just a warning, New Zealand. Generally, when Pat Cummins comes back and has one of those spells, he isn't happy with one. He isn't satisfied with just 1 wicket.
The left-handers now for Cummins. He goes over the wicket to Latham, who pops forward and pushes into the onside. There's going to be no run as it trickles up towards Hazelwood.
He did it in Melbourne. He did it in Sydney against Pakistan. Every time they had a partnership and seemed to have steadied the ship. Just came and drilled a big hole in that ship.
Well, he's got rid of steadying the ship.
Yes, he has.
He steadied his own ship by getting the man. No one has steadied the ship. 1 for 18 off 7.3 overs. The Australian captain, full of energy as he bowls full. Latham forward, pushing up towards Marsh at mid-on.
It's pretty good pace too, isn't it? 140 Ks. It's almost that realisation of how important this little stage is. All of a sudden, after a big partnership between Williamson and Latham, they'll feel there's an end open. How important it is to pick up not only 1 wicket, but a couple.
And pressure on young Rachin Ravindra as well. Yes, he made the half century in Wellington, but he's been dismissed playing 3 pretty ordinary shots in this series.
Latham, 55 not out, gets a bouncer underneath. It was too short to really threaten the left-hander. Now, a huge weight on those, I wouldn't say large shoulders of Tom Latham, not the biggest, but it's a player who, as we get another replay on the Bunnings Trade replay screen. Big inside edge into the top of off, flipping middle as well. Head rocks back.
What a great reaction from Kane Williamson. Yeah.
He does have emotion. He does have a pulse. Cummins roaring in once more, beating the outside edge, very full of leg. That just feels like a different game all of a sudden. The end of the over, a successful one. Cummins getting rid of Williamson. New Zealand 112 for the loss of 2 on the Kubota scoreboard, shaping New Zealand and Australia.
There's now a Macca's bundle for small families, big families, and extended families from just $24.95. Value means more at Macca's. Available 10:30am to midnight for a limited time at participating restaurants. Excludes McDelivery.
Tyre Power's Big Easter sale gives you the power to save on Toyo tyres. Hop in now and get a sweet deal on selected Toyo tyres for your car or SUV. Buy 3 and get 1 free. Visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local independent owner.
NZ Test cricket, New Zealand lead by just 18 runs. They've lost 2 wickets in this second innings. They find themselves at 112 for the loss of 2. Just in front of us, that's quite a regime. Josh Hazelwood's rocket as far as his warm-up routine.
Yeah.
Some Pilates, is it?
Yeah, Mr. Miyagi about it.
You're going to open with the crane. Here's beauty from Marsh. Short around throat height, hands out of the way at the last by Ravindra. So 2 balls he's faced, both quite short. I'm surprised they haven't gone full and wide outside of off stump, because even when he got 240 odd against South Africa, he was prone to
I think that's the significance of Hazelwood warming up, though.
Yep.
That means that this is probably Mitch Marsh's last over, and you'll be coming Cummings and Hazelwood, and they'll be putting that plan into action.
It's quite an angle, isn't it, Harry? Looking straight down the barrel. Marsh, a bit fuller this time, left alone on length more than anything from Ravindra.
Yeah, the last thing New Zealand want is to gift Mitchell Marsh a wicket here. And he's just the kind of bowler who could tempt Ravindra to just play away from his bodies. That pace, late 120s.
Already more positive signs, though, aren't there? He's getting confident with his feet movement, happy to let the ball go. He does love to feel the ball on the bat, but he knows, I think, from that first innings, got to be prepared to let those wider balls go.
Marsh from the Botanic Gardens end. Full angling across, good leave, discipline outside of off stump, and moan and a little trot away to mid-wicket from Mitchell Marsh. Little stutter step, dancing for the stars move towards mid-wicket.
Yeah, New Zealand need to be very careful here. That's a good leave.
It's bent back.
Like I said, Pat Cummins generally strikes in twos. And then you have Josh Hazlewood, and suddenly what looked like Josh Hazlewood conditions weather-wise.
Overcast now, the lights are on. I'd love Harry to check out the replay script. But that one side of the ball, particularly shiny, almost saw the reflection of the lights on the Bunnings Trade replay screen. Shorter, that's not going to threaten Ravindra, not allowing the ball to swing and angling across the left-hander through to Kerry behind the wicket. But that hush has come over the ground again. Williamson departs. There are almost two colours to that ball, Harry.
Yeah, it's called a shiny side.
But you notice the lights reflecting off it? I am aware.
No, it is the lights.
Little Smithy. Marsh bowls to Ravindra, plays from the crease line, opening the face of the bat, rolling the ball into the point region. But yes, point is Latham. He's only got 3 half-centuries in his career against Australia in 20 innings now. His top score of 63s. He's going to have to go well beyond that. He's currently our leading run scorer of the New Zealand innings with Magnus Benrow. The leading brands like Fisher and Paykel. Marsh, right arm over the wickets. Bowls and it's more leaning forward, opening the face as Ravindra rolls the ball down towards third man. He's got one big divot taken out of the ground. Replace divots, please. Etiquette. Is that Nathan Lyon not interested? It's a big chunk of the Hagley Oval. Outfield went flying. The end of the over. New Zealand 114 for the loss of 2 on the Kubota scoreboard, shaping New Zealand and Australia.
Next time you're refueling your car, look out for Sonny the Kookaburra at your local Sunrise. That's how you know you're dealing with a trusted and independent local store. There's over 1,200 Sunrise stores Australia-wide. Visit newsunrise.com.au and do what the locals do.
Look out for the Sunrise. Enjoy local service delivered with a friendly smile. Look out for the Sunrise. Enjoy local choices, the best within a country mile.
Cummins in again, starting the new over, bowling to Latham, catching the inside edge as he props forward. All diverts to square leg. There will be no run. Daniel McHardy alongside our experts, Chris Harris and Bharat Sundaresan, with in-place living, specialist disability accommodation designed for you.
I don't know what you guys think. It just feels to me that Pat Cummins is understanding this situation, and it's just stepped it up a gear. Yeah. All of a sudden, he's running it a bit harder. The rhythm looks good. There's a bit more carry through to Kerry, and I think we're probably going to see Hazelwood from the Botanical Gardens end next over. Australia really sense an opportunity here.
Cummins steaming in again. He bowls short, underneath goes Latham. You're telling me he's running hot? He's running hot for Ream, except nothing less than Australia's best.
Yes, he is, and this has been his great strength of late. He saw it in very alien conditions in Pakistan 2 years ago. Every time Australia were under pressure, he would bring himself on, break games. That is, we speak a lot about the luxury he has as Test captain. I guess his greatest luxury is bringing himself on.
Sun breaking through. Angling across Latham. He's not interested.
to soak all of this in somehow, Tom Latham. The first time in this series, New Zealand are ahead just by a little. They've never really got this opportunity.
Yeah, but I like the way he's played this over. Got a good bouncer, happy to duck underneath it, got one just outside off, happy to let it go. I think he also has picked up on this situation, and he's just going to absorb this pressure and just tighten things up again.
Southerly behind him, the Australian skipper once more past umpire Erasmus. Full and drop by Kerry behind the wicket. Latham thinks about stealing a bye. Might have got home, but decide against. 114 for the loss of 2. So the lead is 20. When do you, Chris Harris, feel okay? Just okay with the lead?
Oh, well, New Zealand have got to get in excess of at least 200 to give themselves a chance, I believe. And I look, in a perfect world, that psychological number of 250 to 300 is ideal. But I think anything over 200 gives them enough runs to forge a good challenge.
Cummins, short, round off stump, riding the bounce, playing into the covers. Well, I'd answer the same question.
West Indies defended 200 and just over 200 plus. So 216 is what they defended. So there is precedence, and it is an Australian batting lineup which has collectively misfired, because they've had the likes of Cam Green last test and Manas here bail them out. They've constantly been 5 for 150, 6 for 150, so that will put a bit of pressure on them.
Cummins looking to complete the over well, catching the outside edge of Latham's bat. It goes straight to ground into the gully. Can't get it past Green. Very hard to get it past Green. That is the end of the over. 114 for the loss of 2. New Zealand lead by 20 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Toyo tyres 25% off.
For the hottest of hot water you've ever seen. Ream comes on steady, hot and strong. It just keeps on and on.
Ream's been proudly manufacturing here in Australia for over 80 years.
Install a Ream. Install a Ream.
So ask your plumber for Ream, Australia's #1.
1 wicket in this final session. It's a bigger note. Kane Williamson bowled by Cummins for 51. Trying to reset here with the 2 left-handers. Ravindra starts the new over facing Mitchell Marsh. His third, pushed into the onside no run. Adam Collins picking up commentary. Got Chris Harris and Bharat Sundaresan with me, thinking about fourth innings chasers, thinking about the art of the possible here for New Zealand. Well, so much relies on this pair being there at the close, and we saw with Ravindra, temperamentally, he struggled leading up to a break yesterday. Well, we're a lot further away from the finish line. 40 minutes to stumps. Can he dig in? He's 3 from 8. Can he resist? Marsh bowls, Ravindra squared up a wee bit, plays it defensively, eventually gets out to cover, no run.
Ooh, and Mitchell Marsh had a couple of words for Ravindra Ravindra. There you go. Mitchell Marsh is fired up. He's in good rhythm, getting the ball through nicely.
It's just a bit of shape for Mitch Marsh, isn't there? I do at least like that Ravindra's looking to try and hit straight. I know he's played across that a little bit, but when he's got outside off, he's happy to let it go, which we didn't see in the first innings. I just think he's going to be a lot more disciplined in this innings, which is what's required by number 4 at the top of the order.
Yeah, he's got to be. 2 slips the gully. Marsh bowls to Ravindra and he hits the inside part of the bat before deflecting onto the pad not far away. It could have ricocheted onto the off stump. Survives. So asking good questions here, the West Australian all-rounder. We'll see it back. Bit of general movement. Nothing huge, just enough on the Bunnings Trade replay screen.
He's just swinging it, isn't he?
Big gap, yeah.
Big gap, though, Harry, between bat and pad. He's just wants to impose himself every time he walks out to the crease. Nothing wrong with that. But he'd be better off if he just gives himself the chance to earn the right to do that.
Lights are on, crowd's quiet. Watching Marsh approach. Over the wicket, Ravindra leaves. 5th stump line, good batting. Just where he needs to be. So much scrutiny on him yesterday. I'm not sure as a young man whether he sort of engages with that or not. Probably not during a test match, but the wider point here is that as he's finding his way as a test player, there'll be different times for different as we see a front foot no ball called retrospectively upstairs by Michael Goff. So signalled by Nitin Menon. It all helps here at lead 21. These are the moments.
Yeah, it's so easy to think because he's got off to such a great start in his Test career. He's still a very young man and still very inexperienced.
Marsh bustling up from the Botanic Gardens end. Ravindra on the front foot defending. No, loudly called.
And I think he's an excellent player and he's already proven that with his Test run already, but it's just... he's just learning all the time. I mean, he hasn't played many Test matches. As I said, he's a young man. And so he's going through that phase where you're constantly learning. And I think he'll learn from those first few innings against Australia. And I think he's already shown signs that he's prepared to be more disciplined. He's not going to go after those wide ones.
Josh Hazlewood directly beneath us here at Fine League, about to sign a couple of autographs, doing his bit. His colleague Marsh bowls over the wicket, hits Ravindra on the thigh pad. Extra bounce, past the inside edge, well bowled again. Marsh has been something of a partnership breaker since coming back into the Australian side last July, Baz.
Yeah, he has, and he's just got the kind of rhythm. With Mitchell Marsh, it's always about rhythm. And yeah, just on Ravindra, you could just learn a thing or two from some of these kids who are sat right beneath us, Adam. The amount of patience they show to get these autographs. There's one kid in particular who waited for Josh Hazlewood to finish his warm-up routines. It was right there that it mattered.
Marsh, last ball of the over. Ravindra goes back and defends into the onside. Maiden complete. He stays on 3. Latham 55. The lead 21. 2 for 115 on the Kubota scoreboard, shaping New Zealand and Australia.
Welcome to Officer Fields, your new home in Melbourne's southeast. Land now selling from $467,000. Officer Fields, life as it should be. Register your interest now at officerfields.com.au.
Stay on the ball while you're on the road. The SEN app is now available on Apple CarPlay, so you can keep up with all the big moments, expert commentary, and the latest news. When it happens in sport, SEN has you covered. Find the SEN app on Apple CarPlay.
SEN and SENZ Test cricket for Rosine. The Maccas I'm loving it moment of the session so far was when Kane Williamson was knocked over by Cummins. From an Australian perspective, at least. He bowls again here. Latham shouldering arms. Get your Macca's favourites delivered with McDelivery. And we were saying off air, Smithy, how often have we seen, even in the last 7 Test matches, Cummins go, right, my turn, I'll bowl, need a wicket, within balls, gets one.
Absolutely. I mean, it was just like a normal course of events, isn't it, in Australia? Pat would get a wicket, then bowl a decent spell, have a breather, come back, get a wicket. Do it 4 or 5 times. Hello, got a 5 for.
They've worked as a pack across these Test matches, the 4 Australian bowlers. Cummins up, delivers to Latham, who goes back and defends. He's faced 130 balls for his 55, Harry.
Yeah, we talked about that hush in the ground at the start of the Williamson and Latham partnership, and then you felt, for me, as it became more comfortable, the crowd relaxed, a little bit more noise. And all of a sudden, it's that same feeling now with this partnership and how important it is to get through tonight with Ravindra and Latham and the crowd again quiet. And you almost feel like the DJ is ramping the music up, trying to create some atmosphere.
The most noise we heard was when Williamson got to 50, and he's not a flamboyant personality. And the DJ went with about 2 minutes of Darude Sandstorm. Incongruous. Cummins round the wicket. Change of angle to Latham, who leaves on length through to Carey.
I'm not sure the DJ knows too much about cricket, to be fair, but it's not what he's here for. Incidentally, Marajan has just won the Auckland Cup, the big race in Auckland at Ellerslie today, ridden by Sam Weatherly, trained by the Richie Murray combination out of their barn, paid $26. Wow. Good Oil was second, Sam Spratt and Mark Twain for Matthew Cameron and the James Wellwood team. Ran into third, so that's a huge race here. Group 2, 2 miles.
Asterix, so Paddy's horse didn't do so well?
No, Asterix ran 4th.
Oh.
Still gets a bit of a payout for 4th.
Was it a good run?
Good run, yeah. 2 miles, long way. Well,
none of those horses were used to 2 miles, would they?
Well, they don't get to race it more than probably once or twice a year, if that.
2 back for the short ball when it comes. Cummins delivers full to Latham. On the front foot, pressing out to point, no single.
Big day.
What's the biggest race of the season here around this time of year?
Derby. Just had the Derby at Ellerslie.
That's Group 1?
They have a big carnival down here, New Zealand Cup Carnival, with gallops and pacing in the same week. Number of Group 1 races across both codes. And that's in the second week of November. First Tuesday in November, Melbourne Cup. Second, Cup Week, New Zealand.
Cummins bowls short. Latham pulls. It's aerial through mid-wicket. The catch cry went up, but it was safe, and he gets 2 more. 57 for Latham. Moves the lead on to 23 at 2 for 117. So Cummins has got 2 men set back for that. We'll see it again on replay. Did bang it in, was helmet height, but got into position early. The Bunnings trade replay screen, that is. Cummins hands on his head. He knows that wasn't far away from ending up with Travis Head at forward square leg. Still looking to score, and fair enough. Building the lead, keeping pressure on the fielding team. Cummins hides the ball, bowls here. Latham beaten outside the off stump. Moved away off the seam. Ends the over. 2 for 117 Latham. 57 Ravindra. 3 on the Kubota scoreboard, shaping New Zealand and Australia.
There's now a Macca's bundle for small families, big families and extended families from just $24.95. Value means more at Macca's. Available 10:30am to midnight for a limited time at participating restaurants. Excludes McDelivery.
Stay on the ball while you're on the road. The SEN app is now available on Apple CarPlay, so you can keep up with all the big moments, expert commentary and the latest news. When it happens in sport, SEN has you covered. Find the SEN app on Apple CarPlay.
Time for the Open Country Farmers shout out, and today we say hi to Richard and Kirby van der Hayden in T-Row. Sport runs in their blood, especially cricket and the Black Caps. Our farmer shout out, thanks to Open Country, delivering you a summer of New Zealand's best cricket with the Black Caps. Josh Hazlewood back into the attack. He's replacing Green from the Botanic Gardens end.
In the normal course of events in most Test cricket, there is a period when you work so hard, you batted so long, you get a bit of respite in terms of who's running in at you. You know, the pressure just goes off a wee bit. Intensity goes down.
Round the wicket to Ravindra. First ball, soft hands down to Gully where Green does the fielding.
Doesn't happen. Doesn't happen against Australia. Just when you think you're heading towards the end of the day, and you can almost say, you've got to ramp it up yet again, because Hazlewood is. And down in front of us, Stark's just getting a little bit loose too.
It almost gets worse, doesn't it? The closer you get to the end of the day, they realise the pressure that goes on, it's almost as though they step up. All of a sudden, the pace comes back.
Half an hour until the close of play here at Hagley Oval. Hazlewood news spell. Bowls here. Ravindra leaves alone outside the off stump. So they've got Cummins bowling at the moment. Stark's only bowled 8. Expect we'll see him before the close. He's got one of the 2 wickets. That was Will Young early on. Green's bowled 6. Marsh bowled 3. Lyons only bowled 6 as well. They might try and squeeze a couple more in from the off spinner.
Real mental battle this for young Rach and Ravindra. This is where you grow up as a Test player. They know fully how to get him out, and he knows how they're going to try and get him out, and he's got to resist that urge.
Looking down at his shoulder as he waits for Hazlewood. Gets there now, bowls, and he drives straight. Hazlewood collects in the follow-through. Thinks about pinging it. Crowd don't mind that. Everyone's involved. No run. You can see that concentration watching back in the screen there, the Bunnings trade replay screen. He's like zeroed in on the ball. Looks down at his shoulder, looks up, looks down at his shoulder again. Waits for him to get there. Got his routine that he goes through, Ravindra.
He's already shown some positive signs in this innings for me. Just that ability to leave that ball that's a little bit closer that he has chased in the past. And he's certainly looking to try and play very, very straight.
Lights on. Northern end. Hazlewood bowls. Short. Pulls, not quite. Ends up out towards point, spilling out towards point. What a hit on the way through, I wonder. Was it shoulder?
He'll get another one of those.
Into the bat?
He will get another one of those.
So we're behind and low from our end with Ravindra facing up at the southern end. We'll need a second look to see what it came off, but either way it couldn't have tickled. We'll see here it was Hazlewood round the wicket, and it was front arm, around sort of the back of the bicep. Tricep even. Let's get it right. It'll leave a bruise.
Yeah, it stings a little bit.
Yep.
Adrenaline will take over though. He won't feel that. Just interested, he's taken that shot on.
Hazlewood delivers. Ravindra on the front foot defending. Good response from the left-hander.
Hazlewood will give him one with width shortly. Having hit him, having got him in, tucking him up and tight, he'll give him something with a bit of width, and that has been his carrot, and they'll leave a nice little space at cover for him to try and aim through.
It's quite clever as well with a deep fine leg and a deep backward square leg, because they've also got that in the back of his mind that you're going to get the odd short ball straight at you as well. So lots to think about.
He's got a dreadful record here, Achin Ravindra, in first-class cricket. Averages 9 on this ground in half a dozen hits before today. How he'd love to turn that around. Last ball of Hazelwood set. Ravindra leaves alone. Good batting, really good batting. 44 overs gone, 2 for 117. Ravindra 3. The DJ's going. Latham's 57. All on the Kubota scoreboard, shaping New Zealand and Australia.
Steel Solutions, Houston speaking.
Houston, we have a problem.
Okay, what's happened?
I'm doing a reno and my bricklayer needs some galvanised steel lintels in different lengths and sizes. Who would do that?
Relax, mate. We've got all the steel you'll need and we'll cut it to the lengths you want. You only pay for what you need and you can get it delivered or pick it up.
Houston, we don't have a problem anymore.
That's kind of why they call us Steel Solutions.
Steel Solutions. The steel you need when you need it. Sunshine, Bayswater and Springvale. steelsolutions.com.au.
As the DJ completes Ring of Fire, we can get on with the cricket again. Pat Cummins. The wicket of Kane Williamson in the session. Bowls to Latham, the opener. Ducks a bouncer to start the
Just what you need, isn't it, really? Trying to concentrate right through to the end of the day.
Fight for your country.
Someone tells you, look out for a burning ring of fire. Johnny Cash. Just what you need at the end of the day.
Yeah, I'm already feeling the pressure.
Peak. At peak. As I said, DJs and cricket, nah.
Next they'll play Under Pressure.
Yes.
Yeah, Under Pressure.
Banger. Get it on.
It is a great tune.
Put it on the playlist. Here's Latham facing Cummins. Round the wicket away from us. Plays it out to deep square leg. 1 or 2 men set back. He's 58. 2 for 118. Lead up to 24.
Quite like that. Latham's been stuck down there a wee bit, facing Pat Cummins all by himself. It's quite nice that he gets a wee break now at the other end, but he's certainly going to be tested, Ravindra, by Pat Cummins. They're going to have a plan, Australia, and they're going to be coming hard.
I've got a rare weekend back in Melbourne next weekend, which I'm never in Melbourne a few times a year. I'm DJing on the Friday night.
DJing what?
Oh, you know, indie classics. Stuff I mucked around to in my 20s.
Whereabouts?
Trades Hall in Melbourne. If you want to come, tickets on sale.
It's a great city.
Finishing school.
Melbourne.
Good
Love
night
Melbourne.
out. Here's Cummins around the wicket. Bowls to Ravindra on middle stump line. Pushed out towards cover. No run. 2 for 118.
Great city. I've heard the DJs are rubbish, but
It's been a while. I'm out of practice, but I'm pleased and thrilled to be back
Do
in my
you
hometown.
have a DJ handle like Puff Diddy? Or
I don't. I never quite got that far or that advanced.
you got your own deck, though, I take it? Or your own kit?
No. I'll burn a few CDs. I'll know what I'm doing beforehand. The CDs will be prepared.
Puff Colo. Puff Colo.
Yep. Well, yeah. I don't know whether that's going to take off. But yes, Friday night Trades Hall. Get down there. Cummins bowls. Ravindra ducks the bouncer. That's inevitable with 2 men back. They're going to work him over. You just get the sense that Cummins and Hazelwood and Stark are like, we've got 25 minutes at this guy and we're going to use every single one of them.
Yeah, well, you get a wicket now, you're probably looking at a night watchman. I don't quite know who it would be. Probably ask Matt Henry to do something.
as well.
Ask Matt Henry to do something. Won't be Phillips, I know that.
Your chance to contribute, Matt.
Probably looking at how do you feel, Ben Sears? But it won't be Tim Southey. I hope it's not Tim Southey.
No.
It's a night watchman. But someone will be buried in there, waiting nervously.
Not sure they have a night watchman, do they? As Cummins bowls hits Ravindra on the pad, pitched outside the line of the leg stump, surely. Umpire Erasmus turns it down. Leg before shout. How's that? Get amongst it with Tinny's craft beer available at Liquorland. Choose to drink wise. Only looked like really Cummins and Carey, the cordon, weren't that involved, and they aren't going to review. We'll see it again. Smithy, talk us through it.
Right, yeah. I think it's pitched outside leg stump because it would have been going on the angle to hit leg stump at best. So I think Pat Cummins has worked that out quite nicely. If he wants to get him LBW, he has to pitch the ball around off stump and get it to come back at him. That was going from outside leg stump across, so pretty tough to get that.
Last ball of Cummins over to Ravindra outside the leg stump. Tries to flick it. Doesn't quite. Carey does the work down the leg side. The lead's 24 at 2 for 118. Latham 58. Ravindra 3. And that's on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Toyo Tyres 25% off.
For the hottest of hot water you've ever seen. Ream comes on steady, hot and strong. It just keeps on and on.
Rheem Ambi Heat, the advanced energy-saving heat pump that's made in Australia.
Install the Rheem.
Accept nothing less than Australia's best.
Right call not to go upstairs. We saw the projection on our screen. It was pitching outside leg stump. The third umpire's Michael Goff. For IMAR Insurance, tradies trust IMAR for insurance. Call 13 IMAR. And our leading run scorer in this innings is Tom Latham. He's 58 not out for Magnus Spenro. Get the leading brands like Fisher and Paykel. And as foretold by Chris Harris, here comes Mitchell Starc. This should be interesting.
Yeah, this is another little challenge for New Zealand, and they'll be aware of that.
Does that suggest that Hazelwood's going to swing around? Do you think only by one over from the top end?
Absolutely. I reckon Pat Cummings one more, and then Hazelwood for a 3 or 4 over spell to finish the evening.
So Starc towards us, towards Latham. Starts the new spell here. He's 9th over. First ball pushed to mid-on. Latham, the 59, getting off strike. 2 for 118, lead 25. Every run counts.
I don't think Mitchell Starc will mind that too much, getting his first look at Ravindra. Tom Latham pretty set and looking pretty disciplined as we get towards the end of day 2, but Ravindra still very early on.
Some Coro agreeing with you. Trenton in Queensland saying if I were batting out there, I'd ask the DJ to be removed. So with you on that one, Smithy. 0433 90 11 16 or 8833 in New Zealand. I think it works okay in white ball cricket to an extent, but yeah, Test cricket. We were in Sri Lanka a couple of years ago, and every single boundary the DJ came on, and there were a lot of boundaries. There was a double 100 in there from Chandimal. There was a lot of DJ action.
It's okay if they've got a good playlist, but if they've got a bad playlist, it's not good.
I think he's going okay on that front. It's just the added noise for the batters. Starc bowls here. Ravindra, expansive, beaten. What sort of shot is that? Horizontal blade. That's a get-out shot, Smithy.
That's the shot that he played prior to lunch yesterday. Exactly the same, and they lured him into it. And they're all on the same wavelength here. That's wide. I mean, that is $1 million cricket shot. $1 million cricket shot where it was a 20-cent delivery. It was wide. It was quite incredible.
Love the body language of Josh Hazelwood in front of us. It's a wry smile when he saw the replay on the screen there. He knows when he gets his last crack, Ravindra could well give him something out there.
That's where he's got to harden up. I mean, he's just a kid. We all know that. He's just got to harden up through these situations. Be the making of him.
Starc gallops in, bowls Ravindra, beaten again, trying to drive through the offside. That was closer to the off stump. It may well have been that he had to play. We'll see it again to form that assessment, but either way in the gloves of Carey.
Now, Tom Latham comes down and pats the pitch, but he's also come down and had a little word.
Even that one's wide, Smithy.
Rutch and Ravindra. There's no need. That's 2 in a row, really. They're never going to get him out unless he gets himself out.
And dare I say it, watching there was some reverse there. A little bit of tail from Starc back to the left-hander. And the light, it isn't bad light, but all the lights are on. This
Light's
is a
fine.
Good time to be bowling reverse swing. If you can get the ball to go.
Cannot come up from this. This is a terrific light.
That line's about 7th stump, though, isn't it? It's just way too wide.
Starc halfway through the over. Bowls to Ravindra, and he beats him again. That was defensively. Might have just swung the bat inside the line as the ball was passing through. He's practicing that shot after it ends up with Carey. So Starc bang on straight away. Just tempting him out there. We're seeing a little graphic on television of Ravindra's dismissals against Seam this summer, or this season. And they've all been sort of 1 foot to 2 feet outside the off stump. Has to find a way to do as his colleagues doing and let the ball go. 2 balls left. 18 minutes till the close. Starc up past umpire Menon. Bowls here. Ravindra. Leg stump line. Upish, but down to deep square where there's a man set back. He's 4 from 28 balls. 2 for 120. Lead 26. Better.
Yeah, doesn't mind it on his pads. Very strong there. He's just playing it. The ball's too wide of off stump. Just got to be a little bit more disciplined. His hands are actually going outside the line of his body, and he's even defending at balls on 6th, 7th stump. It's just way too wide, especially with Starc going away from the left-hander. It's just one area of his game he's very much got to tighten up.
So Sun pokes back out. Latham faces up. 1 ball here from Starc. 3 in the cordon. Bowls and Latham leaves. That's where he wants to be for the remainder of the day. 2 for 120 the score. Garth Galloway coming in for me and taking us through to stumps with the lead at 26. Latham 59, Ravindra 4. And that's on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Toyo Tyres 25% off.
There's now a Macca's bundle for small families, big families and extended families from just $24.95. Value means more at Macca's. Available 10:30am to midnight for a limited time at participating restaurants. Excludes McDelivery.
Doing up Dad's Mustang? Now that's a WD-40 challenge. Sign up to WD-40's Repair Challenge. Document your repair project's progress, share it with WD-40, and you can share in $4,000 worth of prizes. Visit WD-40.com.au.
And welcome back as the music dies away, and we're seeing Ravindra, who is going to be facing Hazelwood. So further testing time for the New Zealand number 4 batsman. Cricket being brought to you by Resine, the paint that people trust. Here's Hazelwood bowling to Ravindra down the leg side, and he picks up a 1. He'll be relieved to say to Tom Latham, will you have it?
Well, it's good because, you know, if you don't go fishing outside off stump, if you resist temptation there, then they have to bowl to you. They have to come closer to your body line. And when they do that, that gives you the opportunity to deflect, to play into the onside, to deflect down to finally in a very safe manner. It's those expansive drives that are getting him in trouble, and the desire to do so, which is almost compulsive. He's fighting against that.
I agree.
These 20 minutes here are crucial to the longevity of this test match.
Yep.
They are, really.
Absolutely, and it's Hazelwood bowling to Latham, and he lets that one fly through to Carey.
This is also, I think, Garth, when you get you find out about a team. This is where you work together.
Yes.
And it might sound a bit weak if you say, look, you go up to your mate and say, look, I'm just struggling a wee bit about this over the next, 10 minutes or whatever it is, next couple of overs. Can you look after it for me?
Yeah.
This is where these are things that happen between teams, and you try and do that. Now, this is a good example of it here.
Yeah, it is, as Latham gets a short one, which he ducks under.
Latham's been batting for quite some time.
Yep.
He's having to work hard. He's batted for 141 balls or something or other that it is now. And he's had the experience, and his judgment has been generally pretty sound. And so this is where he looks after the young Ravindra a bit, if he can, if it works that way. And so Ravindra stands at the non-striker's end if he can.
Yeah, has a look.
And watches.
Latham faces, comes forward. Oh, he's caught. No. Dropped. In fact, just have to see if it's carried to Carey. He moved across in front of first slip. It was dropping. Just an edge from Latham, and he's lucky to still be there. It's 1-2, 1-4-2. And we look at the replay from Bunnings. Gee, it's got a good edge too, hasn't it? It's dropped. Yeah. Poor by Carey.
Would it have reached first slip?
Might have.
I think it
might have.
Carey saw it and kept on going for it, which is okay too. But, yeah, it's dropped out of that left glove. It hasn't pouched.
Was that reverse swing?
Yeah, it was a wee bit.
It really
there.
went.
Yeah.
See the shine on the ball.
Latham faces again and is playing into the onside this time. But you think from New Zealand's point of view, Latham on 59, 1-2, 1 for 2, 5 minutes to go, or 14 minutes until close. Gee, that's a big let off, isn't it?
It is.
But tell us about the keeping here, Smithy. Not great, really. Went a bit late?
He might have gone a wee bit late, but at least he was committed.
Yeah.
I mean, because in his mind he might have thought it's not going through to Kawaja. It's not going to carry that far. I have to go. I have to be committed here. He just shelled it.
Yeah.
He shelled it.
I just feel he was just a fraction late. And that I imagine can happen in that situation. As here's Latham spearing a ball down in front of his chest into the offside. 121 for 2.
For the hottest of hot water you've ever seen. Rain comes on steady, hot and strong. It just keeps on and on.
Rheem Ambi-Heat, the advanced energy-saving heat pump that's made in Australia.
Install a Rheem.
Accept nothing less than Australia's best.
So New Zealand lucky in that last over as we bring you cricket with the Resine, the paint the professionals use. It's 121 for 2. Latham having a let-off dropped by Carey from the bowling of Hazelwood. It's now Stark, 1 for 28 from 9, his figures, and he's bowling to Ravindra. This is full when Ravindra drives quite nicely to Cummins at mid-on.
He didn't quite have the gloves together, did he?
No.
The left hand, it went into the left hand, sort of, but he always needed the right to sort of just to really clasp it, and it dropped from the left hand out. He seemed to be on the knee too, didn't he, as he went across? He wasn't driving himself across.
Yeah, maybe he just didn't time the dive very well. Well, wasn't balanced on the dive. But, I mean, he's got to catch those.
Yeah.
You make the commitment to go. You have to catch them.
Yeah. Stark bowls, Ravindra pushes into the offside and runs on the shot. Good running. It's picked up by Labuschagne from mid-off, running around to cover, throws at the non-striker's end, but Ravindra is home. That's good cricket from Ravindra. 1-2-2 for 2. He's 5.
Yeah, long 12 minutes for the Black Caps, and really well.
Could have been worse.
Yeah. Well, it could have been. You know, you get Latham out, and what a resistance he has been. And well, regardless if they get another one tonight, Australia come to ground tomorrow morning thinking, wow, we've got rid of the rock. Latham's been a rock. Looked very, very solid in both innings, actually.
Yeah, I'm really pleased for him, to see him coming back into form. New Zealand need him so desperately as Stark bowls to him, and he plays just away into the offside. Lyon is Green in the gully who gets to it before Lyon.
If they, they're going to have another 30 overs tomorrow before a new ball, so that's going to be maybe in that middle session that the new ball arrives. But if New Zealand get that far,
first time in the series that we're talking about New Zealand getting to a new ball.
Yeah.
Certainly, that ball's still quite shiny on one side. Maybe they've been working on it. It was more of a lunge than a dive, I thought. I think going back as they tend to do, they embarrass the dropper.
Yeah. Latham faces Stark and he's pushing down and he's going to pick up runs. It's racing away towards the third man boundary. Green is chasing from gully. Jerry Coney wants to signal 4, but no, you can't. There's 2 runs as Latham. In fact, it's Ravindra who comes back and they've run 3. So a nice shot. Latham just getting over the top of the ball and gliding it between second slip and gully. Latham is 62. It's 125 for 2. The lead for New Zealand is 31. Still a good crowd, and a lot of people have remained here wanting to see what happens right to the end.
Be big in tomorrow too.
Oh, it will be. And I hope they open the gates at 9, let everyone in, and because people are getting here early. They loved it, as you saying yesterday.
Why have those mile-long queues?
Yes.
I don't know. There'll be a reason for it, but it just smirks of power to me. I think you'll come in when I let you come in, as opposed to please come in, get here early, come in early, avoid the queues
and have a great day. Ravindra's beaten again outside the off stump. Poor shot.
It's the first part of the experience is arriving at the ground, and having paid big money, lined up to pay big money to get in, you have to stand and wait.
Yeah. Seems weird.
You've got a ticket. Get the gates open. Let the people come and get their spots.
They're wanting to get their spot,
and relax.
But they want to get their spot. But they love the just sitting in here watching the teams warming up, and all of those things that you see before the game.
And have a cup of coffee.
Get some more sales. That was a poor stroke, wasn't
Bacon
it?
Bacon and egg sandwich.
It was.
Bit of breakfast.
Yeah.
I might come myself early, but I can't get in.
You'll be right, Smithy. We'll make sure you're right. Here's Ravindra picking up a run. Hazelwood is chasing from long leg, and Ravindra's going to pick up a couple, turning the ball off his hip, so just start straying into the pads a little bit there. The end of over number 48 in New Zealand's innings. 127 for 2 of this. Stark has 1 for 34 from 10.
Hear the major moments in sport crystal clear, anytime, anywhere on the SEN app.
From 50, around the body, you are joking. Wham, bam, thank you, man.
On air, podcasts, live sport, news, video content, your city, your town. Download the SEN app from the Apple and Google App Stores. It's also available on Apple CarPlay. The SEN app, your home of sport, from wherever you are on the planet.
Cricket being brought to you is from Hagley Park as the Day draws to an end. It's being brought to you by Resine, the paint that the professionals use. 8 minutes left in the day's play. Hazelwood will bowl to Latham. Beautiful evening in Christchurch. Here's Hazelwood, and Latham pushes into the offside. He thinks about a run, but Lyon moves in from point.
Well, here's what Jerry is talking about here. New Zealand do not want to face more than 2 overs here. 8 minutes, 2 overs maximum.
Yep.
That's part and parcel of how you milk your way. You make sure that this one's going to take 4.5 minutes. So Ravinder's doing the right thing. He's getting down there. Latham's going to come down and just do a little bit of gardening as well. Stretch this out to 4.5. In between overs, 30 seconds to a minute. 2 overs only. So 11 deliveries. You work your way through this.
Hazelwood is rhythmically running in again and bowling, and Latham comes forward again. He's looking like he wants to take off, but he's played the ball straight back to the bowler. Just beautiful conditions now. That cloud is just dissipating a bit.
Admirable performance this from Tom Latham.
Yep.
It really has been.
Yep.
I wondered whereas I thought I compared him a little bit to Labuschagne actually. I wondered where his next big score was going to come from. Left the base in reserve. I wouldn't imagine he was in great spirits there, but coming to a familiar territory, backyard really for him this.
Scored a lot of runs here. The most by anyone is he's onto the back foot and he plays this down towards the third man boundary. Green is chasing from Gully, and he dives and retrieves good from Green, just keeping the run scoring down to 2. Latham is 64, his highest score against Australia now, 129 for 2.
It's little things like that, you see. That was a really good turn. Once he got to the ball, he was up and had to release the ball very quickly. And as soon as you see as a batsman, and you're running to the danger end, in which case it was Ravindra here, as soon as you see the ball in the air, no.
Yep.
You're not going to take the risk.
3 balls remaining in the over short, and Latham's underneath it. Oh, it's been an absorbing day. New Zealand have done, I think, probably better than a lot of people would have thought when the innings started.
I think, if they get through
2 down,
I think it's their day.
Yeah.
I think it's their day. They've gone from a situation where they could have lost this test today to putting themselves into a situation where if they play well tomorrow, they could damn well win it.
They have a lot to thank Matt Henry for, don't they?
They have Matt Henry, Tom Latham, Kane Williamson, 2 or 3 standout performers today.
But Henry just wonderful.
Good from Latham, just making the bowler wait.
7 for 67, Matt Henry's figures. Second best for a New Zealand bowler against Australia. Here's Latham pushing the ball back to Hazelwood.
It's been an edgy last few 20 minutes, hasn't it, really?
I think of
edgy in that sort of sense as well. Both apprehensive, but also there has been the odd edge here and there, and the play and miss.
So what are we looking at on the board of? Is it 625 or 626?
25.
625, yeah.
Just really want one more ball this over.
I bet Latham would love to get a single and get down on strike and get Ravindra off it. And they're going to do that. Oh, there's a thought as Ravindra takes off at the non-strikers end. That's what they were thinking about. It was pushed into point. It's picked up by Head, and he throws at the non-strikers end. They survive. 129 for 2 it is. We think 1 over remaining in the day's play. Latham is 64, Ravindra 7.
There's now a Macca's bundle for small families, big families, and extended families from just $24.95. Value means more at Macca's. Available 10:30am to midnight for a limited time at participating restaurants. Excludes McDelivery.
At Ozito, we know for you it's about leaving your mark. With over 100 tools for your home and garden, all powered by one battery to make it happen. Because when it comes to getting things done, do it yourself. Do it with Ozito. Do you?
Cricket being brought to you on SEN by Resine, the paint the professionals use. Josh Hazelwood walks down to long leg, and he's applauded by the Australian fans, the Merv Hughes group, who are sitting in front of us, and they've been very watchful all day. Good cricket watchers. 129 for 2. They don't miss a thing. Hazelwood just acknowledges them. He's been terrific as well in this match all season, really. Josh Hazelwood. It's going to be Stark who's going to bowl the last over, and Ravindra is on strike. 7 not out from 33 balls. It's been a real battle for him. Head's gone in at short leg under the helmet. It's full, and he plays away to cover point. Away from his body a bit. There's a chase for Lyon, who will get to the ball inside the boundary, and they'll run 3. So good news for New Zealand. 3 runs and Ravindra off strike. He's 10. It's 132 for 2. He's not going to stop playing his shots.
No, he's not. I won't say it's compulsive. It's very instinctive, though, because it's one of his great collection areas, and at lower levels of cricket where he's been playing, you get more opportunities and it's less threatening. But they really are working on the theory. What he believes to be his strength, they believe to be his weakness. So here we go. What are we looking at now? I think this is the last. We're into 6:28 with 5 balls to go. So I think they've done that part very well.
Latham has the responsibility of facing Stark from the Botanic Gardens end. He pushes into the offside. They run on the shot. It's almost like as Labuschagne picks up and shies at the stumps, it runs off the bat of Latham, and they decide that they won't run on that. So good sportsmanship. The crowd are encouraging them to run. 1-3-3 for 2. Strange cricket to see them running like that, but it's almost like, well, Ravindra, down you come. You're the young fella.
It is really. Tom Latham saying, look, I've been out here forever.
Yeah.
I'm the one that deserves a breather here. I'm the one that wants to come back tomorrow. Ravindra's saying, I just gave 3 and I thought you might take the last 5.
Yeah, well, it's a great game of fates cricket, and it sees 4 balls remaining in the day, and Ravindra on strike. He's played and missed a number of times outside the off stump. He faces the left armour Stark, and he plays defensively this time, safely enough to Labuschagne.
He'll get one to drive. There's nothing surer.
Yep.
And these last 3 deliveries, Stark will give him a little bit of bait.
He likes to get it to bounce outside that off stump, and Ravindra just doesn't seem to be able to resist it, does he? He sees runs.
Interesting too, though, that Australia have only got 2 slips in the gully in there.
It is.
If that's the plan,
might
have thought Pat Cummins would say, well,
we'll have a third, or 2 gullies.
Take does Marsh out at square leg and put him into third slip. And
exactly.
You think, if that is indeed the plan, and there's a mile of space between square point and mid-off.
Here's Ravindra playing off his hip into the mid-wicket region. He picks up another run. I mean, the thing about Ravindra is he doesn't like to leave the ball, does he? And that's the thing. He reminds me a little bit. There was a fantastic statistic during the Ashes series in England last year with Ben Duckett. You know, and he just never leaves the ball. Ravindra seems to be the same. He'll learn, I'm sure. What are you pointing at, Jerry?
6:30.
6:30. So 2 balls remaining. Latham is on strike. They've just played nip and tuck, rotating the strike between them in the last over of the day. Latham ducks under a short one from Stark. It's a good one too, and well played by Latham. He watched it carefully past his nose. He's 65 not out. Ravindra is 11. All right, 1 ball remaining. And now people just starting to head out of the ground and wander off. I'm talking to a lot of people who are visiting the city, saying just how much they're enjoying it at night time, and it's great to hear. Our Australian friends in front of us, staying for the last ball, enjoying every moment of this test match, soaking it up. And the crowd now, a clap for Stark as he runs in from the Botanic Gardens end and bowls the last ball of the day, and Latham leaves it outside the off-stump. Relief for New Zealand, and well done. And as Ian Smith and Jerry Coney were saying, probably now New Zealand's day as the security guards almost dancing onto the field, running backwards and looking at the crowd in case there are any offenders. 1-3-4 for 2 it is. 50 overs New Zealand have faced. Latham is 65 not out. Ravindra survives. He's 5 not out, 11 not out. And New Zealand go to stumps 40 runs ahead with 8 second innings wickets in hand. Stark 1 for 39 from 11. Hazelwood none for 24 from 13. Cummins 11 overs, 1 maiden, none, 1 for 21. Green, 6 overs, 1 maiden, none for 27. Lyon, 6 overs, 1 maiden, none for 14. And Marsh, 3 overs and none for 6. Latham, 65 not out. Ravindra, 11 not out. The batsman out for New Zealand. Young, 1. And Williamson, 51 not out. So an enthralling afternoon's cricket. You see Tom Latham getting a good round of applause from this generous sized Hagley Oval crowd. We've got Adam Collins and Daniel McHardy down waiting for their interviews. And really, Smithy, a much better day for New Zealand. And I think that they'll feel a lot happier about. They're not out of the mire, but they'll feel a lot happier.
Well, 8 wickets fell today. Much more a traditional day of Test cricket, 6 of which New Zealand took, and they only lost 2 themselves. So on the strength of that alone, it's their day. They've gone from a situation where they could have been in deep trouble into a situation where they're not out of trouble, but they've had the opportunity to put themselves into a position of strength. So that's the way I look at the day. I think special heroes, certainly Matt Henry for what he has achieved. Second best figures by a New Zealander against Australia, can't deny that. And then the partnership for the second wicket, which simply made Australia have to work the hardest they've had to in this, and that's between Williamson and Latham. Nice knock from Williamson. Terrific effort so far from Tom Latham. Job only half done though.
Here's Daniel McHardy with Matt Henry.
Matt Henry with me again. We've got to stop batting like this. We've got to stop bowling so well.
Oh, cheers, mate.
Congratulations. Before we talk about your own performance, how much happier are you 24 hours on from last time we spoke?
Yeah, I mean, we talked about it yesterday, didn't we? It was going to be a big first hour, and I think we did the job nicely, obviously. But I mean, it comes down to how the guys started out there. Tommy was absolutely excellent with Kane. They put on a great partnership there, and then obviously Rutchin to come out and start the way he has as well. So it's been really important, and good day.
It's been a frustrating summer for Tom, isn't it? He's got lots of starts, hasn't really kicked on in front of his home fans. He must be pretty happy with, the determination he's shown.
Yeah, well, he's one of our greatest openers for a reason. That's how cricket works. You don't always get runs, but he's always shown his work ethic, and there's no surprise that he's been out there and done what he has done today.
In losing Kane, I guess that could have sent a few wobbles off, but, Rutchin survived quite a nervy period against some very testing bowling.
Yeah, I mean, we've got that faith. Obviously, Kane did a great job, and then, obviously, you've got a great player like Rutchin to come out there and absorb that pressure too. Obviously, they threw a lot at us, and they bowled really well, but they were able to get through those tough periods and set ourselves up for tomorrow.
If you were to script today, is today gone almost perfectly to plan?
Well, yeah, we don't get too carried away with that, but yeah, I think for us it was important to control our bowling and try to apply pressure and get those wickets, which we did, and then to be a couple down at the end of the day with a small lead is great. But I said it yesterday, I'll start again today, but tomorrow's going to be another big day for us. But I think the hard work that the guys have shown tonight will go a long way for tomorrow. Yeah, you needed a little bit of help, not only in support, at the crease, the bowling crease, but in the field. And Glenn Phillips' catch of Labuschagne, who to his credit, he was playing so well. Oh, mate, Glenn's a freak. It's brilliant. Having a guy like Glenn, he's always engaged, he's diving around and throwing himself around. Everyone kind of lifts around it, and when he's game-changing moments, and he's done it time and time again, and there was another absolute specky. I think they just keep getting better as well, so I don't know what he's doing next, but we're very lucky to have Glenn.
Every New Zealand seamer coming through the ranks knows about 9 for 52. Hadley against Australia, you're now second on that chart. Best bowling performance by a New Zealander against Australia. What does that mean to you?
That's not what you set out to do, but I suppose being next to New Zealand's great. It's always pretty proud. I'm still a couple wickets off, so you can't compare with that, but obviously it is a special moment.
Why is it working so well for you think?
I think for us for me, it's just making sure you just keep growing as a bowler. You just always trying to learn, and you're just trying to evolve your game. And I think obviously it always helps when things go your way, I suppose.
Well done, Matt. Hopefully you get a day off your feet and you're not talking to me in 24 hours.
Awesome. Thanks very much. Cheers.
Well done, Matt Henry.
Cheers.
Excellent performance. We can go from Matt Henry, who's picked up a 7 for Travis Head from the Australian camp. Kind enough to join us. Over to you, Adam.
All right, Travis Head, thanks for joining. We've got a bit of a test match ahead of us here, don't we, with New Zealand fighting back nicely this afternoon. Respect for that.
Yeah, I played well. As we've seen, I think, and the trends that we've talked about into the Test match, and you talk to the local guys here, that the wicket gets better, and I think we're seeing that at the moment. So hopefully the 100 runs that we're able to put on in the halfway point prove to be a nice little buffer for us, and important morning again tomorrow. I thought the boys bowled well, especially in the end there, and hopefully get the ball in the right area and put some pressure on it in the morning.
Yeah, so with the wicket, it's just flattened out a bit, truer perhaps than it was yesterday?
Oh, you probably suggest that the way everyone batted today, I guess, and especially at the end there. And you just go on what experiences is the past, and you talked about people. Obviously, we've got Dan Vittoria in the sheds as well, and I think coming into the Test, we knew the first 2 innings were going to be quite tough, and the second 2 might be tougher for the bowlers. So let's hope that is the case, and let's hope that we can put the ball in the right area again. Like I said, with 2 for 38. When you look at it, 38 runs ahead, I think they are. So yeah, an important morning.
Pretty experienced batting group. You earned a lead of 94 all up, 90 of those coming to Marnus, Labuschagne. Of course, you guys spend all this time travelling the world together, develop these close bonds. Must be nice to see him under a little bit of pressure externally, I suppose, go out there and make a good score today. Yeah,
100%. I think I said that before. It's hard when you set the benchmark as high as he has it. I think averaging 60 in Test cricket, and you're always going to go through patches where it doesn't quite click, but I think as everyone knows how hard he works in the nets and how hard he's been working, and he would have been eager to get in the runs, and he would have been disappointed not to add 10 more onto it, but he's put us in a really, really good position.
Another guy you know really well, Trav, is Alex Carey. Just a shot he got out to. Where is he? Like, how is he feeling about his batting and just his game?
I haven't talked too deeply into it with him. Again, a little bit like Marn. I guess we've seen the way he's played spin, and a bit stiff in the end, Q end of the bat, and it's something that he plays very early in his innings. He plays really, really well. So especially more the lap sweep than the reverse in the past. But look, yeah, it's one of those things. It sometimes doesn't go your way when you're a bit out of luck. QN to mid-wicket, so... but, look, again, other than a little bit of a chance at the end there today, I think his wicket-keeping's been exceptional. Had a great day yesterday with the gloves. He'd love to take every single catch, but everyone drops him.
You had an interesting summer, Trav, after the heroics of the World Cup. You got the crucial 100 in Adelaide, but how have you viewed your summer so far?
Again, when... I guess I've been able to contribute a fair bit over the last 18 months. I'd love to contribute more, but mate, I'm working harder. You would have seen in the back of the nets, I've been plugging away and working at it, probably hitting more balls than I have in the past when you're trying to find it. I felt like the innings so far, I played a pretty awful shot in the first innings of the second innings of the last Test when I got myself sort of 30, felt like I got myself in. And yesterday I felt like I reacted really, really well. I think I feel like it was the best I batted in terms of letting the game come to me. I guess a lot of people would suggest that I've always been taking the game on. I felt like yesterday I really let the ball come. Disappointed with the way I executed the shot, but those things happen. If I can do that consistently enough and more often than not, then that's what I've been doing over the last 24 months. So disappointed not to be in the runs. A couple of starts here and there. Hopefully I can go on one in the second innings if needed, if required.
Yeah, on the assumption that you will have a few to chase tomorrow, the chance to go out there in the fourth innings and make a contribution, which isn't something that's always required, but a nice way potentially to finish the summer for you.
Yeah, hopefully I get to watch the boys put on a heap of runs and don't need a bat. But look, if required, go out in the same mindset. Let the game come to me, watch the ball really, really hard. I felt like I did that really well yesterday. Didn't do it for long enough, obviously. Continue to work hard, continue to try and contribute as much as I can.
All right, Travis Head, thanks as always for catching up with us on SEN Test Cricket. Good luck tomorrow.
Thank you. Cheers.
All right, we'll send it back upstairs to our central commentary position after hearing from Matt Henry and Travis Head.
There you are, that's Adam Collins talking to Travis Head, and as you heard, Daniel McHardy talking to Matt Henry. Great to get the insight of both of those players. We're lucky to have them to be here for our interviews. Let's take a break now, and then it'll be me just talking to Jerry Coney about the day's play.
For Henley Homes, paying $1,000 a month off your home loan for 2 years. New Zealand versus Australia on SEN Test Cricket. For Henley Homes, paying $1,000 a month off your home loan for 2 years. New Zealand versus Australia on SEN Test Cricket.